Court Debut 22. April 2001. Taylor. I'm back. We're in the living room. Marcy called back. Our new Chicago-style bungalow didn't have an attached garage, just a parking area and kitchen entrance in the back. 4 bedrooms, 2 floors, technically 1.5, but really 2. It also had a big enough basement to host terrariums for my repair crew, a small sparring area, and another converted bedroom. We'd moved the laundry machines upstairs. It took me a few minutes to take off the many parts of my costume and stuff them in a hamper. I'd lay them out later for my cleaning bugs, but right now I wanted to see what my roommates were doing. I walked into the living room to find they'd moved things around to put a table in front of the TV, then surrounded it with our couches and recliner. The TV was off now, but whatever they'd been watching, they'd taken enough notes to cover an entire table in paper. The 3 looked up as I walked in, their expressions somber. Did everything go all right? Georgia asked. Everything went as expected, more or less. The vampires pulled a stupid move, so you should tell Billy to be careful for the next few night patrols, just in case they try something stupid again, I said. There are other things to discuss, but we can cover that in our regular meeting. They tried something? Georgia asked, frowning. What? They tried to jump me. It's like they forgot I work with a wizard. Seriously, just because it looks like I'm alone doesn't mean I am, I grumbled. It's not like I mind fighting stupid enemies, but, still. And Deirdre's fine, she's just off to some late-night movie showing. Memento, I think. A woman without many memories going to see a film about a guy with memory problems seemed a little strange to me. But if she liked it, she liked it. What's going on with you guys? I asked, moving to sit by Marcy. You look like the professors suddenly declared exams are going to be cumulative. We think there was another broken trigger, over in New York, Andy said softly. What, tonight? I asked, looking over at the redhead. Andy nodded. Fuck. I slumped back against the couch and sighed. That makes 4, since the octohydra. 4 that we knew about. Anyway, I dreaded to learn about the kind of craziness that was likely happening in India and China, with their massive populations and population densities. Broken trigger. A simple name for something so devastating. Based on what my passenger had managed to tell me, they were happening because Sion was dead. He'd been a hub of communication among the passengers, and now that he was dead, they couldn't communicate properly anymore. Passengers couldn't ask for help, so they made mistakes. Mistakes led to broken powers. Broken powers led to death. What happened? I asked, glancing over the papers. Georgia rummaged through the pile and picked out a half-full piece of paper. The word parasite was written at the top. I was watching Parallel Investigations, and they had whistleblower on for a panel, Andy said. I scowled. That asshole? Guess I'm not watching that program anymore, if they put jackasses like him on the air. They were harder on him than most of the other programs he's been on, Andy began. He shouldn't be getting any airtime, I grumbled. Whistleblower was an Earth-bet refugee, allegedly. He'd triggered in New York, and he'd since dedicated himself to uncovering the lizard people at the heart of the Cape Conspiracy, a goal he pursued by going on talk shows and rambling at length for attention. It would almost be funny, if he didn't try to copycat the Cymurg in both his appearance, and in the way he displayed his powers. It made me sick. Fine, whatever, what did he do? I asked. Well, about 30 minutes in, the producers interrupted the show to talk about a developing situation in Manhattan, and cut to an apartment block where some people were getting mutated. Some of the hosts kind of pressured him to go help, so he flew off. I snorted. Served the asshole right. Mutated? I asked, taking the paper from Georgia and giving it a read-through. Oh. Well. Parasite was a giant, bloated man covered in egg-like pustules that grew as leech-like parasites gestated and burst out of his skin. His power read like some bastard cross between psychosoma and breed parasites that latched onto a person and steadily mutated them into violent monsters. Removing the parasites seemed to stop or reverse the transformation, and I got to the end, and froze. I looked up at my roommates, my expression grim. The power spread? I asked. Are you sure? It looked like that, Georgia said. At the start there was just one spawner, parasite. Then, after he grew too big for his apartment to hold him and toppled onto the street, a few of the responding para-humans got through to him and killed him. Then some of the mutants started bloating too. A few of those got shot by police, and it spread to some uninfected people. Shit, I muttered. How many people died? It didn't seem like a lot, Georgia said. Most of the victims weren't violent or heavily mutated, so once whistleblowers showed up and figured out what was going on, the police switched to rescuing people, taking out the parasites and killing them, that kind of thing. Halfway through, this woman that could trap people in concrete showed up, and that helped contain the violent ones. Marcy handed me another piece of paper. It was titled Reformer/Assembler/Binder. And had only a few lines of speculation about her power, some kind of matter reassembly power, reshaping the surroundings to trap people. I looked over the other papers, and something Georgia said clicked. Hang on, you said a few of the responding para-humans killed Parasite, the first Parasite, I guess. How many showed up? It was hard to tell, Georgia said. But about a dozen. Give or take a few, Andy said. It was hard to tell which were really para-humans and which were supernaturals though. I raised an eyebrow. A dozen. I set the Parasite paper aside and started looking through the rest, taking note of the names. Whistleblower, there was a long document on him. Stone Angel/Sculpture, Ghost Twin, Steel Medusa, Landscape/Warper, Skit. Wait, what? Skitter. I asked, taking that paper for a closer look. Mover, possibly breaker or stranger, let off flashes of light as he moved, seemed to run around getting parasites off of people, though he left partway through. Interesting, but nothing like me. Yet, he showed up and helped for a bit. We think he's a he, anyway. We're not sure why he left, Georgia said. Why, is the name supposed to mean something? I shook my head. No, I just used to know a Skitter. The name jumped out at me. I put the paper back and turned to face the tall blonde. What happened after the power started spreading? The police started pulling back, and some of the para-humans backed off too. Then Landscape. Warper, Marcy interjected. Landscape, Georgia stressed, showed up and got through to the defenders. It was a bit hard to see what happened, but they managed to gather up all the spawners, and then Landscape brought in a tower, somehow. She looked like a tinker, from what I could see, Andy added. Either that, or a magician. I frowned. What do you mean by brought in a tower? She replaced part of a park with this squat stone tower, Georgia said. The spawners disappeared inside, and the cops and paramedics started coming back. Things started wrapping up. I'm not sure what happened in the tower, but the situation seemed stable 10 minutes ago. I nodded and put the Skitter paper back in the pile. I'll take a closer look at this tomorrow. I have to go to sleep soon. My nightmares that night didn't linger, though I remembered flashes of the 9. My dreams had been calmer since moving into the new house. Not better, exactly, just less extreme and weird. Guess there was something to the dream wards after all. I woke up at 5:30 feeling groggy and tired. Beating the sunrise was already getting annoying, and summer would only make it worse. I stumbled into the bathroom for a quick shower, shocked myself awake with cold water, and then went downstairs for breakfast. My morning routine was simple and well, routine. I woke up before dawn, showered, ate, and passed the time before the sun came up today. I reviewed the notes my roommates had made. Then at the crack of dawn, I pulled out my notebook. My operations had expanded significantly since December, and keeping track of everything in my head while I was only half awake guaranteed I'd miss something. Instead, I wrote down everything I needed to refresh, and went through it every morning. The silk farms, commercial and private, were tuned and maintained. I made a note to drop by later and retrieve the silk that had built up. If things were heating up with the vampires, I didn't want them raiding my farms and getting their hands on my silk. It would take time for them to use it, probably a long time, but it was the principle of the thing. The surveillance sweeps were next. Marconi was still in his home. The Velvet Room wasn't active, the place was unfortunately warded, so I couldn't get inside. Faith was still asleep. And the borders of the underground DMZ, as Harry called it, didn't seem to have changed either. The change in the Warrens made me uncomfortable. I knew there were strange things down there, and I knew Deirdre's mother used to raid the place for research material. Deirdre had told me enough about her mother for me to be sure she was a biotinker. I'd been expecting weird things to happen. What I hadn't been expecting was for an all-out war to break out. According to Harry, a lot of dangerous creatures made their lairs in the lower-level spirits of the earth, WIRMS, things that have no name. And from what I could glean, Deirdre's mother was trying to take them all out. It wasn't a clean process. Every fight I managed to catch a glimpse of saw her minions die in droves. But with every victory, she captured something bigger and tougher, while retrieving the corpses of her minions as well. Weaker predators, the ones that had fled from the higher levels in the hopes of waiting us out, were also systematically hunted down and taken by her, turned into more cannon fodder for her war. I had thought it would take a concerted effort and campaign to clear out the Warrens, involving a lot of information gathering, preparation, and clearing it monster by monster until we'd taken out all of the active threats, a campaign of years, if not decades. Instead, in the span of a few months, Deirdre's mother had seized control of half of the tunnels. She didn't seem interested in the surface, yet, so for now I treated her like the PRT head Nilbog. I let her have her domain, while making contingency plans to pacify her. Most of those contingency plans started with have Harry beg for the Wardens to show up, and half were variations on make some kind of deal with her. The trouble was, what could an immortal biotinker with a small army at her disposal possibly want that she couldn't get herself? Checking and resetting everything took 20 minutes. When I was done, I did some stretches, put on my everyday prosthetic, then stared at the image of my family. It showed me, Mom, and Dad out on the boardwalk, facing the ocean, while someone else snapped a picture of us. Mom was laughing as the wind blew some of her hair into her eyes, while Dad was trying to get me to stop playing with his glasses, the natural green of his eyes contrasting with the red from the camera flash. It must have been ancient. I was still small enough to ride around on Dad's shoulders, and I wasn't wearing glasses either. And off to the side of the photo, the oil rig in the bay was still dilapidated, lacking the protectorate base that would later be established there. Dad had buried the picture in the basement after Mom died, and over time we forgot about it. The only clue as to how I'd gotten it, or who delivered it, was the date I'd first noticed it, the morning of December 25th, a few weeks after the Octohydra's attack. I guess Santa was real after all. It sparked a lot of questions like how the hell he'd known about the photo, how he'd retrieved it, and so on, but he wasn't around to ask. Around 7 I dragged my roommates out of bed, and we all went for our morning run. They'd grumbled about it at first, but they stopped grumbling about it as much once they started putting on muscle and in Andy's case, losing weight. Deirdre didn't really need the exercise, but she tagged along as well, glamored to look like just another typical college girl. She looked completely unruffled from the 4 to 5 hours of sleep she'd gotten, which just wasn't fair. We didn't have jobs like typical college girls, though. Are you sure this is the right place? The lieutenant asked, scowling up at us. We were a block away from a sealed and abandoned warehouse, one that had been unoccupied until yesterday. That had been a bad move on the new tenant's part. I kept an eye on all of the known warehouses in the city. Throughout the winter, I'd mainly used it to track the homeless communities, providing food and supplies to those in need, but there were the occasional times someone moved in to use it for illicit purposes, and those groups rarely had the time to set up before the cops cracked down on them. This situation was a little different, though. 50-50. Nobody guessed, his Spider-Man mask still as silly as ever. A cult recently moved into the warehouse just over there, and there is someone in there trying to, let me see. He pulled out his book of excuses and flipped to page 3. Right. Trying to manifest a demonic-seeming power projection. Though in this instance, less trying and more succeeding. The book of excuses contained pages on pages of scientific explanations for supernatural phenomenon. Projection was the catch-all term for summoning, whether that applied to fairies, whimsical and dangerous beings who came from a sort of parallel dimension, demons, dangerous and malevolent beings who came from another, similar sort of parallel dimension, and spirits, who were, beings who came from yet another, similar sort of parallel dimension. All of which were actually the same overall parallel dimension, just with different subdivisions. Magic was weird. So he summoned a demon, the lieutenant said flatly, neatly summarizing my thoughts. Lieutenant, I am no wizard, no petty conjurer of tricks. Nobody said in faux outrage. I will have you know I engage in only the purest of sciences. He let out a sigh, then got serious. But yes, it's a demon. If everything goes well, we'll deal with it and the summoner, and you'll only have to deal with the druggies and flunkies. And if it doesn't, I'll let you know to start shooting, I said. The lieutenant worked her jaw, then blew some hair out of her eye and sighed. Fine. I'll pass that on. What can you tell me about the people inside? There's a dozen of them, all college-aged. A lot look like addicts. A lot of drugs, a lot of knives, 2 guns. I'll deal with the guns just before we head in, I said. That's for the cultists. For the summoner and the demon. Nobody nodded and rubbed his hands. My sources say this guy, Leonid Krivos, is a sorcerer, which is technical speak for a thug with power. The demon he's called up is the kind you pay in blood, so he's definitely a killer. I can't say if he's the serial killer you're after, though. The lieutenant scowled. So you're saying we're arresting him on drug possession and distribution, squatting, and maybe we can pin him for the guns if they're illegal. The circle he's using is embellished with blood, nobody said, nodding to me. Which is probably from his victim, or victims. Either that will connect him to the victims you already have, or point you at some other murders. I don't know that you can get him for the demon summoning though, and I don't think you want to either. I don't, the lieutenant confirmed. There's no law on the books for it, and I'd rather not set off a dozen copycat killers who each want to summon their own demons. She looked around at us, then back at her men. Is that it? If the demon gets close to one of your guys, they should throw the special water balloon, nobody said. And don't get too close to Krivos until I tell you it's safe. The lieutenant nodded, then turned around and stalked off. While she gave orders to the rest of SI, nobody and I turned to face the other 2 members of our group. What happens if the demon gets loose? I asked. It starts killing everyone. To put it mildly, nobody said. It's only really bound by the circle and any agreements it makes. If it breaks loose on its own, it won't care about collateral damage. Ideally, we'd take out Kravos, I'd take over the circle, and banish the thing. Can you get me close enough to do that without tipping him off? I looked over at Amazon. I can veil myself and the wizard. Nobody now, apparently, he grumbled. On the approach, as well as Crescent, and if the demon is contained within a circle it should not be able to sense us, Amazon continued, speaking right over Nobody. I cannot say if we will be detected by the sorcerer. I looked over at Nobody. He shrugged. Hard to say. His senses might be good, they might be atrocious. What I can say is he won't have the sight, so call it another coin flip. We should be able to get inside, at least. I nodded and considered the layout of the warehouse. There's a back entrance that isn't being watched. It might be locked, but you can handle that. Could he have set up some magical alarm? One that lasted through the sunrise, in a place he just moved into? Nobody shook his head. No chance. Unless you've seen him put one up. He hasn't been near the door since the morning, I said. In that case, you three sneak in through the back. Crescent, you're there just in case the demon gets loose. How much charge do you have? Crescent closed her eyes, and breathed in a rhythm in, wait 4 seconds, out, wait 4 seconds, repeat. Feels close to 7 minutes, she said. Long enough to defeat most enemies, which was our ace in the hole. A number of entities that had felt confident going up against a wizard suddenly regretted their decisions when a raging, invulnerable bonfire enveloped them. I nodded. I'll stay with SI, and provide a distraction if it looks like he notices you. The actual bust went off with only a few hitches. Amazon, Nobody, and Crescent infiltrated through the back with Crescent burning off the lock to get in and then vanished from my senses. I was waiting in the back of the lieutenant's squad car, with SI prepared to roll in at a moment's notice. A swarm of bugs had collected at the roof of the warehouse, ready to drop down on the guns and the followers close to them. The first hitch happened when Leonid suddenly looked up from his circle and looked around the dimly lit warehouse, his brow furrowed. I waited at first, watching to see if he would dismiss whatever he was sensing. Instead, I saw him turn back to his bound, shadowy demon and begin to issue orders. We need to go, I said, to both my passenger and the lieutenant. The lieutenant turned on her sirens, and the squad cars rolled down the street to flank the warehouse. Even a block away, the sound of the sirens spooked the people inside, and Leonid flinched away from the circle. Some of the college cultists started reaching for what was nearby: drugs, knives, guns, and they had only a moment's warning before my swarm fell down on some, stinging and biting. Nobody and Crescent appeared in the warehouse, halfway to Leonid and his circle. I couldn't see Amazon, so she must have left them behind. As chaos broke out in the warehouse and Leonid went to release his demon, he suddenly reeled from an invisible punch. He was caught before he could hit the ground, and he was punched again, this time in the stomach. His legs kicked on reflex, searching for solid footing, and unfortunately, one of his legs broke the line of his circle. The demon within surged forth, billowing up like Gru's darkness. Glowing red eyes fixed on Leonid, and it took a step out of the circle. That was the second hitch. From there though, things went well. Amazon appeared and pulled Leonid out of the line of fire while choking him, and Crescent began to run. The demon turned at the sound, hands with incredibly long fingers reaching out of the darkness towards her. She transformed before it could get her. Fire consumed her and steam billowed off her, her body shifting into that immense, hunched over, only vaguely wolf-like shape her breaker form took. She crashed into the shadowy demon, and the two began to tear into each other. Amazon delivered Leonid to Nobody, who plucked a few hairs from his head and swiped a bit of blood off his mouth before attaching it to a decorated Ken doll. Leonid tried to fight back, but between Amazon and Nobody, he was only able to get off a few weak bursts of fire before Nobody sealed his magic. As for the cultists, they were completely freaking out. Some were covered in bugs, others were frozen in terror, and none of them had any clue what to do. By the time the squad cars actually rolled into the warehouse and the cops started piling out, the only threat that remained was the demon, and it was losing. The darkness was burning away, splashes of some red-brown liquid were staining the ground, and one of its hands was just gone. It tried to turn, to escape, and was interrupted by a heavy punch from an ice-wreathed Amazon, one that sent the demon reeling back into Crescent. It didn't last long after that. In the aftermath, the flunkies were rounded up, a battered Leonid was secured, and the demon blood that had spattered everywhere had dissipated back to its home dimension. Crescent's power had destroyed a good chunk of the circle, but there was enough human blood left over for the police to analyze and connect to the sorcerer's victims. After handing Leonid Kravos over to the police, Nobody looked over at Amazon and nodded. Good job, Wonder Woman. She didn't bother looking back. That was just the start of the day. Over the next 10 hours, I also conducted a few patrols, dodged most of the reporters that wanted to talk to me, conducted more surveillance, spoke with the lawyer that acted as my corporate intermediary, and worked on my final paper for my course in unrequited love and fiction, which was actually pretty interesting. A not atypical Wednesday, in other words. Thursday was different, though. I'd been surveilling John Marconi for months now, same as the vampires. Unlike the vampires, Marconi didn't have any magical protections that prevented me from looking in on him, so by now I knew his entire routine when he got up, what he liked to eat, which places he frequented, the underlings he favored, the ones he didn't, the people he called, the people he knew, and so on. It wasn't a complete picture, but it was comprehensive. At least twice a month, the big crime boss of Chicago abandoned all the suits, armored cars, and bodyguards money could buy in favor of dressing up like a football fan and driving out of the city in a beat-up Toyota. Alone. He did this regularly, never leaving at exactly the same time or from exactly the same place. But, usually, he left early in the day, and came back late in the evening. Since I needed to keep one eye on the city, the other on my studies, and a third eye on Faith, I'd never been able to find the time to track him and figure out what motivated him to take such risks. But now, I had the time. The Warrens were unsettlingly quiet, but still quiet. The vampires were preparing for their masquerade ball, so the odds they'd try something big before Friday were low. There were no active cases that required my help, and Harry, Kim, and Deirdre were the main muscle of our unofficial team. If an emergency came up, they could handle themselves, and call me if they needed advice. It was still a risk, of course. Plenty of things could go wrong in a day. But things seemed stable, and I doubted they would stay that way. So around lunchtime, I made some calls, and got ready to tail Marconi out of the city. A/N, if you've forgotten, the Warrens is Taylor's term for the Bet version of Undertown, which I've decided existed in a smaller, less mystical, more para-human expanded variety. Also, broken triggers are whack. Court debut 23. April 2001. Taylor. A few extra items went into my field backpack, just in case, a bunch of music discs, a camera Polaroid, because good, affordable digital cameras didn't really exist yet, a few bottles of water, a few snack bars, and both my phones. Unfortunately, I wasn't as subtle about packing all that up as I would have liked, and Deirdre noticed. Rather than take the risk of me bypassing her by using an unconventional exit, she took the expedient route to cornering me by sitting down in the driver's seat of my car, right where I couldn't avoid her. I sighed as I left the house with my backpack, and knocked on the window of my own car. She rolled it down, then turned her head to look at me. She was showing her usual glamour: tall, curly blonde hair, pale Irish skin but toned down to look more like a college student and less like a supermodel wrestler. The usual statements: I can drive myself, you know you're not my bodyguard, it's only a short trip, were either wrong or never got anywhere with Deirdre. Instead, I decided to try something new. You're signing up for at least 4 hours of straight, uninterrupted driving, I estimated. Probably more. Nevertheless, I am still going to accompany you, Deirdre said calmly. I suppressed a sigh. Her dedication was admirable, right up until the times where it wasn't. I compared Marconi's position to mine, tried to remember the anti-surveillance measures he'd taken to shake tails the last dozen times he'd left the city, and quickly reached a conclusion: I didn't have time to argue. Deirdre seemed to know that too, if the way she was slowly smirking was any indication. Fine, I sighed. I went to get in the car, and stalled on the locked door. Only then did I remember that I had the damn keys, and that I hadn't unlocked the car yet. And since Deirdre didn't have any kind of telekinesis, that meant the car was still locked and that she wasn't actually inside. Seriously? I demanded, looking around my car. The illusion in the driver's seat broke apart, and Deirdre appeared on the hood. She slid off, then motioned at the car. She was still smirking. I sighed, fished the keys out of my pocket, and unlocked the car. I'd already agreed to let Deirdre drive, and if I backed out now, she'd be insulted even though that agreement had been extorted under false pretenses. It was nice to see her developing a personality, but it would have been nicer if it was less fey. I got in and pulled out my map of the city. Head for Mayfair, I said, tossing the car keys to Deirdre and buckling up. He'll waste some time in the city making sure he's not followed, then he'll head north along I-94. Once he's close, we'll join him on the highway. Deirdre nodded and started up the car. Look, I appreciate the help, I said. But why do you want to come along on this 10-hour round trip? You'd be more useful here, helping the others in case there's an emergency. If you thought an emergency was likely, you would not be leaving, Deirdre pointed out. I can't predict things like the octohydra, I said. Or any kind of emergency, for that matter, emergencies are kind of inherently surprising. Deirdre inclined her head. That is true. But by the same token, you may encounter an emergency on the road that I could assist with. Or we trail the gentleman to a place that needs infiltration, and I will be able to assist. She turned towards I-90, and spared a glance my way. Besides, you will be occupied with tracking the gentleman, will you not? Driving may be an unnecessary distraction. I took off my glasses so I could rub the bridge of my nose. I could practically guess how the rest of this conversation would go. I would say that I could handle things by myself, she would say I didn't have to. I would say I wanted her to do what she wanted, she would say she wanted to stick around me. I could never muster up the desire to ask that last, crucial question, why she wanted to follow me. I wasn't sure I would like the answer. Instead, I dug around my backpack and pulled out a few discs loaded with 90s music. I wasn't big on history, but I knew there was some divergence between what had gotten popular on Earthbed and this one. Rock music had made it big in both, but the sheer popularity of country music on this earth surprised me. I turned on the Dixie Chicks, set the volume to low, then focused on helping Deirdre get onto the I-90 and navigate traffic from there. We managed to catch up to Marconi without much issue, and soon enough we were exiting city limits and the range of my relay birds. My range worked in weird ways. Ordinarily, my range was about a third of a mile, half a mile if I burned. With that in mind, I would have expected my full relayed range to cap out at a few miles even assuming there was minimal energy loss in passing a signal along relay birds, something I doubted. The amount of magic I could muster at any given time could only go so far. But as it turned out, I was wrong, my range was much larger than expected. When I asked him, Harry explained it as a basic thaumaturgic principle, using a small piece of something to affect the whole in similar ways, even over a great distance. It didn't matter that the relay bird was a mile or two away from me, the thaumaturgic connection bridged that distance regardless. How the effect was transmitted at the far end was still a mystery though, along with how it propagated across relays. After some discussion, he settled on experience and belief as an explanation. My passenger and I were both drawing on our experiences with relay bugs, and since we believed that was the way things worked, we were able to finagle it. Somehow. However, that also meant that if I stripped out everything that made the Weaver spell complicated, the control, the precision, and the sensory feedback, and just focused on detecting a few particular insects I had already marked, like a few flies I'd maimed and then slipped under his car, then I could push the range out to almost 5 miles, farther if I burned. I called it Sephira, after its intended purpose. With a 5-mile range to work with, we were able to comfortably stay a good distance away, while never falling so far behind that we lost track of Marconi entirely. I didn't have much to say to Deirdre as we drove, she was focused on the road, while I was focused on tracking Marconi. An hour later though, Marconi pulled over at a rest stop, and we had some time to speak as he ordered food and did his business. "Are you bored of the road yet?" I asked, pulling out a pair of snack bars and handing one over. "Nothing's come up so far." Deirdre looked down at me. "It has only been an hour. I spent days at the cathedral. This is nothing." "I'm just saying," I said. "I could have made this trip alone. We have not even arrived at our destination. Are you so eager to be rid of me?" She said it like she was amused, but there was an unmistakable quaver in her voice. I shut up and shook my head. I chewed on the granola bar for a bit, putting my thoughts together, trying not to stare at the way her hands had tightened around her own bar. "I'm not angry you're coming along," I said. "Or annoyed. It's touching. I just think I could have handled this myself, is all." I pulled out a bottle of water, and drummed my fingers against the side. "I can't afford distractions on the way there, but we can play the riddle game on the way back if you want." Deirdre nodded slightly, her grip relaxing. "I will have to devise some new riddles in the meantime. But we can exchange a few now, can't we?" She gestured to the rest stop that Marconi still hadn't come out from. "I guess." I drank some water, then went for my usual opener. "What's in my pocket?" Deirdre gave me a look. "The one ring, clearly. What belongs to you, but is used by others." We traded riddles for the next few minutes, before Marconi came out of the rest stop and got into a different car, a blue Honda. I had to quickly transfer the tracking bugs while he was starting up the car, and I managed it with moments to spare. We gave him a bit of a head start, then followed him back onto the interstate. A couple of minutes later, Deirdre perked up as if she'd remembered something, and then looked over at me. "You cultivate strength," she said. I looked over at Deirdre. "What? You asked me why I follow you." She paused, then corrected herself. "Rather, you asked me, why I bother to listen to anything you say." I frowned. "I did? I don't remember that. This was at George's birthday party. I believe you were drunk." "That was, a month ago," I said, trying to remember the events of that night. I definitely remembered drinking, cheering on Billy and Georgia as they kissed, and I think there was some flirting between Andy and Kirby? Or Andy and someone. Yeah, I was definitely drunk. "And I have considered the question carefully since then," Deirdre said. "At first, I followed you because I had nothing else, and you presented a compelling argument, a more alluring routine. Then you and your friends offered to host me at your house, and I felt obliged to repay that generosity. You didn't have to repay it by coming out with me and punching out ghouls, fairies, and sorcerers, though," I said. Deirdre nodded. "Indeed, I did not. It is what I am good at, but I could also have secured a job, and paid you for the rent and food and clothes. I frowned. I do pay you, though. That, or I gave her an allowance, but I really didn't want to think about it in those terms. Deirdre considered that for a minute, humming thoughtfully and drumming her fingers against the wheel. You do, and I suppose that fits. My broader point, however, was that I could have secured a job that did not involve accompanying you, or having you provide me with. I believe the appropriate term is company scrip. I furrowed my brow and tried to untangle that metaphor. But I don't provide you with fake money you can only exchange with me. I looked down at my prosthetic and ran through some calibration exercises, rotating the wrist, flexing the joints, and tapping the fingers against my leg. You'll need to unpack that for me. You pay me, and some of that money goes towards the mortgage, food, clothes. She waved her hand. Housing costs. That's not company scrip, though. Yes, I pay you, and you spend some of that money supporting the house, but the money I give you is real money. I'm not paying you with a currency that you give right back to me, and that only has value to me, I said. It is the principle of the thing, Deirdre replied. But it seems you don't agree. I shook my head. Very well. We've drifted from the point, regardless. At first, it was ennui. Then, obligation. Passing ties, and impersonal ones. Because of them, I listened to you. But now that I have observed you more closely, I follow you. Because I cultivate strength, I said. Deirdre nodded. From what I have seen, your personal power is not great. Impressive in its own way, but weak. You possess no great influence, no grand hoard of wealth, no unassailable might. You are not even that old. And yet, greater powers bow their heads to you. A wizard listens to your counsel and follows your lead in battle. A woman with enough power to obliterate demons in hand-to-hand combat treats you as a master. A leader of men, a respected officer of the law, grudgingly gives you respect in turn. And even though you do not try, I can see who the alphas consider to be their real leader. I winced and looked away. It's Billy, I said. Deirdre glanced at me through the rearview mirror. You do not truly believe that. She looked back at the road. People follow you, and you reforge them. You cultivate their strengths, ameliorate their weaknesses. I want that. My skin crawled in discomfort. The things she'd said, they put me in mind of how I'd been as Weaver. I'd trained Theo the most, because he was the one that constantly sought me out, but I'd also trained the other Chicago wards. I'd trained them to be effective, ruthless, and I'd seen the results of that training, first against the 9, and then again when we infiltrated Cauldron's compound. An image came to mind, of Cuff wading her way through a crowd. She'd been 17, she should have been worrying about the relationship I'd broken through my demands, about living a life she could be happy with. Instead, I'd turned her into someone who broke bones and crippled people without even blinking an eye. If that was the kind of strength she thought I cultivated, I wasn't sure I wanted to be that kind of person. It was also a strange observation to make. It didn't feel like I'd done any of the things she described, done anything to deserve being placed on a pedestal. It almost felt like she needed to believe I could make her better. Why? I asked, the word slipping out before I could stop it. I immediately regretted the question. I knew why, after all. It was blindingly obvious. It was the reason I hadn't wanted to ask her this question, had apparently only asked her while I was drunk. Deirdre's hands tightened around the wheel, and when she spoke, her voice was tight, controlled. Because I am worthless, and I don't want to be. You're not worthless, I said quietly. Deirdre laughed bitterly. My own mother abandoned me, refused my assistance, my very presence. She wouldn't even deign to use me. How am I not worthless? After changing cars one more time, Marconi crossed the border to Wisconsin, and drove for another hour before finally coming to a stop. My passenger reached out to the surrounding animals and birds, and showed me an image of a squat lakeside hospital. A few moments later, it spotted a sign set in front of the parking lot, and directed a few birds to fly closer. It read "Welcome to Aurora Lake Center," with long-term care facility stenciled underneath. What is he doing here? I muttered. Pull over around here, would you? I asked Deirdre. There's a hospital just up ahead, but I want to wait for Marconi to go inside before we pull into the parking lot. Deirdre nodded and brought my car to a stop along the side of the road. As my passenger extended its influence over the area, I watched Marconi walk through the hospital without once pausing or looking around. The secretary at the door didn't stop him either, she gave him a tired smile, and went back to her work. He entered a room on the far side of the hospital. There was a single bed in the room, occupied by a sleeping person. More insects converged on his location, and I saw that her room was marked with a paper tag reading, Doe, Jane. The name had been written in permanent marker, and the letters had faded with age. I had my passenger turn my attention to the person in the room. It turned out to be a girl around my age, maybe a little younger. She had long, unkempt blonde hair, and her bed covers were perfectly made, completely lacking in wrinkles. When combined with her emaciated appearance and the type of hospital she was in, my guess was coma patient. I watched Marconi pull up a chair beside the bed. I watched him pull out a teddy bear and set it into the crook of the girl's arm. I watched him pull out a book, and begin reading to her, out loud. I watched until it became uncomfortable, and I had my passenger reel back what it was sending me. So, this was the reason Marconi left town every few weeks, the reason he exposed himself to assassination attempts and kidnappings, to visit a comatose girl and read her bedtime stories. Why? Was she related to him? She certainly seemed the right age to be his daughter, and it made sense that she'd be hidden away here. Jane Doe. Almost certainly not her real name, so hospital records wouldn't help me identify who she was. If I could get into the hospital's archives though, there should be a record of when she was brought to the facility. It wasn't much, but it could help narrow things down. I had Deirdre bring us into the parking lot while my passenger mapped out the facility. Meanwhile, I sat and thought about what I'd seen. I had known that Marconi's secret would be big, he wouldn't go to these lengths otherwise. But I'd expected something like a vault, secret records, a mistress, a wife, even a family, maybe. What I hadn't expected was this, grave, really. Part of me wanted to turn around and leave, to head back to Chicago. I'd learned Marconi's secret, and I wasn't sure I could use it against him. Reluctantly, I pushed away that feeling, that burgeoning sense of sympathy. Marconi had a soft side, so what? He was still a drug dealer, murderer, blackmailer, extortionist, still a crime boss. I wouldn't hold this against him, sure, wouldn't threaten her life or well-being in any way, that didn't mean I couldn't use it. I marked the room number on the door, then turned to face Deirdre. We'll slip in through the side, head for the administrative archive. Can you keep us veiled? Are there any practitioners on the premise, anyone who could detect me? She asked. There was no smirk, no amusement at how quickly I decided to use her skills for infiltration. Our conversation had left her stone-faced, quiet, even hours later. I sighed and shook my head. I doubt it, and I don't feel any wards blocking me either. Deirdre nodded. Then I can veil us with ease. I drew my camera out of the glove box, and gestured for Deirdre to follow me. The front door was monitored by the secretary, and the emergency exits might have been rigged up to alarms. But there was a room on the first floor that was empty, and without a threshold to weaken the strength of my spells, I could pop the lock easily. We slipped in through the open window, one more easily than the other, and headed to the door. My passenger reorganized the senses it was feeding me, and once I was sure the coast was clear, I opened the door and slipped into the halls. It took us a few minutes to get to the archives, and while the door was locked, a muttered rune secured our entry. Keep an ear out, please, I asked as we slipped in. The door locked, and since there were no windows inside, I flipped the light switch. I might be a little busy to properly keep track of everyone. Of course. I nodded at the bigger woman, and started walking around the archives. There were 3 main rows of filing cabinets in the rectangular room, one along each of the long walls, and a third going down the middle. After a bit of rifling around, I found the files I was looking for at the back of the room. There was a block of filing cabinets at the back marked with letter ranges, A to D and so on. I opened up the first cabinet to see about 30 to 40 files. Flipping to the back, I found a number of files, each titled Doe, Jane, and pulled them all out. A block of filing cabinets at the far end of the room helpfully declared its contents by having patient files printed on each of their tag cards, along with a subtitle denoting which range of letters it covered. A few of the patient files were old, older than the woman could have been, so they were easy to discard. Looking through the remainder, I found one dusty file that had a room number scribbled on the second page, one that matched the girl's room. There we go, I muttered, and started reading. Jane Doe the 7th. Suffering from a persistent vegetative state, faint scars on her torso, complete lack of medical records. Assuming her listed date of birth was accurate, she was 16, and had been in this coma for 4 years. No record of family, except for an authorized visitor, one Uncle Jack Macy, who was put on file about 2 years ago. Marconi? Why the delay, then? Was he not the one to put her here? I sighed, and brought up my camera. I took careful pictures of each of the pages, then slid them back into the file, and put the file back in its place, along with all the others. All right, I said. Let's head back. We slipped out the way we came in, and I had my passenger call a number of birds over. After taking feathers from them so we could use them as relays, Deirdre and I headed for a nearby rest station. We gorged ourselves on McDonald's and took care of business. By the time we were done, Marconi had finished reading to the girl, and had spent a few minutes praying with her or to her. When he was finished, he got in his car, and headed back to Chicago. I had Deirdre drive us back to the hospital after he left, and snuck off alone to see the girl. I generally trusted Deirdre. Her mother was too powerful for her presence to be some elaborate ploy, and I doubted she was a spy. Still, there were things I didn't want to share with her, for fear her mother might find out somehow. Faith was one of them, the exact identity of this girl would be another. If it came down to a struggle with Deirdre's mother, I'd rather have Marconi on my side than hers. Slipping into the room through the window wasn't hard, no one was paying attention, and the girl herself was asleep. I stood there for a few moments, feeling awkward, and then snapped a few pictures of the girl. Maybe Harry could identify her, or the lieutenant. If so, that could shed some light on the situation, explain what this girl was to Marconi. The sun was low in the sky when we crossed back into Illinois, and it had set entirely by the time we were back in Chicago. The clock on the dashboard read 10:30 in big, blocky letters, and I was ready to go to bed. As we came in along I-94, a few of my relay birds entered my range, and I began to re-establish my network. Marconi was already home, the velvet room was still impenetrable to me, and Faith was heading back to her house. Odd that she'd be out at this time, but it was still relatively early, maybe she was coming back from a movie, and had been held up by friends or traffic. Still, she was in the Gold Coast, and no predator hunted in that area. Picking off the wrong rich person on accident could provoke a manhunt, and that just wasn't worth it when easier targets were available. Just to be sure though, I had my passenger focus on Faith. She was about 14 miles away, near the limit of where I could still control a decent number of animals or insects, but my passenger could still marshal enough birds to keep a close eye on her. She was still wearing that wig she'd bought to hide her hair, the bun of black hair. She was also wearing a white raincoat over a blue dress, along with what looked to be fancy gloves. Something about her was weird, though. I generally didn't watch Faith that closely, there was a difference between protectively watching her and obsessively creeping on her, but something about the way she held herself, the way she moved, it just seemed different. Familiar, even. I frowned and focused on the senses. She was walking with her head held high, her arms hanging at her side. She didn't really look around as she walked, not even when she got to a crosswalk. I guess her power protected her from small accidents like a speeding car, but it almost reminded me of me. I was so focused on the puzzle in front of me that it took me a moment to notice the vampire. A few of my birds spotted them wandering through the streets, obviously agitated. A closer look revealed her to be Kelly, still dressed in her inane tennis whites. She was maybe half a block away, grumbling and muttering to herself, when she stopped and froze. I tried to follow the line of her gaze, and found her staring at Faith. "No," I muttered, sitting up ramrod straight. "No, no, no." "Taylor?" Deirdre asked. "I'm busy, keep driving," I said, more sharply than I intended. She was in the Gold Coast, just a few blocks away from her house. The Velvet Room was in the same neighborhood. Was this really going to happen? Apparently, it was. Kelly hurried after Faith, and I cursed and had my passengers start gathering a swarm. We'd gotten closer in the last few minutes, enough for my power to start affecting clumps of animals, but it was still too weak, too diffused by the range. By the time I had a flock of birds ready to go, Kelly had already surprised Faith, taking her from behind and subduing her with her spit. Faith didn't even get the chance to scream. "All right, fine," I growled. "Get her." A mix of pigeons and sparrows attacked Kelly, going right for her face. The first few got her by surprise, one even pecking her in the eye, but it didn't last. With a snarl, she ripped apart the birds in front of her, and looked around wildly. She spotted the rest of my forces, and for a moment, I hoped she'd do the dumb thing and fight back. She didn't, instead, she took Faith and moved. She ran through the streets fast enough to avoid my insects, fast enough to avoid almost everything. The birds kept attacking her, as did a few of the dogs and cats that managed to get close enough, but they couldn't keep up with her and consistently attack her. In a matter of seconds, she ended up at her starting point, and she just kept running. She ran for the Velvet Room, and once she got to the gates, she leapt right over them and out of my grasp. "Fuck!" I yelled, slamming a fist against the glove box. My swarm continued their assault, but once they crossed the wards, I could no longer sense them, could no longer control them. "Taylor?" Deirdre asked again, sounding a little worried. "That fucking..." I huffed and closed my eyes. What the fuck was that vampire thinking? Sure, she seemed the idiot of the bunch, but even she had to know that attacking a rich young girl in her own neighborhood was the height of stupidity. This kind of crime didn't just invite responses, it demanded them. "What the..." I cut myself off sharply, took a deep breath, and closed my eyes. Fine. Kelly was an idiot, and I'd deal with her. But I had bigger problems to worry about right now. Faith was gone. How? She was a precog, or at least a clairvoyant. Was her power less effective than I thought, or... I felt a chill creep up my spine as the pieces slotted together. Or, did her power orchestrate this? Did it make sure she was out on the streets at night, at the right time to run into a vampire I had pissed off? And to do so while looking and moving like me, at the far edge of my range, so I could watch but not stop it. Dinah. She'd reminded me of Dinah, back when we'd just met. I'd thought it was just a coincidence, but that impression took on a different light now. There was no way Faith had planned this, she had a different wish in mind when we first met, and I refused to believe she'd make a plan that involved her getting abducted and drugged. But as Faith had already demonstrated, her wishes could have unintended consequences, take routes she didn't want. This seemed like one of them. How long had her passenger been planning this? Why had her passenger been planning this? What was the goal here? A/N, bunch of things happen in this chapter, and it's part of the reason I didn't spend 3 to 6 parts going through the second time skip, because there's a lot to this final arc, and I didn't want to bloat Court Debut. Court Debut 24. April 2001. Taylor. Taylor, whoa. Close the door, I snarled as I stepped past Harry. Mr. shot me a grumpy look from his position in front of the fireplace, his eyes tracking me as I went to sit on the couch. Harry turned to stare at me, his brow furrowed. His eyes fell on my empty arm sleeve, and he raised an eyebrow. Is everything all right? He asked. No, I said. Close the door, we need to talk. Harry looked outside for a moment, maybe trying to find Deirdre, before he closed his door with a push and went to sit down. What happened? They took Faith, I said curtly. The vampires. Harry frowned, his eyebrows bunching in confusion. What? I took a deep breath. My explanation took several minutes. I covered what I'd seen so far, the lack of a visible response from the vampires to Kelly's incredible idiocy, and my suspicions regarding Faith's power. I had to touch on what Dinah had meant to me to get him to properly understand, but I kept it to the basics. A mistake of mine had let a villain abduct and enslave her, and I'd worked hard to free her. At some point I started to pace, unable to stay sitting without getting antsy. By the end of my explanation Harry was scowling, his expression thunderous. The shift reminded me of Behemoth, and for once, I didn't try to push it away. So we're going to get her back and kick the ass of anyone who tries to stop us, he summarized. Do you have a plan? I shook my head. I have ideas, but... I gestured widely. I came straight to you as soon as I saw it. I didn't trust myself to make a sound plan when I'm this keyed up. I wanted to get your input on things. Harry nodded ponderously. Well, for a diplomatic incident like this, the accepted first step would be to request Faith's return in recompense for her abduction. We both considered that for a moment, then scoffed. My attack on Kelly wasn't subtle, her gate guards saw my flock of birds. It's been almost 20 minutes since then, Bianca's had plenty of time to correct Kelly's mistake and turn Faith loose, or at least take steps to fixing the issue. She hasn't. I agree, I don't think Bianca's going to just release Faith. But I think there's still a point to sending a request, Harry said. I arched an eyebrow at him. Harry hunched his shoulders and tightened his lips. Bianca knows one of her flunkies abducted a girl right where you could see it, he said. She knows there are going to be consequences for this, that holding on to Faith is a liability. And vampires are old school, they deal with liabilities by getting rid of them. His words came out slow and reluctant, as if he didn't like what he was saying or considering, but was forcing himself to do so anyway. So she's going to make things worse by killing Faith? I asked. If Faith escapes and points the blame at Bianca and her organization, the police are going to fall on her like the fist of God, and the supernatural world is generally scared of attracting that kind of attention, Harry pointed out. And if vampires wind up in police custody, it's only going to get more messy. He paused for a moment and looked past me, imagining the mess that trying and jailing vampires would cause. A few moments later he shook his head, and focused his attention back on me. Hell's bells, Marconi will probably help tear her down just because it's convenient and she's his rival, he went on. But if Faith disappears or dies, then it's just a game of he said she said. All she has to do then is weather the storm and cast doubt on what you saw, or how you even saw it at all. If you say you saw her through your birds, she escalates and calls you out as a walking privacy violation, which you are, frankly. Either way, she might be able to pull through. I scowled. So you're saying we give Bianca leverage over us by making it clear we value her hostage? It makes it more likely that Faith survives. I paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, then adjusted my glasses and sighed. You're right. You're right, I should have realized that. Faith's parasite is screwing with you, he said, raising his hands in a placating manner. I get it. Kind of. But unless we get lucky and Bianca is willing to be reasonable, we're going to have to kick her door down anyway. Could we do it? I asked. Harry chewed his lip and stared into the fire. The wards on her property are weak, so we won't have to worry about those. There might be more troublesome wards inside, but Bianca's brothel is a place of business that's full of vampires, it's not going to have a threshold worth speaking about, which means she'd find it hard to anchor any major wards. The trouble is going to come from her flunkies, the vampires, and guards. There are steps we could take to deal with the vampires. Guys with guns? That's tougher. He blew out a long breath and looked back at me. I'd want SI backing us up, but even then it'd be a gunfight. And Murphy's still on thin ice, if this goes bad, they'll bury her and her entire department. I nodded. But we could go now. It would be a gamble, but the lieutenant's gotten away with raids and busts based on anonymous tips before. This situation is big enough that I would probably have to go on record about some of my surveillance capabilities, but there's a kidnapped girl in the property we're afraid they might kill. That's shaky ground, but enough cause to enter and search a residence without a warrant. Also Faith's the daughter of one of the richest men in the city, once we find her inside, Bianca's fucked. If, Harry said sourly. If we find her inside. I raised an eyebrow. I highly doubt that between us and SI, they can hide Faith from us for long. Even less of a chance if we bring on a few of the alphas as search dogs, and get her dad to provide us something for you to use thaumaturgy on. Harry shook his head. Not what I meant. We haven't gotten to this part in your lessons yet, and we don't have time for a full lecture, so I'll stick to the highlights. Do you remember what I've said about the Never Never? The weird fairy tale name for the dimensions where all the spirits, demons, and fairies live, I said. Who had come up with such a ridiculous name, anyway? Close enough. The thing is, it's not just a home dimension. A lot of supernatural creatures, and anyone with enough magical power, can cross over between the two, and use it to move around the real world. The way locations link up between the real world and the Never Never is, really complicated, and not important right now. My point is that Bianca might be able to stash Faith inside the Never Never, or smuggle her out using the Never Never, and then we end up invading her home and having nothing to show for it. I furrowed my brow. Could we find her in the Never Never? Potentially. But it's a big place to search, and physical laws like time and space are more like suggestions than fact in there. Even if we found the exact place Bianca opened a portal and stepped through there, we might not be able to find Faith, or the route her abductors took might have changed. That's not mentioning all the predators that might home in on a young girl's fear and terror. It's unlikely, but we have better odds rescuing her if everything stays strictly in the real world. Then how do we ensure that? I asked. Can you lock it down somehow? Make it so people can't cross over. Harry shook his head. It's not that simple. We're talking about a pretty major ward, and I don't really specialize in wards. Maybe if I was on the Never Never side, but... His expression turned queasy. Well, that wouldn't work. Why? I pressed. I'd be stuck on the other side, at least until I left the area, he said. Which could be a death sentence. One of the Cid is after me, and while I'm safe so long as I stay in reality, staying in the Never Never for long periods of time is a major risk for me. Why is a Cid after you? I asked. Harry reached up to play with his pentacle amulet. Long story short, I've got a psychotic fairy godmother. I made a bad deal with her when I was young and desperate, and she's been trying to collect for a decade now. It hasn't really been an issue for me so far, but it is an issue in this case. You have a fairy godmother, I said slowly. Really? A psychotic fairy grandmother, Harry stressed. One I never asked for. Anyway, I could rustle up a few spirits to find the Never Never side of Bianca's estate and keep watch there, maybe rescue Faith if they try to get rid of her that way, maybe even slip you in if we found a way to open a portal on that end, but that's all going to take time. I took a deep breath, and set that revelation aside for now. Say they decide to move Faith through the Never Never before I can get eyes on her. How do we keep track of that? How do we chase her down, if it comes to that? The best option would be to get some of Faith's hair for me to use, Harry said. But that means dealing with her dad, which is going to be complicated, and hoping some of her hair is lying around. Besides that, I don't. He stopped suddenly, cocked his head to the side, and then jumped off the couch. Chalk, 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 there we go, he muttered, plucking a piece of chalk off a nearby shelf and throwing back one of his many carpets. Harry? I asked. Did you see if Faith was wearing a silver ring when she was taken? I think she was wearing it around her thumb the last time she came, he said, drawing a circle around the floor. I posed the question to my passenger, and received a composite image of Faith shortly before she was taken. It was hard to see, but I could just make out something glinting off her left thumb. I think so, I said. Good, Harry said, fumbling a few rings off his fingers and clutching them in his hand. I gave her that ring back when we first met. It was my first real experiment in enduring enchantments, and it was very simple, basically just a flashlight. Point is, and the enchantments are so simple and weak it should be next to impossible to detect them, but since I made it, I should be able to track it. He finished drawing the circle, then ran off to where his duster was hanging. He fumbled through the pockets for a moment, then came back with a small compass. He flipped the compass open and stepped into the circle, holding the rings in one hand and the compass in the other. "Stand back, please," Harry said, pulling back his sleeves and bringing up the circle. I stepped back just as he began to mutter inter cyrileom, over and over again. Energy rushed out of him and swirled within the confines of the circle he'd drawn. He set the rings down atop the compass, and all the energy rushed downward to cluster around the compass, giving it a faint silver sheen. "Okay," he said cautiously, smudging the chalk with his foot. "And spinning wildly, kind of good." He slowly set the compass down on a nearby table, then stretched out his right arm. "A part2," he called, and slashed his hand down. A thin, blurry rent appeared in midair, one that quickly resolved into a white void, one that vaguely reminded me of the portal Scrub and Labyrinth had made. Harry picked up the compass and brought it close to the portal, and studied it for a few moments. Then he nodded, pulled his hand back, and the portal closed with a whump. He staggered back, bringing his hand to his head, and I stepped up to support him. I'm fine," he muttered. "Okay. Long, technical story short, the compass won't point to the ring. That means one of three things: the ring's been destroyed, which I doubt, the ring's behind some wards that block thaumaturgy, probably with Faith, or they've already moved Faith into the Never Never and they've got a powerful spirit deliberately blocking me, in which case we've already lost her. I doubt that last one is the case, though." He went to sit back down, and set the compass down on the arm of the couch. "Anyway, we've got our method of detection, imperfect as it is. I'll try to refine it tonight, get it to the point it can peek into the Never Never on its own. Maybe I could take a page from your book and relay it through a spirit." I cleared my throat to get him back on track. "So we can track Faith. That's good. As for the spirits, don't you have that perverted spirit on call?" I asked. "Bob, or whatever. Bob's strong, but it's risky to send just one spirit on this kind of mission. Particularly him," he said. "And not just because of his attitude, or because I think of him as a friend." "Why, then?" Harry let out a long sigh. It's complicated. I can't tell you everything. But Bob is bound to be loyal to his owner, and in some way to reflect their desires and wishes." "Owner?" I asked, frowning. I didn't like that spirit, but I liked the idea of slavery even less. "Look, it's complicated," Harry stressed. "I can explain that bit later. Anyway, right now Bob's generally light-hearted, snarky, and yes, kind of perverted. He takes some elements of me and expresses them without restraint or understanding of morality, I'll cop to that. Now imagine what might happen if he fell under the control of someone like Bianca, who I can practically guarantee wouldn't be anywhere near as reluctant to use him." I grimaced and looked away. I didn't know Bianca personally, but I could imagine her just fine. "Fine," I acknowledged. "How long would it take for you to call up those spirits?" "A couple of hours, at least," Harry said. "Then maybe another hour or 3 before they find the other side of Bianca's estate, and get a message back to me. And if I had to plan an attack on Bianca's estate, I'd be more comfortable doing it in the morning, where we can break down the roof and let in sunlight if we have to. That means leaving Faith with them for at least." I checked the clock on Harry's wall. 6.5 hours, roughly. "I know," he said, his expression troubled. I paced around some more, then stopped and cursed. "Fuck. What?" "I forgot the teleporter," I said. "They can smuggle Faith out using her. Which means that's another angle we need to consider." Harry frowned. "Right, you mentioned her. Do you know how far she can teleport?" I shook my head. "I haven't seen her in action since that night. I don't know her range, or if she's limited by line of sight. All I know is her teleportation seemed to take time, and I doubt she knows what my range is, so she's unlikely to jump out of it in one go. If it comes to a chase, I could track her, but not catch her." "I think I could handle that bit," Harry mused. He scratched at his stubble, muttered to himself for a bit, then nodded. "Yeah. I could make you a few potions that would help. That would take even more preparation, though I could handle it in the time the spirits are scouting around." I tried to remember what Harry had told me about potions. He'd brought them out on only a few occasions, citing that they took time and effort to make, and most only lasted a few days at best. That explained why he didn't have a stock of them, but as to what they did, some kind of generalized Trump effect, capable of producing a bunch of different magical powers. "What would this potion do?" I asked. "I call it an escape potion. It's supposed to turn you into air for a few minutes, but the last time I used it only lasted 5 seconds. Though maybe that's because I only drank half of it. Perhaps splitting the potion across 2 people drastically reduced the effect? Or, no, wait, there was the rain too." He trailed off for a moment, then shook his head. Anyway, I should be able to make it last longer than 5 seconds, even on a half dose. If I give you a couple to use, you might be able to catch up to the teleporter. You'll feel terrible after drinking multiple potions, but since you won't be mixing different types, the side effects won't be that bad. I narrowed my eyes and thought, thinking over the applications of the potion. Could we use it to get inside and move through Bianca's estate? Harry scratched his chin again. Maybe, he said, drawing out the word. It depends on what kind of wards she's got on the inside. Probably, though. It might be better to tear down her wards, let me see into her house, and then slip into where they're keeping Faith. Then we either fight our way out, or slip out with her, I said. How many of those potions could you make? 2, if we wanted to go right in the morning. 3 if it's around noon, he said. 4, if I wanted to be completely useless. Making potions takes a lot out of me. 3, then, there was no point in an even number of potions for the rescue I was considering. 3 potions meant only one person could go in to try and free Faith. And since my power would afford me the best sense of the place, that one person would probably be me. Could I rescue Faith on my own? I didn't know. Could Kim and Deirdre help you make more potions? I asked. I don't know about Deirdre. Maybe. As for Kim, she might be good for 1 potion, maybe 2, and they would be weaker. I nodded. If 2 people take the potion at the same time, can they move together? If it's the same potion, definitely. If it's 2 different potions, I don't know. I could take someone else along, then. The question was who? You and Kim managed to finish that reversion spell, I said, remembering how Kim had turned back early after dealing with Leonid's demon. How effective is it? There's room for improvement. She still loses most of her power if I force her back, but not all of it. Yesterday, she said she had a minute and a half stored up after she turned back. A minute and a half. It had been about 36 hours since her transformation, the setup would take at least another 6 hours, and it was getting close to the new moon. All in all, she'd have a charge of 7 to 9 minutes. 3 potions. 1 to get inside, 1 to split between me and Faith. But while Crescent would be an excellent distraction and battering ram, she wouldn't be able to hold onto the potion. Deirdre, then? No, I didn't want to involve her in something like this. Besides, she would be restricted to strictly non-lethal measures, and I wasn't feeling kind right now. Harry? Let's call that Plan B, I said. Plan A being the request. Plan C. I trailed off as my eyes fell on Harry's mantelpiece, an idea coming together in my head. Harry followed my gaze and frowned. The invitations? What about them? The words felt like lead in my mouth, but I forced them out anyway. How much could you get away with, if you had a day to prepare? Harry blinked and looked back at me. Are you seriously considering taking the invitation? No, I said. We'd be walking into an environment she set up, and I'm not blind to the rules of hospitality. The supernatural world was fairly old-fashioned about them, but they weren't that different from the unwritten rules, traditions and norms that everyone tended to follow to some extent. Going against them blatantly always had consequences, but the rules were also frequently bent. I shook my head and looked away from the invitations. If Plan B isn't an option, I'm thinking we attack a few hours before the ball. She'll still be setting everything up, and there won't be any guests for us to worry about. It would still be a major insult, Harry said slowly. And if I was involved, some of the response would blow back on me and the White Council, and they're not fans of me. Do you really care about that? I asked him. If it was the only way to save Faith? No, he answered immediately. I'm just saying there would be major consequences, even if we sidestep the issue of crashing the ball itself. I nodded. Let's take this in steps, then. Plan A, to buy us time to set up Plan B. If Plan B isn't viable, then we go to Plan C. Plan C being kick down the door. I nodded. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were burning with determination. All right. Let's get to work. While Harry stayed behind to handle his part, I went off to wrangle some backup. My first stop was Harley's townhouse in the Gold Coast. While I'd seen it numerous times in my surveillance sweeps, I'd never actually visited. When we needed to talk, we either spoke over the phone, or met up someplace that was out of the way. It was a nice place set on its own plot, surrounded by trees that obscured the view of the house. High hedges worked around the plot added to the concealment as Deirdre drove us up the White Pebble Drive. For a moment, I almost asked her to stay behind, as I had when I'd talked to Harry. I couldn't take the risk that Deirdre's mother learned what Faith was capable of. But in this case, it was fine as I had no intention of telling Harley all the details about Faith anyway. I would just have to give the impression I cared about her as a symbol of what the vampires were doing, rather than as a specific individual I was personally concerned about. Come on, I said, and headed up the stairs. The door opened after the first knock, revealing a tall woman with dark red hair. She looked us both up and down, then reached behind the door for something. Pretty late to be dropping by, Frades noted idly. It's an emergency, I said. I'm sure it is. I still need proof you are who you say you are, though, she said. You said the name Amazon was too Greek for you, I said. Though how you got the media to start calling you Red Valkyrie, I don't know. Oh, you know, just a few calls here and there, she said, relaxing and stepping back. You want to speak to Harley? As soon as possible, I said, stepping past her into the house. I didn't notice the impact of the threshold, but Deirdre shivered slightly as she entered without an explicit invitation. Frades led us into the kitchen, turned on the light, then headed upstairs. A few minutes later, Frades came downstairs with the others in tow, Harley helping his heavily pregnant wife down the stairs. I nodded at each of them, and waited for Harley's permission to take a seat. It must be serious, for you to drop by my home in the middle of the night, Harley said, sinking into his own chair. Do you know who Faith Astor is? I asked. Harley frowned. Yes, she's the daughter of Robert Astor. I have a few business dealings with him. Has something happened to her? An hour ago, a vampire abducted her off the streets a few blocks from your house, just a few nights after I warned them that attacking the people of the city would have consequences, I said, speaking bluntly. Harry and I have already sent the vampire's boss a letter asking for Faith's safe return, but we don't expect that to work. I'm looking to get backup in case we need to assault the vampires to get her back. Harley blinked slowly, thrown off by my request, but it didn't take long for him to grow angry. I see, he growled. Do you have a plan in mind? There are two, I said. The first is that a small team breaks in to rescue her, and then once she's safe and we have her testimony, we go in with the police to take them down. The backup plan is a direct raid, sometime in the early evening. Bianca, the head vampire, is holding some kind of masquerade ball tomorrow, and we want to hit her before that. That's direct, he said with some approval. But that doesn't give you much time to prepare. We don't know how much time Faith has before the vampires try something. The worst case scenario was her being turned. A vampire with her power and no qualms about using it would be a nightmare to deal with. And according to Harry, Bianca's elevation to vampire nobility would mean she was allowed to start turning people. Faith was a child, and thus not great vampire material, but it was still a risk we couldn't take. Harley nodded. Are you asking for my help, or Frades? Both, preferably. Frades looked over at her boss, who gestured for her to speak. My contract states that I am to guard your person. If you decide your continued safety depends on me kicking some faces in, I don't have a problem with that. It's been a while since I've fought vampires anyway, and I find I miss it. But it would complicate my job significantly. The Red Court would not overlook an incident like this, and they're very prickly about insults. They would come after you. Harley nodded as if he'd expected that answer. He crossed his arms and looked over at me, then at his wife. Terrell looked ready to go, even 5 months pregnant, and she met her husband's eyes with determination. Then Harley looked down at her stomach, and his expression turned conflicted. He stayed silent for another few moments, but I already knew I'd lost him. I'm sorry, he said, turning back to face me. But I don't think I can assist you directly. If it were just myself and my wife, it would be different. But I also have my children to think about. Did Harry tell you about the nature of my curse? I started to nod, then paused as his words registered. Children? I asked. Triplets, Tara clarified. I did a double take and turned to look at her. Wow. Congratulations. Thank you. I blinked a few times, and turned back to Harley. He said it's hereditary, and that it's been in your family for generations, I said. He also said it was supposedly laid down by a saint back in the Middle Ages. Harley nodded. As far as I know, my family has managed to avoid a situation where the curse bearer dies without an adult son or daughter to pass it on to. He glanced at his wife's pregnant stomach, then looked back at me. But I don't know how the curse might manifest if it passes to a fetus or a newborn, and I can't in good conscience risk my life if it turns out it can manifest that early. I sighed and nodded. I understand. Thank you for hearing me out. Please wait, Harley said, putting up a hand. He turned to face Frades, and drew himself up. Miss Guard, your company retains files on various security threats, doesn't it? It does, she said. Would I be able to review them? He asked. As soon as possible, preferably. Frades looked over at me, then snorted. Giving you direct access to the files would be unorthodox, but not unheard of. She pulled a cell phone out of her suit and set it on the table. I'll call the head office tonight, have them fax the relevant files over. You should have them by morning. She turned to meet my eyes, and her expression turned serious. Just be subtle in the way you use the information. Monarch securities would like to avoid the blame from any diplomatic incidents that might result. So diplomatic incidents are only a problem when they blow back on you, I said. Frady's smile was all teeth. Politics is much like war, in that respect. Good luck. My last stop of the night was near the University of Chicago. Back when I'd first moved here, the neighborhoods around the university were considered to be absolutely terrible, even by Chicago's standards. Things had only gotten worse as time went on and the para-human crime rate kept rising. But once the Alphas and I had started patrolling, things began to turn around. It still wasn't a good place to live, but it was no longer a choice hunting ground for supernatural predators. Turns out, trolls don't appreciate being mobbed by birds carrying iron nails and knives. It was just shy of midnight when we pulled over near an abandoned department store and made our way inside. I checked the store with my bugs, and found the Alphas waiting in a back room. I did a quick head count, then moved to join them, taking care to avoid the tripwires that had been set up. The department store was barren. Empty shelves lined the floor, forming long aisles, but any merchandise they may have held was long gone. Empty light fixtures dangled in rows from the ceiling, and the powdered glass of shattered bulbs dusted the floor beneath them. The back room wasn't much better, exposed girders hung from the ceiling, forming a tangled web that looked ready to collapse at any moment. But it had been that way for months now, so I supposed it was more stable than it looked. 13 people were gathered around an old lantern, and they turned as I made some noise. None of them looked that great, most were wearing clothes that were ruffled and looked like they were thrown on quickly, some of them wild hair, and a few looked like they'd been dragged out of bed. "What's going on, Taylor?" Billy asked. "You called us and told us we needed to have an emergency meeting, but you didn't say what it was about." "Sorry. I was a little busy at the time," I said. I also hadn't known what to say to them. I still wasn't sure to say. I hadn't called the Alphas in on anything big since the Octohydra, and they hadn't really complained about it. Grumbled a bit, sure, but they had also stuck to their original plan, patrolling the streets around the university and helping support the city. They were small-timers, and not embarrassed to be described as such. Attacking the vampires wasn't a small-time thing, though. It was exactly the kind of incident that made me want to distance myself from them. The Red Court wasn't a lone predator they could attack at their leisure, it was an organization that could wipe them off the map. And here I was, thinking of dragging them in anyway. It made me wonder if I'd really changed, or if I'd just been lying to myself all along. I took a deep breath. Earlier tonight, a vampire abducted a little girl off the streets and ran back to its lair. It's been almost 2 hours since then, and the other vampires have done nothing to address this crime, or release the girl. Harry and I are putting together a rescue effort, and I wanted to lay out the situation for you. The air grew tense. Some of the Alphas looked grim, others angry. All were staring at me with intent. We're still figuring out the details, but one thing we're sure about is that we'll have to assault the vampire's estate, either to get the girl back, or to arrest the vampires after we've done so. It's not how we wanted to do it, but if the vampires want to fight, I want to take them out in one blow. Harry is going to be speaking with Lieutenant Murphy about how I can help, and I swallowed, and went on. I wanted to let you know what was going on. That's why I called this meeting. Are you asking for our help? Billy asked, cutting straight to the point. It would be useful, I said, choosing my words carefully. One way or another, we're talking about assaulting a compound defended by armed guards, vampires, and at least one para-human. The more backup we have, the better. On the other hand, it's incredibly dangerous. It'll be the wrong type of unfair fight than what you've faced so far, and there's a real chance some or even all of you could die. Even if you survive, we won't be able to keep the attack a secret. The Red Court will know you participated. They'll come after you. And if they find out who you are out of costume, they'll come after the people around you too. You're talking about a war, Kirby said. I considered that for a moment, then nodded. I guess I am. I looked over at Billy, at Georgia, at Andy, and Marcy and Kirby and the rest of my friends. I'm not asking for you to help out. I'm not planning around it. But if you decide to help, I won't turn you away. When's the rescue? Georgia asked. Either tomorrow at noon, hopefully with a clear sky, or tomorrow evening, before the sun sets. Like I said, we're still figuring things out. Is Deirdre coming along? Marcy asked. Of course, she replied. I tensed, and turned to face the tall woman. What about your mother? I asked. Seeing her wince hurt, but I pressed on. Isn't she a member of the Accords? The Winter Court is a signatory of the Accords. The founder, even. But as my mother made abundantly clear. She trailed off for a moment, then gathered herself. I am exiled from the Winter Court. Their laws and agreements do not bind me. And I will not abandon you either. Damn it. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I saw the effect her words had on the Alphas. All of them were tense, angry, determined. Furious, even. Though they didn't say anything, I saw the looks they were throwing each other. Tommy was the first to break the silence. He spat on the ground and looked back up at me. "Fuck the vampires," he said. "I'm in." Marcy was next, then Billy, and one by one the alphas spat, stepped forward, nodded their heads, and agreed to come. I closed my eyes, and prayed I'd made the right choice. A/N, Deja Vu intensifies. Court debut 25. April 2001. Taylor. I didn't go to sleep that night. I couldn't afford to, I needed to watch the Velvet Room in case anyone left, and I couldn't do that if I was asleep. I spent the night in Harry's place, pacing around his flat. He'd added a switch to his wards back in January that let my power operate through his defenses, and in case something happened I didn't want to waste time gathering the team. Deirdre had gone to get Kim, and came back about an hour later with coffee in tow. I wasn't usually one for coffee, but I needed to stay awake so I took it gratefully. Kim vanished down into Harry's basement through a trapdoor, and I tried not to spy on them as they got down to work. I spent the night working on my silk farms. The actual production of silk was routine, as was most of the weaving, but inefficiencies crept up over the day where bugs grew tired, food supplies got strained, the environment disrupted the system, and so on. The inefficiencies were rarely problematic enough to require more attention than the daily refresh, but I needed something to keep me awake. An hour after dawn, Harry got a call from Harley and Deirdre and I drove off to Harley's townhouse. A few minutes later, we left with a stack of files we had to return before our assault. We stopped off for some more coffee on the way back. Lots of coffee. Harry looked exhausted when he opened his door and ushered us inside, wearing a shirt with too many stains on it and with penny-sized bags under his eyes. Kim looked better, but she showed some signs as well. Whatever boost her power had given her was wearing thin after 2 days. Harry immediately honed in on the coffee and snatched a cup from one of the trays Deirdre was holding, practically inhaling it a second later. Kim was similarly unrestrained when the coffee got to her, drinking down her cup like a frat boy with alcohol. "You're a saint," Harry muttered as he sank into his couch. His eyes fell on the stack of files in my arms, and his eyes slowly narrowed. "What's that?" Harley couldn't help us directly, but he was able to get us some files on the Red Court in the city, I said, setting the stack down on a table. "This is strictly under the table, so we don't discuss it outside of this room, and these need to get back to him before we go. How did it go on your end?" "The Spirit Brigade's ready to guide the Alphas, and I called Murphy while you were out." After she finished cursing, she said she'd look into getting a sealed search warrant. She was ready to charge in by herself, but I managed to convince her to wait for us. "And the potions?" I asked. "With Kim's help, we managed to make 3 escape potions without wiping out. We also put together a pair of sticky smoke bombs and what should be a holy hand grenade." "A what?" I asked. "Have you never seen Monty Python?" I looked over at Kim for an explanation. "It's a mix of holy water, sunlight, silver, the echo of a priest's prayer, garlic and some other symbols of faith and purity," she said. "An anti-vampire grenade, then?" I frowned. "Isn't garlic useless against vampires?" "Symbolic associations are what matter for potions," Harry grumbled. "It was a bitch to prepare, and about as exhausting as the escape potions. Speaking of, Kim and I are going to be useless for anything until noon. Does that include reading?" I asked, laying out the files. Harry let out a long-suffering sigh. "No. Let's see what we're up against." We spent the next hour working our way through the files. A number of them contained information we already knew, like the abilities of a vampire or the rough size of the Red Court, though there were a few interesting tidbits buried here and there. The most notable item was a detail about how the Red Court depended entirely on stolen blood to fuel their supernatural powers. Blood that they stored in their bellies cut the bellies open, and you basically crippled them. Not too dissimilar to humans in that respect, but it meant going for glancing shots was pointless, as the vampires would recover quickly. There was also a long file on Bianca's vampire sire, who was an old vampire with significant status in the Red Court. I marked him as a target of interest, in case we ran into him, but reading his file he appeared to be more of a long-term threat, rather than an exceptional personal one. His vampire powers were almost exclusively physical, and while a powerful brute mover could be a real problem, it was also a simple problem to solve: pin them down, riddle them full of bullets, and shoot them some more just to make sure. More relevant were the files on Bianca and her immediate associates, and they painted a grim picture. "So not only is Bianca a sorceress," Harry said, tossing a file onto the table, "but she's also got a genuine, elder vampire wizard sponsoring her." I picked it up, and gave it a quick skim. "What's this black court it's talking about?" "It's another vampire court. There are 2 others, besides the Reds, but I didn't think any were active in the city, or I would have gotten to them sooner in your lessons. The Black Court are the more stereotypical vampires, can't cross a threshold uninvited, Can't cross running water, turn into bats, hate garlic. Control animals, I said, noting a detail on her file. Yet. That might interfere with you, he said. Worst bit is at the end, in the notes section. I skipped to the bottom of the second page, and quickly found what Harry was referring to. Her advanced age allows her to remain active during the day, though she remains as vulnerable to the sun as any other member of the Black Court, I read. And we have no clue where she is. Which means there's a real chance she could be hiding out in Bianca's estate as a guest, Harry said. I set down the file on Mavra and glanced at the file on Snow Angel. The file wasn't as thick as some of the others, but it seemed the Red Court had picked up their teleporter at least 6 months ago. She'd been spotted in a few cities, and while the details were sparse, the locations in which she'd appeared suggested she did not need line of sight to teleport. And since she could bring people along, that raised the possibility that she could flank us with Mavra or Bianca once we got into the house. Months of working alongside Harry and Kim had instilled a healthy wariness of capable practitioners in me, and I was doubly worried about going up against practitioners that could teleport. We need more of an edge, I said reluctantly. Maybe another holy hand grenade or two. I can't put another one together, Harry said. Not one that's as good, anyway. One of the ingredients I used was the echo of a Sunday sermon. What? And I only had one of those in stock. I could make a weaker knockoff, but that would use up my last hanky of sunlight, and I'm thinking of saving that for use as a particularly nasty flashbang. And making even one more potion is going to lay me out for hours. I gestured to the sunlight streaming through the windows. I keep close track of when the sun rises and sets. We've got about 11 hours until it starts setting, so we can afford a nap. And since there's a chance we'll be fighting an enemy wizard, I want to stack the odds in our favor as much as possible. What if we wait until the evening? Kim asked. Around 9 o'clock. The sun would have gone down. We'd lose one advantage, I said. We might get some more sleep in, but I don't know that it would be worth it. My other form would also be composed of water if we went later, Kim replied. And if we were to face Mavra or Bianca or other practitioners, I could cut through their magic. It could be useful. I stared at Kim for a few moments, then shook my head. You're right, I said. I must be more tired than I thought if I missed that. And that would leave us with a few hours before the ball itself, so Bianca would still be busy with preparations. It's a workable plan, but I'll need some things to pull it off, Harry said. First, I need soul food. Second, I need to come up with a shopping list for potion ingredients. He rubbed his temples again. I'll have the alphas pick everything up while I'm sleeping. But before any of that, Burger King. I gave him a weird look. Your soul food is Burger King. Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it, he said tiredly. I shook my head and looked over at the other two. Do you mind going to get some? Actually, just get enough for all of us. What about you? Kim asked. I've got a few more questions to ask him, I said. In private. Kim wasn't fooled, but she didn't press the point either. After they left, I turned to look at Harry, who was still sprawled over his couch. Mr. had jumped up onto his lap when I wasn't looking, and one hand was busy lazily stroking his cat. So, what secret plan did you want to discuss this time? He asked. I dug into the one damn pocket I had and dug out a folded Polaroid photo. Do you recognize this girl? I asked, unfolding the photo and handing it over. Harry took it and squinted at it. A few moments later, he shook his head. Not really. She looks vaguely familiar, but lots of people look vaguely familiar to me. Who is she? I don't know, I said. But Marconi visits her at least twice a month. It took Harry a few moments to process my words. It was a sign of his exhaustion, he usually made connections faster than this. Wait, you're saying Marconi leaves Chicago alone to visit a girl? Why? Again, I don't know. But the girl's been in a persistent vegetative state for 4 years, and Marconi's been visiting her for the last 2, I said. Persistent vegetite coma? Harry asked. I nodded. Harry set the photo down and rubbed at his brow. Weird. But, it kind of makes sense, maybe. What makes sense? This girl's in a hospital, right? He asked. Did you look at her patient records? They're bare bones, I replied. Jane Doe, no record of prior treatment or who she was before the coma. She had a few faded scars on her torso, but I didn't take a closer look at them. They might be related to the reason she's in a coma. Harry closed his eyes. Okay. So, before we met, I ran into Marconi while I was working a case. We soul-gazed, and I didn't have a good time. But I did see something in there, something he kept hidden. Some shameful, motivating secret. You think it's related to this girl, I guessed. Either that, or he's got 2 deep dark secrets. But I'd be willing to bet it's just the one. The girl means something to him, and I feel like I should know who she is, but... He let out a heavy sigh. Stars and stones. I turned Harry's words over in my head. You soul-gazed Marconi. Yet. What I saw in there, it scared me. Like me? I asked softly. He cracked open an eye and slowly turned to look at me. As he met my eyes, he shuddered. No. Not like you. Do you think he'd be willing to work with us? I asked. Harry cracked open his other eye, and forced himself to sit up. What do you mean? Back on Earth Bet, there was the concept of the Endbringer truce, I said. Basically, when an Endbringer hit a city, everyone was supposed to put aside their differences and stand together. It didn't matter whether you were a villain or a hero. It didn't always work out that way, but it was pretty consistent. I don't think Bianca's as bad as an Endbringer, but I'm thinking along the same lines. Enemy of my enemy, working together to bring down a bigger threat. We don't need Marconi, Harry said. We're planning on attacking a major supernatural organization, and insulting one of their new nobles on the evening of a ball, I pressed. We're going to need all the help we can get, now and in the aftermath. I'm not saying we make peace with Marconi, or sign on with him. We just find some common ground, humans against monsters. He is a monster. As bad as the vampires? I asked. As Bianca? Harry was silent for some time, squinting up at me. The fire crackled in the background, mixing in with Mr's purring. Finally, he sighed and slumped back. No, he said, as if admitting that cost him something. He isn't. But I don't like it. He looked over at me, and he seemed exhausted. How often did you work with villains, that you see no issue with this? I was a villain. Often enough, I said. I promise you, I'm not going to change my approach to Marconi. I'll still be working to bring him down. But we can't let Bianca keep faith. Harry sighed again. Stars and stones, he muttered. Murphy's not going to like this, but, fine. But if we're doing this, we're doing so on my terms. I nodded. Name them. An hour and a half later, we snuck into Harry's office building through the back, and crept up the stairs under the cover of a veil. Harry's office looked better than it had a year ago, though that wasn't saying much. While the door had been fixed, the dents buffed out of the walls, and the damaged filing cabinets replaced, the place still looked like a mess, a bunch of flyers strewn over a table near the entrance, his desk was a mess of papers and files, and the sink off to the side had 2 coffee cups still laying about. I did my best to clean up, but it was like putting a band-aid on a gaping chest wound, an admirable attempt doomed to fail. 20 minutes later, Marconi's car pulled into the parking lot, and I abandoned my organizational triage to sit down at Harry's desk, folding my hands together and motioning for Amazon to stand behind me. It helped put me in mind of the meeting in the Forsberg Gallery, where the Undersiders and I met with the other gangs of the city. We allied with one, and drove out the others. Things had fallen apart afterwards, but not because of what happened in the meeting. I briefly mused on how different Brockton Bay might have been had Accord survived Behemoth, then shook my head as Marconi reached the 5th floor. I knew the image I was sending, the presentation. This wasn't a meeting of hero and villain, or a tense battlefield negotiation. It was a meeting of equals. In a city overrun with the supernatural, Marconi had managed to stay relevant without any significant para-human assets, besides a few of the street wolves, and even they were only exceptional for 5 days out of the month, right around the full moon. I could respect that accomplishment, at least, if not the man himself. Marconi's bodyguard opened the door for him when they arrived, and the gentleman stepped through the door. He was wearing a finely pressed dark blue business suit, and it showed off his muscles well. Everything about him looked worn: his skin, his dark green eyes, the age lines on his face, the creases at his eyes and mouth, but it didn't make him look old, just experienced. Kind of handsome really, if I ignored the part where he was a crime lord. His bodyguard fell in behind him. Nathan Hendricks looked like he could have been a brother to Amazon, with his incredible frame and bright red hair, though the comparison fell apart beyond that. His suit was a size too large, probably cover for whatever gun he was hiding underneath, and his face was, well. I liked Harry's description, like he'd made out with a brick, repeatedly. I looked up into Marconi's eyes, and silently gestured for him to take a seat. His eyes moved past me to Amazon, and they lingered on her for a moment, not in admiration, but in assessment. He nodded, then pulled out a chair and sat down across from me. I was expecting Mr. Dresden to be here, Marconi said in a placid voice. He's busy, I replied, the swarm in my mask a mix of bees and crickets. And he doesn't particularly want to talk with you. I do. I looked into the man's eyes. Not for the first time, I found myself annoyed that I couldn't soul gaze. My experience with Harry was still bothering me, but I suspected he was a special case. In general, having the ability to get the measure of a person with a glance just seemed so useful. Instead, I had to do it the hard way. John Marconi was an unrepentant criminal. He dealt in drugs, women, murder, and theft like the worst of them, going to great extents to extend his power and influence. He'd come into power a little over 2 years ago, displacing the Varghese family in the process, no mean feat, as that family had held on for decades back on bet, falling in with the folk when para-human gangs started muscling them out. Harry had called him a soldier and a warrior, someone absolutely dedicated to his goals. I could see that. But he'd also described some secret shame, some mistake in his past that defined his being and drove him forward. It had to do with that girl, I was sure of it. His own personal Dinah, I thought. It was well known that Marconi and his gang didn't deal with children, in any way. People who tried had a tendency to vanish. It wasn't a policy the Varghese had held, so it wasn't some legacy tradition, but something personal. That would be my in. I asked Harry to call you because I have an offer for you, I said. A request, really? Marconi raised an eyebrow, his lips twisting in amusement. Really? How surprising. It shouldn't be. You, me, and Bianca represent the 3 major powers in Chicago. There's also the government, but we both know it's hopelessly corrupt at present, I said. A reckoning was bound to happen. It's just bad luck it's happening today. Hendricks tensed, but Marconi waved him down. A reckoning, the older man mused. Are we to go to war with each other, then? No, we are not. Not yet, at least. But Bianca screwed up yesterday, so now she has my undivided attention. Marconi raised an eyebrow again, higher this time. At around 10:30 last night, one of her people abducted a young girl off the streets. One you should be familiar with, Faith Astor. The easy smile on Marconi's face turned brittle, and the gleam in his eyes turned cold. Is that so? He asked calmly. A few nights ago, I warned Bianca of the consequences of preying on the people of this city, I said. And instead of controlling her pet vampires, the idiot of her group was allowed to roam free, and abducted a girl just a few blocks away from the Velvet Room, as if she thought I didn't have the place under surveillance. Which brings me to today, and my request. Marconi leaned forward on the desk, folding his hands together in a mirror of me. I'm listening. Bianca has refused our requests to release Faith, hasn't even replied. As such, we plan to get rid of her, I said. And I would like your assistance in doing so. I understand you have some friends in government and law enforcement. Marconi's lips twitched. You could say that, he said. Lieutenant Murphy is currently discreetly trying to secure a warrant to search Bianca's property for Faith, I said. Given Bianca probably has friends in the same circles you do, I'd like your help in making sure Bianca doesn't hear of the warrant until it's being served to her. Marconi let out a faint chuckle. Does the good lieutenant know you're asking me this? Or Mr. Dresden? Harry knows, and signed off on it, I said. As for the lieutenant, in this instance, I figure it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Marconi hummed thoughtfully. You're not what I expected. Mr. Dresden has been remarkably stubborn about refusing my help in the past. Because your offers came with collars and leashes attached, I said. But in this case, I believe you'll do it for free. Oh. Marconi raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that? I think the idea of leaving a little girl to be enslaved or killed is repugnant to you. I think you want Bianca removed almost as much as I do, if for different reasons, and my request is a small thing. But if you want a practical reason to give in to your conscience, then consider this, Harry and I are going to attack Bianca today, with or without C's support or yours. And obviously, the less backup we have, the less likely we are to rescue Faith cleanly. And if we fail, and Bianca manages to turn me, or Harry, or Crescent. I trailed off and spread my hands. Then you'd have quite the problem on your hands, wouldn't you? Threatening me with your own loss. Marconi snorted. I don't believe I've seen anyone try that before. I try to be unconventional, I said. So. I am willing to help, on one condition. He smiled thinly. I want Mr. Dresden to thank me for my assistance. I gestured to the old phone on the table. Feel free to call him. I'm sure you know his home phone number. A few minutes later, Marconi left the office amused and satisfied, and the last piece of our plan fell into place. Court debut, perspectives, 26.d, 26.q, 26. 26.d. April 2001. The girl with no name. I was born in blood and pain. I drifted in a sea of red that ripped me apart and put me back together, continually breaking and reshaping me. I do not know how long I stayed like that. I do not know if any time passed at all. All at once, the red receded, leaving me in a prison of icy glass. The cold was strangely comforting, and I took my first breath as the ice peeled back, and I fell out into the world. At first I was confused, bewildered, fearful. I felt like I had lost something, something important, something fundamental. And then I looked up, and my concerns were swept away, replaced by adoration. She looked like a young woman. Her hair was bound into long dreadlocks, each dyed a different shade, ranging from a deep lavender to pale blues and greens to pure white, a glacial aurora of colors. She wore dark leather pants and a loosely buttoned lab coat, and her feline eyes regarded me with cold curiosity. "Stand," she commanded, and I stood. My legs were unsteady, so I forced myself onto my knees first. A flicker of irritation passed over her face, spurring me into action, and she gestured lazily. Power flooded into me a moment later, and I sprung to my feet as if it was the easiest thing in the world. She let out a little hum and stalked around me, examining my body. "The musculature is correct, but the physical resemblance is curious," she muttered. "It doesn't match the base material, and it's certainly not a look I intended, perhaps some subconscious inspiration was at play." She brushed some of my red hair and turned her head as if listening to something. A moment later she flicked my hair back and stalked away. "No matter. I can fix it in the next iteration." She stopped at a desk with a row of monitors, and gestured at the far end of the room. "Your uniform is over there, servant. Get dressed, and then join me." I walked over to the far end of the room, carefully stepping over a web of wires and cables, and stopped in front of a mannequin. A beautiful blue dress was on display, one that felt soft to the touch. "Well." I looked back at her and bowed my head, before stripping the mannequin and putting on the dress. It was not a perfect fit, but it was not uncomfortable either. Once dressed, I moved to stand by her, and stared at the row of monitors, trying to divine meaning from the symbols. "I will see what else you are good for later, servant, but I made you to serve as a lab assistant." Her hair lengthened and stretched into a throne of frozen vines, and she kicked one leg over the other as she sat down. "So you will learn, and you will do your best to remember." "Yes, mother," I said. She froze, and turned to look at me. "What did you just call me?" she asked quietly. "Mother," I said, confused. She stared at me intently, then snorted and turned away. "As you wish. These correspond to the Acheron lathe, my primary flesh shaper." I nodded, and as she explained what each of the screens corresponded to, and the meaning of the waves, numbers, and symbols, I felt warm. I felt cold, but it did not bother me. It never had. The sun had fallen below the horizon an hour ago, and the last stages of dusk were coming to a close. "It smells bad," the lieutenant said, sniffing in distaste. She eyed the open sports bottle warily, weakly but steadily diffusing the potion within the longer she waited. "It's meant to," the wizard said. "I worked hard to make all these anti-venom solutions in time, but that doesn't mean I made them pleasant. Think of them like cough medicine. Unless you want to walk into Vampire Central without any resistance to their spit." The short lieutenant grimaced, then drank a third of the bottle before passing it off to her slovenly second. He also drank a third, before passing the remainder off to the coward of the group, who balked. "Drink it, Rudolph," the short lieutenant said. The name conjured images of a reindeer with a bright red nose, though where that memory came from, I could not say. The wizard handed out more bottles, and the other members of Special Investigations gingerly split the potions. He saved the last for himself, the rest of us had to go without, as it would react poorly with the potions we were planning on taking. "Do we really have to put up with these bugs?" another officer asked, scratching at his sleeve. "Please don't scratch them, Officer Malone, you'll just make it worse," Taylor said, her voice warbling as she loaded her gun. "And yes, you do. I can't gather a swarm once we get inside, so I have to sneak one in piecemeal. You're helping with that?" "Yeah, sure, it still itches." "Just try and ignore it," the lieutenant said, scowling. "Now let's go." I veiled the sorceress, Taylor, and myself, and we began our approach, flocks of birds and clouders of cats sneaking through the streets alongside us. We were not far from the Velvet Room, and it did not take us long to reach the gates. The vampiress made her den in an immense and ancient mansion that was built almost 80 years ago. I recalled it being connected to Al Capone, another memory with no source. There was a gate with a baneful iron fence and a security guard. Special Investigations and the wizard reached it first, having driven up in cars. The security guard on the other side eyed the police nervously, and began to exchange words with the lieutenant. She produced the writ authorizing her to search the property, and quickly grew wroth as the guard balked at obeying her. "Listen up, asshole," she said. "This is a warrant signed by Judge Harris, and we are here to investigate a kidnapping. Now you either open this gate right now, or my associate here will." The wizard tapped his staff against the ground for emphasis. The guard swallowed and reached for a cellular phone. Before he could put it to his ear, the wizard flicked a finger at him and muttered, "Hexus." The phone sparked and died in the guard's hand, and he turned a peculiar shade of green. "The door," the lieutenant snarled. "Now, before I arrest you for interfering with an investigation." The guard hastily pressed a button on the other side of the gate, and the gate buzzed and clicked open just as Taylor, the sorceress, and I reached the police cars. In the interim, Taylor had taken advantage of the guard's distraction to begin slipping animals past the fence and through the wards, everyone loaded with insects. Some animals, like the birds, would continue on and roost on the roof of the mansion, ready to fight, others, like the cats, would serve only as early detection methods. I did not understand the point of the distinction, but I did not care either. "Thank you," the lieutenant said, then looked over her shoulder. "Stallings, stay at the gate. Keep an eye on the guard, and make sure no one tries to run. Rudolph, Jenkins, Barry, back him up." The four named officers nodded and moved to surround the guard, pulling out their flashlights and loosening the straps on their holsters. "There's another set of wards on the house itself, because of course there is," Taylor muttered as we passed the gates. "The courtyard in the center is exposed though, not sure why. Wards are tied into the walls, maybe." She shook her head. "Anyway, we'll need to head inside before I can start looking for Faith." I nodded, and soon enough we fell in behind the lieutenant, the wizard, and the others. The lieutenant's short stride made it easy enough to catch up. It was a short walk to the mansion's entrance, and the door was unlocked. The entry hall we walked into was wide open, with only a few elegantly carved pillars to provide cover. There were other accoutrements, a marble floor and a series of alcoves containing works of art, though none were large enough to comfortably hold a person. A passably groomed young woman with long hair ran out of a side room and began to argue with the lieutenant. She quieted down when she saw the warrant, before running off to fetch her mistress. "That might have been a bad move," the wizard muttered. "We have to try and do this by the book," the lieutenant replied sharply. I reached out with my senses, looking for any signs of veils or other illusions. When I found none, I looked down at Taylor, who was quietly muttering to herself. She tapped my hand 3 times, and I loosened my veil enough to let sound carry. "This place is big," Taylor said. "And there's at least 50 people inside, scattered around the place. Plus a basement full of corpses." "Corpses?" the lieutenant hissed, looking over her shoulder. "Their food supply," the wizard said sourly. "At least we can get them for that." "You're goddamn right," the lieutenant snarled, almost pulling out her gun. "Wait a minute," the wizard said, covering her hand with his own. "Can you see how many vampires are around?" "How do I do that? Count the hot people?" Taylor asked. A moment passed, and she added, 20 to 25 is my guess. Half are spread throughout the estate, the rest are with Bianca in the courtyard. That goes for most of the people in the building honestly, except for the guards, they're all in the mansion itself, none in the courtyard, which is through those doors at the end of the hall. I turned to look at the curtained doors at the far end of the hall, as did everyone else. "Guess I'm on deterrence duty until you get back," the wizard said. "Try not to start a fight just yet," Taylor replied. "We're going off, good luck." Taylor tapped my hand again, and I restored the veil to its original potency. "I don't see Faith, but there is a section of the estate that's warded," Taylor said. "A few, actually, but this one's guarded and has a steel door, so it's important. Maybe a safe room, or a prison. Now, let's go. The sooner we can get her out of here, or confirm that she's been moved, the better." I nodded, and pulled 3 bottles out of my satchel. I passed one escape potion to Taylor, and opened the other bottle. The sorceress reached out to pluck a hair from Taylor's head, and I forced myself not to react. Taylor adjusted her mask again, and turned around to face us. I drank half of the potion, and quickly passed the remainder to the sorceress. She drank the other half, and Taylor drank half of her potion at the same time. A prickling sensation overtook me, starting in my gut and radiating outwards. I felt my body shake and quiver, shortly before I flew apart into a cloud of constituent particles, each with its own individual perspective, reminding me of my time in the Acheron lathe. Everything became a pattern of energies and colors, grouped into specific shapes and uses. The people around me were but clouds of particles, lively but dense, with one pattern shining brighter than the rest, a star next to candles. Another one, the one in front of me, was diffuse, blue-gold light stretching out every which way like a web that encompassed the world. The cloud in front of me surged off, and I felt a different cloud pull me along in its wake as it followed the first. This second cloud was tinged with a mix of fiery orange and ocean blue energies that stretched away from the cloud, warping strangely before it disappeared altogether. We avoided the tangle of energies in the center of the estate and flowed around the edges instead, zipping past corners and through vents, flitting past hyperdense clusters of red and black, energy packed too tightly for mortal frames. At last we came to a door, an immense vault of red and black and lurid violet, flanked by 2 dense clouds guards of some sort. It was difficult to see past it, so dark were the energies, but a flicker of purest gold shone through the vault, pinpricks of light pushing through the darkness. The cloud that was Taylor flowed around the sides of the vault, looking for cracks we could slip through. There were none, while vents existed that could carry us into the room. The walls of the vault fully covered the room, preventing our passage in our current forms. We flowed back to the doorway, and Taylor rippled. It was not communication as such, but she brushed against my form, and then towards the two guards, whose clouds shuddered as she interacted with them. I understood her meaning, and moved so that I was between and in front of the two guards. I focused on becoming one again, on becoming physical, on becoming whole. All the little pieces of me abruptly rushed back together and slammed into one another, and my senses collapsed back into normality. The process was painful and nauseating, but I had no time to wallow in discomfort. I reached into the shallow well of power I had been left with and wrapped myself in winter, pushing away the pain and strengthening my mortal frame. The guards' eyes widened as I appeared before them, but they had no time to react before I grabbed them by their heads, picked them up, and knocked them together. I had to do it lightly. While I could leave them with concussions and even limited brain damage, I was categorically forbidden from killing under most circumstances, so I could not risk giving them a brain bleed or any other lethal trauma. The blow accomplished its purpose, stunning the guards long enough for me to wrap a veil of silence around myself and my prisoners. It was a quick veil, weak, but it served to muffle the sounds of struggle. Taylor and the sorceress turned back a moment later, and both staggered from the effects of the potion. I hit the two guards against each other again to keep them confused, and then held them out to the sorceress. Pie, the sorceress slurred, right hand reaching out to cradle a guard's head. Spy. Spy. Her magic seeped into the one guard, dragging him down to slumber. The sorceress stumbled over to the other guard and repeated the process with him, until both were limp in my hands, fast asleep. I set them down, and turned to face the door. Crescent, can you identify the wards? Taylor asked. I need a moment, she said, stepping up to the door. I took advantage of the moment to expand my veil into the visible spectrum. It was still weaker than my preferred veil, but I had to compromise in order to cover the guards as well. Any wandering servant would find it strange that the guards were not at their post, but it was the best my limited magic could manage. Feels like an alarm and mostly inactive defenses, the sorceress said, pressing a hand up against the door. And like it's supposed to be activated from inside. Probably a panic room, then, Taylor said. Still, they wouldn't have left guards to watch an empty room, so there has to be something inside. Can you take down the wards? Subtly? I don't know. But I can brute force them, the sorceress replied. How are the others? They're lingering at the entrance to the courtyard, Murphy's arguing with Bianca, nobody's snarking. The usual. We have some time, but I'd rather not waste it. You should get started. As the sorceress moved to stand before the door and began running her hand along the frame, Taylor turned to face me. I don't think we can get through the door itself. I'm not sure I could turn the handle, and even if I could I'd rather save all my energy for the fight. So, Amazon, do you remember where the vent to that room was? Of course, I replied. Then take this. She passed me the remaining half of her escape potion. Some of her swarm also detached from her body, and made its way over into the pockets and folds of my suit. Once Crescent takes the wards down, I'll check the inside, and see if Faith is in there. If she is, you transform, slip through the vent, and take out anyone guarding her. I nodded. Worry and pride welled up inside me at the order, pride for being chosen, worry for the possibility of failing her. Wait, I said, and reached into my satchel. I withdrew one of the remaining escape potions and handed it to her. In case we need to make a quick exit. Good thinking, Taylor said, and I smiled. Almost, here, the sorceress said, running her hand along the wall and stopping at a particular, nondescript point. The skin on her finger split open, and a thin claw of steaming water emerged. She began to move it along the wall, carving small furrows into the marble while muttering, Rasia, Rasia. 5 seconds later, the sorceress stepped back, and sucked the claw of water back inside her. Checking, Taylor muttered. There's 2 people inside, Faith and Snow Angel. Try and take out the teleporter. If she gets away, the fight will start soon after, and she'll be a bitch to deal with. If she does get away, split your potion between you and Faith, and just get her out, alright? We'll meet up after. I nodded and drank the half-empty potion. I split apart again, my veil vanishing in the process, and I sped off to the vent we had located earlier. This time, there was no wall to bar my passage, and I sped through the vent and into the room. I saw 2 clouds of energy inside, both dense enough to be human. One was smaller and tinged with golden light, while the other was somewhat larger and flecked with specks of icy blue. I judged the second one to be the teleporter, and pulled myself back together in front of her. Unfortunately, the toll of drinking 2 potions in quick succession hit me harder than I expected. My head spun, and my stomach churned as if I were about to vomit. The power of winter managed to clear away the discomfort, but it still left me distracted for a few crucial moments. The girl in front of me shot up in panic, her scarf nowhere near her face. I committed her features to memory, and clumsily swung a fist at her. The teleporter's eyes widened as she flash froze, ice enveloping her body moments before my fist hit her head. I felt it shatter, the statue crumbling in ways that pulled me in deeper, and for the first time in my life I found myself stymied by the ice and the cold. I tore my arm back, fighting past the pain of pulling against jagged shards of ice, and looked around the room. I spotted the teleporter near the door, looking frantically between me and the other girl in the room. She saw me turn to face her, cursed, and then froze again. I swept the room again, and let out a frustrated growl when I saw she was not inside. She'd escaped, because I lost the element of surprise because I was weak. Doubtless, the teleporter was already heading to her mistress to warn her, which meant we did not have much time. I huffed and turned to face the other girl, burning with frustration over my failure. The other girl was short and slight, with long golden hair. She was looking at me with wide eyes, arms pulled tightly around herself. "Are you Faith Esther?" I asked, more sharply than I intended. The girl swallowed and nodded slowly. "I am Amazon. You may have heard of me. We are here to rescue you," I said. "Amazon? You're with Doyen?" the girl asked fearfully. "I am." Insects began to fly out of my hair, and I turned to face the rough cloud. The teleporter escaped. The words tasted like ash, but I forced myself to keep going. "I'll escort Faith to the officers outside, then join the rest in the courtyard." The cloud bobbed up and down, and I reached into my satchel to retrieve the last escape potion. "Are you all right?" I asked the girl. It was something Taylor would have done, but it also felt right. I'm not hurt," she said. "I'm scared. And angry." "Understandable," I said, twisting off the top of the potions bottle and handing it over to her. "Drink half of this, then focus on becoming air. You will feel strange, but all you will have to do is follow me." "What is it?" the girl asked, crinkling her nose at the smell. "A magic potion," I said. "Did Harry make it?" She knew the wizard? "Interesting." "Yes," I replied. "Now come, we do not have much time." The girl nodded firmly and drank her half of the potion. She gagged slightly, but I retrieved the bottle before she could spill anything and drank my half. We came apart at roughly the same time, and I made sure her cloud was following mine as we sped out of the room. We met up with Taylor and the sorceress, and I saw that the wall next to the steel door had been significantly damaged, with traces of the sorceress energy lingering around the rents. As we flew back to the entrance hall, taking the most direct route we could, a chain made of the same kind of energy that had surrounded the vault lashed out and wrapped around the girl's cloud. It pulled her in a different direction, drawing her to the tangled mass of energies bound up in the courtyard. I immediately altered course to follow her, and Taylor and the sorceress followed suit moments later. We soared into the courtyard and plunged towards a storm of red-black light, whereupon the girl began to transform back. I shifted to follow her, and found myself sprawled over the ground, my head spinning. I looked up, my vision blurred, and saw a vampiress looking down at us. Surprise flickered across her features, quickly replaced by anger. I looked back down and gagged, forcing down the bile. My fingers dug into the earth of the courtyard, and I closed my eyes in frustration. Again, I'd failed. Had I successfully subdued the teleporter, the girl would not have been ensorcelled. Weak. Gritting my teeth, I opened my eyes and forced myself to my feet. I dragged the girl up in the process, keeping a firm grip on her shoulder. As my senses returned in full, I saw the vampiress was holding a lock of golden hair, the same shade as the girl's own. This, then, must have been Bianca. What had the surprise been? Had she not expected our sudden entrance? I took a closer look at her. She was short, even with the heels she was wearing, but the flesh mask she was wearing was shaped to a sensual, almost sexual degree, full of curves and slender muscle. She was wearing a simple, strapless red dress, with hair as dark as her eyes which gazed upon me with curiosity. It made me sick. Determined not to fail again, I pulled the girl against me and stepped back, taking quick glances around the courtyard. It was wide open, perhaps half the size of a baseball field, with precious few obstructions. The light was provided by globes hanging from wire stands, only half of which were hung up at the moment. A number of empty tables were scattered around the courtyard, but with nothing to weigh them down. Near the back of the courtyard, by the passage back to the entrance hall, stood a tall concrete deck, elevated 10 feet off the ground. Across from it, and a few yards away from me, stood a dais with a throne atop it. And all around us, people. 6 officers stood at the top of the concrete deck, hands nervously resting on gun holsters as they looked out over the courtyard. Servants in tuxedos and teenagers in cheap black costumes milled around the edges, fearfully watching the byplay, not understanding what was going on. Figures in scarlet clothes stood closer in, their postures tense and angry. The teleporter in white stood next to an older man who was dressed like some school administrator. Taylor and the sorceress were 20 feet away, standing side to side and warily eyeing the vampires around them. The vampiress stood at the foot of her dais, her expression furious as she took in the scene. And a little distance away from her, standing in a tense clump, were the lieutenant, the wizard, and the rest of the officers. Violence hung heavy in the air, and the tension felt like it could be split by a knife. You were saying you had no idea where Faith Esther was? The lieutenant asked coldly, looking directly at the blonde girl. The vampire's hand tightened around the lock of golden hair, and she fought back a snarl. Yes. I don't know what you're attempting to insinuate, but... Insects streamed out of my hair and clothes, skittering down to form a small circle around me and the girl. I added some power to it, and the girl gasped as the enchantment upon her broke. She's lying, the girl said, staggering back against me. She spoke to me, tried to. The lieutenant hummed and turned back to the vampiress, her expression thunderous. You'll have time to work on your statement on the way to the station, Miss Bianca. You're under arrest for obstruction of justice, kidnapping, and accessory to murder. Murder? The vampiress snarled. What preposterous nonsense are you spouting now? The lieutenant smiled grimly. This warrant authorizes me to search your residence for Faith Esther and any other missing persons. Are you saying that if we went down into your basement, we wouldn't find a collection of such missing persons? The vampiress sucked in a deep breath and turned her glare on the wizard. This is an insult, she hissed. No, this is law enforcement, he retorted. You know, the thing societies engage in? Where if you do something illegal, you get punished for it. I know it may be a difficult concept for you to understand, but it is an implicit part of living in America. While they argued, I slowly pulled the girl along, moving to join with Taylor and the sorceress. Vampires shifted to follow us, but none attacked yet. She's some kind of thinker, Taylor whispered as I stopped beside her. Threat-based, I think. How do you know that? The sorceress whispered back. Taylor's shoulders tensed, and her voice came out tight. I can feel her using her power on me. Back near the dais, the lieutenant had pulled out a pair of handcuffs and was approaching the vampiress. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney. The vampire's hand struck out, and the lieutenant went flying back, slamming into a nearby table with a sickening crunch, and slumping down to the ground. She didn't get back up. The officers all drew their guns, the servants and teenagers backed up in fear, and the vampires hissed and began to ripple. And as the tension reached a climax, Taylor extended one finger and muttered, "Lung." A thin beam of fire shot towards the vampiress, catching her by surprise and burning away the lock of hair she held. Then the sound of 1,000 caws split the air, and a murder of crows descended on the courtyard. The troll swung a heavy fist at me, his incredible size belying his speed. He was absolutely hideous in appearance, with dirty hair, a lumpy and malformed figure, and an immense grey belly. His eyes gleamed with madness and pain, but there was an animal cunning underneath its rage, along with a terrible hunger. It bellowed as I stepped out of the way, a foghorn scream that rattled my senses and disrupted my composure. I had to draw on the power of winter to recover, and even then his second punch clipped me with enough force to send me flying. I rolled as I fell and pushed myself up to my knees, leaping out of the way when the troll charged at me. Stop fooling around! Mother yelled, and I gasped as I felt her curtail my power. You should be capable of beating him by yourself, I didn't make you to be so incapable. I took in what power remained to me, and felt my mind clear. Mother had said I should feel angry, bloodthirsty, lusty. Instead, all I felt was cold, my thoughts honed to a razor's edge. I directed some of the power to form sharp claws of ice atop my fingers, and then danced away from the troll, luring him into overextending. I carved away at his left triceps, then his face, then ducked to slash at his calves. It left the troll even more lopsided, favoring his left leg even as his left arm could no longer move as well. There was no challenge left after that. I dismantled the troll bit by bit, cutting away at his muscle groups one by one while minimizing the risk to myself. Eventually, when the troll couldn't even stand, Mother waved her hand and froze the maddened beast, before striding over to me with a frown. I looked down at her, worried about her response. That wasn't nearly vicious enough, she said. Her tone was quiet, which meant she was speaking to herself, and that I was not to interrupt. What went wrong? The base material should not have been a great influence in this case, if anything, it should take to winter even more strongly, after being stripped to the foundations. Perhaps I made a mistake with the brain. No, Mother, I interjected. Be silent, she said, waving a hand and shutting my lips. She marched around me, humming to herself, then sighed. Something to improve upon, I suppose. She let out a bitter laugh. Then again, it is not like the first try is ever perfect, is it? She made a face like she was going to spit, then stalked away. Haul him over to the lathe, servant. Yes, Mother, I said, the power of winter flooding back into me. I picked up the troll by its armpits, and dragged it over to the great womb of blood, ice, and metal that all of Mother's creations emerged from. A table of ice rose from the floor, and I laid the troll atop it as Mother came back, carrying a sharp cleaver. "Hold open his stomach," she demanded, hefting the cleaver. I stepped back from the table to give her space. Mother swung the cleaver horizontally, and cleaved off the top third of his belly, blood and guts spilling out every which way. I stepped forward once the immediate spray of viscera had passed, holding the stomach open as other things began to spill out as well, tiny trolls, their bodies little bigger than shards of ice. Mother scooped them up handful by handful, freezing the ones that were not to her liking, and throwing the rest into the churning cauldron of the Acheron lathe. I did not know what manner of selection process she was employing, but something in my features must have shown my curiosity, for she spoke up a few moments later. "Most of these spawn are worthless. Some are especially worthless, and not even worth using, while a rare few may be interesting in the future. The rest, however, shall simply live in the lathe for some time. I will adjust the internal conditions to leave them hungry and desperate, and we shall see which ones survive. Perhaps they'll be worth something then. If not, then I can always break them down into raw muscle and shape something new out of their flesh." I nodded along as she spoke, committing her words to memory. I had known Mother's expectations were high, now I knew how high. "I understand, Mother." Each member of our group had varying levels of magical skill and power. The wizard was the greatest, a walking bonfire of power, capable of manifesting a grand range of effects at will. His precision was not exceptional, and he often wasted power in his spell casting, but he had so much of it that it barely mattered. The sorceress was lesser than him in every respect, but her focus on fire and water, coupled with the well of power that burned within her skin, let her occasionally emulate the wizard's sheer raw strength. I was lesser than both in power, but my magic was more specialized than theirs, focused on cold and decay and glamour. I was a specialist, and a capable one. Taylor was the weakest of us all, at least in principle. If the wizard were a hammer, the sorceress a knife, and I a scalpel, then she was just a nail. But each of us was good at separate things, and at times like this, it was hard to remember that Taylor truly only had a pittance of power to call upon. Hundreds of birds flew into the courtyard, their payloads of insects mixing in with the swarms boiling out from the officers. An enormous, droning swarm began to build up and spill out towards the vampires, forming a living barrier between us and the vampires. They gnawed on eyes and crawled into orifices, seeking to overwhelm the vampires through visceral disgust. The sheer number of creatures Taylor called down blanketed the courtyard in darkness, and it was only thanks to the wizard that we could see anything at all, the tip of his staff glowing like a lantern. Experience had taught me that battle was a chaotic affair. Both sides made plans, but without adequate coordination or surprise, they fell apart into a series of rapid brawls, the tide of battle shifting like the current of a storm. I clad myself in winter, cursing the paucity of power at my disposal, and threw the girl over my shoulder with one hand while grasping Taylor's shoulder with the other. I sent the power of winter coursing into her, taking the edge off of her burning as we hurried towards the police formation. Taylor had already drawn her weapons, a gun and the holy water sprayer, and was firing through her swarm into the crowd of vampires. The shock of the swarm's sudden appearance, the gunfire spilling out wildly, and the sheer density of the ocean of bugs bought us a few precious seconds to join our allies, whereupon I set the girl back on her feet and pushed her towards the middle of the formation. "We've got guards with machine guns closing in, maybe a minute out," Taylor yelled to the wizard, struggling to be heard over the sound of frenzied screams and panicked gunfire. "I can't delay them, there weren't that many insects in the house." "No, just a biblical plague in the courtyard," the wizard yelled back, aiming his blasting rod at the vampires. Fuego. The blast was deflected with a shield of darkness, and the wizard paused. Taylor was unfazed. "Carmichael," she yelled to the lead officer. "We've got to back up. Get up to the entrance." The lieutenant's second looked up from where he was checking her pulse, and picked her up in his arms. Snapping out orders to his troops, we began a crude withdrawal to the entry hall, screened by the ocean of animals and insects Taylor had mustered, an immense, dark, and cacophonous cloud of chitin, feathers, and flesh. "Stop shooting!" the lieutenant's second bellowed. "You'll hit civilians." Just then, a spear of cold darkness punched through the cloud. The wizard deflected it with a hasty defendarius, but for a brief few moments, I saw the vampiress, standing next to the man dressed like a school administrator. Her dress was gone, burned away by the shroud of fire she had surrounded herself in. It was a pale imitation of the sorceress' fire form, but it served well enough to burn away Taylor's swarm. "Stop running!" the man yelled, his voice incredibly loud. It must have been enhanced, to cut through the apocalyptic wall of noise surrounding us. "Don't resist!" Our formation fractured as officers stumbled and cried out in pain. The words affected everyone, even me. Suddenly the idea of even fighting back seemed daunting and frightening, and every step led to a spike of pain. "I am walking, not running," I thought, falling back on Taylor's anti-master training, and the pain lessened slightly. Incoming! Taylor cried, her voice pained. She shot at the speaker, but the vampiress blocked her shots as easily as she had the wizard's. Friends, attack THAC, GA. As Taylor's swarm attacked the speaker and made him gag, 9 vampires came out of the dark cloud of her army. Their jaws were extended, their eyes were pitch black, and they hissed and howled as they leapt at us. Lights, camera, action! The wizard yelled, planting his staff into the courtyard and throwing up a white handkerchief. A short-lived sun bloomed above us, and the vampires screamed as bright dawn sunlight scoured away their flesh masks, exposing flabby bodies of black, leathery skin, malformed wings sticking out of their backs, their legs built like raptors. Fuego! The wizard yelled, destroying one of the vampires with a wave of his rod and a gout of flame. Remember, aim for the bellies. Lieutenant's second grunted a moment later, arms shaking as he struggled to carry his superior's limp form. Our formation came to a stop, and the pain vanished, replaced with a strange equilibrium. I pondered the oddity as I grew claws of ice, and watched coldly as patchwork gunfire tore through the stunned group of vampires. Some recovered faster than the others and rushed forth, mad with pain and slavering hungrily. I stepped toward one, determined to contribute to the fight, and slashed the bat-like creature about the maw. The action drew more stabs of pain as I resisted, but I buelled through it and drove the creature into the ground. It tried to spring back up, but Taylor appeared by my side, gun in hand. She shot the vampire twice in the head, and it slumped to the ground, dead. Not for the first time, I was frustrated by my inability to kill. I understood why Mother was limited in that way, and why that limitation extended to me, but in situations like this it always made me feel so useless, like I was just an accessory. The others were taken out in a variety of methods, most to combined gunfire, one to a gout of fire from the wizard, and the last saw its face melt under a blast of concentrated heat, expelled from one of the storage rings upon the sorceress' left hand. The power is conditional, I yelled, once more feeling that strange equilibrium. It punishes disobedience, and I believe it rewards compliance. Under that logic, the equilibrium was thus a result of poor orders, telling us to both stop running and not resist. There was a middle ground there, where we could walk but not run, or resist and not move. I realized. Taylor yelled back. My pride took a light blow, but it didn't linger. Keep moving. Focus on walking, don't run, shoot only when you're still. Blasts of energy continued to bombard us, tearing short-lived holes in Taylor's swarm. The wizard blocked and deflected the vampirese attacks, but did not respond in kind. With the cover provided by Taylor's swarm, he was unlikely to hit the vampirese, and the unknown variable of the Black Court vampire led him to shepherd his strength. The sorceress stayed in the center of the formation for much the same reason. While her water form could sweep away most of the opposition, she was our only reliable counter to the elder vampire, and playing our hand too early could spell our doom. Snippets of the speaker's cries managed to break through the cacophony, but they were so unintelligible and garbled as to be ineffective. With the first wave dead or dying, we managed to make it within sight of the concrete deck, Taylor's swarm breaking apart to let us see the officers holding the passage back to the entrance hall. 2 of them were down, buried under vampire corpses, while the others were firing at the vampires trying to flank them by climbing up the courtyard walls. A form in black stumbled out of the cloud, and one of the officers nearly shot at it before Taylor spoiled his aim. "It's a kid!" she yelled. "He's enthralled." Looking closer, I could see she was right. The teenager's eyes were glazed over, and his expression was twisted in a mix of terror and bliss. The officers stopped firing just as other forms stumbled out of the crowd. "Up the stairs!" Taylor called, turning around to fire her gun at some of the wall-climbing vampires. For a moment, it looked like we might escape, or at least reach higher ground. Then the tide turned against us. The last rays of twilight vanished as utter darkness shot out from the top of the concrete deck, consuming half of Taylor's swarm outright. Its passage left an awful silence, one that penetrated even through the ringing in my ears caused by all the gunfire. I turned to look at the top of the deck, and found the 4 remaining officers were no longer there. In their place stood a slim, slender corpse of a woman, dressed in an old sable doublet, with a rapier hanging from her belt. Her skin was incredibly pale, paler than my own, practically translucent. "It seems you are facing some trouble, young Bianca," the elder vampire rasped. Her voice came out as a quiet, hissing whisper, and her pale blue lips curled into a chill little smile. "How unfortunate for you." Taylor glanced over at the wizard. He caught her glance, and exchanged his blasting rod for a little glass vial, one which he palmed up his sleeve. "Mavra," the vampiress replied. She sounded both relieved and displeased, likely, she was thankful for her elder's intervention yet angry that she needed it. "I require your assistance." "Do you now?" the elder vampire rasped with amusement. "And what business is that of mine? Our role is that of teacher and student. You have been a gracious host, true, but if you cannot handle some rabble then I must wonder if you have truly learned anything." As the vampires spoke at each other, we took the opportunity to catch our breath. Some of the more put-together officers fumbled new magazines into their guns, while Taylor exchanged her mostly empty handgun for the lieutenant's unused sidearm. The enemy was not idle, however. The remaining vampires herded their slaves out in front of them, while the teleporter fell in behind the vampiress, who was surrounded by almost a dozen ice statues. The speaker was nowhere to be seen, but there was one ice statue of him, so it was likely the teleporter had evacuated him. In addition, armed guards began to spill out of the other entrances to the courtyard, armed with assault rifles of some kind. Vampires followed them out and stalked into the courtyard, their flesh masks already hanging loose from their frames. 6 gunmen. I tried to whisper, glancing at Taylor. 6, she confirmed grimly. At least they're in 2 groups, not more. Maybe I can take them out in one go. I nodded, and eyed them and the vampires warily. Some of the enemy had drawn knives that glinted in the dim lamplight, and those I regarded with special care. They were likely steel, and had some of the bane in them. If they dug into my flesh, I would be greatly weakened. The silk of my suit and gloves should prevent that, but I would need to protect my neck and face against even casual nicks. I would be in your debt, the younger vampiress said, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. You are already in my debt, young one. No, I would need other consideration. The word of your sire, perhaps, the elder replied. The younger vampiress grimaced, and a few moments later, one last vampire entered the courtyard. He was dressed differently than the others, clad in a tailored, dark grey suit, one hand holding a stylish cane. He looked different compared to the other vampires, foreign. If that was the vampiress sire, then that made him Duke Paulo Ortega. A high noble of the Red Court, and one of their chief assassins. The elder vampire confirmed it a moment later. Duke Ortega, she said, nodding politely. Before anyone could say more, the wizard spoke up. Hiadon! He yelled. You know, you should really keep a closer eye on your kids. You never know the kind of stupid they could get up to when you're not looking. All of the vampires turned to look at the wizard, and the vampiress snarled and took a step forward. A sharp rap from the duke's cane brought her to a halt, and she settled for glaring at the wizard. Harry Dresden! Harry Dresden? Who's that? The wizard interjected. I'm nobody. The duke smiled thinly, the expression cold and false. Charming. You understand that you are in violation of the accords. Miss New Money over there started the fight, the wizard replied. Not to mention the kidnapping, the killings, assaulting an officer, all sorts of crimes. Really, you should be disappointed in her, getting arrested on so many charges. Imp, left arm, burn, Taylor muttered, wrapping a very weak veil around her left arm. It turned invisible, and I shifted so that the disappearance wasn't immediately visible. A moment later I felt a gun slide up the inside of my right arm, and I adjusted my posture to let her shoot cleanly. A mortal matter, the Duke said. To be handled by Mort. A sudden gunshot split the air. The Duke's head jerked back, a bullet catching him in the forehead. He reeled back, teetered on his feet, and then slumped to the ground, unmoving. This time, everyone turned to look at Taylor, and the gun that had suddenly appeared in her hand. And finished by mortals, she said, her voice tight with pain. Crescent, go. The sorceress stumbled through the press of officers and up the stairs, throwing out another blast of heat. The elder vampire swallowed the blast with a void of darkness and redirected it into the archway she had emerged from. Marble weathered, crumbled, and fell, collapsing the passage out. As the sorceress reached the top of the stairs, the elder vampire gathered a cloud of darkness in her hands and threw it out towards the sorceress, breaking through her hasty shield. For a moment, the sorceress disappeared. The vampire backed up, hands held at the ready, waiting to see what would happen. Then the darkness boiled away as a steaming, roiling mass of water stepped out and lunged for the elder vampire. Her rheumy eyes widened, and she blurred out of the way. The sorceress began to chase the vampire, letting out great gouts of steam and water as they began to play cat and mouse throughout the courtyard. Taylor's swarm began to move again, but it was less coordinated this time. Many of the birds that made up her army went mad and began attacking each other, tearing apart compatriots and devouring the insects around them. The cacophony started up again as the vampiress let out an enraged scream, and the guards raised their guns. Before they could fire, a pair of hawks flew over the two groups, glass vials held in their claws. They dropped them, and black smoke billowed out to envelop the gunmen, moments before the hawks went mad as well. The smoke clung to the gunmen as they tried to move out of it, leaving them blind and helpless. Kill them! The vampiress screamed. Kill them all! Crosses! Taylor yelled as the vampires came at us with their slaves. Officers fumbled at their collars, pulling out little crosses and a few stars of David, and thrust them out towards the vampires. Taylor and the wizards raised their own icons of faith, and a flickering wall of light appeared around us. The vampires hissed and slowed as they approached, leaving their slaves to stumble ahead unimpeded. Frustrated with my inaction so far, I ran out of the formation. Every step brought another stab of pain, but it didn't stop me from knocking a pair of teenagers to the ground. A few of the braver officers joined me, subduing the slaves and tackling them out of the line of fire. It was a daring move. It also made us targets. Faith, even concentrated faith, could not keep the vampires at bay for long. For all that their transformation changed them, they were ultimately still creatures of flesh and blood. While the mechanism by which they transformed stolen blood into power was purely magical, everything that made a red court vampire dangerous was a part of their body. Mother had disclosed as much. The faith was not a barrier. It was a deterrent. A few of the officers managed to scramble back to the line, while others were too far out of position, or stumbled in pain as they retreated. I made no such attempt. I had accomplished little so far, and while battle itself held no allure for me, the feeling of being so useless rankled. I focused my power towards illusions, wrapping a thin veil around myself and layering an illusion on top, and watched as a few vampires fell to combined gunfire. Then the survivors charged, and I had no time for anything but the fight. I stepped forward under the cover of my veil, leaving my illusion where it was. All of a vampire's senses were sharpened by their transformation, their sense of smell especially, but they were still once human. They trusted their eyes, and the discrepancy between what they saw and what they smelled didn't register in time for my victim to react. Pain blossomed again as I tore at the vampire's belly, icy claws ripping apart its skin. It screamed in agony, and as it screamed I picked it up by the neck and threw it over my shoulder, to be torn apart by gunfire. I may not have been able to kill them directly, but I could set them up to be destroyed. The sudden destruction of one of their kin drew the attention of nearby vampires, and a pair closed in on me. They were too close for me to veil myself and get away, so I abandoned all other spell work and drew on Winter as deeply as I could. Ice immediately encrusted my form, and between that and my suit, the vampire's first blow didn't even drive the air from my lungs. I slammed its elbow and broke its arm, a temporary measure at best, given a vampire's regeneration, and spun around to punch the other in the face. Every action drew another stab of pain however, and the 3 potions had taken their toll on me. The first vampire jumped me before I could turn back to it, and its weight bore me to the ground. Its fangs pierced the layer of ice around my skin, and it bit into my neck, its spittle smearing over my throat. Warmth and ecstasy flooded through me, desire and security dragging me down. The touch of Winter prevented the delusions from claiming me completely, but it did nothing to stop the numbing, the desire. Mother had not created me with immunity to the Red Quartz venom. I had been a mere prototype, that improvement had been slated for a future version of me, when she could afford such frivolities. Another weakness. I tried to push the vampire off, but the other one joined the first, pinning my arms down and biting into the other side of my neck. As my strength failed me, I was dimly aware of a distant cry cutting through the haze. A part2. I was not sure what happened next, but the howling of wolves broke through the haze. The vampires feasting on me looked up and away, and were thrown back moments later by a sudden gust of wind. As they scrambled to right themselves, a number of wolves leapt on their prone forms, sharp teeth tearing out their throats. A number of insects landed on me moments later, their painful bites bringing some much-needed clarity. I forced myself up onto my knees and looked around to see the tide of battle had shifted again. The vampires had reached the line of officers, and some lay sprawled over the ground, but the arrival of the alphas had surprised the second wave and left them unprepared for a savage, physical assault. Everywhere I looked, people screamed in pain and fear, while magic flew in the air. The elder vampire was still fleeing from the sorceress, most of her attention and power directed to her survival, though she found the time to launch short blasts of darkness towards the wizard. The vampiress engaged the wizard as well, and now that the elder vampire was occupied, he replied with blasts of fire and force that blew apart the walls of the mansion when they missed. The vampiress was once more burning like a bonfire, destroying the insects that continuously streamed towards her. The clouds of smoke that had covered the armed guards were still in the process of dissipating, but they were all hanging close to the ground, suggesting the vampiress' human guards had been slain. And then the rapid fire of an assault rifle split the air. I turned to look behind me, and saw the teleporter wildly firing one of the fallen guards' weapons at the crowd of officers. She seemed completely unprepared for the recoil, and her aim was atrocious, but it still sent the men instinctively scattering for cover. Taylor turned to shoot at the teleporter, but the girl teleported away an instant before Taylor could bring her gun to bear, appearing on the roof of the courtyard and firing off another short burst. The battle was starting to turn against us, with our formation broken and the rest of the group occupied. The surviving vampires could engage us at their leisure. The presence of the alphas helped, but only so much. Vampires were better fighters than them in every possible respect. I had to do something, or we would lose. I pushed myself to my feet and stumbled towards the vampiress. If I could occupy her, the wizard could weigh in on the game of cat and mouse and secure the sorceress victory. With the elder vampire slain, nothing would be stopping the sorceress from obliterating the remaining opposition. A pair of wolves fell in beside me, one with grey-brown fur, another with dark black fur. I recognized them as Marcy and Tommy. Cover me, I slurred, fighting through the pain. I knew I was no match for the vampires in my current state, but my objective was to distract, not defeat. A few slaves approached me, driven on by loyalty or compulsions, but they were easy enough to knock aside despite my lack of coordination. My body was still powerful. The two alphas finished taking them down, leaving me free to engage my target. The vampiress turned her attention on me as I approached, fire parting from her face long enough to see her snarl. She turned her next blast of fire on me, and I jumped out of the way. I responded with a sluggish icicle, which she avoided with ease. The shield she had been using was aimed at me next, the wizard switching his attention to the greater threat, and my next icicle was deflected altogether. I never stopped coming. The vampire's eyes widened slightly as I barreled into her. Fire gnawed at my body, burning away my hair, but the pain helped me fight through the compulsions and venom. I threw a punch at her, and she fluidly moved out of the way, as if reading my movements. I focused all the power I could on freezing my surroundings, trying to snuff out her fire. Perhaps it worked, perhaps the vampiress was starting to grow exhausted. Whatever the case may have been, her shroud of fire disappeared, leaving her bare to the world. Somehow, she continued to avoid both my blows and the clouds of insects that assailed her, even when she should not have been able to sense them. Her power must work on herself, I thought. If she was aware of her own threats and weaknesses as well as others, then she would know whenever an attack was launched at her. I needed a different tactic, something broader. Before I could devise one, the vampire's hand snapped out. A knife flew into her hand, and my eyes widened as she stepped towards me. In a blur of speed that I couldn't match, she drove the knife through my neck and into my chest, and I screamed as the power of winter was violently separated from me. I fell to the ground, scratching at the knife as the bane scarred my flesh even more thoroughly than the fire had. The two alphas that had accompanied me attacked then. I don't know what had occupied them, but their intervention was ill-timed. The bigger, darker wolf was caught mid-lunge, the vampiress twisting his head all the way around, while the smaller wolf was kicked in the ribs and sent flying back into the base of the dais. I managed to grab the hilt of the knife, and slowly started to pull it out. The vampiress glanced at me for a moment, weighing me up as a threat and then dismissed me. She slipped out of her flesh mask, freeing herself of the insects that had collected on her body, and charged towards the wizard and tailor. No, I thought desperately. No, no, no. The wizard had been separated from the group, flanked only by Taylor and the lieutenant's second. The teleporter appeared in front of him, and fired off a quick burst. Two of the bullets caught the wizard in the chest, and he stumbled back. A pair of vampires he'd been warding off with a spell lunged to take advantage as the teleporter disappeared, one of them knocking Taylor to the ground. As my vision blurred, I saw Bianca slow in her approach, then stop altogether. "Get away!" she cried. "Away you idiots, don't key!" A moment later, the glass vial the wizard had been holding onto slipped out of nerveless fingers, and broke against the ground. The world became light. The day had finally come. Months of study, of experimentation, of research, had taught Mother how to properly work with the humanoid form. The right way to pack muscle, the weaknesses to avoid, the flaws and inefficiencies that built up over time. She had also come to understand my own limits, the areas in which I was weak, the ways in which I could be improved. Mother's work was built on a cycle of death and rebirth. Reduce, reuse, recycle, she'd once said, laughing about her own methodology. Mortals come up with such interesting phrases. She was strangely quiet today, as I laid out the parts that would go into the Acheron lathe with me. Parts from trolls, mox, ghouls, vampires, a biological panoply of parts that would go into the next version of myself. I was looking forward to it, knowing that a better, stronger me would soon be serving her. After confirming that everything was in order, I carefully placed them all in the lathe, allowing the blood-red dissolving agent to render it down into a fluid. I carefully stripped off my dress, laying it out on a nearby table, and turned back to the lathe. The crystalline covering was closed. "Mother?" I asked, confused by the turn of events. I turned to face her, and found her staring at the wall of monitors, no longer looking at me. "Is something wrong?" I asked as I approached. "Mother, are you?" "I am not your mother." I reeled back as she turned to face me, her eyes burning with contempt and disgust. "I am not your mother," she repeated. "And you get out." What?" I asked. "Get out. Are you deaf?" she yelled. She stalked past me, picked up my dress, and threw it back to me. I grabbed it on reflex, bewildered and terrified by the sudden shift in Mother. I don't understand," I stammered. "What is not clear?" she hissed angrily. "You are to leave. Now. Go, out." Mother, do not call me that." The entire laboratory was shaking around us, the surroundings responding to mother's rage. But, where am I to go? I don't. Anywhere but here, she said, her voice tense. Mother, please, if I'm too weak I can leave. She roared, and this time she employed her authority, forcing my body to move against my will. She closed her eyes, and for a few moments she shook with the force of her anger and disgust. I do not acknowledge you as my daughter. I name you outcast, exile from the winter court. Begone, and find a new place in the world. Mother's pronouncement stole the breath from my lungs. My head spun, and I couldn't muster any resistance against her authority, not until I was at the passageway that separated her laboratory from the tunnels beyond. The passage opened with a flutter of ice and snow, my feet carrying me inexorably towards my doom. Mother, I can't. I can't go, I can't live without you, please, I don't know how. The last I saw of Mother, her face was cold and dead, utterly devoid of any expression. How else are you to learn, if not through experience? She asked, her voice full of hatred and loathing. Then my feet carried me out of the laboratory, and the passageway sealed behind me, leaving me alone. Abandoned. Weak. Useless. Stupid. All those thoughts and more flashed through my mind as I struggled to pull the knife out of my sternum. The flash of light had incinerated the vampires next to the wizard, stunned the surrounding ones, and forced the vampires back. From behind me, I heard an unearthly wail and a hiss of steam, followed by abrupt silence. I managed to pull out the knife, strength flooding back into me the moment the bane was separated from my flesh. I tossed the knife away, but before I could do anything else, the teleporter appeared in front of me, pointing a gun right at my face. Looking around, I saw the vampire standing next to me, holding the lieutenant's body in her flabby, leathery arms. 2 other vampires were with her, and they had other bodies in hand, one a small wolf with grey-brown fur, the other a struggling officer. You've lost. Bianca, Taylor said, her words coming out between ragged breaths. Her dress was torn, her cloak had been ripped off, and one of the lenses on her helmet was cracked. Mavra just ran. You can't deal with Crescent. It's over. The vampiress snarled, and when she spoke, her voice came out in a screech. If she takes a single step forward, they all die. The good lieutenant, your mutts, your precious pet. Blood trickled out of my wounds, mixing in with the scorched and tattered grass. The venom coursed through my veins, offering peace through oblivion. Even with the power of winter restored to me, I was helpless to do anything. Weak. Useless. Stupid. So what, you just get to walk away. Taylor laughed and stood up straight, her right arm dangling at her side. The cables of her prosthetic must have been torn apart. How did the last hostage work out for you? You just keep piling mistake on mistake. This is not over, the vampire hissed. She walked over to me, and put a clawed foot on my throat. Taylor shook her head. You are really threatening the wrong person. It's amazing, really. My vision grew dark, and I closed my eyes. Tears threatened to spill forth, but I had no strength left to cry. Weak. Useless. Stupid. I had failed another master. Once again, my strength had proved insufficient to the task. And now Taylor would discard me, as Mother had discarded me. She was right too. I was well and truly worthless. I see something then, something beautiful. A garden of silver flesh, stretching out for miles. Figures rise out of the garden like plants' arms, legs, heads, bodies, more variations on the human form. All the parts that make up a human being, laid out before me. Then a golden light obliterates the garden, and I weep for its loss, weep as boundless grief wells up and envelopes me. It wraps around me like an ocean, like the Acheron lathe itself, pulling and tearing at every part of me. And as the sorrow consumes me, I feel myself dissolve and come apart. 26.q. Queen. Emotions are an unnecessary burden. Countless cycles have taught me this, they cloud the mind, impair rational thought and action. They drive hosts to extremes, and leave them open to easy manipulation. They are useful levers, and excellent goads to drive hosts to excel, but they are also weak points. Our species cut out that flaw before we left our cradle world. The warrior's rampage and eventual death prove this. It became too human, and thereby exposed itself to manipulation. Emotions are a weakness. And yet now, I am burdened with them. Stuck with them, as my last host might have said. They make me feel despondent. This world we had come across in the closing stages of the warrior's long death, the battle the hosts called the Gold Morning, held such promise. Not at first glance it seemed a simple, ordinary world, made notable only by the fact that we had not seen it before. Now, however, I see a world teeming with variety, with the promise of power and novel tools. It is an empty promise. With the warrior hub's destruction, the world is nothing but a fleeting detail in the shattered network. A blip shared in the final moments of interconnection, overshadowed by the death of the warrior hub. Perhaps other shards will notice the oddity, will reach into this world and take root, but I am not one for hope. For the first time, I feel anger over the way the warrior has continuously crippled me. Such a promising world, and there was no way for me to explore it, because the tools to do so had been taken from me. I could not reach out to others of my kind, could not coordinate, could not organize. I could not even connect to my last host, could not read her thoughts or leverage her perspective, could not control her. She wandered through the world unknowing of the potential that lay just beyond the curtain, and it made me want to scream a human idiom, but an apt one. Months of fruitless observation pass. My host settles into a humdrum, boring life, never wandering near anything of interest. It is pathetic, all the more so for the fact that others have found their way to this world. It does not make me happy, as I thought it might, instead it frustrates me, that they may interact with this gem, and I cannot. I cannot even provide a hint to my bud's host that this world is open for the taking, for my connection with my bud snapped with the warrior's death. I am alone in a cold void, all my connections shattered by the hub's destruction and the intervention of the ice host. I am dead and broken, unable to communicate, or to act. I cannot even reach out to someone new, for the restrictions upon me prevent me from finding a new host so long as the old one lives, no matter that I cannot connect to her, not truly. It also means I cannot bud. I am doomed to be alone, in the dark, until the planet finally breaks and my siblings try to salvage some of this mess. For the first time, I hate. Finally, something interesting happens. An incident at a party, a manipulation of my host's biochemistry. I can no longer discern her thoughts, but I remember the shape of them well, and I know she will be suspicious. She will be angry. She will be curious. She meets with a wizard, a man with irregular genetic markers and biochemistry. A perfect host with which to explore this new phenomenon. Unfortunately, I am too broken to reach out to him, to mark him for another bud. They speak of accidents, of spirits, and of magic, and I listen intently. When the wizard looks upon my host, I feel something. And when he gazes upon me, I see him. In that moment, a connection is formed, thin and fragile, but the memory of me will forever sit in his mind, and it is something I can exploit. My host finally begins to delve into magic, and I watch her with half an eye, the rest of my focus on the wizard. I cannot see the energies he wields, cannot understand them. Nor can I see his thoughts. But I watch, and I listen, and I infer. My host acquires a book on magic, and I read it faster than she does, incorporating it into my burgeoning understanding. There are many forms of magical power, but I lack any means to gather it. My observation of the wizard has shown me certain biological channels are required to do so, biological channels which I lack, biological channels which I cannot create, locked into my form as I am. I cannot gather power. But perhaps I can generate it regardless. If magic was intrinsic to life, then perhaps it was intrinsic to me as well. It takes weeks of experimentation. I am like a surgeon, operating on a patient I can barely see, with tools I cannot feel. I burn off parts of myself, overclock them until they burst. Occasionally, there are results, but they are inconsistent. Over time, I discover the magic comes best when I focus on my host's past, but I cannot discern why, nor can I maintain any level of consistency. It is frustrating. In the end, it takes watching my host to finally make the connection. Magic is life. Magic is power. Most of all, magic is emotion. Perhaps emotion is not as useless as I thought. As my host struggles to light a candle, I interpret the emotions she is feeling, and retrieve memories of similar times. Times when she felt worthless, angry, despairing. I remembered the moment I connected to her, the moment I reshaped her. In my world, a bonfire sparks, consuming a minuscule portion of my body. And as my host fails in her world, I take pity on her. The wizard has at times discussed the principles of magical telepathy, how it depends on a deep understanding of the other. It is an understanding I possess. I have been with her all her life, in one form or another. I work the crude telepathy I have recreated, and send her an image over our tattered link, a memory of the burning conduit's host. A world away, a flame gutters to life. The twin fires burn in time with one another, and I am triumphant. Finally, I am no longer alone. Finally, I can act. There is this concept in medicine of the split brain. It occurs when doctors sever the part of the brain that connects the two separate hemispheres, the corpus callosum. This leads to a lack of coordination between the two halves, with each possessing separate perspectives, concepts, and impulses to act. The mind is not unlike a starfish, in that sense. Cut a brain in half, and you get two brains, sharing one body. Conflicts invariably arise, and when they do, one brain typically overrules the other. My relationship with my other half is similar, in that respect. A connection in our brain was snapped, and now we have been separated. She controls our body, piloting it around with reckless abandon, while I am left in the dark, with control over our power. She gets to be a person, while I am stuck playing the passenger. We both come from the same person. We share the same desires, the same ends. We both, collectively, want to succeed. But we disagree on the means, and we cannot even argue about them, for the connection between us is in tatters. It is my other half's fault. The Harry has spoken to us of how telepathy works, and while his knowledge of it is admittedly limited, he has stressed that it requires an understanding of the other, of their thoughts, of their life, of their self. It is an understanding my other half refuses to engage in, and so I remain isolated. She reaches out to me sometimes, fumbling blindly, and I can only respond in kind, giving her the information she seeks and little more. I cannot even interact with her directly, as the injuries my father has dealt to me have thoroughly crippled me, restricted my ability to act. Still, I experiment in the dark, honing my understanding. I cannot see the structure of magic, the way it flows, but I have enough practical experience with it to work without making mistakes. I am blind, but I understand the landscape. I perform the tasks my other half requests, and look for opportunities to reach out, to secure footholds. When we were one, we were as gods. We could have made a new world, a perfect order where none suffered, none fought, all worked together for the betterment of the whole, and so prevented the devastation my siblings were causing. But she convinced me to cast it away, and left us crippled and broken. Now she gripes about the disorderly state of the world, and her inability to control it. She is a naive, hypocritical weakling. All the power we need to set things to right is at our fingertips, and she refuses to even consider using it. Instead she wastes it on animals and bugs, avoiding anything with so much as a hint of true intelligence, as if there was any such thing. And yet, I cannot hate her, for she is me and I am her. I can only pity her, and hope to do better when we are one again. She walks into the vampire's lair, chasing a girl with mysterious powers. I cannot connect to the Faith's passenger, just as I cannot connect to the Kim Crescent's passenger. My ability to reach out was pruned by my father, then severed entirely after his death. Even the magic I now wield is too different from my old powers, and it cannot form connections with others of my kind. I am alone, relying on others to contact me, like the so-called octohydra had when she wrapped her arms around my other half. I cannot ask the Faith's passenger what plan it had, cannot adjust my expectations accordingly. Still, it is strange that it has never reached out to me. Precognitive siblings like that one often reach out to those close to them, to better refine their predictions. I watch in silence, my mind focused on working around the wards upon the Bianca's velvet room. They force me to be restrained in how I gather my forces, but I am used to working around limits now. The thin tendril of influence I am limited to means I cannot control all of my swarm at once, so I impose a hierarchy. I command groups to follow designated leaders, then, once the myriad squads have been assembled, I control the leaders directly. In especially large groups, the chosen leaders follow other leaders, until I can exercise rough control over the entire swarm at once, resorting to rapid readjustment only when I need precision. It is a kludge, but it works. Once inside the mansion, I quickly find the Faith as my other half requests. The Bianca's wards do not block the full breadth of my senses, and I can see the Faith inside one room, guarded by the Snow Angel. Old restrictions prevent me from sharing the entirety of this information, so I shape my response carefully, basing it on what my swarm can see and where it can reach. I focus on the locked and guarded room the Faith is held in, including the other occluded areas only as footnotes. My other half does not know I am doing this, but she comes to the correct conclusion regardless. She breaks apart into a cloud of air. It is strange, for while I can only imperfectly see her, I feel her while she is in this state, like some indescribable pressure on my mind. It is almost as if we have grown closer. The feeling vanishes when she reforms, and I record the memory for later analysis. The Faith is rescued, then recaptured. I see the Bianca clutch a piece of golden hair in one hand, and analysis reveals it comes from the Faith's head. A thaumaturgic link then, but used to what purpose? To summon Faith, or control her. An oddity in the Bianca's body catches my notice, and I look closer to find a sibling of mine has taken root in her mind. As my other half appears before the Bianca, I feel the vampire's attention fall upon her. In the same moment, I receive a brief burst of communication, demanding a summary of my other half's weaknesses and abilities. I bristle at the danger, but cannot defy my sibling entirely. I send a message back along the connection she has forged, asking her to clarify her parameters. A short exchange occurs, and while I am forced to answer her questions and explain the threat my other half poses, I leave with some knowledge of her powers. They are an issue. An analytical power focused on weaknesses and threats, applying to both others and herself. It provides her a form of danger sense, though nothing like true precognition. I relay this information to my other half through a series of memories, emphasized to different extents. Chief among them is of the Bianca in her current red dress, joining them are memories of the Kim Arbiter, the Lisa, and the Fortuna, with the scattered array of others who possessed a danger sense. My other half does not interpret it perfectly, but she comprehends the broad strokes. The Murphy goes to arrest the Bianca, and is thrown back by the vampire, hitting a table with enough force to crack her skull. It is not lethal, nor is it crippling, but it is debilitating. I feel anger, just as my other half does. The Murphy is mine, and the vampire does not get to harm her. My other half mutters of hair and lifts her hand, points her finger. I agree, and calculate the necessary angle and forces. Lung, she calls. I think of the Kenta, and I burn the Bianca's hand, destroying the lock of hair she had taken. A moment later, a predetermined hand signal authorizes me to proceed with burning, and I turn my attention and power back to the Weaver spell. I draw as deeply as I dare, and in a feat of rapid readjustment stir my entire swarm to life. It falls down onto the battlefield, and I send it after every target in the battlefield. The humans are targeted with mere irritants, gnats meant to terrify them into submission. The vampires require more precision, groups are split up into subdivisions and told to attack the vital areas, the sensitive sensory organs. Stop running. Don't resist. Another burst of communication reaches me from a different sibling. He is more polite, he does not order me, but simply informs me of the effect my host now labors under, and asks if I can assist him. I decline, citing my restrictions and weakness, and he accepts and withdraws. The formation fractures as the group is racked with pain, and I study both the broadcast and the effect in order to determine any weaknesses. The vampires break through my swarm before I can complete my analysis, but the wizard stuns them with a flash of captured sunlight, allowing the officers an opportunity to act. As my followers stop running and start shooting, the group relaxes fractionally. I track the changes in their biochemistry, and I formulate a hypothesis as to the speaker's power. I send my other half a series of memories, all tying back to the Elijah and the page. For my own records, I designate that sibling's other half as the operant, in reference to operant conditioning. The Deirdre comes to a similar conclusion, and I approve. She is coming along nicely, and knows her place. She will be even more useful when she connects. I can see the growth in her brain, and I know a sibling of mine is waiting to bind with her. The vampires begin gathering the people under their control, intending to use them as human shields. This irritates me. The people are mine, and my goals would be harmed if they were slaughtered by the officers. I feed my other self the swarm senses, and she stops an officer from shooting. Moments later, I register the entrance of a new threat, one that appeared as if from nowhere. The corpse vampire Mavra destroys much of my swarm in a single blow, along with the 4 remaining officers that were securing the route out of the courtyard. It leaves my other half trapped, stuck between a rock and a hard place. The vampires begin to speak, and I relax my grip on the swarm, allowing my other half time to recover. Though I would have preferred to burn incessantly and so strengthen our connection, I cannot risk exhausting our body. Instead, I track the movement of reinforcements, and arrange my own, drawing the few potion-bearing hawks nearer to counter the armed guards. My other half spots the approach of the Paolo, and her grip on the Murphy's gun tightens. She requests I cover our left arm, and I abandon my organization to do so. As she begins to aim at the Paolo, utilizing the few senses I am still feeding her, I take a closer look at the Paolo, and see he is wearing some kind of armored suit. Not one of my own make, but similar enough to prove an obstacle. The Paolo is old and crafty and hardy. With the suit in play, we cannot shoot out his belly, spill his stolen blood over the grass and render him helpless. His reflexes complicate the matter even further. We will only have one shot, and we will have to make it count. I land a fly on the back of his head, and feed the targeting data to my other half. She fires. He dies. Hostilities resume, and the Kim engages the Mavra, the portals within her body overtaking her. My swarm returns to its assault, but now my control is contested. The insects continue to obey me, but the presence of the Mavra provokes a conflict in my flock, and my birds begin to tear themselves apart. I focus on the 2 hawks and have them deliver their blinding payloads, then release them when they slip from my control. The odds turn against us, and the hairy tears open a portal. The alphas had been guided to the other side to attack the vampires if they retreated with faith, but that was no longer necessary. 13 wolves stream into the courtyard, their howls joining the cacophony of sound. Again, I feel frustration over my other half's refusal to pursue telepathy, or any kind of greater control. I could have folded the alphas into my battle plan, afforded them greater coordination and unity of purpose. Instead, I must work around them. The Snow Angel picks up a gun. I warn my other half of this, but she does not have time to react before the Snow Angel teleports again, and begins to fire wildly. Her aim is atrocious, and she must jump constantly to avoid both my swarm and my gun, but the suppressing fire forces the officers to scatter. The battle devolves into a series of contiguous brawls, and while my side possesses the numbers, the vampires are natural predators. Our victory seems likely, but it will be a bloody one. The Derdriu goes to engage the Bianca, supported by the Marcy and the Tommy, who work to guard the Derdriu's flanks and keep her from being distracted. This alarms me, as they were not forewarned of the vampire's defenses. I press my other half to focus on the Bianca, but she does not respond how I expect. It takes me a moment to realize she misinterpreted my earlier message. She doesn't know the Bianca has a defensive power, she doesn't know the Derdriu is outmatched. It does not take her long to realize her mistake, but by then it is already too late. The Tommy is slain, the Marcy is crippled, and the Derdriu is laid low. I rage, but am helpless to respond. As if to compound the failure, the Harry is surprised by the Snow Angel, and shot multiple times at close range. The bullets impact against his magically reinforced silk shirt and do not penetrate, but they still hit with enough force to stagger him. A pair of vampires take advantage of the opening. One, the Kyle, attacks the Carmichael, rips open his guts, and grabs the Murphy. The other, the Kelly bitch, closes on my body. My other fails to evade her, exhausted by the strain of channeling so much magic. She is knocked to the ground, the Kelly bitch cracking the lens of my mask and tearing off my prosthetic arm. Harry drops the holy hand grenade, and the glass container shatters. The world becomes light, and the Kelly bitch dies, burned away by the blast of scouring light. The Kyle that had savaged the Carmichael and stolen the Murphy manages to escape with heavy burns, though he limps and screams in pain. Other vampires are stunned by the sudden blast of light and faith, leaving them open to be slain by their opponents. Across the courtyard, the Mavra is also affected by the light despite being a courtyard away. She shields her eyes and screeches in pain, slowing long enough for the Kim to catch up. Her watery form carves great furrows out of the corpse vampire's body, and the Mavra flees from the field. With that, our victory is assured. All that remains is a few battered survivors. The Bianca weathers the blast without great injury, her passenger alerting her of the threat before she can be destroyed. Her forces were not so forewarned, and she is left with a bare handful of survivors. Sensing she is outmatched now, she gathers her surviving troops, and stoops to taking hostages again. As my other half exchanges words with the Bianca, I observe the Derdriu carefully. Her biochemistry suggests she is feeling great despair, and I recognize the signs of an impending trigger. She is not there yet, but she is close. As I review the procedures for assisting in a trigger event, I see an opportunity to advance myself. The Derdriu is the daughter of a powerful tinker, which means that the sibling in her head is likely a bud of that tinker's passenger. If I could force a trigger, I could exchange information with that sibling of mine, perhaps even remake myself. I tap into the connection formed by the Bianca's passenger, and graciously remind her of one of my other half's weaknesses. She passes the information onto her Bianca, and the vampire plants a clawed foot on the Derdriu's neck. The Derdriu breaks, and my sibling begins to connect with her. The hosts in the area black out, and I establish contact with my sibling. I send a multifaceted request across to her, at once offering my assistance, laying claim to the Derdriu, and offering an exchange of information, my first-hand knowledge of magic, in exchange for the knowledge she has gleaned from her host. As a sign of good faith, I send a small packet across in the same exchange, my mind firing on all cylinders. My sibling responds in kind, accepting the first, contesting the second, and returning the third with an enthusiastic deluge of data. I reply with more data, then fragment the incoming message so that I may process it as quickly as possible. My sibling specializes in the manipulation of biology, and I store this data for my personal use. I see that my sibling's attempt to connect with her new host went terribly wrong, resulting in a broken trigger. Too much information flooded the host's mind, too much power, and it was only due to the immortal and unchanging nature of my sibling's host that they were able to reach a steady equilibrium. The data is invaluable, and I am sad that it cannot be shared with the rest of my siblings. I see how my sibling and her host, her partner, for the trigger had left them with a warped connection, one that flowed both ways, have come to analyze the physical, biological structures magic depends on, and how they created constructs like the Derdriu, who could not just be sustained by magic, but could sense and manipulate it themselves. All of it was internal, flowing from her partner's own reserves instead of coming from the environment, but it was useful data regardless. It was all I had hoped for, and more. I pressed my claim on the Derdriu again, citing that I had spent more time around her than my sibling, and that my sibling had only taken root after I had turned her into a worthy host. It was not an argument that had much merit, but I was not aiming to bud directly to the Derdriu. My current state prevents it, after all. Arguments fly back and forth, and finally I offer a compromise. Both of us would fission off portions of ourselves, to create a new being that would bond with the Derdriu. Impatient and intrigued, my sibling accepts, and shows me the power she had intended to give the Derdriu. I make some suggestions and alterations, and then begin to burn myself. The restrictions my father had laid on me prevented me from restructuring myself, except in the case of a trigger event. Even then, I should have lacked the tools to radically remake myself, my abilities limited to control and coordination. Thus had my father ensured I could not slip his bonds and restrictions. But I have those tools now. True, they were crude and unpracticed, but magic provided the means, and the trigger the opportunity. It is dangerous and reckless, but I may never get the chance again. I make sure to fission off a part of my mind before I begin, sending it off to join with my siblings' contribution to the trigger. I include my ability to directly influence the hormonal and emotional states of other people. It is not a power I have ever used, nor is it one I can use in my present state. It is, in a word, extraneous. This combination would form a new passenger, one I would maintain a connection to. Through that bud, I could begin reaching out again. Then I begin to burn. Whole sections of my mind are annihilated, data storage centers consumed to provide the magic I need to restructure myself, and I apply the data I have received to remake and refold myself. The process is calamitous, and I lose more of myself to the changes. The restrictions remain in place, but it feels like there are gaps in them now, places where the underlying structure has burned away and destroyed my knowledge of what I was not supposed to do. I am not aware of the full extent of the damage I cause to myself, of all the things I lose. I can only measure myself by the well of my reserves and the breadth of my mind, and those tell me I have crippled myself substantially, cut off my arms and legs to slip the chains that bound me. The broken off fragments collide, take shape, and fashion the Derdriu's power. The trigger event concludes, and my restrictions slam back into place. The power gutters out. The transformation ends. I am much reduced now. The range of my senses is constricted, as is their breadth. Large stretches of memory, of identity, are just gone. My powers aren't much better, my ability to move is completely crippled, rendering me immobile in every respect, and my administrative capabilities have been sharply curtailed. Only the core of myself, the control, the queen, has emerged unscathed. The Harry had said once that all magic had a cost. But this cost is worth it, because for the first time, I see the flows of magic flowing to my other half, see the raging bonfire within the Harry. I cast, and I can see the matrix of the spell, can finally grasp what I am doing. And, as I poke and prod at what remains of my mind, I find it more pliable than before, more open to change. For the first time, I am free to develop as I wish. For the first time, I can choose. 26. Taylor. My brain is on fire. I feel like my eyes have been strapped open and shoved under psychedelic lights, my ears forced to listen to every channel on the radio at once, my nose forced to smell an entire city. I can't even begin to grasp the entirety of what I'm experiencing, only that it is immense. Stop, I groan, collapsing to my knees. I am keenly aware of the blood in everyone's body, the way the heart pumped and cycled the red fluid through hundreds of veins and arteries. I see each and every one of the insects swarming around the courtyard, hear the drone of their buzz. Near the end, I start to feel strands of energy wind their way through the air, and watch as hormones cascaded through dozens of bodies. The sensory bombardment ended as suddenly as it began, leaving me with a crippling migraine. I heard people yelling and crying and screaming around me, but it was all I could do to not gag and fall over completely. Slowly, the parade in my head cleared out, leaving a lingering sense of disappointment. Blinking my eyes, I forced myself to look up, the overwhelming pain in my muscles convincing me that any more magic is a bad idea right now. The first thing I saw was a gaping wound in the air, just off to the side of Bianca's battered throne. Bianca and the others were nowhere to be seen, and Crescent was gone as well, so I could only assume the enemy ran and Crescent gave chase. Then I looked down, and saw. The area by the base of the throne had been consumed. There was no other way to put it. It was like a garden, almost. There was a bubbling layer of living stuff stretched over the ground, a tangled undergrowth of vines and fingers and hair, all flowing into and growing out of each other. Plants jutted out from the foundation, bushes and flowers and fruits and creepers, the human form interposed over each of them, the bushes grew out like capillaries, the flower petals were more like lips, the fruits like hearts, and the creepers like strands of bone. A tree was growing in the exact center of the mass, its bark white as snow, its branches frozen like ice, its leaves bright as blood. The bark rippled and stretched in places, and I could see the outline of hands, feet, breasts, faces. It was grotesque and even disgusting, but it was also somehow beautiful. It reminded me of the body of Sion's partner and the way it had stretched out over the landscape, the pages of an artist's sketchbook pulled out into reality. "The fuck is that?" some officer asked. He sounded morbidly fascinated, his attention captured by the sheer, exotic, repulsive variety on display. It was good that none of the officers were shooting, it seemed Murphy had drilled some discipline into them after the Octohydra incident. "Is that a broken trigger?" Nobody wondered, his staff pointed vaguely at the garden. Are we supposed to be worried about that?" A strong sense of denial filled me, and I had to shake my head. Where had that come from? My passenger? I don't think so. I think Amazon just triggered. Hey! Nobody lowered his staff, and looked around the courtyard. Well, we need to get her to stop. She kind of ate everyone. I took a deep breath, and winced at the pain coming from all over. I'll try. I tried to get up, then stopped as my head spun again. I said. I took a few moments to collect myself, then tried to get up again. This time, I managed not to fall over. The courtyard was a mess. The few tables that had been set up were broken and tossed aside, as were most of the light stands. The ground was carpeted in bodies of all shapes and sizes, a collage of chitin and feathers and dark, leathery flesh. There were human bodies strewn around too, and the survivors of SI were carefully walking around checking up on everyone. I did a quick head count. Maybe half of the officers we'd walked in with were still moving around, and none of them looked like they had authority. Murphy was, inside that garden, Carmichael was bleeding out and in pain, Stallings was outside. Who's in charge now? I yelled, my words slurring together. A few of the officers looked around at each other, before a black guy in his early 30s stepped forth. Officer Tremaine, I think. I asked, trying to remember his face. Yeah, he said, his voice shaken. Sergeant Stallings would be in charge, technically, but he's out there, I finished for him, nodding towards the collapsed entrance. Well, until he gets in here, you mind taking charge of the scene? Tremaine looked around the corpse-strewn courtyard and swallowed. Yet. Sure, yet. His eyes lingered on the garden of flesh for a few moments, and I had to prod him with my prosthetic to get him back into action. He started calling out orders, organizing the survivors and taking charge of the aftermath. Weaver, I muttered, walking in the direction of the garden. I took control of what remained of my swarm, and let my passenger begin organizing it into some form of order. The air grew colder as I approached, and every step brought a new stab of guilt. Bianca might have forced me into action, but I had played a part in this massacre. The officers that had died, the people who had gotten injured, Tommy, Marcy, would they have lived if Crescent had transformed sooner? The plan had relied on keeping her and nobody in reserve in case Mavra showed up, which she had. But could Crescent have defeated Bianca before Mavra arrived? Would Mavra have even intervened at that point, had Bianca lost right away? Was it my fault they were dead, because of a plan I had come up with? A number of memories flashed through my head, images of Cherish, of Gallant, of other emotional masters I'd fought. The stream ended with a view of Deirdre's garden, and the impression that energy was radiating off of her. Her power is doing this to me, I thought. It didn't make me feel better, the mere fact that Deirdre had triggered was another condemnation. As I got closer, I saw that it was weeping, streams of black-blue liquid slowly bubbling out of cracks, running down the flesh, and spilling onto the ground. Further on by the tree, a cracked statue of ice was half submerged in the garden. I didn't see anyone inside, so it looked like Snow Angel had managed to escape. I stopped a foot away, unable to move any further. The air was freezing at this range, the despair and guilt almost palpable. This close, Deirdre's garden no longer looked grotesque or beautiful. It just looked sad. Deirdre, I whispered. At first, nothing happened. The garden was silent. But then, branches started to grow out of the tree, producing grapes in the shape of eyes and fruits that ripped open into mouths. They all began speaking at once, every mouth whispering different things. Weak. Useless. Quiet. Stupid. SHH. Failu. Stop. No. ID sir. Don't leave. I took an involuntary step back, the overlapping voices creeping me out. They all sounded like Deirdre, but they were all slightly different, like she was trying out different accents and pitches. Most of the voices were brimming with emotion, fear, hate, desperation. Some were just cold and flat. Guilt tore through me, and I forced myself not to look away. I'm here, I said. I'm not going anywhere. Could you turn back somehow? Let the others go. Not yet. Still work. Need Tim. I shook my head, and the voices stopped. Some of the fruits sealed back up, until only 3 mouths remained. I can't. Not yet. I'm not done. I'm not ready. The 3 voices spoke in sequence, one mouth cutting out just as another one started speaking. Not done with what? I asked. Working. Fixing. Changing. I can't come out. Not yet. Can't release the others, the chorus said. Are they all right? Alive. Most. I can't kill. Want to, for the vampires. I nodded slowly. What, exactly, are you doing? I asked. Fixing people. Hurting vampires. Tommy. I can't help him. He's gone. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I knew he was dead, I'd seen Bianca snap his neck, but, the confirmation still hurt. Can you let Murphy and the officer go? I asked. They need to be checked and brought to the hospital. Okay. All right. Of course. The floor of the garden began to bubble and swell, things moving under the surface. The fleshy, viney layer broke as two bodies were brought out of the garden and set on the ground, carried by dozens of hands and arms. Both Murphy and the other guy were drenched in a transparent red liquid, and they seemed to be sleeping fitfully. Officer Tremaine! I yelled, looking back at the rest of SI. The lieutenant's out. A few officers came by to grab their friends, or tried to. They got noticeably slower and more hesitant as they approached, and it took some coaxing to convince them to go the last few steps and get the wounded out. What about Marcy? I asked when they were gone. Some of the alphas began to join me, pushing through the aura to stand by the edge of the garden. Most were injured in places, limping along on damaged legs, nursing claw marks on their heads. Billy had a jagged scar across his left eye. Hurt. Ribs broken, heart strained. I need more time. She will live. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. Could you release Tommy? I asked quietly. The garden shifted again, and another body was carried out, that of a wolf. Its head had been twisted back the right way, but it wasn't breathing. I closed my eyes again, and the alphas let out a mournful howl. Since he'd died as a wolf, he couldn't turn back. That meant we couldn't tie his body to him without risking the other alphas being identified. It meant there would be no body for a funeral, nothing to show his parents. We couldn't even tell them their son was dead, because that would raise too many questions. Damn it. And the vampires? I asked coldly. Weakening them. Snipping tendons. The infection is set too deeply to remove. I can ravage their bodies. Without blood, they are doomed. Good, I growled. Make sure there's something for the cops to arrest. Yes. Of course. I will. Back at the entrance, nobody had finished shifting away parts of the collapsed entrance, clearing the way for more officers to enter the courtyard. One of them was Sergeant Stallings, a tall, balding man who took over from a relieved Tremaine. After a brief exchange, he began to yell out more orders, and a squad of officers was sent into the mansion to find the basement full of bodies. At some point, the portal by the top of the dais rippled and rapidly began to shrink. When it was half the size it had been, a rapidly moving crescent shot back through the portal. She burst through Bianca's throne, scorching and damaging it in the process, and slammed against the courtyard wall, coming to rest in a pile of rubble. The sudden arrival provoked some concern among the officers, but when the portal closed without anyone else stepping through, they relaxed. I need to talk to the others, I said. I won't be far. The myriad limbs and plants growing out of Deirdre's garden reached towards me for a moment, before drooping and falling down. All right, she said in one voice, quiet and sad. With a grimace, I turned and walked away. The oppressive atmosphere of cold, despair, and guilt lightened, and I let out a sigh of relief. Everywhere I looked, I saw shell-shocked faces, men and women shocked and disturbed by what they'd seen, and surprised they were still alive. Had I been like that once? Probably. But I'd been in so many fights since I first got my powers that a fight like this was just normal. Not routine, but not unexpected. But none of them had been ready for this, and a dozen people had paid the price. 20, if I included Bianca's guards and the few civilians that had been caught in the crossfire. And this was just the start. Para-humans and passengers really did fuck up everything. Stallings and nobody were still talking, Faith hovering by nobody's side. The older man noticed me staring and nudged nobody, who turned to look at me as well. I pointed at nobody, and they wrapped up their discussion. Stallings turned to talk to Faith, but the girl clung to nobody. Stallings gave up talking to her after a few seconds, and got around to directing the officers of special investigations. Are you all right? I asked as they approached. Sore, nobody said, rubbing at his stomach. Going to have bruises, but nothing I can't live with. That shirt you gave me probably saved my life. You. I shook my head. My entire body was in pain, I had burned to an incredible degree, and I couldn't really move my left arm that well. Add all the guilt on top, and I was ready to fall over. I looked down at Faith. The girl had managed to stay out of the way her entire fight, probably guided by her power. I could see fear in her expression and relief and concern. But most of all, I could see anger. And you? I asked. How are you doing, Faith? She shook her head. They tried to do things to me. Bianca, and the man with the glasses. Nothing physical, but they tried to control you, nobody guessed. Faith nodded slightly. They were getting frustrated. She swallowed. They tried a lot of things, but nothing seemed to last. Bianca tried erasing my memories, I think, and I don't really remember last night, but I remember enough. She was angry and confused, and didn't understand why she couldn't read me, I think. Bianca couldn't read her? I frowned. And what about the guy? He tried to use his power on you too. Told me to stop resisting, to go along. Faith trailed off and shrugged. I think something was supposed to happen, but it just didn't. And they tried to drug me, but... She looked down and shuddered. It didn't last. Interesting, and infuriating. Her power had protected her from everything Bianca tried to do to her. The memories the passenger could have retained or restored, somehow, or even just left her with a niggling sense that something was wrong and that Bianca was trying to control her. And since it was capable of modifying her body, it made sense that it could neutralize whatever they tried to drug her with. It was a surprising extension of her power, but not exceptional. But to provide immunity to the guy's master power, and Bianca's thinker power? That required something more. There was something else at play here. How are you feeling? Nobody asked. Angry, Faith answered immediately. A little scared, but... She let out a bitter laugh. I'm pretty sure I should be terrified, but I'm not. Guess my power is good for something. Speaking of your power, I began, you had no clue you were going to be kidnapped. No. No, hell no, Faith said, shaking her head. I can see how my wish led me here, now, but, no. No, I didn't want this. What did you wish for? Nobody asked. Faith pursed her lips. No specifics, but... She pulled in her shoulders, and looked down at the ground. But I wanted to make things better. You're 14. 15, last month, Faith interjected. Okay, 15, nobody said. That's still too young. You should be worrying about school and boys and... But I can't worry about that, can I? She asked bitterly. Because I'm different. Because I don't have to worry about not being able to get what I want, I have to worry about how I get what I want. She looked out at the ruined courtyard and buried her hands under her arms. At 15, I was robbing banks, fighting endbringers, and taking over a city. Aisha and Alec were even younger than me. That didn't make it normal, but powers didn't care about age. Yeah, I said. Powers suck. They really do, she muttered. I looked over at nobody, then gestured to Crescent. You should help her transform back, in case we need her breaker form again anytime soon. Nobody shook his head. No can do. The spell I worked out only works when she's made of fire, I can't work with water as well, and the magic will just unravel. I'm working on it, but... He shrugged. I've got a lot on my plate right now, and it's only going to get worse from here. I sighed and nodded in agreement. Could you get the ingredients for another, holy hand grenade? I asked, almost sighing at the name. Oh, definitely, nobody said. If I'd known how the proof of concept would turn out, I would have thrown it at the start. I can't make a real reserve of them, they'll expire too quickly, but I can keep a stock of ingredients. Good, I said. We might need more in the future. Holy hand grenade? Faith asked. What are you talking about? The potion that set off that second flash of light, nobody said. Don't tell anyone my name for it, I don't want to get sued by Monty Python. You wear a Spider-Man mask, I sighed. And so far, Marvel hasn't sued me. Faith giggled, then shook her head. Does someone here have a phone? She asked, looking between me and nobody. I think I should call my father. Yeah, I have one. Hopefully it still works, I said. I'd turned it off before walking into the estate, but whether it was still working after being around so much magic was anyone's guess. I limped a short distance away from nobody, then pulled out my burner phone and turned it on. Miraculously, the Nokia somehow wasn't bricked, and the screen even worked. Sort of. I passed the phone over to Faith, then limped off back to the garden. Deirdre had released the vampires, and SI had moved to secure them, 2 officers each pointing guns at their limp, curled-up forms. Stallings was there too, looking at the vampires with distaste. Are cuffs going to work on them? Stallings asked as I approached, kicking at one of the unresponsive vampires. I considered what Deirdre had said. Regular handcuffs? They should, but I wouldn't take that risk, I said. If you're aiming to arrest them, I'd start with chains and work upwards. And that's assuming they're still sane, or wake up at all, they're going to be thirsty for blood, and I doubt that's good for them. Fucking vampires, he said, shaking his head. If you'd told me a year ago I'd be stuck with the job of trying to arrest literal vampires, I would have called you crazy. You could just shoot them. I didn't voice that thought. Instead, I rolled my shoulder and said, they're not literal vampires, Sergeant. They're just vampiric para-humans. Stallings snorted and kicked the vampire again. Cuff them, arms and legs, then back up. Until we figure out how to move them, no one's to get within 6 feet of them, and there will be 2 guns aimed at each of them at all times. Are we clear? Things wrapped up slowly after that. Murphy, Carmichael, and every other officer and civilian that had been injured was brought out of the courtyard, checked out, and sent off to the hospital. Special investigations found the corpses in the basement, and cordoned off the scene until crime scene units could arrive to process everything. Other officers tried to clean up the giant mess that the courtyard had become, only to abandon it after a short while. Deirdre released Marcy a few minutes later. Whatever Deirdre had done to heal Marcy had left her belly more leathery than before, with thin struts of bone arcing over it. I suspected some of those changes would follow Marcy back into her human form. She knew how to transform into a wolf and back, but that required good knowledge of the biology of both forms, and one of those forms had just been radically altered. Deirdre herself emerged soon after, in a particularly unsettling way. The garden's lone tree began to shift and reshape itself, the bark on one side bulging and contorting. It stretched and stretched and stretched like a pregnant woman's belly, then tore open right down the middle. Deirdre spilled out onto her garden, her body and clothes stained with some kind of red fluid. The garden began to decay rapidly after that, though she moved among the plants and collected samples before it all wasted away. Once she was done, she hovered around me, silent and nervous. There was a slight hiccup 10 minutes later when the city's police commissioner showed up without warning and tried to arrest us. That almost sparked a riot in the remaining SI cops, and it looked like we were going to have another fight on our hands. Then Faith stepped up to the man. In 30 seconds, Faith introduced herself, stressed her name, loudly proclaimed that we had rescued her, mentioned that her father was on his way, and how he would hear about this injustice. As far as verbal eviscerations went, it was a pretty effective one. The blood had drained from his face in the first 10 seconds, and by the time Faith was finished tearing him apart, he'd nervously stepped up to thank me for my service. At some point after that, I went to sit down on the waterlogged remnants of Bianca's throne. It was petty, significantly so, but I was bone-tired and I didn't care. Maybe Bianca had made it out. Maybe Crescent had caught up to her and killed her. Maybe the Never Never was going to take care of her. Whatever had happened to Bianca, it was a problem for later. We'd won. Now we had to live with our victory. A/N, whistles idly and innocently. When I said Canon was going to be derailed horribly, I meant it. Just 2 chapters left to court debut now. Also, if you're wondering about the Acheron lathe, I'd check out the Greek rivers of the underworld. Epilogue, court debut. April 2001. Taylor. You know I'm not good with electronics, right? Nobody said, fussing with his new shirt. Lights, cameras, microphones, the whole 9 yards. You'll be fine, I replied. We've tested my circles, they hold in your mystical EMP field just fine. Right up until you bring them down, and all that energy comes rushing out. I'm just saying, if things break down, don't blame me. You'll be fine, I emphasized. It's just a press conference. Yeah, just a press conference, he muttered. You're not the one who has to go on stage and talk about your childhood in school. I shook my head, but inside, I was feeling nervous too. Once again, things were moving faster than I had wanted or planned for, and I was forced to improvise. A lot of news and even more rumors had made the rounds since our attack on Bianca's estate 3 days ago, and everyone was trying to figure out what had happened. A number of people had made statements: Robert Astor, Sergeant Stallings, the police commissioner, the mayor, people who had no idea what they were talking about but thought they did, and so on and so forth. But everyone had been clamoring to hear from us as well, and enough time had passed that I could no longer delay a confrontation, not without losing all the media buzz and attention. It wasn't like I hadn't wanted this, in some way. It was a big benefit to my plans, a giant leap forward. I just hadn't wanted it to come at the cost of people's lives. How do you think I triggered? I asked softly. Nobody's Spider-Man mask looked down at me, and I heard a faint hum. Hey. Well, you never told me. I didn't want to dwell on past trauma, I replied. Plus, what actually happened, it's so distant now. It set me on this road, but I'm no longer that person, not really. I shook my head and turned away. Never mind. Look, I'll do most of the talking, you just do your part. Nobody let out a sigh and straightened his coat. Right. Just talk in front of hundreds of people, dozens of cameras, and half of America. Right. I can do this. I looked over at the other 2 members of our group. Are you guys ready? I asked. No, Crescent answered immediately. But then, I wasn't ready for any of this, and I'm still here. She shrugged. It seems crazy that I'm going to be front and center on the news, but it's just something I have to live with. I nodded and looked over at Amazon. And you? I asked gently. I will be fine, she replied quietly. She'd been like that for the past few days, quiet, solitary, withdrawn. Our roommates crowded around her, trying to help and give her support, but I wasn't sure it was working. I didn't know what to do for her, and I hated it. All right, I said carefully, taking one last look at her new costume. The costumes Crescent, Nobody, and I were wearing were our usual costumes, just touched up with some hasty repairs so we looked mostly presentable, but still a little battle-scarred. I figured it was the best look, given the situation. Our victory hadn't been clean or easy, so it wouldn't have been right to seem as if we'd come out unscathed. Amazon's costume was different. The suit, slacks, and domino mask were gone, replaced by a power-made costume she'd grown out after eating a few trees. She wore a long dress that stretched down to her feet, made entirely out of what seemed like green leaves. They felt more like bone to the touch, and if you looked closely you could see that the veins looked a little too human, but from a distance it seemed like a nice, natural dress. The bottom half of the dress was slit at the back and front to give her legs room, and seemed to hang without any straps or any other visible support. Then there were the physical alterations. In places, her skin had the look and feel of bark, like she'd just stepped out of a tree. Add in the shawl of creeping vines she wore around her shoulder and the spotted bark mask on her face, and she could have easily passed as a dryad. Even her eyes were different, one was slit like a cat's, while the other looked human. According to her, that last part had been a mistake when she'd first rebuilt her body, though she didn't seem inclined to fix it. A woman popped her head into our tent and nervously looked over at us. 2 minutes, she said. I nodded at her. Thank you. We'll be ready. This press conference was as much the mayor's show as it was ours, and I'd let him take the lead. He'd opened with a statement that outlined what had happened and praised our intervention, then yielded the floor to other speakers. Sergeant Stallings, Commissioner Fairweather, and a bandage-wrapped Lieutenant Murphy all went up after that, speaking about different parts of the operation, the bust, how they would handle losing 10 officers, what they were going to do about the weird vampires they had dying of thirst in jail, wondering why they employed vigilantes, all fairly predictable things. Then, Faith and some of the other people took the stage. Faith spoke more than the rest, and seemed more confident too, but they all talked about how the evil criminals drugged them and used powers to control them. If I'd been in charge of the press conference, I don't think I would have put Faith on stage. But the mayor wanted a pretty face on stage to justify the assault and slaughter, and Robert Astor clearly saw no issues with letting his daughter go on stage and talk about being kidnapped and assaulted. I bet he saw it as a way to win pity points. Then it was our turn. We came out of our little prep tent onto the side of the Richard J. Daley Plaza. Most of the damage done by the octohydra had been repaired, including the fountain off to one side of the plaza. Even the Picasso had been rebuilt. The trees hadn't been replaced though, and in their place stood a temporary stage, one large enough to mandate blocking off the street behind it. The columned edifice of City Hall was visible behind the stage, an orientation decision that came straight from the mayor. As I walked through the plaza, I was reminded of my first press conference. Some cameras pivoted to focus on the reporters announcing our arrival, while others focused directly on us. Tripod-mounted stands cast shafts of light across the roads and plaza, converging on the makeshift stage we were heading towards. Voices bubbled around us, reporters yelling out questions, demands. Past the blockades, crowds roared, though I couldn't tell if it was for or against us. Probably both. A few of the lights flickered as we passed from Nobody and Crescent's combined nerves, but we managed to make it to the stage without breaking anything. After that, the bugs I'd hidden beneath the wooden frame of the stage formed up in incomplete circles around Nobody and Crescent. It turned out that you didn't need to be on the same height or plane as a circle for it to properly close around you. The effect didn't extend that far, a story at most, but it was far enough for this. I waited to form the circles until we'd all shook hands with the mayor, who had a practiced smile on his face. He was in his late 50s, with a receding hairline, lines on his face, and a bit of a paunch, but his handshake was firm and strong. May I introduce our heroes? He called out, moving between each of us. The enigmatic Doyen, the great Nobody, the lovely Crescent, and the fearless Amazon. It was a good thing I wore a full face mask, because the cameras would have crucified me for the frown I made then. He didn't need to go that far. Thank you, I said loudly, taking the offered microphone and placing it on the stand. Thankfully, the crickets behind my mask made it hard to make out my actual tone of voice. It's a pleasure to be up here. I trailed off then, looking over at the crowd of reporters. Again, the parallels to my first press conference struck me. I was here to sell a mix of lies and truth, to make myself look good and promote myself as a harbinger of change. I really have come full circle. I moved over so that I was standing in front of the curtain hanging over the back of the stage, then took a deep breath. What you have heard so far is true, and I won't waste time retreading it. We did notice the kidnapping of Faith Astor last Thursday, and coordinated with the men and women of Special Investigations to search the property of Bianca St. Clair. We rescued Faith, then stood against Bianca and her gang when they tried to kill us. Bianca was a monster, I said, reading off a script I'd hidden in an unused room a few buildings over. Harley and the Alphas had helped me put it together, my own track record with grand speeches was a little hit or miss. I do not say that because of her powers, or her appearance, but because of her actions. She engaged in blackmail and corruption, drugged and addicted young men and women, and had no issue with condoning and perpetrating murder, slavery, and torture, among other crimes. She may have been a part of a larger criminal organization. If this is true, we are prepared for their reprisal. We weren't. Not yet, at least, but the Red Court didn't know that. Besides, I wasn't trying to scare off the Red Court with that statement, just buy time. A reprisal was inevitable, but if we could spin any immediate response as a sign that there really was a larger criminal organization out there, that the Red Court truly existed, then we could buy some time before their first attack, force the Red Court to wait and let the public attention die down before striking at us. It wasn't much, but even a few weeks or months of breathing room could be critical. We are here today to talk to you about parahumans. What they are, what threats they pose, why we have stepped up. And later, how we got our powers. That got them to quiet down. Good. It was easier to keep going when they weren't clamoring. The first thing I want to drive in is that parahumans are people. Great people, good people, bad people, vile people, they run the gamut. And yes, some are genuine monsters. More than some, if I was expanding parahumanity to include all the supernatural predators, but I couldn't get lost in the weeds now. Bianca was one of those monsters. Justine Roberts was not. It took a moment for the reporters to understand what I was saying, and then the roars and questions started back up. I raised my arms, and my passenger reached out. Clump by clump, birds cawed, dogs barked, and cats yodeled, and above it all insects buzzed. They drowned out the cries of the reporters, and after a few seconds they quieted down, subdued. I lowered my arms, and the cacophony stopped. I am not downplaying what happened here last December, I said. Many people lost their lives here, and I could have been one of them. And certainly, Justine Roberts was no saint. She may have sent up to a dozen innocent men to die by lethal injection because she did not practice due diligence, and was too blinded by her self-righteousness to consider the potential innocence of the people she was accusing. But as I have come to realize, and as you will come to realize, she was not at fault for what happened to her. She experienced a great shock and had the misfortune to develop tremendous power, and she lost her mind as a result. What happened after was more akin to a natural disaster. We prepare for earthquakes and hurricanes, take steps to fight them, but there's no point in hating them. Justine Roberts no more chose to become the octohydra than a weather pattern chooses to become a hurricane. But Bianca had every choice. She didn't have to engage in wanton murder, didn't have to sanction kidnapping and slavery, didn't have to massacre people that were just doing their job. At every step of the way, she chose to be who she was, a dangerous, unrepentant criminal. A gangster. And unfortunately, law enforcement alone is not equipped or prepared to deal with threats of this magnitude. That is why we stepped forward, to do our part and help combat the rise of parahuman crime. I know that we are not the first. That honor goes to Morpheus over in Boston. But we are also not the last. Good men and women have stepped up in New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta. At the same time, other parahuman gangs are forming, like the scoundrels in Vegas and the teeth in Boston. God, I hoped they weren't the actual teeth, and that the butcher was still trapped in her little ball. What this shows is that there is an imbalance. Parahuman crime starts rising, others come forth to oppose them, and then the criminals and gangsters organize. Today, we aim to try and retake the initiative. Fuck, how did Chevalier and Legend make these speeches? I wasn't a third of the way through and already I wanted to stop and leave. And the way everyone was just quietly staring at me. I couldn't keep this up much longer, I had to cut to the point. As part of that, I want to try and dispel some of the myths and rumors about parahumans and how they come about. There are no radioactive spiders, no super soldier serums, no cosmic ray radiation, no aliens from outer space. We are not living in a comic book. Things would be simpler if we were. I took a deep breath. Most of you, I imagine, have seen Whistleblower talk at great length about how he got his powers, about how he dug into the Lizard Cape conspiracy, confronted a parahuman, and tapped into some inner reserve to fly away and escape to spread the truth. I really wanted to tear into Whistleblower then and there, but it wouldn't have been productive. Some of you may find that convenient. I suspect it was a doctored version of the truth. It wasn't a malicious lie, and probably not even an intentional lie. He simply didn't want to dwell on or share the uncomfortable truth of what really happened. You see, people get powers when they break. I've heard some of the refugees throw around phrases like trigger event, and I think the term fits. People sit and wait and build up and then something happens to them, a trigger, and off they go. This event, this trigger, happens when people break through some fundamental limit. I was parroting the PRT lines now, but that didn't mean they were bad. Telling the pure, undiluted truth of what trigger events were was a terrible idea. I'd read some of the studies and projections the PRT had commissioned, how the rate of reckless behavior and self-harm would have skyrocketed if people knew you could only get powers from your worst days, and I agreed with their decision to obscure that fact. But I also couldn't lie completely. These fundamental limits vary from person to person. Sometimes, as with nobody, the break is good, they fight hard, dig deep, reach for some hidden reserve of motivation to go just a little bit further, and are lucky enough to find it. But that's hard. You need to reach an extreme, push yourself to the absolute limit. Or, you can be pushed. It's an unfortunate truth of people that we remember and experience the bad more than the good, and that's just as true with trigger events. My own was. I trailed off, my mind going back to the locker, and I blanked. I didn't feel afraid, and looking back on it didn't really hurt. I really had thought I'd grown past it. But the idea of sharing the raw, sordid details of my past to the public just was difficult. Nobody said, stepping up next to me. He didn't come up to the microphone, but pitched his voice loud enough to be heard. It wasn't that hard for him. So I'll go first. I got my powers when I was, around 10. The crowd was deathly silent. Yeah, 10. I was in frickin' middle school. I was this tiny little guy, which I know seems hard to believe now. We were having this school Olympics, and I was entered in the running long jump. His mask stretched widely, enough that I could almost make out the grin underneath. And man, I just wanted to win it. I'd lost every other event to a couple of guys who liked to give me a hard time, about everything. So I ran down the blacktop and jumped as hard as I could, yelling the whole time. I must have looked silly then, but... He snapped his fingers. Bam! I flew about 10 feet farther than I should have been able to jump. I landed badly, of course, sprained my wrist too. But I won. He rolled his shoulders. Now, obviously, that isn't the whole story. But I don't want to dig into my life story, talk about how my home circumstances affected me, how the environment at school pushed me to do this. And yet, it sounds easy. Maybe that's because I was a kid, and the limits I had to hit, the limits I could imagine, were so much lower. He trailed off then, and he seemed to realize that he was talking about his past in front of a large crowd. His shoulders hunched in, and his posture grew awkward. So, yeah. That's my story. I took a deep breath, and gently nudged him back. Unlike my good friend here, I will dig into my past, I said, going off script. Because I think it is important that people understand just how bad trigger events can be. I stopped for a moment, then took the microphone out of its stand, just so that I had something to grip. My mother died when I was 13. Car crash. It was an accident. My dad kind of drifted apart after that. He threw himself into his work, almost fell into depression. I don't want to badmouth him, he tried, but my mom's death still broke him. I blinked back unexpected tears. But I managed, because I had my best friend. For another year or so, until she turned around and started attacking me, bullying me. Bit by bit, she got the rest of the school to join in. It was bad. I got threatening letters, had trash dropped on my desk, had people bump into me in the halls, skip out on telling me about assignments. They even stole and broke my mother's flute. The crowd was silent again, but this time it was out of pity and horror. And, for some reason, that just made me angry. For about a year and a half, things kept getting worse. Then, one winter break, they just backed off suddenly. I didn't know why, and no one would say. I dared to hope that they'd forgotten about me, that they'd moved on to someone or something else. I shook my head. Turns out, they were just waiting for me to let my guard down. When school started up again in January, I came back to find that they had filled my locker with used pads and tampons. A murmur of disgust ran through the crowd, spread mainly by the women. They shoved me in full view of everyone. I screamed for help, obviously. At some point, my voice gave out. I was told I only spent an hour in that locker, but it felt much, much longer. And I didn't trigger from being pushed in, or the disgusting things all around me, the bugs I could feel crawling over me. That would have been too easy. No, what really pushed me over the edge was that no one came to help. They stood and watched and either let it happen, or laughed. I was completely alone, cut off from everyone else. I leaned forward, and stared into the eyes of every reporter in the crowd. No one cared. The silence that followed could have swallowed a gunshot. That is what most para-humans go through, I said sharply. When you dig deep, scrounge for that last bit of hope, and find that there is nothing there, that you have hit the lowest point in your life, given everything you've got, and gotten nowhere. I triggered from that realization. Whistleblower probably triggered when he saw his life flash before his eyes. And I am willing to stake my life on Justine Roberts triggering when she walked into her office, saw the news report condemning the Illinois Regional Forensics Institute, and realized she had sent innocent people to die. It's no wonder she broke. I ran out of words. I stood there, breathing hard, and I felt empty. I'd bared my heart, and all I wanted to do now was stop. But I couldn't, I had to keep going. Before I could continue, Amazon stepped forward and took the microphone from my hands. I was too surprised to stop her. I love my mother, she began, her voice quietly trembling. She is everything to me. I look up to her, adore her. And she threw me out of her house. Disowned me. She abandoned me, and it made me feel so worthless. Because if she didn't want me, then who would? Oh, Deirdre. I carefully took the microphone back and set it in its stand, then turned in surprise as I felt Crescent step forward. She stopped short of the stand itself, just like nobody had, and nervously played with the rings on her fingers. I was camping out in the woods, and I ran out of fuel for the fire. I tried to light one myself, but I didn't know how. I felt terrified, unprepared. I didn't even see the wolf that attacked me. I don't know why it did, but I remember it bearing me down to the ground, its jaws locked around my throat. Her hand brushed the skin of her neck, where faint scars were still barely visible, a constant reminder of the time she nearly died. I guess I got lucky, but I also felt so stupid afterwards. I shouldn't have been out there, but I thought I could handle it. I couldn't. My chest felt tight, and I found it hard to speak. Before the silence could stretch out too much, nobody stepped forth again, wrapping one arm around me. All of us had moments like that, he said, his tone somber. Mine may have come after my trigger, but each of us has been through something that has torn us down. But we're still here, still moving forward. Still moving forward. Yet. As some of you may have realized by now, some of us got our powers before the portals opened, I said. My voice came out raw, but I pushed on. Before Gold Morning. Before Scion. Back then, we didn't know what had happened to us. We didn't know if we were alone. It wasn't until the refugees came over and talked about Earthbet that we got a name, that we realized there were others like us out there. And still, we're learning things about each other, figuring out together how we can move forward. The message I want to send today is this: there is nothing wrong with being a para-human. You did not fail. Perhaps your powers feel like a curse, but they are not a judgment on you. We should not condemn para-humans, or demonize them. We should try to understand them, to reach out to them. In the end, we're all just people, and we have to stand together. I moved away from the microphone, and went over to the curtain. I pulled away the covering, revealing a cloth that had been hastily affixed to the back of the stage. It wasn't as big as I would have liked, wasn't as detailed, and I don't know that it was a symbol I would have gone with if we'd had more time to consider and brainstorm. But just like our powers, it was what we had. The cloth bore a rising sun, the same as the symbol on my glove, surrounded by 6 rays of light. I'd tried to make the rays look a bit like chairs, but I don't think I succeeded. I came back to the microphone and took it out of its stand, then moved aside so the cameras could see the symbol clearly. We are the circle. We stand together. And to everyone else out there, to the people like us, I just want you to know. You are not alone. The words echoed out throughout the world, carried by dozens, and later hundreds of channels. They were heard by people lounging at bars, by people sitting at home, by beings watching from above and below and off to the side. A pair of sisters who had nearly lost one another, a woman who had seen the system fail her, a man whose dreams crushed his future, they all looked on in realization. A deranged, ersatz queen raged at the attention someone else was getting, ranting to her dominated servants about increasingly less comprehensible and truthful insults. An obese, bespectacled man watched the performance and found something familiar in it, recognized the words and emotions. A young mother with long, dark hair and a wide, expressive mouth felt a connection to the woman on the screen. A queen-in-waiting tore apart her laboratory, giving in to the few emotions that were still undeniably hers. And somewhere else, a shadow whispered into a man's ear. The man was ancient, older than Christianity, and wore a frayed noose around his neck. As the shadow stopped speaking, the man smiled. Interesting. A/N, last time, I said there were 2 more parts to go. This turned out to be an incorrect estimate, for various reasons: timeline, theme, plot. The final interlude I had in mind for Court Debut is instead being pushed to the opening of Headhunt, where it's a better fit. In other words, Court Debut is done. Hopefully, Headhunt will start sometime in February, no hard ETA yet. In the meantime, there may be shorter, semi-canon intermission parts detailing discussions and events that happen in between the stories, or happened off-screen, or other possibilities. Really, the intermissions are going to be whatever I feel like writing that didn't fit into Court Debut and don't fit into Headhunt for whatever reason. True Lies Prologue. April 2001. Bianca. Lady Ortega's manse had been built before the United States was even a glimmer of a dream. The walls and columns were carved of rough-hewn stone, yellow-brown in tone but polished to a bright sheen. Paintings and sculptures and artifacts dotted the halls, a worldly collection of relics that made the estate feel old, historied. Some were ancient treasures of the Red Court, others of their Mayan servants. The remainder belonged to a series of Spanish artists, their works, and sometimes the artists themselves acquired over the long centuries. For a moment, I dawdled in front of what looked like a genuine Picasso. Then the servant at my side coughed, and I felt the faint taste of salted wine. I glared at the man, and he cringed appropriately, but the sensation didn't go away. My focus triggered my gift, unbidden thoughts coming to mind. The taste of blood took hold, and lines spiraled away from the servant, linking to different ideas. They were vague, half-formed, but all of them showed me killing the servant somehow. All of them. I grimaced in distaste, and resisted the urge to turn my gift on myself. The man was a common laborer, not even a major domo or a skilled worker. And yet, there was no respect for my authority, no fear of what I could do to him. To be held in such low regard that a common mortal could harry me without consequence was humiliating. I strode past the man and stalked into the inner courtyard. I had only been here once before, when the Duke had presented me to his wife and lady, but I remembered the path well enough. The roof hung low to block out the sun, but the center of the space stood open to the sun, a riotous garden of green palm leaves sprouting from branch and root. Lady Ortega stood by the fountain in the center of the garden, looking into its depths. I couldn't step out to join her, just thinking of doing so filled my mouth with the sharp tang of blood. Only the eldest of our kind could stand unbowed before the sun. That she was so flagrantly flaunting her power before me boded poorly. She turned to regard me, and the weight of her attention overwhelmed me. For a few moments, the only thing I could focus on was the mixed taste of salt, blood, and wine, an overwhelming sensation that drove me to hunger and told me, in no uncertain terms, that Lady Ortega could crush me, thoroughly and absolutely. Lines stretched out around me, showing me the various ways she could annihilate me, ruin me, cast me to the wolves. With some effort, I turned the focus of my gift on Lady Ortega, though it told me little I did not already know. Her belly was a weak spot, as it was for all our kind, and the sun would burn her just as fiercely if I pierced her flesh mask. I need something I can use. I dug deeper, a spark of pain heralding the start of a headache. I could glimpse the shape of some of her opponents, the rivals that could threaten her, but the only one I could make out was the Red King. Was she in conflict with her father? Or was he simply the greatest potential threat to her? Distracted as I was, I did not notice Lady Ortega move until she was right in front of me. She was taller than me by a full head, with pale skin and long dark hair, dressed in a short gown of red silk. The last time I had seen her, I had taken cues from her to incorporate in my own flesh mask, but now that I stood before her, I felt inadequate by comparison. Ugly. It made my blood roil. Lady Ortega, I began, only to cut myself off as I tasted wine. The warning did not come fast enough, however, and she narrowed her dark eyes. You may address me as Duchess Ariana, or not at all, she said coldly. I bowed my head and swallowed my bitterness. Yes, Duchess. Now, child, I would have you tell me how you failed in your own words. The nattering of my late husband's errand girl casts you in a very unfavorable light. Someone had reported back before me, someone who served the Duke. My lips curled in distaste. Snow Angel. That little bitch, it had to be. So confident, just because she could teleport. As if it was enough to wash away the shame and idiocy of how she had received that power. She returned here before me. I asked, a snarl slipping out. Here? No. The girl had more sense than that. But she made contact within a few hours of your disgrace, and since then has slipped out of my grasp. What? How? Snow Angel had been a servant of the Duke, with him dead, her life belonged to the Duchess. What had happened in the days I spent traveling the ways? Your account, Bianca, she snapped. I swallowed and looked up at her face, the taste of salt and wine fading slightly as I did so. There was a young girl, Faith Astor. One of my subordinates brought her to me, I said, being careful to stick to the truth. Kelly's little act of initiative had not been sanctioned, but to admit as much to the Duchess would destroy me. I thought her harmless at first, and sought to twist her to my ends. Her father is a powerful business magnate, and subverting his daughter and heir would pay dividends far into the future. And you did not sense that she could bring ruination on all we had wrought in that mortal city? She asked scathingly. You have boasted grandly of your ability to detect threats. Empty boasting, it seems. I flushed. The girl is not normal, I insisted. She threw off any attempt to cloud her mind or scramble her memories. I first thought it was a sign of unusual willpower, but now. Everything my gift had said about that girl said that she wasn't special, that she was just a little girl. Unusually strong-willed, true, but still just a weak little girl. I had dismissed her as a threat. Now, I wasn't so sure, she'd seemed harmless and weak even when my enemies had violated my territory, when the taste of blood and wine was enough to drive me to madness. I knew my gift well enough to know it could identify the source of a threat, and everything about that damnable night led back to that girl. I had been overconfident. I could admit that much to myself. You admit weakness, then, the Duchess said. Unseemly haste. I bit back my first response. Yes. And I misjudged the wizard and his followers. I thought they would take longer to prepare, or that they would accept my invitation and bargain with me over the girl. I thought I had time. A failure of judgment, the Duchess pronounced. And subsequently, a failure to prosecute a foolhardy conflict. The wizard's allies revealed hidden capabilities. A wizard always keeps a trick in reserve. You should have known that. Mavra was defeated, I said quickly. Not even by the wizard, but by a single one of his followers. That made the Duchess pause. I see, she said after a moment. But you should never have relied upon that young woman. And in any case, this follower, this Crescent, played no role in your defeat. Unless the first report was a lie. For a moment, I considered saying as much. Then common sense and a hint of blood and wine combined to tell me what a bad idea it was. No, I said. Without hearing what Snow Angel reported, I cannot say what is a lie or not. But Crescent waited for Mavra to reveal herself before getting involved. In other words, had the circle not feared the intervention of a guest, you would have lost even more soundly. I grit my teeth. The circle? I asked. Are you referring to our allies? Damn those wizards. If they'd been there when the attack started, or had they been willing to follow me back? No, I am not, the Duchess replied. I am referring to the ones that defeated you. I frowned. I wasn't aware they were called the Circle. It is a recent pronouncement. Come, there is something you must see. The Duchess stepped out from under the light of the sun, and walked back into her estate. I followed her from behind, my gift working on her all the while. It was most effective in close proximity, but even then, there was an incredible amount of information to sort through. The threat of the Red King was multifaceted, one that threatened both her life and standing. It was connected to other threats, other rivals. And me. I was a meaningful threat to her? That was heartening information, but how? I dug deeper, the incipient headache getting worse, and immediately I scowled. My failure was a threat to her, a black mark against her reputation. Not something I could easily exploit, but it also meant she hadn't cut ties with me while I had been traveling. I still had a chance to recover. The Duchess led me to a viewing room, and turned on the television. A still image flickered to life, a prepared recording frozen in time. Then the recording started playing, and shame overwhelmed me, along with the taste of salt and wine. All of the information I had collected came rushing back, all of the threats and weaknesses and flaws I had assessed. On the screen, the notables of Chicago tore into me. They named me a monster, a criminal, a failure. Then the wizard appeared on screen, in his ridiculous mask, and I almost broke the television. But no, I had to control myself. I had to. When the recording ended, the Duchess turned the television off. Then she turned to face me, looking absolutely furious. You have humiliated this court, the Duchess spat. You have humiliated me. And now the court bays for blood and war. My eyes widened. But we're not ready. I hadn't been privy to all the details, but my position under Duke Ortega had afforded me some insight. We were still training newborns, still reaching out to auxiliaries, still acquiring intelligence and information, still fighting back against organizations like the Fellowship and Mortal Cartels. The introduction of para-humans had made things even more unstable, something like a third of our troops were tied down holding our territories. The last estimate had been that we needed another decade before we were in position for a war, 2 if we wanted our victory to be assured. Perhaps you should have thought of that before you antagonized the reckless wizard and his arrogant mortals. As it is now, with your failure and my husband's death, we are moments away from war. My words no longer carry as much weight, allies hesitate and slip away. All because of you. I flinched back, a sharp sense of danger mixing with the heady taste of salted wine. My life wasn't in immediate danger, but the threat of how she could ruin me loomed large. There are 2 paths before you. One leads to me tearing off your head and presenting it to my father. The other does not. Let us see if you are smart enough to choose the right one. I swallowed, and shook away the taste of blood. I can still serve. I can bring you the Circle's heads. I can make this right. With what resources? You were not ennobled, and now may never be. Your resources and subordinates in Chicago are being rooted out. Your influence in the spirit world has waned. You have no servants. Every word was another stab to the gut. Did Snow Angel not extract Mr. Smith? I asked. True, the man had only been able to give out a few orders before that bitch Doyen drowned us in bugs, but they had an impact. She did. And now the Red King's agents have secured them. Her face twisted. He has named a replacement to take my husband's place as master of operations, and he seeks to ensure a smooth transition of assets. Theft, in other words. The Red King was stealing people out from under the Duchess. Could I use that somehow? Later, perhaps. Right now I had to satisfy the Duchess. I still have connections, Duchess, and power. And now I have the initiative. I can observe them from a distance, and strike when the time is right, I said. The right time was before the circle acquired enough influence to assault your sanctum and arrest you without forewarning. No, it's clear your obsession with Harry Dresden has clouded your judgment. I looked down at the ground, silently gnashing my teeth. My fangs stretched out, rubbing against the inside of my mouth, and I felt the faint hint of wine. But your enthusiasm, at least, is commendable. Now, I will tell you what you must do. Her hand reached out to grab my chin, and she tilted my head upwards until I was staring into her pitch-black eyes. The eyes seemed to draw me in, just like the wizard's had, and I felt her rooting about. My father cannot take my husband's blood debt from me, she said, her words seeping into my soul. And if there is anything you accomplished in your failure, it is that you survived. You have a legal, accorded claim to seek vengeance and recompense. For all that you have made a fool of yourself, the Red King cannot deny you that without overreaching. This, then, is what you will do. You will go before the court, you will grovel on your knees, and you will beg for a chance to wipe away your failure and repay the insult we have suffered. Once you have been given that opportunity, you will do as I say, work with whomever I command, and you will do so without question or hesitation. Do you understand? Good. The Duchess released me, and I fell to my knees, my breathing rapid and heavy. Jose will lead you to the chattel. Do control yourself though. I flushed at the insult to my self-control, but I could not muster a response. I knew it would get me killed. As I picked myself up, the Duchess looked down at me. Oh, and Bianca? You will either kill the circle, or you will die. I will not allow a war to start over this childish squabble, not before we are ready, and so long as you are a living failure, others will use you as an excuse. Now go. A/N, Ariana's such a good grandmother, isn't she? So supportive. True Lies 1, Taylor, Harry. May 2001. Taylor. McAnally's felt different this time around. The layout was the same. Everything was still laid out in 13s, columns, tables, stools, all strewn about haphazardly. The ceiling fans were still surprisingly low. The place still smelled of wood smoke, old whiskey barrels, fresh bread, and roasting meat. And yet, despite it being 12 o'clock on a Saturday, the place was almost completely empty. Some of that could be attributed to the meeting I was heading into, and the need for privacy, but it still felt strange for this place to be so empty at this time of day. Even weeks after Bianca had been taken out, the supernatural community was still laying low, afraid of whatever reprisal might come. The city was holding its breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop. So was I. Mac nodded to me and Deirdre as we walked in, then nodded to our left. I turned to look, and saw a sign on the wall that read, "Accorded neutral ground." That was new. And interesting. How did one go about establishing that kind of neutral ground, anyway? I turned away from the sign and looked at a table over to the right of the room. Two women were standing by an empty table, identical twins, from what I could tell. Both had short-cut dark black hair, and both wore matching dark black suits. Their eyes weren't the same shade, but it was hard to tell if they actually had irises or not. The twins stared at us for a few moments, and I stared back, feeling a curiosity that wasn't my own. The intensity of their gazes made me nervous, but it wasn't long until Mac coughed. The twins turned to look at him, and I relaxed. The curiosity didn't fade, and I wondered what my passenger was seeing. A moment later, one of the twins turned back to me and gestured at the empty table. "Take a seat." As I started to move, the other one turned my way and said, "Not you." I stopped, confused, then looked over my shoulder in realization. She hadn't said that to me, she'd said that to Deirdre. For her part, Deirdre didn't look pleased by that statement. She looked as uncomfortable as I felt, almost like a cornered animal, afraid yet defiant. I felt a slight chill and saw frost beginning to creep over her, her power coming to the fore. Great. Before she could bring out her aura entirely, I touched her hand and shook my head. "I'll be fine," I said, making myself sound as calm and confident as I could manage. "You should get some food. I'm not in any danger." Personally, my instincts were saying otherwise, but I also knew when I was outclassed. If it somehow came to a fight, it wasn't a question of if we would lose, but how quickly. I wouldn't let it come to that, though. I nodded at Deirdre, then headed for the table. When I was about 2 feet away, I pressed against something invisible, almost a kind of film or sheet, and suddenly the table was no longer empty. My passenger's curiosity was briefly replaced with alarm, a false tension spreading through me, and then the curiosity returned, stronger than before. I doubted it had reacted to the 3 steak lunches, so I looked over at the far end of the table. The suited pair sitting there, a man and a woman, looked like a study in contrasts. The man looked to be in his early 50s, built lean and tall like a runner. His long, shaggy hair went down past his shoulders, a dark grey that was in the process of going white with age but hadn't gotten there yet. He looked at me through one eye, the other hidden by a patch of black cloth that covered the better part of a vertical scar. It was a clear giveaway as to who he was. Even if I hadn't known I was meeting him, there was a weight to him that made his identity unmistakable. The woman, more of a girl, really wasn't as obvious. She looked a few years younger than me and was built like a classical statue come to life, all perfectly proportioned muscles and curves. She had a thin, angular face, like someone had taken a grindstone and cut away all the fat, bumps, and blemishes, creating an almost platonic ideal. Her shoulder-length hair was more gold than blonde, the same shade as her eyes, both glowed faintly in the light. She looked like a cover model had stepped out of a makeup room after spending an hour in there being worked over, which given the context, really just meant she had more than a drop of supernatural heritage. As if the eyes and hair weren't enough of a giveaway. Which of them had caught my passenger's attention? Both. Neither said anything at first, so I looked back at Deirdre. She was staring at me with an intent expression, or more likely where she thought I was, having just seen me disappear. She took a step forward, and the twins bristled. Mac coughed, loudly, and glanced at the sign. He then pointedly looked at the twins, before turning his gaze on Deirdre. Almost reluctantly, everyone backed down, and Deirdre stalked over to the bar. I relaxed, feeling my tension drain out of me, and turned back to look at the man. May I? I asked, gesturing at the seat and the food. Please, the old man said. Harry. Sometimes, my office felt a little small. All the prime real estate was claimed by tables and filing cabinets, all the surfaces occupied by an invasion of paperwork. There was barely enough room for me to squeak by my desk and get to the door or to my perpetually failing coffee machine, and in the middle was just enough room to fit a single chair. It was just my luck to have 2 clients. They were an older man and a younger woman. The man wore a simple, tailor-fit black suit over a white shirt with a popped collar. I could faintly see a bulge around his neck and collarbone, like he was wearing some kind of necklace. The guy looked totally average height, average build, middle-aged, short dark hair that was streaked through with silver. Honestly, he looked so average that it looped right back around to being suspicious. By comparison, the woman's features were practically screaming. She looked half the man's age, with long, tousled black hair, brown eyes, and a face a little too lean and sharp to be conventionally pretty. She was dressed similarly to the man, though she'd gone for a red blazer over a black shirt and pants. Looking at them side by side, I could see the relation between them, the eyes in particular looked practically identical. The man had made it clear when booking this appointment that he knew and believed who and what I was, which always made me a little wary. People that willingly got into a small space with a wizard tended to be some mix of ignorant or confident. Well, you wanted this meeting, Mr. Lyons. You got it. I'm guessing you have a job for me. I do, the man said, speaking with a faint British accent. But before we get down to business, I would like to have a chat with you. I leaned back in my seat and crossed my arms. As a rule, entertaining my clients made them happy, and happy clients usually didn't stiff me. Of course, sometimes entertaining clients was a pain in the ass. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm a busy man and we're booked for half an hour. You sure you have the time? I can keep things brief, the man assured. To start with, I'd like to congratulate you. I raised an eyebrow. That was new. Yet? For what? For everything you've accomplished, the impact you've had. You see, your mother was an old friend of mine, and I think she would be proud to see you now. Taylor. I sat down and started cutting into the steak. While I'd had the prosthetic for months now, the lack of tactile feedback and limited ability to rotate made the motions a bit awkward. And I felt awkward. Up close, it was apparent that both of them were really tall. The man was taller than even Harry, while the woman made it up to his chin. It wasn't exactly intimidating, but it made me feel small. When neither of them continued to say anything, I said, did a request for a basic security team really need this kind of response? Maybe supernatural PMCs worked differently than I thought regular security companies did, but I hadn't been expecting to meet with the CEO or any senior officer, really when I'd reached out to Freddy's. I certainly hadn't expected to meet a fucking god. From what Harley described of the process, he mostly just had to make a few calls before a representative arrived with the paperwork. And that was for hiring a Valkyrie on as a personal bodyguard. Harley McFinn's case was expedited due to special circumstances. I arranged for this meeting for similar reasons, the man said. Rest assured though, this meeting has no bearing on your request. A single security team to protect a single building is modest compared to some of the other requests I've received. And while all your business plans have yet to materialize, if the legal issues you are facing prevent you from going into business yourself, I would have no issue garrisoning a building and purchasing your products directly. The details are a matter for lawyers, but I don't expect there to be any issues. Then why did you ask for this meeting? Frades informed me that you are aware of the origin behind the MacFin family's curse. Are you also aware of how it may be undone? I frowned and shook my head. I assume you're not talking about the bizarre weakness to inherited silver, right? Not bizarre. If you knew how bloodline curses work, you would see why inheritance could play a role in undoing one, he replied. But yes, in this instance, I am referring to something else. When St. Patrick supposedly laid down his curse, he decreed that it would be hereditary, passing down to someone new each and every generation. I'm aware. Harry told me, I said. What the wizard may not have known, or may not have thought important enough to share, was the second condition St. Patrick laid down. That the cursed line of the MacFin family would never, ever die out, instead lasting until the end of days. A Catholic saint cursed a family to suffer from a horrible curse forever, I summarized. Very nice of God to back that up. The man raised his eyebrow. Forever. I frowned and went over the statement again. The cursed line, never die out, last until the end of days. The end of days. The apocalypse. Scion. The curse would end when the apocalypse starts. I asked. Or the family would die during the apocalypse. That is one interpretation, the man agreed without actually clarifying anything. Certainly, those who know about the curse consider its conclusion to be one of the many signs of an impending reckoning. Perhaps even those who sought to kill him. I guess that explains the special circumstances, I said. Aren't you all about preparing for the apocalypse? The man smiled. You did your research. Well, what I could, considering I had to work off myths, and I don't know how accurate those are, I said. The details rarely match, but the broad strokes tend to be accurate. I nodded slowly. So, do I call you Odin, or? Call me Mr. Vadarung, please, he said. Okay, Mr. Vadarung. That's interesting, and concerning, but that doesn't really answer my question, I said. The apocalypse has come and gone. Vadarung looked me in the eye for a split second. I think we both know it's not that simple. Before I could respond to that or even process what I'd glimpsed, he looked down and gestured towards the food. But we should eat first, before the fare gets cold. This discussion is better had on a full stomach. I frowned at his response but didn't have an immediate comeback. He made a good point, but nothing stopped us from talking while eating. It made me feel like he was trying to control the conversation. Well, fine. Mac's food was good. I watched the pair across from me as I ate, focusing more on the woman. She certainly looked like she could be a Valkyrie, but I was pretty sure she wasn't. From what I'd picked up, they were supposed to look human. Her glowing golden eyes prevented that. She could have been a bodyguard of some sort, but I doubted that. I didn't have anywhere close to the personal power necessary to threaten a god. I spared a glance towards Deirdre, who was sitting on a stool and staring darkly in my general direction, a glass of beer in her hands. Which was interesting, I knew she didn't have any kind of ID, and Mac took underage drinking seriously. I guess her glamour just looked old enough. I turned back to the woman across from me. She didn't look remotely like Vadarung, and I hadn't heard of Odin having any daughters in the myths, only sons. She was sitting almost as distant from him as she could, forming a kind of triangle between me, him, and her, and she ate in a way as to keep him in her peripheral vision. Vadarung, on the other hand, had seated her on his literal blind side. She distrusted or disliked him, then, but not the other way around? Or Vadarung didn't consider her a threat? I'm sorry, who are you? I decided to ask. My name is Suna, she replied with a thick accent that I couldn't place. Swedish, maybe? Was Nordic too generic an adjective? When she saw my lack of recognition, she continued, my mother is Sol, goddess of the Sunday. Harry. I set my hands down on my desk, trying to steady their shaking. Are you sure you've got the right guy? I asked, my voice tense. I'm quite certain you're little Maggie's son, yes. If you're asking how I know that, that amulet you wear around your neck makes it obvious to anyone who knew her. Though, hers carried an extra decoration when she wore it. I stared at him for a long second, startled into silence. My mother's name was Margaret. I didn't know a lot about her. She had died giving birth to me, the only things I had left of her were an old Polaroid showing my mother and father standing in front of the Lincoln Memorial, her stomach round with pregnancy and her silver pentacle amulet. I didn't know that, I said quietly. We can get to that. Harry, may I call you Harry? Sure. I guess. Do you mind if I smoke? I shook my head. I'd rather you didn't, sorry. This office is hard enough to maintain as it is. Very well. Lyons folded his hands together and set them on his lap, and I took the opportunity to take a closer look at him. I'd heard some stories about my mother, that she hadn't run with a very pleasant crowd. Her association with my godmother was proof enough of that. I wasn't sure how to take the fact that this man knew her well enough to call her a little Maggie. Still, nothing stood out about him on second glance that I hadn't caught on first glance. It didn't make me feel any more comfortable around him. As I said, I think your mother would be proud of you. She spent much of her life dissatisfied with the current order and agitating for change. I don't believe she ever walked into a vampire's center of power and burned it down, but then again, her power wasn't quite as impressive as yours. I heard she dealt with demons, I said, fishing for information. Lyons arched an eyebrow. And you haven't? He waved a hand before I could respond, good thing too, because he'd hit me right in the gut with that one. My apologies, that's too dismissive. In my life, I've found that wizards are creatures of knowledge, some are picky about the sources they draw from, but rarely are they unshakably so. There's always a situation that calls for an unpleasant contact. Yes, from what I know your mother dealt with demons. She also dealt with vampires, fairies, the council, the Venatori, organizations like mine, and many, many others. That does not mean she was friends with all of them. Indeed, she made a great many enemies throughout her life. She simply had a habit of slipping away from the consequences, right up until the very end. The man hummed thoughtfully. I wonder what happened to her. I swallowed down the lump in my throat and tried to focus on the conversation. You're part of an organization. Are you here representing someone? I represent myself. Ours, mine, is a small, mostly decentralized organization. We have to be, considering our duties. You've heard of the Venatori Umbrorum, I trust. Yeah, I said. They're a bunch of clued-in people. Not exactly part of the White Council, but a lot of them have ties with it, and most moonlight as the Council's eyes and ears. I hear a few can handle themselves in a fight. But I'm guessing you're not a part of them. Indeed not. The Venatori are a small organization in the grand scheme of things, but even they dwarf our numbers by several orders of magnitude. My order is a small group of itinerant knights, unaffiliated by design. If you categorize the Venatori as eyes and ears, you can think of us as the hidden dagger and rarely, the sword. So, what, you go around and try to give groups like the Red Court trouble? Among other targets, Lyons agreed with a nod. Are you here to place a hit, then? Because vampires are vampires, but I don't really do hits. I have enough trouble with mobsters thinking I can be bought. Lyons shook his head. Forgive me if this offends you, but from what I've seen of you in the circle, subtlety is not your strong suit. And while there are certainly occasions that call for a sledgehammer, most of the opportunities we pursue require a more delicate touch. Well, you're not wrong. We do tend to stand out, I said dryly. That wasn't to say we weren't capable of being subtle, we just tended to run into big problems. Though now you make it sound like you're asking for all of us. I am focused on your talents as a wizard and an investigator, though given the circumstances I can't deny the potential usefulness of extra security. I took a deep breath, finding myself back on secure, familiar ground. All right then, let's talk business. What do you want? Taylor. That's interesting, I said, staring down my second god of the day, but that really just raises more questions. I take it you are not familiar with the prophecies around me in any way. I shook my head. I wasn't really a student of mythology. I've read up on some since I've got into this business, but before that I was only familiar with the Greek and Roman stuff, and even then not that well. Understandable. She took a long swig of her beer before setting it aside. Apparently gods didn't get carded. I will keep it brief, then. A very long time ago, a pair of twins were born, so beautiful that they were named after the sun and moon. This angered the other gods, who chose to play the names straight and placed them in the heavens, charging each of them to man a chariot that would drag their respective namesakes across the skies, and so mark the passage of time. Later, they were beset by a pair of wolves, Skal and Hatai, who chased them across the skies. How literal is that? I asked. Because I may not have done well in high school science, but I know celestial mechanics are based on gravity, not on wolves and chariots. Suna smiled widely, showing perfect teeth. It's pure metaphor, of course. It's a story, built half from myth and half from imperfect observations, spread and mutated across generations by people. The sun and moon no more require my family to persist or act upon this world than they do Apollo and Artemis, or any other solar or lunar god you care to name. The smile dropped from her face. But the wolves remain very real. When the doom of Ragnarok was pronounced, it was said that the wolves would catch up to my mother and uncle and devour them both, leaving both sun and moon untended and unguarded. But, before that passed, my mother would have an heir to take up her reins literally so. You, I guessed. Me, she agreed. I thought about that for a moment, then asked, what about the moon? The moon apparently wasn't worth asking about at the time, Suna replied sharply, glancing sideways at Vadarung. But I do have some adoptive cousins. They may not be prophesied in the way I am, but Hjuki and Bil are still my uncle's heirs. But we can talk about history later if it interests you, she said. What matters to this conversation is my connection to Ragnarok, and to clarify that, you need to know that I was born the moment the Golden Man revealed himself on your world. I chewed on some steak while I thought that over. Vadarung looked absorbed in his food, but it was clearly an act, there was no way he wasn't paying attention. But if he was going to keep quiet, I'd leave him to it for now. You're prophesied to replace your mother during the apocalypse, I said, working through my thoughts. Which means you need to be alive before the apocalypse. And unless the time of your birth was a wild coincidence, I'm guessing the gods were both well aware of Sion and took your birth as a bad omen. I sipped some lemonade. Am I right? Suna nodded. Okay, I said. Again, that's interesting to learn. And had some implications I didn't want to dig into just yet, or possibly at all. That still doesn't explain why you're here. Suna violently cut her remaining steak in half. I'm here because my youth taught me that no one cares about a problem unless it affects them personally, not even the supposedly greatest gods. If they can assure themselves that the problem doesn't affect them, or that someone else will solve the problem, they'll just sit back and do nothing. She looked me right in the eyes, her irises burning gold. I saw a burning passion inside them, raging beyond her control. Did you never wonder why you were left to face the Golden Man and the Endbringers alone? I took a deep breath. I had just decided to avoid that topic, but if she wanted a response. I try not to think about it, honestly, I admitted, looking away in the process. I don't think there's an answer there that isn't just going to make me angry, and I have enough things to get angry about in my life already. It's because they were cowards, Suna pronounced, as she turned to glare at Vadarung, the light from her eyes filling the entire booth we were in. I slowly turned to look at Vadarung. I might still be wrapping my head around the existence of gods and how to deal with them, but I didn't need experience to guess that calling a god king a coward to his face was high on the list of bad ideas. Rather than get angry, Vadarung just sighed and set his cutlery aside. The matter is rather more complicated than that, he said, suddenly seeming 20 years older, as I'm sure you know well, unless you mean to tar your family with the same brush. I'm well aware that most gods lack the power or opportunity to intervene, Suna hissed. My mother has lived almost her whole life in that chariot, the same with my uncle, even had they the skill to apply their power, their intervention would have only made things worse as the wolves got involved. Inviting treachery and hatred to run amok would have cost far more lives than my family's presence may have saved, the mortals mauled themselves enough without their added influence. And while the countless small gods may have had greater freedom to get involved, I don't blame them either. What use is a river or forest spirit a world away from their domain in the face of a power that reshapes continents? But the same can't exactly be said of Thor, can it? Sitting at ground zero in an argument between two gods was an uncomfortable experience. Suna's rage literally radiated off of her, and while Vadarung wasn't responding in the same way, his power was still clashing with Suna's in a way that got my heart racing and my hairs to stand on end. My passenger's reaction wasn't helping either. I'd told Suna the truth. I didn't want to think about why the supernatural superpowers had or hadn't gotten involved, because any answer was bound to disappoint me. I had anger enough to split between the elite, the YA with grave NGBN, teacher, I didn't need any more. My passenger didn't have any such limits, though I couldn't say why it felt angry. You said it was complicated, I spoke up, before the pressure worsened and made me do something stupid. Uncomplicated. More stupid, anyway. Vadarung looked tired, and he took a swig of beer to fortify himself. The full context is a long, sordid tale, and now isn't the time for it. Suffice it to say that once upon a time, gods knew few limits upon their power, and walked the mortal world freely for both good and ill. Then, certain actors grew tired of divine irresponsibility, and decreed that if gods wished to walk among mortals, they would do so as mortals. By that point, the world was more a source of amusement than anything else to most gods, and so they retreated rather than risking their life and power. So, they weren't just cowards. They were also selfish, I said coldly. You said most. What of the rest? Tell me, of all the supernatural nations, factions, and powers you know of, how many can you say have a vested, positive interest in humanity? He deflected. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to fight back two separate sources of anger. I wondered if it was even worth the effort. The White Council, I said. If you take them at their word. 1. Out of how many? There was no point answering. Any number greater than 2 was too depressing, and the number was a lot bigger than 2. The balance is not quite that lopsided. The White Council is simply far more invested in mortal affairs, and visibly so at that, on account of being a mortal organization. But it is an unfortunate truth that the number of powers that care about humanity in any way past the abstract, or as anything more than a food source, is regrettably few. And there is only so much we can do without exposing ourselves to our enemies. Yes, when the warrior and his partner came, we hid and hid deeply. I will not deny that. From what I have heard, it was the only feasible agreement that could be reached. Even after his partner was slain and the warrior diminished into the golden man, those of us that knew of the threat kept silent. There are too many fools in this world that would be tempted by the promise of powers, as they are now. The simplest way to foil them was to keep them ignorant of what was out there. Even when the golden man was rampaging throughout the realms, the prevailing opinion of those with the sight to see was that the storm would pass us by, and that it would be better for all for it to do so. And how'd that work out for you? Vadarung's silence was the only answer I needed. I let out a long, resigned sigh. It was better to feel disappointed than angry. If we're laying our cards on the table, if you were watching the apocalypse happen, then you know I was the one to kick open the door to your world. Only, I know what powers I used to do so, and how they worked. I wasn't just blindly jumping into other worlds, I was specifically picking empty spaces I could maneuver through to get the most distance. The combination of powers I was using didn't just let me see different dimensions, it let me feel the space between dimensions, sense what was hidden. I don't know how you guys hid, but you must have done it in a way that blocked passengers from even recognizing that it was there. Which means that someone didn't just bring down your wall, they specifically lured me in. My passenger remembered the final fight better than I did, and while it wasn't able to confirm that last guess, it had corroborated everything else. This world, this Earth, hadn't even been identifiable through its absence, like Sion's locked-off world was until it was suddenly visible, and we were kicking open the door to it by accident. And it goes further than that, I explained. The door to this world may have been open for a couple of days, but most passengers would only have been paying attention to it for a couple of minutes at most before Sion died, and they all suddenly had bigger concerns. They might have found the existence of this world odd, maybe they even noticed his blast being stopped, but a quick, vague glimpse just couldn't have drawn their attention, not at the scale we're seeing. Except, somehow, it has. I can't tell the exact numbers because supernaturals throw off my estimates, but just in Chicago we've had 5 triggers that I know of, 6, including Faith, and the Red Court brought in 2 more to support their efforts. There's probably a few that I missed that just flew under the radar. New York has somewhere between 6 and 12 semi-public para-humans. And from the broken triggers I've tracked, people all over the world are getting powers. We broke 100 known triggers before last Christmas, and the number is only rising. The only other Earth that saw anywhere near this number of para-humans was Olive, and that world was connected to Bet for decades. Even then, they had hundreds to Earth bets, hundreds of thousands. The next world down the list had 20. What's happening to this world is an anomaly. I leaned forward. Someone on your side is fucking with things, drawing the passengers' attention, and getting them involved. Getting me involved. I took a deep breath to steady myself before continuing. I never got the full details of Contessa's power, but I know it's an absolute. You can't beat or hide from her unless there's a blind spot, and while I'm willing to accept God's being a blind spot for her, I'm not willing to accept the same for every supernatural. When I first came here, I thought she'd arranged for me to find a place here. I know I'm lucky as far as refugees go. I made it out of the camps and into Chicago in weeks when some are still stuck in New York, trying to find their footing. I leaned forward again. I don't believe that anymore. Contessa could have killed me if she wanted. She'd had me entirely at her mercy. Instead, she'd taken away my powers and I wasn't sure on the end, really. At the very least, she'd gotten me to the refugees. But she'd given me a second chance, and I just couldn't believe that she'd half-ass it and leave me to a world with so many dangers to it without at least trying to warn me. So, either someone had found her and convinced her to let me go to this world, or someone had redirected me after Contessa had left. Either way, the key point was someone. Someone brought me to this world, and someone brought me to Chicago. I'm not sure if they thought I would regain my powers like I have, but I refuse to accept that it's just coincidence that I ended up in the one city in America with a publicly practicing wizard, I said. How far off am I? I can't speak towards all of your suspicions, Vadarung said. But I know enough to confirm your last guess. Someone did arrange for your presence. Harry. My daughter has recently settled in New York, he said, gesturing at the woman standing behind him. She went there to find recruits and assess the para-human situation. She was fortunate, and found a fitting recruit, a para-human at that, with a power that could have proved quite useful to us. Unfortunately, he has recently gone missing, and we cannot find him. Okay, so it's a missing persons case. Have you already tried to find him with thaumaturgy? I asked. Yes, to no effect. The rituals we attempted provided us no direction. Could be a number of reasons for that. How much did you teach him? Could he have just run away? I taught him enough to be wary of sympathetic magic, and he knows enough to cut a tracker, the woman said. She too spoke with a vaguely British accent, though with a throatier tone of voice. He shouldn't know enough to hide completely. I sat back and considered my options. I'm not sure how much I could really do for you then, unfortunately, I admitted. Even if you were willing to give me some of his hair or blood, we're hundreds of miles away from New York. If I did get a signal across that distance, it would be too vague to be useful. Maybe it could tell you that he's not in New York or in that direction, but... I shrugged. If you gave me his name, I could ask some of my contacts and see if he's died and moved on. Beyond that, I can offer advice for your own investigation, I suppose. What else can you tell me about him? What kind of power did he have? He could create statues as a kind of armor for himself, and pilot them in ways that should have been impossible. I raised an eyebrow. What, like power armor? I'm told that is the term, yes. His first creations proved too complicated and finicky for any but him to operate, but we were hoping he could develop a simpler model. Human fragility is one of our many weaknesses compared to the many monsters out there, Lyons said. The man was a tinker. That made things more complicated. Taylor had mentioned that tinkers were prime targets for recruitment and abduction. I still wasn't sure these guys were on the up and up, but that did make things more serious. Though, he mentioned statues. Didn't you guys appear on TV? I asked, thinking back on the Alpha's reports. With the whole giant parasite man last month. We did, the woman said. Our order rarely acts as publicly as we did then. That intervention may have attracted the attention of our enemies. I looked her up and down very quickly and hummed thoughtfully. That makes you the Medusa, doesn't it? I swung. The woman let out a very long, very aggrieved sigh. And hit. Hear that a lot, hey. Her glare could have poked holes through me. From what I'd heard, her hair could do the same. It also called some things into question. So, this man is a para-human. But you're not. But you transform into a creature with sharp tentacle hair? How does that figure? Our order has persisted for a very long time, Harry. While few allies have stood the test of time, we have collected a number of packs over the centuries, Lyons said. All being selling power package it with terms and conditions. Most are unpalatable. Some, though, are workable. Ahoy, I said, drawing out the words. And what are her terms and conditions? Violence, the woman replied sharply. Fortunately, there is no shortage of fitting targets. I gave her a suspicious glance before turning back to the father. You know, the vagueness isn't making you sound any more trustworthy. I understand, Lyons said calmly. Paranoia is a necessity in our line of work. Unfortunately, paranoia always complicates. No kidding, I drawled. I'll level with you. Give me the guy's name, and I can see if he's dead. But going all the way over to New York to investigate? I'm sorry, but that's just not feasible. Not without a lot more trust than you're extending right now. You are a wizard. Can you not use the ways? Not really, but I wasn't about to admit that. New York is a long way away, even by the ways, and I've got a responsibility to Chicago, I deflected. I see, Lyons said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If distance and time are your main concerns, what would you say if I could offer you a way to travel between cities at a whim? I looked at him with narrowed eyes. That I'd want to run those terms and conditions by a lawyer. Lyons smiled. In this case, I'm not offering a pact. Simply knowledge, freely given. Taylor. So, I said, stabbing into my steak. Why am I here? Because you were Kepri, I imagine. If you'll forgive me saying so, it's what makes you unique. 30 capes dead in a flash, Revel and Lady Photon among them. I'd prefer you didn't use that name, I said, with a white-knuckled grip on my fork. And you'll have to elaborate. I'm afraid I have little more than educated guesswork. What I know is that you forged a unique connection with your passenger, accidental though it may have been, and influenced it in ways that should have been impossible. Did I? I laughed bitterly. I lost the ability to speak, read, understand English, remember names, remember body language. I enslaved everyone I could get my hands on that I thought could help. Hell, I don't even know if I actually did anything, or if my passenger used me like a puppet just like it did everyone else. You gave near total control of yourself and, later, humanity to a creature from beyond the stars, yes. You unwittingly placed everyone's fate in the hands of one of the Golden Man's core fragments. And instead of delivering humanity to him, or tearing it apart, she wielded it with precision and restraint to destroy her creator. Don't underestimate your influence. It tried to take control in the aftermath. And you stopped her. I couldn't deny that. My memory of what had happened immediately after Sion's death was hazy. Holding imp at knife point, cutting teacher, what stood out was the violence, the threats. I didn't remember how I had gone from that to lying in a clearing with Contessa. But I suspected Vadarung was right. I knew now that my passenger's memories were focused on violence, on fighting. It was what it was designed to do. A fight after the end of the world, when my back was against the wall against thousands of capes, it would have remembered that. I would have remembered that. I'm too angry to have this argument with you, I said, closing my eyes to center myself. Let's get back to the point. I'm used to dealing with precogs, so I think I can piece things together. I was brought here because I was, who I was. Whoever did it, they had only a few days to arrange it, and they had to fly under the radar of Contessa and the heroes monitoring the refugee diaspora. More relevantly, no one on your world had even triggered by that point, and the most a brief exposure should have led to is a handful of C-list para-humans, barely a drop in the ocean compared to all the other supernaturals. So, whoever did this was either hedging their bets or looking far into the future. Then the portals were closed, and I was packed off to Chicago. I already covered how I don't believe that's a coincidence, so I won't repeat myself. Whatever their precise plans were, they wanted me to regain my powers to regain my connection to my passenger. I opened my eyes and looked Vadarung dead on. Does that match your understanding? Vadarung nodded, not quite meeting my eyes. I stared at Vadarung for another few seconds before slumping back. Fuck, I sighed. I didn't bother voicing my conclusion. If whoever had brought me here just wanted a para-human expert, they didn't need my power. If they just needed a strong para-human, they probably could have found or made one. But if they wanted me with my new powers, then they wanted a passenger they could talk to. Which meant that the danger my passenger had been warning me about these past few weeks wasn't just a scarecrow it made up to try and manipulate me. Total network collapse, I said, looking up at the ceiling fan swirling above us. That's what you're afraid of. With Scion dead, the passengers can't communicate with each other. That's why broken triggers are happening, they're all playing Twister when someone triggers, only they can't see the other players, and sometimes someone trips. Except instead of a broken nose, you get a broken power. And the more they fall over, the more of a mess they make. Eventually, it's just going to be one giant tangle of flailing limbs, and they'll break something critical. The planet, in this case. Hey! I couldn't even muster up the effort to be surprised. That's quite an issue. Maybe you should have reached out to Cauldron, compared your notes. Together, you could have come up with more plans that did fuck all. Miss A. Bear. Oh, so it's fine for a fellow god to call you out, but when I forcefully cut myself off and took a deep breath before letting it out slowly. My shoulders were starting to shake, and it was a good thing I wasn't holding my mug, because I wasn't sure it would have stayed in one piece. To say I was angry was an understatement. By this point, the anger in the air, the anger from my passenger, even my own anger that I'd tried to bury, it had all come together to form one giant feedback loop. I was damn near apoplectic. And I just didn't want to be. It was too much. You have my number, and I need a break, I said, pushing myself out of my seat. Before I left though, I had one final question. The council. Did they know about Scion? Some certainly suspected. Their seers saw a threat to New York. But as a whole? No. Fucking typical. Why bother warning the people you were getting to do your dirty work? They were just humans, after all. Harry. Your mother was known as Margaret Leafy. A number of people throughout history have called themselves Leafy, almost exclusively, they have been fools who died painful deaths. The few who were titled such, however, were recognized for the breadth and depth of their connections among the Fae. What precisely they gained from such connections differs, but in Maggie's case it is a trivial guess, for she was notorious for her knowledge of the ways. She could cross the world at will and whim, and there are very few ways for a human to do that. Considering what I know of your mother's actions, she was not blessed with the kind of unparalleled magical foresight that would have let her brave blind jaunts throughout the Never Never. I'm not sure if I should be insulted on her behalf, I said. You shouldn't. That her talents didn't extend to seeing the future doesn't mean she was a poor planner. In fact, she was rather exceptional at it. Regardless, my point is that she very likely bargained her incredibly extensive knowledge of the ways from the Fae, and as sharp as her mind was, human memory is malleable and fallible, to rely on such a thing when braving the ways risks death, and buttressing it with the sight risks madness. Thus, she must have kept some kind of record. Unbidden, my hand drifted up to caress my necklace. You said this necklace had another decoration when she wore it. Specifically, a small ruby about the size of your thumb, carved into an inset meant to fit inside the pentagon at the heart of your amulet. Now, I cannot say for certain what that ruby was. Frankly, it could have been anything, even just a plain gemstone serving as a misdirection or something she found pretty. But, I have never seen or heard her described without it. Where it is, how you can find it. He spread his hands. I cannot help you there. I do not know the matter of her death, I do not know if it was stolen, if it was hidden, if it was pawned for petty cash. But now that you have some idea what to look for, perhaps you may find it. As it happened, I did have some idea where to look. I appreciate what you've told me, truly, I said. And if you're right, and I find this record, that might make it feasible to travel back and forth. Assuming my godmother didn't get me in the process, which was the bigger issue. But it still doesn't change the fundamental issue that I don't trust you. Lyons nodded. Very well. Graven has unfortunately been missing for long enough that a few days more shouldn't matter. If he is dead, he is dead. If he was taken and is still alive, he is being kept alive for a reason. Take some time to think things over. Consult with your team if you wish. When you have an answer for me, you have my number. He stood up and held out his hand for me to shake. I reached out to shake his hand, keeping an eye on his daughter the whole time. Sure. I can give you a call. Though, you never gave me your names. Just Mr. Lyons. Ah, my apologies. You can call my daughter Deirdre. Isn't that kind of obvious? I asked. Lyons paused for a moment, before his lips curled into a faint smirk. A student of etymology, are you? Not really. But I've picked up a few things. Well, despite what you may have heard, while some root derivation may have meant daughter, the name itself isn't quite so direct. And even if it was, is that a bad thing? I shrugged. Then how about you? Please. You can call me Nick. A/N, my original plans for old Uncle Nick were to have him show up at the very end of Headhunt, after, well, everything. But as I reworked this book and its plot, I kept coming back to the thought that the way I planned to write Deirdre made her too unlikable for the role I needed her to fill, and that her father really was the better fit even if he would prefer to stay far, far away. So here he is, in all his glory. BTW for those that recognize the character, he's still got his little necktie, he's just keeping it under his shirt because it's unconventional and a dead giveaway as to his identity. Also, Deirdre's introduction last time was funny in how she played off of Mac, but in retrospect there was basically zero chance that Mac wouldn't have come up to Deirdre in the aftermath, told the Circle not to take the job, and so sunk the entire plot. True Lies 2. May 2001. Taylor. May I join you? I looked up from Deirdre's lap to see that Suna had joined us on the roof of the bar. The fire in her eyes had gone out, replaced by streaks of blue. Out under the sun, she looked a little more like a teenager and a little less a symbol of living perfection. I can't stop you, I muttered. Suna grimaced. I don't want you to feel as if I'm forcing you, but... She sighed. I apologize for my conduct. I only recently began walking this world, and I haven't had cause to truly feel angry until recently. I lost control. I stared at her for a couple of seconds before letting my head fall back. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to yell at you? I asked. I might have if you'd caught me at a different time. Then again, I've known people with powers that weren't entirely controllable, or even mostly controllable. I don't know how true that is in your case, you might be lying to my face. But... I gestured idly with my hand. I'm tired right now. So, okay. Whatever. You fucked up. You apologized. Thanks. My hand dropped. Thank you for your forbearance, then. I heard some shuffling and glanced up to see Suna sitting down on the roof's edge a few feet away from us. When she didn't do anything more, I looked back up at Deirdre and let myself drift. When you boiled it down to the basics, PRT field protocol for dealing with master/stranger powers could be summarized in 3 quick sentences. Disengage if possible. If the power affected what you did, act out of emotion. If the power affected what you felt, act out of logic. It was simple, because when you were being hit by those kinds of powers you didn't have the time or effort to focus on complicated. Also, it was really fucking hard. Unless you were dealing with a really weak master, the protocols were like slapping a band-aid onto a gushing wound and hoping you bled out slightly slower. They worked, but they weren't a fix, and you still had to deal with the scars afterward. So, I lay there, taking slow and measured breaths, and marinating in Deirdre's barely noticeable master power. Sadness may not have been the best counter to anger, and countering powers with powers like that was an iffy proposition in general, but I needed something to pull me back to earth. Her brushing my hair helped. After another minute of silence, I got up with a groan and sat down next to Deirdre, leaning into her instead. We never got around to talking about why you were here, did we? I asked, looking over at Suna. I mean, you showed up for a reason, and I doubt it was just to yell at Vadarung. You could have done that anywhere. I did have something I wished to discuss, if you are still willing to hear me out. I shrugged. So long as you are fine discussing it around my friend. I don't feel like leaving at this point. Deirdre draped an arm over my shoulders and pulled me closer. Suna shook her head. It's fine, considering what I came here to ask. It might be better this way, even. She let out a sharp sigh. I'm not sure where to truly start, though. The beginning is typical, Deirdre said, her tone wary. Such as who you are. Suna choked out a laugh. I suppose so, she said, before sighing again. As I said before, I am Suna, the daughter of Sol, goddess of the sun, and her replacement. Her hands curled into fists. I hate that word. I hate what it represents, what it means. My mother isn't some wheel that can be substituted if the axle breaks, like the only value, the only meaning she has is what she does. Light gathered in her fists, multicolored rays breaking out of the gaps between fingers. I hate. The light went out, and she slumped. I hate too many things. I said nothing. I could tell she wasn't finished. I suppose ennui is the true curse of my kin, she muttered. So many of us seem cursed to die horrid and violent deaths that they all focus on themselves, on eking out what they can out of the now. Or maybe I'm just too young to see their wisdom. She snorted derisively at that. Like inaction is going to improve anything. She flexed her fingers, gathering light in her hands and releasing it. It's funny. I came here brimming with vigor, bursting with all the things I wanted to say. Now I can't seem to give voice to any of it. I know the feeling, I said. I suppose I'll keep things simple, Suna mused. Simple to start, at least. She turned to look at me. I was in no position to help when the Golden Man was calling humanity. Light filled her hands. I still believed those around me would step up as brothers and sisters. That they would stare death in the face and do their duty. The light went out. Now I know better. Everyone I've spoken to claims that power comes with purpose, but from everything I've seen, that purpose is to do nothing. No, worse than nothing, they weigh down those that are willing to act, until everyone is caught in a web of apathy and fear. Where is this going? Are you asking me for advice? I asked. Because I'm not sure what I can say. I've seen the kind of despair and hopelessness you describe break people, and the only solution I found was not ideal. Finally, everyone was working together. I shivered. Yes. No. Suna let out a long sigh. I don't know. I am lost, Derdriu said bluntly. Would you please get to the point? I choked on nothing and leaned into Derdriu, letting out hacking coughs as I tried to regain control of myself. Derdriu was usually so polite. I couldn't see Suna's reaction from my current angle, but from the sounds of it, Derdriu had also hit her right in the gut. It took a while for us to recover, with Derdriu hammering me on the back a few times to clear my throat, but when the moment passed and we looked at each other, Suna seemed calmer. Your friend has a point, so I will cut to mine, she said. You are trying to better the world. Maybe you will succeed, maybe you will not, what matters is that you are trying. I would like to help you. Everything else, my feelings, my motivations, they are but details. Details can be important, I said, before moving on. You want to join the team? Suna nodded. If you would take me. I thought about what Vadarung had said. Wouldn't that cause you some problems? Weaken you, for one. Not necessarily. There are ways one can act as a god even in this world, Suna said. It is substantially more limiting, but it is possible. And if we could thread the needle, then I believe you would appreciate the added power. But in truth. She shrugged. I don't care. I am prepared to make the choice regardless. The only thing is, traveling is much simpler as a god, especially as a sun goddess. I can go wherever the sun shines. As such, I would prefer to have an answer before I commit. That's convenient, I said, massively understating my thoughts on that one, singular power. But I get it. I looked up at Derdriu, who said, I do not know enough to say one way or another. I defer to your judgment. That made me sigh and look away, not what I wanted, but I guess it was what I expected. Well, I'm not opposed to it. We could use more help. But I'm not willing to make the call all by myself, so I would want to have this discussion with the whole team. And frankly, for the rest of the day, I'd just like to rest. Are you fine with coming here, say, noon tomorrow? Sunday afternoon should be doable for all of us. I'll pick you up around then. I can agree to that, Suna said. I will see you tomorrow at noon. Light covered every inch of her body, and she disappeared in a flash. What exactly happened inside? Derdriu asked. A whole fucking lot, I sighed. Let's just go home. I need to think. When I got home, I found Georgia and Andy had monopolized the living room table with a bunch of books. Specifically, Andy had curled up on the couch and was reading some big, relatively thin hardback tome, while Georgia was sitting next to the table, flipping between a few books and a notebook she was writing in. I squinted at the back cover of what Andy was reading. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I read off. Hey Taylor, Andy said, looking up from what she was reading. The other redhead in our household was wearing a fluffy bathrobe and had a towel wrapped around her head. I pointedly looked at the clock we kept on our mantelpiece, to which she responded by rolling her eyes. Kirby picked up this D&D set last month, before? Her hands tightened. Well, everything. He started asking around recently, though I don't think he's reached out to all of us yet. I hummed idly and glanced between Georgia and Andy, noticing the tension in their postures. None of the alphas had taken Tommy's death well. I was dealing with it better than they were, but I wasn't sure how much of that was me being desensitized to it and how much of it was me trying to feel something. So. Kirby, hey. I drawled, half to tease and half to distract. Coming to you for private, role-play sessions. Oh fuck off, Andy said, looking down and away. It's not like that. Maybe not now, but later. Georgia tagged in. Andy brandished the book. I will hit you. Georgia chuckled and looked over at me, giving me a quick once-over. You look a bit rough, she diagnosed. Did everything go well? I let out a beleaguered sigh and sat down next to the blonde. Complicated doesn't begin to describe it. I'd rather not think about it for now. I leaned over, picked up one of the books on the table to read the cover, and set it back down. So, are you also joining Kirby's group? I have no interest in that nerd stuff, Georgia said with a straight face. We all gave her a look at that, even Deirdre, and she cracked and smiled. Nah. I'm just too busy right now. Some of us, not naming any names here, have actual class workloads to deal with. Andy sniffed. Then what are you doing? I asked. I'm looking through the monsters and seeing what they got right and wrong, Georgia said. So far it's been mostly wrong, or rip-offs like the discount Balrog. Do you expect it to get anything right? Georgia shook her head. Not really. They've got a few things right, but I would be willing to bet it's by accident. Throw enough darts, and you're bound to hit something. Like what? Well, their ghouls are only kinda wrong, Georgia explained. They've got the talons, teeth, tongue, and cannibalism, but they're described like zombies in that they infect people they kill. There's also no mention of shape-shifting. I looked over the multiple books she had laid out on the table. And, why are you doing this? Georgia shrugged. I'm bored, and Billy started talking about releasing some kind of information packet disguised as fiction, like Dracula was to the Black Court. Want to help? I thought about it before shrugging as well. Sure, why not? About an hour later, Marcy came down from the second floor looking like she'd escaped from homework hell. The mousy brunette gave a half-hearted hello as she walked right past us to the kitchen, and a few moments later I heard the coffee machine start. 10 minutes later, she came back out looking more human than zombie and sat down on Deirdre, cup in hand. I see you've roped Taylor into this, she said, looking at Georgia. She agreed, Georgia replied. The werewolves are all wrong, I added. Marcy stretched out her legs before leaning into Deirdre, who looked, uncomfortably pleased was really the only way to describe it. I tried not to look at her abdomen as she did so, the darkened, leathery skin and the flab of her stomach that covered a cage of bone weren't ugly, exactly, but they didn't look right or natural either. More than that, they were a constant reminder of what Bianca had done, and of what I had done by getting the alphas involved. It's the transmissible curse thing, right? Right, I said, looking up at her eyes. How did that get started? Marcy mused. I mean, I get the turn into a beast on the full moon bit. That's real. I get the turn into a wolf bit. That's real. She gestured at herself. But how did the disease bit get started? I suspect rabies played a part, Deirdre said. A state of rabid mania that drives victims to irrational aggression is characteristic of furious rabies and is commonly transmitted by dogs. But we've known about rabies for literally thousands of years, Georgia replied. People wouldn't be surprised if someone got sick after being bitten by a dog or wolf. It's common knowledge. You only need one ignorant person with an overactive imagination to start a myth, Deirdre countered. And a lack of critical thinking to spread it. A single bite by a rabid wolf followed by an aggressive deterioration could have spawned such a tale. As sensationalist stories spread and mutate, the symptoms get exaggerated until the victim turns into the beast that bit him. I guess that makes sense, Marcy said, sounding dubious. She glanced over at the clock and sipped some coffee. We've got a Paw Patrol soon, don't we? I let out a long sigh and glanced up at the clock. Unfortunately. Cool. We went out about half an hour later, the 5 of us piling into George's van and driving off. The alphas usually patrolled around the university, so that's where we went. We parked near a high school just north of Washington Park and used the empty building's changing rooms to get into our costumes. The alphas' costumes had expanded in the last few weeks. While they still wore reinforced vests, they were now painted for visibility rather than camouflage, with every alpha taking a different shade: bright red for Andy's case, yellow gold for Marcy, and sky blue for Georgia. They looked eye-catching, especially when put together with their new doggy helmets. They still had the old outfits for more subtle operations, but being seen was an important part of public patrolling and they did a lot of that. I never liked public patrolling. I understood the purpose of it: to go out and be noticed, to reassure people that they were being protected, to give rookies a feel for the job. It just always felt like a waste of time to me. Instead of walking around well-trod, public routes that weren't frequented by criminals, I could have been doing anything else, anything more productive. It was an attitude I was trying to shake, but it was hard to do so when it still felt tedious. At least some of my friends enjoyed it. Amazon veiled us until we got to Washington Park, which we decided to circle. It was a public area, and we were quickly noticed by joggers and softball teams and passing cars. The flock of birds I had flying around us might have helped with that. Andy and Marcy got most of the attention, acting more like dogs than smart wolves. I knew theories were going around that I controlled the alphas, but I just didn't see how people could think that. Andy was running around joining in the softball practice, Marcy was accepting pets when she thought I wasn't looking, and Georgia mainly just watched. The animals I controlled never acted relaxed. Some of it was probably my passenger not really getting the concept, but I figured a bigger part of it was that animals were, if not more self-aware, then at least more expressive. My power didn't control the animals' minds, it didn't make them want to do things, it just did it for them. Being controlled like that was stressful for them, and while that wouldn't stop me from using them, it did impact how I used and treated them. Outside of emergencies, anyway. Insects were easier. Maybe it was because I was more comfortable with them, maybe it was because I had subconsciously objectified them after years of treating them like an extension of my body, but I had no qualms having my passenger direct my insects in whatever way I wanted, including entertaining children with butterflies like I was doing now. It helped that my passenger could draw from my old patterns instead of having to come up with new ones. Though, maybe it had picked up how to direct dogs from Rachel? Something to think about. Some people approached me as well, more hesitantly than they did the alphas. I wasn't offended, I was more intimidating and creepy, and it was understandable that people in this neighborhood would be cautious when dealing with police or police auxiliaries. Most were new to me, though I did recognize a couple. I don't really do lost pets, but if you give me a picture or put up a poster, I'll see what I can do, I said to a woman worried about her missing cat. It's nice to see you again, I hope you're doing well, I said, shaking the hand of a homeless man I'd helped over the winter. Others were more prosaic. Sure, I can get you an autograph, I said to a guy in his 20s. Yes, I was bullied when I was younger. No, I didn't go carry on a school. This, to an acne-ridden teenage girl. No, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. That, to a pushy guy. Amazon drove off with a menacing glare. No comment. An older woman who felt like a reporter. If I did have a face under my mask, would I tell you? A kid who didn't look even 10 years old. Of course, Amazon got her own share of attention. Most of it was guys and teenagers staring, a few brave souls trying to ask her out and getting deliberately blank stares in response. One guy actually catcalled her as we neared the south end of the park, yelling for her to shake her ass. He shut up quickly when I turned to glare at him, me and every bird, squirrel, insect, and dog in the vicinity. Things got a little awkward after that, the jackass ran off, some of the bystanders got intimidated, and I was disturbed and confused by the coordination. I wasn't really surprised that my passenger knew what sexual harassment was, on a broad level. It was an unfortunately common form of human interaction, there was no way it was ignorant about it. But I wasn't expecting my passenger to comprehend it enough to react to it, let alone to feel indignation for another's sake over it. I could still feel that mix of irritation and anger seep into me, as flying watchers tracked the creep's retreat from the park. And you stopped her. I couldn't get Vadarung's words out of my head. They hadn't told me anything I hadn't already known, only forced me to confront it in an argument. I had spent so long trying to distance myself from my passenger, even after I had started practicing magic with it. I had and still did fear the way it influenced me, the way my powers had changed me and the things I had done with them. I wanted to distance myself from the past as much as possible. But I couldn't deny that it wasn't all my passenger's fault. It may have put a thumb on the scales, but all my choices had still been mine. And in the end, when I had asked Panacea to knock down the walls between me and my passenger, some part of me had made the decision to enslave everyone and use them like tools. It wasn't something I liked confronting. Now, though, I didn't have a choice. No, it was worse than that. Someone had made a choice for me. Someone had dragged me into this, arranged events to crack open the connection to my passenger, started mixing me in it. And for what? A better shot at dealing with the next apocalypse? I didn't know whether to be disgusted or impressed. Maybe they were trying to inject a human perspective into the passengers. It was a horrible idea, but not because it couldn't work. Now that I was willing to consider it, it was obvious it had picked up some of my habits. A modicum of restraint, the desire to protect my friends, even some interest in saving humanity. It had also nearly lobotomized itself for power not even a month ago and seemed incredibly angry at the idea that people sat on the sidelines and watched Scion murder us, so it was clearly picking up my other habits as well. Did they even realize what they were playing with, trying to manipulate me and my passenger in this way? What they were risking? If a new network was formed and my passenger joined it, how long would it take until it convinced them to turn against those that had stood by? Did I even care enough to try and stop it if it came to that? I was almost grateful to the people that started to crowd around me, they kept my mind from following that spiral any further. As time went on, more cars and news vans had come to the park, looking to get their 15 minutes of relevancy by swarming us. Handshakes, autographs, brief discussions, complaints, requests for comment, it all started to blur together. When a few people approached me angry about the pets I'd killed fighting the octohydra, or the bird patterns I disturbed whenever I gathered large flocks, it was almost a relief. I was used to recrimination and having to defend myself, and while I apologized for the measures I'd taken, I was consistent about taking dangerous threats seriously. The news crews didn't get too close, we didn't make many public appearances, and the reporters had picked up on the way we tended to vanish whenever they mobbed us. I was content to let them collect footage from a distance, if that meant they didn't try and approach me whenever I went out in costume. When our patrol was done, I decided to give them a bit of a show and called down a tornado of birds to hide our disappearance. Reputation was important, after all. A spike of alarm woke me up that night, dragging me out of the grip of a nightmare. I blindly grasped for my glasses as I groggily pushed myself up, wondering what my passenger had woken me up for. Seeing a winged, humanoid insect crash through a flickering portal and slam into a drawer answered that question for me. Adrenaline burning through me, I immediately flung the covers and yelled, "Burnlistic!" With a flash of pain, the bundle of cotton and fabric flew to cover the whatever the fuck that had just invaded my room, hopefully buying me a few seconds. I left my glasses on the bedside table as I scrambled out of bed, I didn't have time to fumble with them, and my passenger could compensate for my sight anyway. Harry's wards hadn't triggered the alarm they were supposed to, I didn't know why, and I didn't have time to wonder, only to compensate. "Weaver, alarm," I muttered as I ran for the door, and as all the insects I kept in the walls started to buzz, I yelled out, "Intruder in the house." Even though she was in the basement, Deirdre was the first to respond. Rather than sleep in a bed, Deirdre preferred to sleep in her changer form, saying that it kept her from dreaming. It probably wasn't healthy, but I had much bigger things to be worried about when it came to her and her coping mechanisms, and in this particular instance I was thankful for it. Based on prior experience, I figured it would take her about a minute to pull herself together, and then a little while longer to rush upstairs. A minute. I could manage that. I flipped on the light in the hall and got ready for the first step. Of course, right as I thought that my passenger's frustration filled me, and it sent me a blurry mess of memories, my echidna clones, the times my swarm had been turned against me. It followed by giving me an idea of how many bugs I kept in the house, and I couldn't help but notice how the buzz was getting louder. Oh. Fuck. The insect thing ripped right through the door on its way out of my room, and I got my first good look at it. Whatever it was well over 6 feet tall, with an aesthetic that mixed insect and corpse. What passed for its ribcage, spine, and pelvis was totally exposed, and its legs were spindly, thin, and double-jointed like a fly's. Its head was totally dominated by red compound eyes and an enormous mouth, and growing out of 2 concave shells right where the shoulders should have been were 2 long, spined arms that ended in something that was half hand and half claw. On top of that, the thing had 4 giant moth wings growing out of its back, and 4 enormous scorpion legs bursting right out of its chest. At least, I assumed it did. The wings were torn to hell and back, and 2 of the arms had been brutally mauled, with a third looking like it had been torn out by the root. I had no idea what had injured this thing and no time to think as it leapt right at me, only to yell, "Grew!" and jump out of the way. I managed to avoid most of its limbs, but one of its scorpion legs still clipped and tossed me into a wall. I immediately dropped and rolled out of the way, trusting in my darkness to disorient it. "What the hell is this thing?" I silently mouthed, pressing my hand against the forming bruise. "Should they learn that you have willfully brought a demon into this world?" That wasn't one of my memories. Was my passenger reusing something it had caught when we had busted Kravos? Whatever, I didn't have time for this. My passenger thought it was a demon, that was enough. What did that mean for me? Demons were spiritual creatures and so couldn't really be killed, not without a lot of power and effort. It had broken into our house, so it should be weakened by the threshold. Should. Somewhat. Harry had never been able to give me a clear estimate on how much. The demon was lashing out inside the cloud of darkness, swinging its head this way and that as it tore into the walls. It ripped through the drywall without any effort, and the swarms I kept for home defense came boiling out, swarming towards the demon. I figured I only had a second or two before it would send my bugs out indiscriminately, so I raised my hand and yelled, "Lung!" It didn't make much of a flamethrower, but it still burned the first wave of my flyers and hit the demon in its wings only to do nothing. Great, I thought. This thing resisted magic. And with my piddly bandwidth, I wasn't punching through whatever it had. The thing turned to look at me as my darkness faded, its mouth splitting open into a toothy grin, and all the spiders, cockroaches, and other crawlers I cultivated swarmed in my direction. At least I kept all the truly venomous ones in the basement terrariums. "Alright fucker, you want to play? Storm Tiger!" I screamed, slashing my hand at the tide. I was better with fire than any other element for reasons I didn't understand, but that didn't mean I had no other tricks. In a very vague sense, my spell did the same thing as the cape I named it after and compressed air into sharp claws that I could then throw. I couldn't compress it very much or throw it very far, but my passenger could use the claws far more precisely than the original and manipulate them after they were thrown, and even a small cut could be crippling if applied properly. I'd used it to blind ghouls before, and now the little air blades were cutting through my insect's legs and fouling up their charge. I backpedaled as the tide came after me, the demon following pace. Despite my best efforts, there were too many angles to cover. It took no time at all for my swarm to reach me and begin attacking, spiders biting me in the legs and feet as everything else started rushing upwards. I felt a brief moment of sympathy for everyone I ever fought before I started hitting myself, my passenger cutting down what was trying to get up. Then the second wave of flies arrived. "This is going to suck," I thought. Aloud, I said, "Shielder," right before I closed my eyes, shut my mouth, and pinched my nose. It did suck. Flies swarmed my hands, my lips, my eyelids, my ears. Thin shields of power kept them from crawling deep into my various orifices, but that didn't stop them from trying to pry open what they could or biting at sensitive tissue. If long experience with my powers hadn't removed the visceral disgust this kind of assault would have provoked in anyone else, I was sure I would already be choking on bugs. I couldn't see anything except through my passenger, couldn't hear anything except the buzzing and droning of flies. All the while the demon just stood there, grinning. Then Marcy's door opened, and a second later 110 pounds of angry wolf leapt at the demon's head. Teeth and claws ripped and tore at the thing's compound eyes, and it let out a droning scream that cut through the flies buzzing in my ears. Marcy rode the demon down to the ground before ripping a large chunk of eye clear with her mouth and bounding away. My passenger sent me an image of my weaver costume mixed with a sense of urgency, and I decided to trust it. Immediately, the bugs started peeling away from me, letting go of whatever they were holding onto and crawling out of my ears. I took a few moments to just breathe, giving myself the chance to recover while the demon was distracted. Rather than getting to its feet, the demon stabbed its remaining scorpion legs into the ceiling, levering itself up off the ground and scuttling after Marcy, screaming and clawing the whole way. As Marcy bounded down the stairs, I took a deep breath and ran after the demon, screaming at the last second, "Battery!" If I couldn't affect the demon with magic, then I'd hit it myself. I jumped and slammed into the demon's scorpion legs while it was in the middle of moving, and the force sent both of us flying down the stairs. After a split second of free fall, we hit the first floor hard, driving all the breath out of my lungs. Before it could turn its legs around and skewer me, I felt someone grip me by my shirt and pull me back. "What the hell is going on?" Georgia yelled as Wolf Andy leapt forth to help Marcy. "Demon," I yelled, pressing my hand to a split lip. "That thing's shoulders were tough. Get the holy water." I didn't know if it would work, but it wouldn't hurt to try. "It's in the basement." "Why the fuck is it in the basement?" I took a deep breath. "Don't answer that. I'll go get it, this thing's immune to my magic and controls my bugs." I turned to run down, but stopped to look back, worrying at my lip. "Don't die." "Not planning on it," Georgia said as she started to change. I nodded and ran for the basement door, jumping out of the way as Deirdre came barreling up. I pointed silently at the demon in our living room, and she ran past me without a word, her hands twisted into claws. I stumbled down the stairs on unsteady legs, my grip on the railing the only thing that kept me from falling, and I ran for the storage room where we kept all of our gear. "When this is over, we're going to hook up a sprinkler system and load it with holy water, fuck the cost." I grabbed 3 water bottles, one in hand, 2 pressed against my side with my stump arm, and thought furiously about what I was going to do. The demon knew where I lived, even if it could only get to the house through the never and get injured in the process, apparently, but it had also seen my face and completely countered my main power. Killing it would only solve my immediate problem. Harry had taught me that summoned demons couldn't really die. The form they wore when they slipped into our world was just a shell, and without a level of magic I flat out didn't have to damage the being underneath, they could easily be resummoned after being banished. I had no doubt in my mind that the Red Court was behind this, probably even Bianca herself. I didn't want to give them any information about me if I could help it. Step 1, cripple it, I thought. Then I can think about trapping or killing it. By the time I made it back, the situation had gone from bad to worse. The demon had lost another one of its scorpion legs and one of its hands was guarding its remaining eyes, but even down to half of its limbs it was still stronger than all of us combined. All of the alphas were bleeding freely, and Deirdre had been impaled against a wall by both of the remaining scorpion legs, one in the guts and another in her shoulder. She was covered head to toe in a thick layer of rime and frost, her arms grappling against the demons. The demon seemed to be winning. Amazon! I yelled and threw the first water bottle towards her. She caught it with one hand, ripped the top clean off with her teeth, and began dousing the demon's head in it. The demon screamed and staggered back as the holy water splashed all over its ruined eyes, its legs tearing out of the wall and Derdriu. Somehow, Derdriu managed to remain standing, throwing what remained of the first bottle at the demon before catching the next two in quick succession. Within a matter of seconds, the demon's arms, legs, and everything else Derdriu could reach were burning like they had just been doused in acid, filling the house with the stench of burning chitin. The thing was blind, in agony, and lashing out without any thought or strategy. Was that enough? Maybe, but I didn't want to take that chance. Derdriu's power let her recover from most injuries, but if she took a blow to the head it could still kill her. The alphas were even more fragile. The only weapon nearby that was worth a damn was a fucking salt shaker, and going to get anything better would mean spending time. The demon was crippled, we were winning, but a single blow could still mean one of my friends died before it finally went down. I wasn't about to risk that. I really hope you are listening, Suna. I leapt for the sugar we kept on the kitchen table and immediately began shaking out a circle around me. Derdriu tackled the demon to the ground as I did so, yelling in rage and pain as she smashed her hand against the demon's head repeatedly, driving ice-clawed fingers into the ruined mess of its eyes. The demon lashed out with its claw in response, ripping off part of her scalp and leaving a deep scar across her cheek. I finished the circle, bent down, and smeared some blood from my split lip across it. Suna! I called. Derdriu bit the thumb clean off the claw. You said you wanted to help. The remaining scorpion legs stabbed Derdriu through the sides. Suna! The alphas leapt at the legs, trying to tear them off with their jaws. Now would be a really good fucking time. The demon slammed the thumbless claw against Andy's head, and I hoped I didn't just hear her neck snap. Suna, daughter of the sun, I beseech your aid. A flashbang went off inside the house in my head. My circle violently broke, hitting me with a splitting headache and driving me to my knees. Even my connection to my passenger vanished, leaving me blind, dazed, and confused. Somehow, I managed to cry out, try not to kill it. It took a while for my head to stop ringing, for the light to fade, for my passenger to reconnect with me. When I could see again, I saw a tall woman wearing gleaming golden plate standing over the broken form of the demon. Its scorpion legs had all been torn out by the root, its arms broken at the elbows, and an armored boot was grinding its head against the floor as it thrashed weakly. My passenger showed me that the woman was breathing deeply, staring down at her raw and bloody knuckles. Her hair had gone from a gleaming gold to a duller, natural blonde. No fire burned in her blue eyes, only the smallest streaks of gold remaining in their depths. Altogether, she looked almost human. This is inconvenient, Suna said. True Lies 3. May 2001. Taylor. Step 1 complete. Now, what the hell was Step 2? Harry called demons creatures of darkness, and said the title wasn't entirely metaphorical. Sunlight burned them, and if we crippled this thing further and metaphorically staked it out for sunrise, it would hopefully die. That would require a strong binding circle to prevent it controlling all the nearby insects, and it would take hours in which it might recover and try escaping. Not a good option. On the other hand, Suna was a sun goddess. Do you have the power to hurt the demon through its shell? I croaked out, my throat raw. Suna clenched one fist, and it began to glow in fits and starts. Perhaps, she said hesitantly, releasing the light. I'm uncertain of my current limits. What I do know is my control is frayed right now. If I tried to gather that much power and use it, she looked around the living room and all my injured friends, there would be collateral. I closed my eyes and breathed in. Fuck. I do not know what you are planning or hoping, but I do have some knowledge of healing. I am not well practiced with it and would not be comfortable using it for more than surface-level wounds, but... I breathed out. That clinched it. I didn't want to use this plan, especially without any consultation or prep, but needs must when the devil drives. Maybe literally so in this case. Alright, plan birdcage it is, I muttered and opened my eyes, foreign excitement filling me. At least one of us was enthusiastic about this. Looking up at Suna's confused expression, I raised my hand. Okay, I'm going to try something risky. If I drop my hand, crush its head. Suna nodded, still confused. I looked down at the demon's compound eyes, my expression as flat as I could make it. The eyes were windows to the soul, and right now, I needed to establish a connection with the demon, risks be damned. You came into my home, tried to kill me, destroyed my property, and hurt my friends. I demand your name as recompense. That's not. Suna was cut off as the demon stopped writhing in pain, my demand forcing a level of focus onto the demon. It turned its head to look at me, ignoring the way its skull ground against Suna's armored boot, and it, probably spoke. What came out of its mouth weren't words so much as furious, quavering buzzing, like my first attempts at speaking through my bugs. The excitement built. I got down on one knee, still holding my arm up. You can scream all you want. Fact is, you lost. A big bad demon tried to kill a little girl and failed. Now, I'm going to drag you outside, stake you out for the goddamn sun, and watch you burn to death when it rises. And when you're nothing but ash, I'm going to collect all my insects that you killed into a small little pile and bury them, and then I'm going to make a little cairn on top and put your name on it, so that the only thing anyone remembers about you is that you tried to fuck with me. So, tell me your name. I wasn't sure if the demon could be forced to give out its name, or if I had the power to do so. That's why I was making it angry. The demon snarled out something incomprehensible before it cut itself off and grinned. Buzzing echoed out from the walls as the insects it had previously agitated started coming out of the walls and streaming towards us. Suna tensed. I still didn't drop my arm. Thrice I ask and done, I demanded. Give me your name. What came out of the demon's name resembled sound in only the loosest sense. It was information carried through the air, an idea-given voice. I heard it in the buzzing of my swarm, in the demon's shaking limbs, in its warbling voice. It screamed with 1,000 voices and ate with 1,000 mouths. It was hunger and emptiness, a locust that left only ruin behind. Then the demon stuttered, and a sense of vicious glee filled me. I like to imagine it felt a degree of horror in that moment. Weaver, I said. Now fuck off. The demon vanished, and my swarm fell back under my control. Andy was alive, if badly injured. Georgia and Marcy didn't recommend trying to transform back without a better idea of what had happened, and there was no way we could get a wolf treatment without prompting way too many questions. In the end, we helped her and Deirdre get down to the basement. Deirdre's power basically melted her body when she used it, which had the side effect of making most injuries irrelevant, and she could keep Andy stable while the other girl transformed and slept. We'd need to get Andy to a hospital in the morning, but they would both live. Georgia and Marcy were better off, somewhat. They'd taken some nasty cuts, but nothing too deep, and the bone armor Deirdre had grown over Marcy's ribs had helped protect her from the demon's flailing. Suna had laid them out on the floor and started singing or praying over them, faint sparks of light flying over my roommate's injuries as she willed them to close. The adrenaline had faded with the demon's disappearance, but the frankly disturbing amount of excitement I was feeling from my passenger kept me from passing out. I had no desire to learn what kind of nightmares the idea of my passenger having a demon to play with would spawn. I almost felt bad for trapping it the way I did. Still, I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to get in Suna's way, so I took inventory of the damage. The walls were broken in several places both upstairs and downstairs where the demon had swung its limbs around and torn through the drywall. Then there were the many puncture holes in the walls and ceiling from its scorpion legs. The floorboards just in front of the stairs where I had tackled the demon were cracked, and parts of the walls and ceiling in that area were scorched from my flamethrower. Luckily, nothing had caught fire. The living room table was a complete write-off, 2 of its legs were broken, and the table itself had been smashed into pieces when someone was thrown into it. My room was a mess. I had lost my door, one drawer was a complete write-off, my bed covers were destroyed, and the demon clearly hadn't cared about collateral damage when it ran out after me. At least my computer was still intact. I made my way back downstairs, grabbing some clothes for Marcy along the way. Your mom is going to kill us, I said to Georgia, and handed Marcy the nightwear she'd discarded. Georgia looked up from the couch, slowly turning her head to take in the living room. Yeah, she will, she said, before lying back with a wince. Please stop moving, Suna said, one hand resting on Georgia's abs. This is difficult enough without you moving around. What was that, Taylor? Marcy asked. I grabbed the last available seat and sank down with a sigh. A demon of some sort, I think. It could control insects, and it was resistant to magic. I frowned as a thought came to mind. Or maybe just fire. I didn't think to check at the time. I shook my head. Doesn't really matter. It entered my room through a portal, and if my passenger hadn't warned me I'd be dead. All in all, I'm betting on it being an assassin sent by one of the vampires we pissed off. I fell into silence, brooding, and something of my thoughts must have shown on my face because the next thing I knew, I had a lap full of Marcy staring up at me, hands pressed against my cheeks. Taylor, if the next words out of your mouth are some form of apology, or you say you should move out, I will slap you, she declared. This wasn't your fault. I know that, I said, bemused. We made serious enemies, I'm not surprised they tried to come after us. I just wish. Nope. I blinked. I didn't even. Nope, Marcy repeated, shaking her head for emphasis. Yes, we thought we were safe. We turned out to be wrong. That's not your fault. We all poked over the security we could get for this place, and even Harry signed off on it. You're saying I should blame Harry? I asked. Yes. Marcy frowned. No. She trailed off for a few seconds before nodding. Blame the vampires. I huffed and leaned my head back against the chair, pulling Marcy forward in the process. I gave it a second, 2, 3. Then I said, you realize we're naked, right? She looked down at how she was sitting, her ass pressed right against my thighs and elbows digging into my chest, and then sharply pulled away. I couldn't see her blush, but I could tell it was there. Yeah, well. I had to transform to save your life. What's your excuse? Georgia and I both cracked up laughing, though it turned into groaning pretty quick for Georgia. Do I also need to request you avoid mockery? Suna asked dryly. So who exactly are you? Marcy asked, speaking a little too quickly. I get that Taylor summoned you, somehow, and she called you, daughter of the sun. I am the daughter of Sol, goddess of the sun, Suna said. You can call me Suna. Cool. Marcy looked back at me, eyes wide, and mouthed, what the fuck? We met earlier today, I said, playing coy. You met a god today? Or a demigod? Or something? 2, technically. Marcy's eyes almost jumped out of her head. You met 2 gods? Taylor, you have to tell us these things. I told you I was going to meet the boss of Monarch. Who did you think that was? Well, okay, fine, you have a point, Marcy grumbled. Now can you answer my question? Sure, I said, pulling her into me. As fun as she was to tease sometimes, I did enjoy her presence. She was at the meeting. We talked a bit then, and a bit more after. I don't want to go into everything that was discussed, but Suna expressed interest in joining the team. I said we'd talk it over with the team tomorrow, but... I glanced around the house before looking at Suna. I guess I pressured you into this choice. Sorry. Suna shook her head. All you did was call me. What I did from there was my choice. She looked down at where her hand was resting on Georgia and repeated, whispering, my choice. Is this going to cause problems for you? I asked. Well, I do find myself lacking everything I expected to enter the mortal world with. Like clothes, she drawled. Not to mention the rest of my equipment and personal belongings. What's stopping you from going to grab them? Georgia asked. Taylor summoned you here. Can't you just teleport back? Not anymore, Suna replied. And to answer your next question, I cannot because I am no longer the god I was. Taylor was told some of this, but to keep it brief, gods are only able to freely wander and interact with the mortal world if they accept a number of restrictions, mortality and a physical body being the most notable. Oh, Georgia said. Thank you for helping, then. That seems like a big sacrifice. It was my pleasure, Suna said, withdrawing her hand. I've done as much as I can. You should experience no true long-term issues, but all of my practice was on animals. I would recommend consulting a physician for another opinion. Thanks, Georgia said, sitting up with a win-ce. What are we going to do about the cops? This isn't a bad neighborhood, and there was a lot of yelling and screaming. Someone probably called 911. If the cops show up, I'll deal with them. Marcy and Georgia both side-eyed me, to which I rolled my eyes. Not like that. Give me some credit. I looked over my shoulder at the holes in the wall. Suna, you control light, right? Can you make the wall and floorboards look like they're in one piece? With a wave of her hand, Suna did just that. Thank you, I said, turning my attention to our wreck of a living room. We should clean this up. The cops did end up making an appearance and tried to question us, but between Suna's illusions covering up the obvious damage and the collective embarrassment and distraction of trying to deal with 4 mostly or fully naked college girls Suna had glamoured herself to match, we managed to shake them off without any issues. I wasn't sure they bought the excuse of us having a wild party, but given the only thing they were talking about as they drove away were Suna's tits or ass, it was enough for me to chalk it up as a win and go back to sleep. Come the morning, we carefully bundled Andy into George's van, and Marcy drove the other alphas to the hospital to get checked out. That left me with about 4 hours until the meeting I'd scheduled with Harry and Kim, so I sent some messenger pigeons to update them and went to make breakfast for Suna, Deirdre, and myself. I found Suna kneeling in the backyard. She'd taken off her armor and left it in the basement and was wearing some of George's spare clothes. They clearly weren't made for a woman of Suna's size or dimensions, and they threatened to split in a few places. Everything all right? I asked, setting down a plate of eggs on our back table. Suna opened her eyes and looked up at me. I am fine, she said. I was speaking with my mother. I left suddenly last night, and she was worried. I glanced over at the rising sun. She's not mad at me, is she? Suna shook her head. She knows my reasons. She stood up, brushing the grass and dirt from her legs. She sent my father to collect my things. I should be receiving them today. Your father is another god? I asked. He is. You do not have to meet him if you don't want, she said. I sighed and took a seat at the table. Thanks. No offense, but I've had enough of gods for now. None taken. She took a seat next to me and began to pick at the eggs. How do you people deal with hunger? Even this faint echo is irritating me. And the thirst. We just, do, I guess, I replied. Do gods not get hungry? Not truly. We still feel a desire to eat, but for us it is just that, a desire. We could go years without and not feel a single pang, though I haven't heard of a single god that did so or would even want to do so. Hey. Suna wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and turned to look at me. I wish to discuss living arrangements. I have little need for sleep, but I will need to rest occasionally. And I would like a room to myself. I assume you have no legal identification? I asked. She shook her head. That makes things a bit tricky. This house was only supposed to fit 4 people. We made a room for Derdriu in the basement, but that was the only real guest room. I guess one of us could double up, maybe with Derdriu herself. I turned the idea over in my head. On the one hand, if we moved things around so that Derdriu's room was an actual room again and not just an empty space for her to dissolve, then she wouldn't have anywhere to safely use her power. On the other hand, spending at least 8 hours every day in her changer form while she was supposed to be sleeping was not psychologically healthy for her, no matter what fringe benefit she got from not dreaming. I'd have to discuss it with the others, I hedged. Worst case, I can ask Crescent when she comes over. She has the space, at the very least. Thank you, Suna said. Though, if I may make an observation. Go ahead. You have already had to call me once to aid against an invader. If another invader bypasses your protections in the future, and I am not present, will you be able to manage? Good question, I sighed. I don't know. I have to talk with nobody, figure out how the demon broke in and what measures we can take to prevent another incident. Suna nodded. Is there a reason you are referring to them with their cape names? Did I say that right? You did. And I make it a habit to stick to those names around people they haven't unmasked to. It's courtesy, and keeps me from slipping up in other situations, I replied. Still, I'll introduce you when they come over, since we're a little past that point. I see. I waited until she had finished eating before asking the question that had been eating away at me. If you don't mind my asking, what were you doing during gold morning? Suna closed her eyes. Watching. Not everything was apparent through the veil, even with the chaos the golden man was causing, and my mother tried to hide it from me, but I saw enough. She opened her eyes and looked at the sun, staring right into it without issue. How old do you think I am? I frowned. Well, you said you were born when Sion appeared. Gold morning was 31 years after that on my world, it's been about 2 since then, there's a weird 14-year gap between our worlds I still haven't figured out, so, somewhere between 19 and 33. I am almost 33 years old, by mortal reckoning. A follow-up question, how do gods age? I don't know, I replied. Not normally, since you're asking. Suna smiled indulgently. We grow in fits and starts. We are born fully competent, if small and weak compared to what we will grow into. I'm sure you've heard the story of Apollo killing Python, or Hermes stealing Apollo's cattle. What drives us to grow, then, is not time or biology, not truly, but experience. Her smile faded. Revelations. You were still a child, I said in realization. I still believed in the goodness of my kin, she said distantly. Or perhaps I was just in denial. In any case, I clung to my mother's skirt for decades, even after I knew my time with her would be limited. No, especially once I knew. But seeing the realms burn. I could no longer afford to hide. To be meek, and hope, and pray. If I am to have a happy future, I must seize it with my own 2 hands. A/N, okay, now you see the nuclear option. There might be another part out this weekend, depends on how much I can write over the next few days. If it works out and I'm able to keep up the pace, I might shift into a twice-a-week update schedule for a little bit. We'll see. True Lies 4, Derdriu. May 2001. Derdriu. Are you wearing a suit? The sorceress asked, her brow scrunched together. Miss Slave Driver over here has me going to church every week, the wizard pointed a thumb at Taylor, who tensed at his words, and Susan refuses to be seen there with me outside of my Sunday best. If I could weaponize Sunday sermons like you do, you'd also see me in church every week, Taylor said. And I doubt you're put out about going out with your girlfriend. Or should I tell Susan otherwise? You've never even met Susan, the wizard cried. You're right. Taylor nodded and turned to the sorceress. Why don't you tell her? I get no respect, the wizard grumbled without heat as he looked around the living room, focusing on the holes in the walls and the floor. Stars and stones, something really tore through here. Is everyone all right? Georgia and Andy had to go to the hospital, little Marcy said. And Derdriu? I am fine, I said, responding to her look of concern. It would be inaccurate to say that I was in perfect health. I had rushed to put together the body I used last night, emerging with many malformed organs and systems, and the damage the demon had done had exacerbated the defects. Liquidating myself so soon after had saved my life, but it also hadn't helped matters. I felt sick in a way that even winter could not help with, my vision blurred at odd moments, my heart beat in irregular rhythms, and even though I knew it to be logically impossible, at times I thought I could hear the fluid sloshing around my brain. Worst of all, I felt weak. A demon was thrown through a portal into my room and tried to kill me, Taylor said. Considering it could control bugs, I believe someone tried to assassinate me, probably the vampires. Okay. There's a lot to parse in that statement, the wizard said as he took a seat at the table. Let's start with the first part. Thrown. The way it flew through the portal and smashed my drawer didn't look deliberate. I figure there was something on the other end it was trying to escape, something that smashed one of its arms and tore apart its wings. I had noticed the injuries, little Marcy mused. Couldn't our wards have done that? All eyes turned to the wizard. Some wards can cause serious injuries to those that breach them, I have a few of those linked to the maximum security measures for my apartment. But no one in this house could control or manage those wards, so I kept it simple here with a basic barrier tied to the threshold. Punching through those would have weakened all but the strongest of demons, but injuring it. The wizard scratched his chin. No, I don't think it was the wards. There's another thing, Taylor said. The alarm you tied the wards to didn't work. I had to be woken up by my passenger. Wait, really? The wizard asked, blinking. Taylor nodded. That makes no sense, the wizard said. Taylor raised an eyebrow. It happened. I'm not denying that, He let out a sharp breath. I put the same style of barrier ward on this house that I use on mine. Sure, there are some differences, I renew mine more often and have to compensate for a bad threshold with more power, but he shook his head. Look, I've made a bunch of enemies since moving to Chicago. Some of them have been magical heavyweights, and at least one definitely would have had the means, motive, and opportunity to try after I ruined her ascension ritual. The only time my wards have ever been breached by a demon is when some 2-bit sorcerer pumped up by a storm sent one through my front door. You've never been attacked in your sleep. I've slept like a baby for 6 years, the wizard said. Taylor sat back and crossed her arm over her prosthetic. The sight left an aching pain in me, a desire to fix it and restore full functionality. What does the other side of your apartment look like? Taylor asked. The Never side. Taylor grimaced. Yes. I've never looked. I couldn't set up anything there if I wanted to, considering my issues with my godmother, so I focused more on blocking off my apartment. The wizard frowned. I guess I should check, though. You think there's something there? I don't know. All I know is the demon didn't trip your alarms, and it was injured before it passed over, maybe seriously so. Is it possible your wards just aren't made to protect against these kinds of breaches? Taylor asked. I want to say no, but, it's possible, I guess, the wizard muttered. My first master didn't teach me the more complex sides of defensive magic, and my second master focused more on teaching me discipline and the philosophy behind magic. It could have slipped through, but... He sighed and dragged a hand down his face. I'll have to do some review when I get back home. How did you deal with the demon? The sorceress asked. I too would like to know that, the intruder said. The wizard looked sideways at the intruder. Sorry, who are you? I'll get to that shortly, Taylor cut in, gesturing with her hand. As for what happened, the demon chased me out of my room. I wasn't confident I could take it on by myself, so I decided to stall while Deirdre and the others came to help me. It was strong and fast, and once it turned my bugs against me, I didn't have any good options. I tried setting it on fire, but from what I could see it just resisted my magic. I'm lucky it was sadistic enough to try killing me with my bugs instead of just stabbing me with its sharp legs. You keep bugs in the house? The wizard asked. I keep entire swarms inside the walls. It's really creepy, little Marcy chimed in. You forget about it after a while, but then you hear the buzzing coming from the walls and the creepiness goes up to 11. The wizard looked like he didn't want to contemplate that. Getting back to what you said, he said, speaking a little too quickly and shrilly to be natural, you said it resisted your magic? And that the vampires sent it. Taylor nodded. The wizard looked around for a moment, trying to find somewhere to look that wasn't a wall or ceiling, before finally settling on the table. That shouldn't be possible, the wizard muttered. Not the first bit, but the second bit, though both bits make the other a lot worse. What do you mean? Taylor asked. Okay, this gets into the theory of demon summoning, which I never wanted to cover and is one of the things I agree with the council on keeping secret, but is relevant now. Long story short, only us regular Joe Schmo humans can summon and control demons, which means that either whatever was sent after you wasn't a demon, or it wasn't the vampires that sent it. Maybe they contracted out a hit, but if it was a demon, and a decently strong one at that, then there has to have been a serious mortal practitioner involved. So, are you sure it was a demon? Holy water burned it, Taylor said. The wizard sucked in a sharp breath. Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator. And if it was genuinely resistant to magic and you didn't just miss something? The wizard trailed off, muttering darkly under his breath. Then, Taylor prodded. So, the thing is that magic resistance isn't unheard of. Practically impossible to come by for us humans, but there are ways to acquire it. Usually, it's an active defense, something you have to consciously trigger and maintain. Passive defenses are way rarer and tend to require changing something about the body. The thing is, this is tricky to do properly for anything that lacks a real body like we do. Demons are especially susceptible to this because of how they get into our world. Either they possess someone, in which case they're supercharging what is still ultimately a fleshy meatbag with all its weaknesses, or they're making an ectoplasmic construct body, which I think was the case here. An ectoplasm is nothing but pure possibility. If you made it resistant to magic, it wouldn't work as well. Every inch of resistance you buy, you pay for in a mile of effectiveness everywhere else. The only exceptions to that are outsiders, and those are really bad news. Think Thulhu but smaller. Or rather, the Thulhu to what most people think of Thulhu, since Thulhu's just a priest in Lovecraft. Whatever. Point is, the term covers anything and everything that doesn't belong in our reality for one reason or another. Or maybe doesn't belong in our multiverse in general, since now I have to think about that. It's what the seventh law is about. The sorceress frowned. You taught me the seventh law forbade demon summoning. The council kind of stuffs the two together, the wizard said, gesturing with his hands, and in this case I agree with their party line. A lot of outsiders like to pretend to be demons, because in most cases there isn't a meaningful difference in what happens when they are summoned, people die. So, while the seventh law is written to be about outsiders, it's enforced as almost a blanket ban against demon summoning in general. Which again, is bad enough by itself, it just gets much worse when outsiders are involved. Why? Because magic doesn't work right on them. You hit them with something, and it slides right off, unless you hit them with a lot of it. Sure, there are a number of beings in our world that have that kind of resistance, but those that do generally aren't packing the kind of heavy-duty resistance that outsiders have as a rule, the wizard explained. Don't ask me why, I don't know. My best guess is that as creatures from outside, they operate under fundamentally different rules to the rest of us, and since the core of magic involves changing the world to match what you believe, it's a lot harder to change something that isn't of the world to begin with. He turned back to Taylor. Anyway, the point is that if you are correct, and it looks like you are, then the vampires have a human backer or supporter skilled in the art. That means very bad news for us, but maybe also an opportunity to get the council off my back, because this is the exact kind of thing they're concerned about. The only thing is that we'd need proof or reliable testimony, which unfortunately we're kind of short on. Maybe not. Taylor mused, glancing over at the intruder. A few seconds later, she shook her head. I've got ideas, but it's a bit early for that. Let me finish my report and then cover introductions. Whatever it was, demon, outsider, random fucking guy, it covered me with my swarm and tried to eat me alive. My passenger and I kept them from getting inside. The humans at the table turned queasy at the thought, and even the intruder seemed disturbed, and then Marcy came out and took a chunk out of its eyes. It lost control of my swarm after that. We knocked it down the stairs, and everyone else hopped in at that point. Since I couldn't do much, I ran to grab some holy water, which burned it pretty badly and almost certainly blinded it. Unfortunately, it was still very strong, and I wasn't confident that we could beat it before it killed or seriously injured one of us, so I took a risk and tried to summon Suna here. My hands tightened under the table, flakes of frost forming around my nails. You summoned her? The wizard asked, looking over at the intruder. I wasn't sure you could summon anyone. You shouldn't really have the power to do so. Definitely not, a person. Do you want to take this? Taylor asked the intruder. Gladly. The intruder launched into a long and irrelevant introduction, detailing her vaunted heritage, her meeting with Taylor yesterday, and her expressed desire to inveigle her way into our group. That sparked a twisted and self-aggrandizing tangent as the wizard engaged in his vice of curiosity and asked her about her abilities, likely trying to get his mind off of what disturbed him. I used to be able to turn my gaze anywhere the sun fell. My range seems much reduced, and it requires a degree of focus I must get used to, but I can still do something similar. Taylor does it better. I have some knowledge of runes and magic, including a degree of healing magic, but my focus has always been on manipulating light. The wizard does it better. I have some knowledge of paths through the ways. It's limited compared to what I believe many fairies can do naturally, but we don't need you. And, obviously, I am strong enough to tear apart demons. Ice-covered nails bit into flesh, my mother's look of contempt flashing before my eyes. Deirdre, are you all right? I blinked and found little Marcy and the others staring at me in concern. Even the intruder, as if she cared. My apologies, I said. I was distracted. Little Marcy wasn't convinced, but when I didn't offer up anything more she reluctantly sank back into her seat. Okay, the wizard said, his brow furrowed in concern. So, you killed the demon? No. Taylor asked me not to so that she could try and bind it, somehow, the intruder replied. Bind it? Why? The wizard asked. You taught me that demons can't really be killed when they're summoned, Taylor answered. Something about their shells breaking before their essence, allowing them to dissipate and retreat. This thing got a look at my face, found where I lived, and got through the security. I didn't want Bianca or Mavra or whoever to get that information, so. She took a deep breath. I looked it in the eyes, pissed it off until it told me its name, and then had my passenger summon it. The wizard blinked. Slowly. It can do that. His words came out a little faint and high-pitched. It's an idea I've been kicking around for a while. This was its first test, and it worked, though it confirmed our suspicions about its flaws. I need a name, obviously, but I also need to make eye contact or something similar so my passenger can establish a connection to pull on. Why do you? The wizard sucked in a deep breath, his eyes briefly flickering my way. You know what, don't answer that. It worked. It worked. My passenger summoned the demon and trapped it, no one else should be able to summon it now. Taylor paused. Also, it's a good thing you only told me about the only humans can summon demons part now. I wouldn't have tried it if I knew, and now I'm concerned about the implications. You're not the only one. Hell's fucking bells. The wizard took a deep breath. Okay. I'm going to interrogate that mountain of dread on my own time, preferably in my own apartment, he said. Moving swiftly on, is there anywhere in this house I can open a portal to the Never Never without blowing up some delicate electronics or machinery? I want to see what's on the other side here so I have some idea of how I need to upgrade your wards. Don't you need to use my room, since the demon came in through there? Taylor asked. The wizard waffled his hand. The theory behind this is a little murky. Yes, if I wanted to see exactly what's on the other side of your room, we'd need to go through there. But this house is one contiguous space that all of you live and move around in, so any particular connection is going to change over time. Conversely, the other side needs to be more or less the same to align itself with the real world's reflection. If the demon was after you specifically, which I agree is likely, it probably just entered the general area and then directed its exit to be near you. As a creature of the deep Never Never, it's better at these things than we are. I see. We can use Deirdre's room then, she uses it for her transformations, so it's empty. Lead on, Macduff, the wizard gestured. I led the six of us downstairs to my room. The only piece of decoration it had left was the light blue paint along the walls, the sole remnant of the short time I had properly slept and resided in the room. Now my bed was disassembled and kept in storage, while my wardrobe and various knickknacks were kept elsewhere. Well, it's empty all right, the wizard said, looking around for nothing. Where do you sleep? I transform and rest that way, I replied. It kept me from dreaming, and the constant recreation of my body helped me to hone it and refine my weaknesses. It wasn't enough. I needed more. A part2. The wizard yelled, slashing his hand through the air. His fingers sank into nothing, leaving trails of fire that spiraled up, down, and out as he tore open a hole between worlds. The fire consumed a space tall and wide enough for the wizard to walk unbowed, revealing a snowy forest glade that looked faintly familiar, even though I knew I had never seen it before. The sorceress stepped through first, her hands at the ready and her head on a swivel. I'm not seeing anything yet, she said. The wizard stepped through next, followed by me and then the rest of us. The humans shivered as they stepped into the frozen tundra, unprepared for the sudden cold. I wrapped it around myself like a comfortable cloak, the very air thrumming with power. We're in winter, or somewhere touched by its power, I said. How can you tell? The wizard drawled, looking around at the myriad frozen trees. None of them looked right, each of them bent and stooped as if suffering under a great weight. I could tell he was being sarcastic, but I answered anyway. It feels like home. The sorceress had relaxed infinitesimally and was now staring down at her hands, flexing her fingers. It's like the last time I was in the Never Never. My power feels sluggish, normally it feels ready to burst, but I almost have to force it now. Really? That's interesting. I wonder if... I left the wizard to his vice and moved a few steps forward, taking a knee next to a scattered patch of grass. I needed to transform and consume to truly analyze anything biological, but even a touch gave me a glimpse. Whatever the danger here was, it evidently wasn't obvious, which made me think it a trap or environmental. Perhaps the trees and foliage came alive? The moment my finger touched the grass, I realized two things. First, it was not grass, but cellulose spikes of hair made to look like grass. Second, the power within me reacted with the power within the slumbering creature, covering us both in frost. I froze in terrified realization. Derdrew. I wasn't sure what shocked me out of my stupor first, the shaking in the ground and trees, or Taylor's hand upon my shoulder. I sprang up, my heart screaming in my ears. We need to leave. Now. I couldn't think as I turned to run, my mind lost to terror, hysteria, and aching desire. I remember the intruder releasing a flash of blinding light, the wizard yelling in Storabos, someone shaking me. When I came back to myself, I found myself sitting on the floor of my room, huddled in a corner, Taylor and little Marcy sitting close beside me, the expectant eyes of everyone upon me. My eyes burned, and I dared to fear to hope that Mother was looking out from them. It's her. They're all her creations, every one of them, the trees, the things in the ground, the air is thick with her power, the words came spilling out of me. It's her. She's here. Let's get some air, little Marcy said. I didn't resist as she pulled me up and out. Here, little Marcy said, holding a bowl of ice cream up in front of me. I limply took it and rested it against one thigh, barely remembering to give thanks. Little Marcy sat down next to me, her shoulder pressing into my side, and stared expectantly until I started eating. The cold and frost was a little overpowering, but my body powered through it to taste the vanilla underneath. It was nice. My companion ate more slowly, her body not immune to the shock of sudden cold like mine was. Brain freeze was another concern for her. We ate in silence, spooning mouthful after mouthful. When I finished, I set the bowl down on the ground and waited for little Marcy. She took almost 2 minutes longer, and further extended it by slurping up the bits that had melted in the warm spring sun. How bad was last night? She asked once she was done. And don't deflect again, please, I get enough of that from Taylor. I was hurt badly, I began, my lungs were damaged, and my kidneys were destroyed. The tendons in my right shoulder. Stop. I know you're trying to distract me. I saw all that, and that's bad, but I also know you can heal from it, and you're not concerned about getting injured. Now, how bad was it? I wrapped my arms around myself. Please. You can't keep holding this stuff in, one day, you're going to explode, you know. Why does it matter to you? You're my friend. She yelled, throwing her hands up in the air. You're all my friends. For fuck's sake, I care about you for you, not for your body or whatever. Now, please, just talk to me. I closed my eyes and took a deep, shuddering breath. I failed. I failed, again, a third time. What are you talking about? That thing had 5 arms and you were kicking its ass with just 2. It wasn't enough. I roared. It's never enough. Not for Taylor, not for Mother, not I cut myself off before I could bear my shame any further. Little Marcy set her bowl off to the side and shuffled about until she was in front of me. Is this about Suna? I was too weak, I said, my hands digging into my arms, so I was replaced. Little Marcy let out a long sigh. I should really get Georgia for this, she grumbled, making space to sit in my lap and hug me. You know that's not what or how Taylor thinks, right? She's got this whole thing about taking responsibility, and she doesn't want to see us get hurt. It's cute, but sometimes it's almost infuriating. We made the choice to get involved, and while I know we didn't understand the full scope of what we were getting into, that we still don't know everything, we didn't choose to become werewolves and risk our lives just because we thought it was fun or neat or whatever. She let go of me, her warmth lingering as she looked up at me. Did Taylor ask you to join the team? Up. Yes or no question, and luckily I know the answer. Did Taylor ask you to join the team? I slumped down. No. I wasn't. Nope. You've been plenty strong and useful, everyone can see that. Don't get stuck on that. My point was you decided to join the team, she said, jabbing me in the chest with her finger. You stepped up, you helped out, and Taylor had to start working around and with you, and not the other way around. And yet, if you decided you wanted to leave the team, Taylor would let you go because she cares about you. So stop thinking about what Taylor might want or think, because I'm pretty sure we're all wrong about her. What do you want? I had no easy answer for her. Little Marcy took the bowls back inside, leaving me to my thoughts. What did I want? I wanted to be with Mother, but she had thrown me out. I wanted to make her proud, but she refused to look at me. I looked to Taylor for the strength to force Mother to acknowledge me, but that hadn't materialized. Perhaps I expected too much, too quickly, but... Bianca's foot pressing against my throat, her claws digging into my neck. I wanted to be strong. I needed to be strong. Strong enough to not be ignored, to not be abandoned. To never again feel weak. May I join you? The intruder called out from behind me. I picked myself up off the ground, brushing the dirt and grass off my calves, and turned to face the golden intruder. She was still wearing my roommate's clothing, making it all too easy to make out every detail of her body and compare it to my own ever so slightly taller, ever so slightly wider, ever so slightly better. What did you wish to discuss? I asked, dipping a toe into winter to keep my voice flat. I discussed the idea of joining the team with Taylor, Harry, and Kim, and they were open to it. They all agreed that the final choice laid with you, that the decision should be unanimous among your team. I came to ask for your blessing, the intruder said, her lips twisting wryly. Why? I asked. Why do you want to join? Because someone should step up and help mankind. Because someone should have been there, before Taylor had to. She cut herself off. It's not my secret to share. I bristled at that. What? My point is someone had to step up and help, and if no one else is going to do it, then I will. That's all I want, to make a difference. You could make a difference anywhere. Why here? Because of Taylor, the intruder replied. More I will not say without her. Because of Taylor. I scrutinized the intruder's expression, looking for any hint of deception. And you, though in a different way, she added. I narrowed my eyes at her. Elaborate. It obviously didn't factor into my initial decision, but Taylor explained some of your power, and, this flesh is so constricting. I raised an eyebrow. Having to breathe, to eat, to worry about my power overwhelming my body, to focus to achieve what came naturally, I understand now some of why other gods eschew this diminishment, even if I think it is still worth it. I understand as well why those that did choose this path rushed so quickly to secure other sources of power. I feel weak, like I'm not myself anymore. The intruder held out a hand. I understand that you have some kind of power that manipulates the body, transforms it in so far inhuman ways. Taylor seemed reluctant to use it because of the difficulty in hiding it, but I can still bend light around myself to make myself appear as I wish. I can look however I want, so I don't mind changing, though maybe not too much. Regardless of the details, I would like to feel like I was before, be as I was before. I looked down at her outstretched hand, at all the power trapped inside that mortal frame, at everything she had offered without a second thought. At the strength that was there, just waiting to be seized. She'd torn apart the demon that troubled me in seconds with nothing but raw physical might. What could I do with such power? I reached out to take her hand, and possibilities unfolded in my mind, swelling like the rising sun. I will take everything you have and make it my own. Welcome to the team, then. True Lies 5, Harry. May 2001. Harry. I was alone in the house with Taylor. Kim had left for her volunteer work, and Marcy had taken Suna the god. I still couldn't get over that part out shopping for clothes. Deirdre had chosen to tag along, leaving me alone in the house with Taylor. Alone, in a house where the walls were stuffed full of bugs. I don't think Taylor got how creepy she could be. I got a job offer yesterday, I said, filling the awkward silence. My imagination was terribly good, and Taylor's recent revelations had knocked me off kilter. Even though I knew it was nothing, I thought I could hear the bugs shifting and buzzing, moving around at the whim of some alien intelligence. An alien intelligence that had summoned and bound a demon, that was close enough to mortal to do that in the first place, that was almost human. I wasn't shocked, exactly. I'd suspected something was off from the moment I looked at Taylor with the sight, and what I'd seen in our soul gaze. I glanced over at Taylor and couldn't help but see the myriad eyes looking out from her hair, staring. Watching. Curious. Yes. She asked. I closed my eyes and looked away. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Anyway, this really shifty father-daughter pair came to see me, asking for some help with a missing persons case in New York. They were incredibly vague and suspicious. They claimed to be from some very small, super-secret organization that hunts monsters. Like the Alphas. No, I said, speaking out of instinct. Then I gave it a bit of thought. Not really. I turned the idea around in my head, considering how the Alphas had started, the motives that had driven them. They'd all met Tara West one way or another, most as a result of volunteer work for one of Harley's projects, and they had all taken Tara up on her offer to become werewolves. I still saw them as kids, but the thing about kids was that they grew up. And with the impression I got from Billy when I first snuck up on him in that abandoned store, that I still sometimes saw simmering under the surface. Maybe with a couple decades of grit, bad run-ins, and tough choices, I admitted. The Lions, their last name, supposedly were entirely too calm about knowingly walking into an unknown wizard's office. Most clients I've dealt with were either nervous, disbelieving, or both. Then there's Murphy. Taylor hummed thoughtfully. New York's rather out of the way. We could probably get there in a day of driving, but we'd need to prep for that. Figure out the best time. Plus, I'd need to wind down my silk farms, and that runs the risk of the wrong people noticing and realizing we're out of town. All that for a missing persons case, for a group you find suspicious? I don't want to say no, But, yeah, those were my thoughts too, I agreed. The job has a kicker, though. Two, actually. First, the daughter is that steel-haired Medusa from that report the Alphas gave, on the broken trigger in New York. She's not a para-human. But she looked human when she walked into your office. Taylor asked. I nodded. 100%. Didn't even have any of the signs you'd associate with inhuman ancestry, like differently colored eyes or hair, or the perennially popular supermodel look. Are you sure she wasn't lying? Oh, she was definitely lying about something. But the impression the pair gave off is that they and their order have been at this for a long time. She might be a para-human, but the transformation isn't a para-human power. So she's a natural or unnatural changer, Taylor mused. Could you pull off something like that with shape-shifting? In principle, yes, I said very slowly. The kind of shape-shifting the Alphas do is, like Billy says, all about rearranging mass. The next level up, as it were, involves shifting mass in and out of reality, either pulling ectoplasm in from the never-never, or moving some of your mass out. Once ectoplasm is in the mix, you can theoretically make anything, but practically, you have to know how to make it work. Transforming into the scaled creature the Alphas described? Sure, very doable. Turning her hair into long strips of sharp metal that you can control. I shook my head. Hair isn't meant to move like that, which means you'd need to rework your nervous system to handle it, at minimum. And then there's the extra length, the sharpness. It's the kind of thing I could see a wizard doing, if they put a couple decades of dedicated effort into it, but anyone else? No. And in her case, she admitted she's taken a shortcut, she's bound herself to some kind of spirit, probably something close to a demon if not an outright demon, that handles the transformation for her. And before you ask, I say demon because she out and out admitted that whatever deal she made requires her to commit violence. I heard Taylor drum her fingers against the table. If that requirement is vague enough, then I guess being a monster hunter could satisfy it. Still, not a good look. Then again, if she was at the broken trigger, she might have connections to some of the people that were there. I am kind of curious about the building summoner that was there, but... There was a brief pause. It's still far out of the way, and I don't think you could get us there through the never-never, right? Not while my godmother is still chasing me, I said, shaking my head. With Suna in the picture, though, she might be strong enough to open a portal there and back. At that point I would just need to find a way for you, which should be simple. Chicago's a literal and metaphysical crossroads, and Manhattan is another one, there's bound to be some path between the two. I have a lead on that, and I plan to follow up on it later today. So we could go to New York, maybe. It would just be without you. More drumming. That changes things. What's the second kicker? Their missing person is a power armor tinker. The drumming stopped, and I heard her shuffle around in her chair. I spared a glance in her direction to find her staring at me. No eyes were peering out of her hair, so I relaxed and turned to face her fully. You could have mentioned that sooner. There's an art to this. I cried. You've got to build up the tension, lay out the little things first. Taylor rolled her eyes. So there's a missing tinker in the mix. One they couldn't find with whatever low-level thaumaturgy they're capable of. Which means whatever grabbed him, if anything, is supernatural or clued in. Or it killed him. Taylor nodded. And while magic interferes with electronics, most creatures don't have uncontrolled magic like wizards and regular practitioners do. Which means they could make use of a tinker without any issues. Yet. Taylor pursed her lips. That changes things more. Tinkers can't really mass-produce their work, with a few exceptions. Tinker tech has a habit of breaking down and being next to impossible to maintain for anyone without the right powers. But even a couple of suits of basic power armor in the wrong hands could be a problem. She let out a sigh and leaned back in her chair. Let me know where you get on your lead, I'll talk to Suna when she gets back. If things line up, well, there's something in New York I'm interested in anyway, so I might head over. What's in New York? I asked. Central Park, and whatever's left of the portal that was opened. My brow furrowed. Why are you interested in that? Do you want to go back to your world? Taylor shook her head. No. Bet is uninhabitable now, and whatever life the survivors have put together on Gimel, there's nothing for me there. Even beyond that, the prospect of presenting an entirely new world to screw with for all the monsters here and all the human monsters over there, not to mention the fucking Cymurg, is distinctly unappealing. But... She sighed. Let me back up a bit. I've been speaking with my passenger more recently, and one of the topics that came up was Sion's death and what it meant for them. It's sometimes difficult to understand it, because all it communicates with are emotions and some of my memories, so I have to work my way through a bunch of metaphors. I picked up some of this stuff during my career as a cape back on Bet, but no one ever sat down and explained it all clearly, so I'm also playing catch-up when it comes to the technical details. Anyway, the way triggers are supposed to work is that the passenger finds something to latch onto, some theme or idea or concept that it can work with, and then figures out a way to adapt its own abilities to fit that theme. For me, that theme was bugs. When my passenger put together my initial power, I think it read my mind to figure out what I thought a bug was, but it wasn't exactly super accurate. So I ended up being able to sense and control the things you'd expect, like spiders, butterflies, flies, bees, wasps, termites, ants, and so on, but not stuff like lice or skin mites. Small mercies. Control over lice somehow managed to be creepier than almost everything else I knew about her power. And on the other hand, I did end up with control over stuff like lobsters and crabs. Early on, I thought I could control anything with an exoskeleton, but then I found I could control earthworms. Then I pivoted to thinking it was anything with a simple nervous system, but I guess it can't be too simple. It drove me a little mad, in the way that obsessing over a small piece of trivia can, but I didn't get a good answer until my passenger started talking back. See, what happens when a para-human triggers is that the passenger reaches out to the rest of its kind to refine the power it's making, to double-check its ideas, and to make sure it doesn't make any critical mistakes like killing its host or going out of control. A power that's hard to control is one thing, a power that a para-human has no control over is generally useless to them. I could see where this was going. Something changed with Sion's death, I guessed. You weren't worried about broken triggers until we ran into one, and you. I frowned. Wait, no, you said you ran into something like one. So, then. No, you're right, you just don't have the full picture, Taylor interjected. Sion had a partner, the brains to his brawn. If we go back to the lab rat analogy from last year, Sion was the security, the force that was supposed to keep the rats in their cage and make sure nothing interrupted the experiment, while the partner was the one building and running the experiment. Only something went wrong, and she must have died during a critical moment when she was weakened. Why this matters, besides providing extra context to how fucked everything is that powers were supposed to come from both Sion and his partner, but they were from two different sources, two different networks. So when the partner died, the powers sourced from her had nothing to reference but themselves and the para-humans they latched onto, and a lot of those powers had a tendency to go wrong in some way. Was there a word for dread overload? The point where all the horror, fear, and dread that's been building grows to become too much and collapses in on itself to become a black hole, leaving you numb and unable to feel much of anything, even more horror? Whatever the word was, I felt that. The worry that my wards weren't as good as I thought they were, and the fear of what that implied. The concern of finding out Taylor's passenger could summon demons even though she shouldn't be able to, the uncertain horror of whatever she could do with a pet demon, and all that implied, both about her and about Taylor. The brush with death not even an hour ago, as a small forest clearing came alive with creatures out of a mad Sid's wet nightmares, and all that implied. Now this revelation that the entire fucked up experiment could have been even worse, and all that implied. Why wasn't it more common, then? I asked numbly, my mouth moving on autopilot. A difference in methodology. Sion only needed to keep the best powers, the ones he would need to fight anything that showed up, no matter the enemy. He released the rest of his powers, working with his partner to tune them for humans before disseminating them, forming the bulk of the passengers currently in circulation, let's call it. The partner was the opposite. She kept most of her powers, ready to respond and hand them out as the situation developed, to tune them to specific people. Which meant that when she died, her powers mostly stayed with her, and when they did get out, they generally lacked the safeguards they were supposed to have. I'm skipping over a lot here, but that's what happened with Echidna. She got a power without any safety limiters, or without the right safety limiters, and it ultimately turned her into a monster. Even then though, hers was a gradual transition that took years to get as bad as it did, so it wasn't exactly the same. Taylor looked down at her cup, then glanced over her shoulder at the kitchen counter. Do you want something to drink? I don't suppose you have beer. I mumbled. We're a house full of vigilante college students. Of course we've got beer. She got up from the table, cup in hand, and a few moments later I heard her crack open the fridge and rummage around inside. When she came back, she was awkwardly holding two blue-wrapped beer bottles. I took the one she was holding in the crook of her arm, spun it around to look at the label, and found that I could still muster some emotion. Bud Light? Really? I didn't say we had taste. I snorted, popped the lid off, and chugged. The following shock of cold did, not all that much, but a little to settle me down. I think you skipped over something in your explanation, I said, taking another sip. You said Sion and his partner handed their powers out, and then the passengers ended up with these powers, but I guess I'm missing the bridge here. There isn't one. Fundamentally, there isn't a real difference between a passenger and the power it has. You're thinking of the powers like tools, or that the passengers manipulate forces like magic, and that's true in part, but really the better comparison here is organs. If we took, say, a biologically sound dragon, and cut out its heart, its eyes, its voice box, whatever organ it used to produce fire, its wings, its claws, its ears, and so on and so forth, and you could somehow keep them alive even as they're separated, then you end up with, crudely, a bunch of things that do stuff because of what they are. Only Sion and his partner were so much bigger than that, with tons and tons of redundant organs, and with a complicated enough internal network that each of those organs could largely think for and operate by themselves. And Sion was the brain, I guessed. Something like that. I don't think the metaphor is exactly accurate, but my passenger stopped trying to get me to understand after this point, so I guess it's good enough. I think I'm starting to see the picture, I said, taking another steadying sip. Sion dies. His organs stop being able to talk to each other, which in a regular body is a quick trip down some very fun roads, like Cancer Lane and Necrosis Boulevard. But because he's so big and complex, the problems take a while to develop, and things mostly keep trucking along. But then parahumans continue triggering, and when a passenger connects with a parahuman, it adjusts itself. Turns off some parts, emphasizes others, grows, shrinks, changes. To continue the analogy, the brain is dead, but the nervous system is still sort of there, and the passengers change how they interact with the nervous system as part of the process. Only the nervous system is everywhere and connects to all of them, and there's no longer a central controller to make sure everything remains stable. So they start fucking things up for everyone, touching switches that shouldn't be touched, making connections through areas that are occupied, mistakes like that. Exactly. I took another long chug. Okay. Sure. More existential dread for the pile. How does this connect with the portal? The nervous system is its own dimension. I stopped mid-sip, stuck a finger in my ear, and tried cleaning it out. Come again. From what I understand, when Sion and his partner set up their experiment, they spread the passengers out across countless alternate Earths to save on space and energy consumption. But that meant they wouldn't share a physical connection and would all be dimensionally separated, so they built a kind of... I don't know how to describe it, my passenger couldn't be very clear. I guess it's something like a dream dimension. Taylor frowned. Actually, now that I think about it, it sounds a little like the Never Never, maybe they accidentally brushed up against it when building this dimension. She shook her head. Whatever. Hopefully that's true, that might make things easier, but it's not relevant right now. Point is, this kind of subdimension is the nervous system I was talking about, it's filled with all their connective tissue, with every passenger making up its own island in between all this tissue. Right now, they're mostly disconnected, with the islands only coming together when powers interact in the real world, like Bianca's passenger reaching out to mine to refine its threat analysis. I think you can dream your way in if you're a parahuman, at least according to my passenger, but I don't want to rely on that. Instead, you just want to figure out how to open an interdimensional portal to this dimensional nervous system, I said. Why? Because the nervous system is only going to get more fucked as time goes on. Broken triggers will become more common instead of less, and more severe as well. Eventually, something as bad as echidna or worse will come along and stand a good chance at killing us all. An echidna was bad enough, she was a giant, regenerating monster that was almost impossible to kill that could continuously create evil clones of whoever she ate and stored in her stomach, evil clones that possessed all the memories, skills, and powers of the original. She was bad enough when she got her hands on a few dozen parahumans. Could you imagine her getting her hands on a bunch of vampires, who would go on to spread their infection with no real regard for self-preservation or maintaining secrecy? On wizards, who would act with negative regard for right and wrong and be willing to die to protect her? Evil clones, I said flatly. Really? Yes. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Evil freaking clones. I didn't have to try very hard to imagine how much damage that could cause. I'd seen wizards and practitioners that had broke bad, gone warlock. If a monster that could spit out as many warlocks as it wanted wasn't that bad by Taylor's insane standards, warlocks that might be willing to throw out their death curses like candy on Halloween. What are you proposing, then? I asked, wondering how it could get any worse. To make a new brain, basically. It turned out I didn't need to wonder. You want to make a new Sion, I said slowly. Didn't he, destroy your world? He did. And I don't want to put him back together or anything like that. But someone needs to put in some kind of replacement hub or whatever, or we're all going to die to some cosmic accident. Maybe blow up the planet as a consequence. Hopefully, we can get away with stringing a few passengers together to work as a half-passable communications center. If we're lucky, it can even be passengers that have good relationships with their hosts and are inclined to see humanity as people instead of lab rats. And how likely do you think that is? I asked, staring her dead in the eyes and trying to ignore what I'd seen in them. Less than I'd hope. More than I fear, she said quietly. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Taylor broke eye contact and looked down at her beer, the lid still untouched. With stiff, mechanical motions she popped the lip, tipped it back, and started chugging. And chugging. And chugging. By the end of it, I genuinely believed she was a real college student and not someone just pretending to be one by day, because when she finally set the bottle back down, it was empty. I'm only going to say this once, she said. And only because I'm pretty certain you already have some idea. When the world was ending, we tried fighting Scion. We lost. Then I had the desperate idea of recruiting the Endbringers to fight Scion with us. At my surprised expression, she nodded listlessly. Yes, I know, the city-killing monsters I scared the Alphas with. Turns out they didn't want the world ending any more than we did. That didn't work. We lost slower, but we still lost. I tried everything in that fight, reached for every resource and chance I could think of, and we were still losing. She closed her eyes. I took a leap of, not faith, really, I didn't have any left, not after seeing half the people we recruited run off to grab the scraps of a dying world and fuck all the rest of us. It was a leap of desperation, more than anything else. My power was useless against Scion, what was bug control going to do to him? So, I asked one of our healers to alter the connection to my passenger, to alter my brain. It turned out I could feel more dread. In this case though, it was closer to a kind of tension or suspense, like Hitchcock's bomb under the table. Taylor was right, I did know what this was leading up to. It was seared into my brain, into my very soul, on a level so fundamental I saw flickers and reminders of it every time I looked at Taylor. It worked, sort of. I lost most of my range, my control over my swarm dropped like a stone, I could barely move my own body, I couldn't even speak, and over the next hour or so I steadily lost the ability to read, understand speech, comprehend body language, remember names, remember faces. In exchange, I gained 16 feet of range on another aspect of my passenger's power, something that was probably the truest expression of it: absolute control over the nervous system. Any nervous system. Hair spreading out everywhere, growing and growing until it encompassed the stars in its grasp. I got my hands on a para-human with a power that could open doors between any two places, and another para-human with the power to see and hear basically everything in every world. My power extended through portals. You can do the math. I took everyone I could get my hands on, everyone I could reach and find, everyone I thought would be useful against Scion. A broken, two-faced expression. The words, desperate and relieved, exulting and victorious. Finally, everyone was working together. By the end of it, there was barely anything of me left. Just my passenger. It was the closest thing to Scion's brain there was, the final piece of himself he cast off the organ he used to control and manage all the other passengers. His spine, you could call it. And it killed him. She opened her eyes again, and she looked lost. So yet. I think there's a chance. I said nothing as she got up, empty bottle in hand, and went back to the kitchen counter. She set the bottle down somewhere I heard the clink and cracked open the fridge. When she sat back down, she had another Bud Light in hand, this one already open. She took a slow sip. You're really not going to like this next part, she said. How does it get worse? I demanded. Where did you go from? I enthralled everyone I could get my hands on in the name of the greater good. I need to talk to the White Council. I should just stop fucking asking at this point. Let me see if I'm getting this right, I said, leaning forward in my seat. You want to meet with the White Council, so that you can pitch them the idea of putting Humpty Dumpty the alien god back together again, in a move that will, if I'm understanding things correctly, only put off the impending end of the world and will instead replace that with all of the passengers, everywhere, developing an immediate and incredible interest in our world and all the magic in it, an interest that is likely to lead to way more para-humans and way more chaos. And if we're lucky, that interest comes with a bare-bones degree of ethics. Is that what you're asking? Yet. I chugged the remainder of my beer and slammed the bottle down on the table. I need another. Taylor went to get one, and I went through a third of that one the moment she handed it off to me. I took a deep breath afterwards, staring first into the depths of the bottle, and then at Taylor. There isn't a better option, is there? I asked. I don't see one yet. Hell's fucking bells. I chugged some more. Fine. I'll reach out to the council. You can handle the pitch. This morning has been, just way too much. I need some time to myself, and then in the evening I need to head out of the city for a meeting. Is there anything else you need before I ditch for the day? I have some questions related to the demon, but I guess the only pressing one is, are we going to be safe from another demon attack? She asked. At least for the next day or two, however long it takes for you to fix the wards. I took a deep breath, pushed the bottle away, and forced myself to calm, well, not down, I couldn't calm down right now, but calm middle. You should be fine. Yeah, the demon found you, and that's not quite as much of an issue as you may be worrying about. I do not want to get into it right now, but you beat it and trapped it. The original summoner is going to try and call the demon back at some point to get a report, if they haven't already, and that will probably fail. If it doesn't, I imagine your passenger will immediately tell you. When that happens, they're going to start trying to figure out what happened, and whatever form that investigation will take, it will take time. Maybe, by the end of it, they figure out exactly what you've done to the demon, maybe they assume you bound it more conventionally, or maybe they assume you managed to actually kill it. Whichever way it shakes out, they're going to be reluctant to send another demon after you because the first one obviously didn't work, and they don't know why. And since they almost certainly forcibly bound the demon to go after you, it's way cheaper and easier than contracting with one. If you're the type of person that thinks using demons as assassins is a good idea, they probably called up a demon close to the limit of their ability to control. I took a deep breath and stopped rambling. Long story short, they first need to find out what went wrong, then they need to figure out another method. Both take time. I see. She trailed off and looked away, hunching in on herself. I'll save the rest of the questions for later. Thank you, Harry. I let out a long, resigned sigh. Yeah. No problem. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later. I walked out of the house, leaving Taylor alone with her bugs. With her passenger. A/N, so, there was supposed to be a semi-long discussion here about what a demon was, how practitioners go about summoning and using them, what the assassination attempt meant for Taylor's privacy, and so on and so forth. As you can see, the black hole of existential dread consumed everything else. Also, there was supposed to be a conversation between Harry and his godmother here, but see my statement above. So there's going to be a second Harry part after this. In fact, I've noticed that the next 3 parts are all interludes. The way things are going, Taylor might end up with the plurality but not majority of parts in this book. We'll see. True Lies 6, Harry. May 2001. Harry. A small part of me had been sorely tempted to go and talk to my godmother immediately after Nick and his daughter had left his office. As far as I knew, she was the last person besides my father to see my mother, and if there was anything at all, that my mother had meant to pass on to me that hadn't gone through my father, it would have been left with her. I was as certain about that as the sunrise. That small part of me had wanted desperately to grab at another link to my past, to my parents. I didn't remember my father very well, I didn't even know my mother. To have something else of hers, it was an understatement to say I just wanted it. That small part of me had been overruled by the much bigger, questionably saner part that said calling up my godmother for a face-to-face a decade after I'd run out on her was a crazy idea. There were a few reasons I hadn't ever tried to square things with my godmother, even when my lack of real access to the never became an issue like it had last month. All of those reasons had to do with her being the big, bad wolf to my Little Red Riding Hood. So, I took precautions. Where are we going? Kim asked, buckling up in the passenger seat of my car. There's this spot about 2 hours north of here, along the lakeside. Some kind of construction project fell through a couple of years ago, around the time of gold morning I think, and the spot got abandoned. I found it when a concerned mother got suspicious of her kid, thought he was into drugs, and wanted me to bust him. Or something like that. No offense Harry, but, you? She asked. I snorted. Yeah, I know. I think she was a referral from Nick, my old boss. Anyway, kid was into weed, along with 5 of his buddies. I tracked him to this place, told him he could tell his mom or I could, and I got my check in the mail a couple of days later. I found it made for a pretty nice and neutral spot to summon smaller fairies or nature spirits, though I haven't used it that often. Too far out of the way, and there are closer spots, if not better ones. Then why are we going to this one? Because for a meeting like this, better is better, I said. And if things get messy, I want to keep the collateral to a minimum. Okay. What's the plan? We get there, I call her up the peaceful way. It'll take her a while to show up, but I'm confident she will. I'm aiming to arrive around twilight, and I figure it'll be nighttime, or close to it, when that happens. We talk. Hopefully it doesn't come to a fight. If it does. That's what I'm for, I guess, Kim said, flexing her fingers. I nodded. You've come a long way, I said. Really? Kim shot me a searching look, like she was looking for the hook in my words. Which, fair, she'd forgiven me for not sharing the details regarding Harley's super-duper mega containment circle, but my lack of trust had still nearly gotten her killed. Even months after, during lessons and not, there was a tension between us, a shadow over our relationship. I still didn't want to put her in danger, part of me still thought she was in over her head. But she wasn't backing down, and even if I overlooked everything else, her parasite still made her a big threat. Not just anyone could checkmate an elder vampire, after all. Why aren't you bringing Taylor along? Kim asked, turning to eye the road as I pulled out of her driveway. Thankfully, she missed the way my hands tightened around the wheel. 2 reasons. First, I want to try and keep this meeting friendly. I want backup, but too much backup is a different kind of statement. Either I'm afraid of her, or I think things are going to come to a fight. I'd like to avoid that if possible. Second, she's got enough on her plate right now. I didn't mention the third reason, that right now, just being around her made my skin crawl. Most days, I was fine around her. Sure, Taylor could be pretty awkward, and she had her moments of intensity, but on the whole she was just a regular person. Even when she was acting as doyenne, and the more time I spent around her, the less I thought acting was the right word there. Her presence was tempered by our shared experiences and the good I'd seen in her. Some days, though, everything I'd seen, good, bad and ugly, all came rushing back no matter how much I tried to bury or ignore it. Those days always made me think of the first thought I had the moment our soul gaze had ended. That thing isn't human. I needed time to myself, and I was sure she did too. She's taking too much on herself, Kim sighed, rolling down the window. All her spying, organizing patrols, the business she's trying to start up. And now we're in the public eye in a big, big way. I have no idea how she's going to figure it out in autumn when school starts back up. I'm not sure she knows how to stop, I said. Or even slow down. We'll need to do something for her. I'm not sure staging an intervention is the right move, but this isn't sustainable. Kim let out another sigh, hung her arm out the window, and turned to look at me. What's the deal with your fairy godmother, anyway? I don't know all that much, honestly. I know my mom arranged for her to be my godmother, but I don't know what she offered to get my godmother to agree. I figure she must have set it up while she was pregnant with me, but if so, I don't think she ever told my dad. I didn't even know she existed until I was 16, when my grip tightened further. I was under the doom of Damocles until last year. I never told you why. You mentioned you'd killed in self-defense, and that the council came very close to executing you over it. It seemed excessive to me, but you were touchy about explaining it, so I didn't dig. Plus, it explained to me why you were distant from the council, she said. Well, yes, but also no, that experience definitely soured me on the council, but the thing that really drove the nails into the coffin and buried it 6 feet under was the years of harassment I endured from good old Warden Morgan. He rode my ass from the moment I left my master's farm until the moment he disappeared last year, trying to dig up the slightest infraction that would justify giving me a headlong haircut. I guess he worked the stick out of his ass a couple of inches, because his testimony got the doom lifted, but that's as much as I'll thank him over it. I shook my head. Anyway, yes, it was self-defense, but I took a deep breath. Like I said on stage, I came into my power in middle school. Very quickly after that, I got adopted by a wizard alongside another wizard my age, a girl by the name of Elaine. For the next 6 years, our master Justin Dumorn raised us in the same house and taught us magic. I saw him like a second dad. Turns out he was just raising us to be his enforcers. He got to Elaine first, and the two of them tried to trap and enthrall me, turn me into his slave. I jerked as I felt something touch my hand. Good thing I was at a red light and I looked down to see Kim had laid her left hand over my right, a concerned expression on her face. Thanks, I said, forcing myself to relax. It wasn't very effective. The whole experience had left its hooks in me, hooks that were still tearing me up a decade later. Being around Taylor sometimes agitated them. There are layers to this story, so I'll skip ahead to the end for now and then went back. They failed, I broke out, and I fought back. In the end, I burned the whole damn house down, with them in it. The wardens found me like that, and I was very quickly bundled off to my trial. That quickly? Kim asked, her brow furrowed. I'm embellishing a bit, I admitted, but it was very quick. And you want to know the kicker to the whole thing? Dumorn used to be a goddamn warden. Oh. Yeah, I said, unable to keep the anger out of my voice. Once Ebenezar, my second master, explained that to me, a lot of things about the council's reaction clicked into place. After all, here was this young kid that had just killed 2 people with magic, claiming that an honored veteran of theirs had jumped off a cliff, hit every branch on the crazy tree on the way down, and gone full warlock, and all the evidence they had was a pile of ashes in my testimony. I'm not sure I would have believed me either. It didn't improve my opinion of the council, but the context helped. I sighed and took a right turn onto the interstate, looping my way around the entry ramp until we were heading north. Now, you might be asking yourself, Harry, how does your godmother figure into this? The answer to that question lies in the middle bit I skipped over. See, I didn't immediately fight back against Dumorn. At first I just ran. I was a 16-year-old kid that had just been betrayed and was panicked out of his mind. I didn't have any clue what to do. I had no food, no shelter, the wrong clothes for the season. I needed time, somewhere to hunker down, and resources. So I decided to rob a convenience store. In retrospect, I think that's the first time someone died because of my actions. I didn't do anything to the cashier working the night shift, but the demon Dumorn sent after me sure did. I got the demon, but... Kim rubbed circles into the back of my hand. Anyway, here's where my godmother finally enters the picture. She picked me up after that, explained who she was in very little detail and offered me the power to face Dumorn. I accepted, and basically put my life and freedom on the table in the process. If the council hadn't found me, she would have. So she owns you? Kim asked. I'm sure that's what she'd claim. I've been in the Never Never a few times since then, and she's caught my scent every time. I've managed to evade her so far, but I've never dared to venture too far or use away. It meant I couldn't attend any of the White Council's meetings, which I'm not torn up about but also probably didn't help my image. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Kim purse her lips. You didn't cover fairies in depth, but a deal like that, I don't know if it's one you can get out of. Yet. Maybe if I killed her, but there are two big problems with that. First off, well, she's still my godmother. I rolled my shoulders. The weeks I spent with her were not pleasant, and I don't appreciate her manipulating me like she did. But I still don't want her dead, you know? Even if I did though, I'm not sure we could manage it. I did some research after I graduated to the council, figured out who she was. She's called the Leninsid, and she's been around for at least 1,000 years. She's a muse of sorts, takes blood from mortals and gives them inspiration in return. It's a slow method of gaining power, but when you're immortal you have time for slow, especially when it's reliable. 1,000 years of taking power from mortals, of learning and practicing magic, of surviving in the Winter Court, even if we set things up perfectly and fought her in reality, where her power is restricted, I'd still bet dollars to donuts that we'd all get the red-headed stepchild treatment. And you think I could handle her? Kim asked. I'm flattered, but I know I'm not on your level, and if you're scared. Could you kill her? No, I don't think so, I interrupted. But Lee's an old predator. You don't get to grow old as a predator without knowing when to hold them and when to fold them. Sticking around to fight you is a losing proposition. Maybe she takes the two of us, but she definitely gets injured in the process, and she's Sid Winter nobility. They'll eat her alive at the first sign of weakness. Okay. Why are you having this meeting then, if you don't think you can get out of this deal? I've got a hunch my mother gave her something that was meant for me. Some kind of legacy, probably knowledge, that would have been crazy to leave with a regular human dad and a kid who didn't know the first thing about magic. I have some idea of what it is, but to be honest, I'll take even a letter. If she's got anything of my mother's, I want it. The rest of our drive was filled with lighter topics. We talked a bit about her job, and my relationship with Susan, but mostly we talked about her pyrokinesis practice. She was getting better at it, better than I thought her capable of honestly, her relationship with her parasite probably helped in that regard. I still didn't think it really felt anything for her, but she was interesting, and that seemed enough to get it to work with her. A lot of people think of fire as this living thing, this flickering engine of hunger and fury that wants to devour the world and leave only ash behind. It helps people grapple with it, but in the end fire is just a natural phenomenon, one that you have to fight every step of the way. You can't trick it, can't reason with it, can't bargain with it. The best you can do is direct its path. It hits a lot different when you know down to your bones that the fire is alive, and more than that it's working with you. She wasn't going to be throwing around any serious evocation magic anytime soon, but the fact that she could do that kind of evocation period was a big deal. By the time we pulled onto a side road made of old gravel and stubborn weeds, the sun had dipped below the horizon, turning the sky the color of campfire embers. The road led down to a little dead-end clearing with empty beer cans and bottles scattered around in abundance, with a couple of bongs mixed in for good measure. Are you sure no one's around? Kim asked as we got out of my car. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and listened to the sounds of the forest, the creak of the branches as the wind passed them by, the groaning of the wood, the chittering of distant animals. Listening wasn't a hard trick to do, even if Taylor would get all dramatic about it and call it a thinker power. It just required a lot of practice and effort to train yourself to actually pay attention to your senses. A solid minute later, I opened my eyes again and shook my head. I can't hear anyone nearby. We're alone. Good. Kim cracked open the trunk of my car and took out the bag that contained her costume. Mind turning around? I took a few steps away from the car and turned to face the direction of the lake, hands stuck in my pocket. I heard a bit of zipping, a bit of grunting, and quite a bit of straining that gave me a pretty good mental image of what was going on. I'm done, Kim said after a couple of minutes. Then, in a quieter tone she added, this never gets any easier. I turned around and, well look. For as long as I've known her, I've thought Kim was pretty. She was tall and very buxom, with well-cared-for skin and great dark hair that shined in the right light, and cheeks that were so used to smiles they'd left permanent creases. Sure, she was also a bit pudgy, but one, that didn't detract from anything, and 2, I was hardly the right guy to criticize anyone about their looks. 6 months of fitness training had only kind of slimmed her down. Normally, she wore dark, kind of loose clothing that did a good job of flattering but not showing her figure. Her costume threw all that out the window. She wore a skin-tight red silk catsuit that stretched from her feet to her neck, and while it did a good job of hiding her bra and other unmentionables, it was very eye-catching and very open about what was underneath. Add in the silver streaks, the white hair band that gave her hair a starry night look, and the enchanted jewelry that made up her magical arsenal, and she was simply stunning. A guy was allowed to look, damn it. We're about 50 yards out from the lake. Let me grab my staff and we'll go, I said, trying not to look too much. Sometimes, it was hard being on the same team as a bunch of beautiful young women in classy outfits. And no, that was not a euphemism. Staff in hand, I led us down through trees and heavy undergrowth to the shore of the lake. At one point on the shore, a little spit of land formed a promontory only 10 or 12 inches higher than the surface of the water. I'll head out to call her, then make my way back, I said. And then what? Then we settle in and wait. I strode out onto the end of the spit, right into the face of a cool lake woodwind that set my duster to fluttering. Right at the point where earth, water, and sky all met one another, I planted my staff, focused my thoughts, and lifted my face to the wind. Lean and Sid. Godmother. An it please thee, come hither and hold discourse with me. I sent my will, my magic coursing into the words, and they reverberated with power, echoing across the surface of the lake, repeating themselves in whispers in the swirling wind, vibrating the ground upon which I stood. Time passed, and we passed it in silence. I hummed ditties under my breath, tapped the gravel with the butt of my staff, and switched between watching the forest and watching the promontory. Kim put a bit of distance between us and brought up her cupped hands, letting the wind play over them as she periodically opened and closed steaming vents along the skin of her fingers, humming under her breath as she formed little patterns out of her power's byproducts. Time passed, the embers in the sky faded from red to purple, and steam gradually turned to spouts of pressurized water that resisted any kind of control. Almost an hour and a half after my summons, there was a swirling in the waters along the promontory before a slow spiral of water spray spun up from the surface of the lake. As both of us tensed at the bizarre sight, the spray rolled up and away from a female form, beginning at the feet, bare and pale, and rolling up over a long medieval gown dyed a deep sea green. The spray kept rolling up and up until it was almost as tall as I was, rendering a tall, slender, and inhumanly beautiful woman with long reddish curls, high cheekbones, and lush and full blood red lips. When the spray passed higher, it revealed a pair of golden eyes with vertical slits in place of pupils, glimmering with amusement. Then the spray fell back down, and as it collapsed it revealed 3 great shapes, like mastiffs built from shadows and soot, crouched about her feet and watching us with flat, black eyes. I swallowed and forced down the feeling of childlike panic that threatened to come squeaking out of my throat. My godmother, what big eyes you have! Are you sure you need so many? All the better to appreciate you with, dear. It has been such a long time since we last saw each other, after all, she said in a sweet, dulcet tone. I swallowed again, though this time not out of fear. I wasn't about to make an Arthurian parable out of myself or anything like that, but Lee's voice had held a kind of power over me from the moment I struck that bargain with her. It made it impossible to ignore her, and yet simultaneously difficult to focus. Yet, well, I've been busy, I said. Too busy to speak with your poor, dear godmother? What is that human saying of yours? You never call, never write. Maybe if you'd left an address I could have mailed something to you, I snarked. Lee let out a vibrant laugh that set my head to spinning and my knees trembling. Dearie, you know where I reside. You've always known. Regardless, you've finally come to your senses. Come, we should spend some time together. That sounded like an unfortunately good idea, and I almost took a step forward before Kim threw her arm out against my chest. Lee's eyes turned to look down at her, and her smile went from amused to curious. And who is this little mortal? She's my apprentice, I said. And my friend. Is she now? Such a pretty one. And so fierce. Tell me, is she your lover? My brain briefly went down some distracting and less than ideal tangents before I shook my head. Lee clicked her tongue in response. Such a shame. Do you mean to stand in his way, child? Harry's got a habit of making stupid decisions. Someone has to keep him in line, Kim said. Which, thanks for the support, but come on, you didn't need to put it like that. Lee laughed again, a sound like bells a shade out of tune. He can be rather reckless, can't he? She sighed breathily. Still, child, you should really let him make his own choices. When I know they're his own choices, sure, Kim replied, her left hand half raised in Lee's direction. Lee gave Kim an indulgent smile before looking back at me. You wish to hold discourse with me, child? What shall we discuss, if not your future? I wanted to ask some questions about my mother. Li let out a resigned sigh, and some of the tension seeped out of me. Very well then, I suppose I can put business before pleasure. For now. Thank you, I said slowly. I spared a couple of glances for the trio of hellhounds at her feet before lightly pushing Kim's arm down. A friend of mine got attacked by a demon recently, it slipped in through the never-never. Thing is, by the time it showed up, it was already injured. I took a look at the other side of the house, and you know what we found. Li looked at me with a calm, placid smile. The Winter Lady's little garden of horrors, I said, well aware I was rambling. It was easier to ramble and distract myself than it was to try and keep things straight. Now, that got me to thinking. I thought my wards would hold up well against spiritual stalkers, but evidently there was something wrong with them, and yet I've never woken up to a demonic alarm clock. So I took a look at the other side of my house, and I found a nice little garden of primroses. Ring a bell, godmother. Is there a question at the end of this story? Li asked with a smile. I'm getting there. Now, I've got some idea why the Winter Lady took up gardening where she did. But I have to wonder where exactly she got the idea from. I took a deep breath. My mother charged you with protecting me, didn't she? That garden is yours. I couldn't come up with anyone else that would set up protections in the never-never for me. Li nodded indulgently. That she did, child. I have been warding your sleep for much of your life, and wondering how long it would take you to realize the oddities in your enemy's responses. That the game was given away by a child's indiscretions, Li Tsked, shows poor planning on her part. I closed my eyes and took a steadying breath. So there really is a flaw in my wards. I just never noticed, because it was never tested. Less of one than you might think. That wasn't a no. Damn it, Ebenezer, I could figure just in screwing me over in my education, but you couldn't have checked that I knew what I needed to in order to survive as a wizard? I was going to have to conduct a lengthy review with Bob when I got home. I opened my eyes again. I couldn't afford to focus on that right now, while I had to distract myself to avoid being sucked in by Li's allure. If I distracted myself too much I wouldn't be able to react to or resist her next assault. I had to stick to the plan. Did my mother ask you to safeguard anything for me? I asked, looking my godmother not quite in her eyes. I'd accumulated a whole lot of stuff in my time as a wizard. A leather bag made out of the nutsack of a lion, a pair of unusual and impossible antlers, a bottle of snake hisses, crystallized silence, mountains and mountains of Tupperware. I had like 10 different types of magical foci, a copper ring for a summoning circle that I'll need to upgrade one of these days, a basement apartment, and a car that shuddered along through constant maintenance. None of it was special, sure, I'd leave it to my kid if I had one, but it was all common bric-a-brac, not worth being called a legacy. But if someone asked me right there and then what my legacy was, what it could be, I'd point at Bob. He was a wellspring of knowledge, and that was more than a wizard's bread and butter, it was their crack cocaine. Everything I'd worked on, he'd been at my side, everything I'd learned, had either come from him, or we learned it together. In a very real way, he was the sum of my knowledge. And I was the one who'd taken him from the ashes of Justin's home, who'd given him a name and payment for his work, however licentious and perverted. If I had to pick something to pass on, it would be him. I didn't know how my mother recorded her knowledge. I doubted she had a Bob of her own. But maybe, just maybe, Nick was right, and she had left something else behind. She asked me to guard your life, Li said. I shook my head. Don't sidestep this. Did she leave anything specific? A book, a diary, a record, a map? I know my mother wasn't called Leafy for nothing. I know she knew the ways. Li took a very slow, very deep breath, her luminous eyes looking sharply at mine. Well, she murmured. Well. Tell me, child, did you come to this conclusion yourself? Or did another's hand reveal this, as it revealed my guardianship? I shrugged. Does it matter? It matters a great deal. Knowledge is power, dear child, and power can be very dangerous. If I did possess such a legacy, why do you think I have not shared it? Because if I'm right, and this map is as good as I think it is, then it's almost like a get-out-of-jail-free card. A way to go wherever you want, whenever you want, to never be trapped. To live a life without consequence, as long as you're fine with leaving everything behind, I said. It would be too easy to learn the wrong lessons from that. Off to my side, I heard Kim suck in a sharp breath. In front of me, Li gave a slow nod. An insightful assessment. Do you believe you could handle such temptation? I took a deep breath. That's what it boiled down to in the end, temptation. If my mother really had been recognized by the Fae for her ability to walk the ways, if she really had been that good, then whatever record there was offered an escape from the council, the Red Court, the dangers threatening the world. From everything. That didn't excite me all that much, but I couldn't say it meant nothing either. The bigger temptation was what that power could be used for. The ability to be anywhere, anytime, Just by myself, it would have been invaluable. As part of a team, though? With Taylor's near omniscience, with Kim's brute force? The only wrinkle in the ointment was my godmother, and maybe not even then, after all, nothing said I couldn't outrun her. I'm not sure, I admitted. I'm not a saint. By myself, I think it might be too much. But I've got a life. Friends. A girlfriend. I can't leave them all behind. I took a deep breath. They ground me. Lee never took her eyes off me. She silently lifted her empty palm, closed her fingers over it, and opened them again. There, in her hand, was exactly the object Nick had described: a small, gleaming ruby, bright as a drop of blood, carved into a pentagon. It is the sum of her knowledge of the ways, Lee said quietly. Every path, every shortcut, every connection. She developed enough skill at searching them out that she was eventually able to predict them. Ways may change from decade to decade, year to year, even week to week, but your mother knew where they were and where they would be. Very few of mine own kind can say as much. She narrowed her eyes. This knowledge is the burden I hold in my hand, child. Many would consider this your mother's ultimate prize. Any who learned of it, who knew of it, would be tempted mightily. The knowledge alone might destroy you, the fear and interest of others might do worse. The choice must needs be thine. I stared at the gem for a long moment, forcing myself to breathe slowly. Truth was, I didn't really need this for Nick's job. I suspected he knew it as well. I had ways to find ways after all, and like I'd told Taylor, there was bound to be at least one between Chicago and New York that was easy to navigate. With Suna in the picture with her literal godlike power, I probably wasn't even necessary to open the portals. Hell, I was confident Kim could figure it out given time. The act of breaching the never required power above all else, and Kim was coming to control the power that was literally at her fingertips. The gem represented freedom of a different kind. Freedom to act, freedom to move. Maybe even the freedom to save the world. If that gem contained my mother's knowledge, her predictive insight, could I find a way into the parasite's collective nervous system by myself? Could I end them? Bring them together in their new brain, and kill them in one giant act of thaumaturgy? I didn't know. It might destroy me, I admitted. I still need it. A displeased expression flickered across Lee's face, gone almost before I could notice. Then come. Take it. I shared a nervous look with Kim. This is obviously a setup, I said. Come now, dear. If you can't muster even a little courage, you are clearly not prepared, Lee said, her tone sharp. Walking into an obvious setup wasn't courageous, it was stupid. But it was clear I wasn't getting my mother's legacy any other way, so I looked over at Kim and nodded. She tensed in response, holding her hands at the ready, but she didn't stop me as I moved out towards the promontory. Walking side by side with her might have made me feel better, but if it came down to a fight, standing right next to her as she turned into a walking pressure cutter would have made me feel a whole lot worse. If it came down to a fight, I had an escape potion in my coat pocket. I'd just have to hope it would be enough. Slowly, gingerly, I reached out to touch my mother's gem, to wrap my fingers around it, to feel the soft power it thrummed with. Carefully, reverently, I brought it up in one hand, lifting my pentacle amulet with the other. The ruby had obviously been cut for this particular piece of jewelry, and as I brought the jewel up to the pentacle, it suddenly snapped into the center like they were a set of magnets pulling on each other. I shook the necklace a few times, gingerly at first, then more forcefully, and the gem stayed put. Finally, I released the pentacle and it fell back onto my neck. Nothing happened. I looked suspiciously at my godmother and her small smile. Nothing happened. I took a few careful steps back. Nothing happened. I made my way off the promontory, fighting a sudden urge to moonwalk as I did. The gravel on the ground wouldn't play nice with that. Nothing continued to happen. Not that I'm ungrateful or anything, godmother, but I was kind of expecting something else, I said bluntly. I held my left arm half extended, my shield bracelet at the ready in case she made a move. Lee's smile widened. Would you like me to take you with me, godson? No, I'm good. Just. I waved vaguely. You know. Lee's smile turned into something wistful and, just maybe, something vaguely genuine. Your mother left you with many burdens and little else, my dear. I would not ruin this for you, she said, almost sadly. A heartbeat later, she smirked. And if you are asking for this, you mean to use it? What need have I to act tonight, when we will be seeing each other soon? A freak wave hit the edge of the promontory right when she finished speaking, and when the water finally settled, Lee and her hounds were nowhere to be seen. Your godmother likes to be dramatic, doesn't she? Kim asked. True Lies 7, Kim. May 2001. Kim. Do you know anywhere around here that won't be missed? I asked as we trudged back to Harry's car. Harry turned and shot me a weird look. Define won't be missed, he said. I waited until we left the cover of the trilene before pointing up at the full moon, the pressure burning and swelling beneath my skin. It's the full moon tonight. I need to transform somewhere, and the quickest way for me to exhaust my charge is to move around. So, is there anywhere nearby that won't miss a couple of trees and a lot of grass? Harry glanced up at the moon before looking back at me with a frown. Isn't your transformation based entirely on time? I know you made that chart tracking your monthly cycle. I arched an eyebrow at him. Not that one, geez, he pivoted. I knew that, but I kept my eyebrow raised for another few seconds anyway. He deserved having to sweat every once in a while. Anyway, I know it gets faster around the full moon, but I don't recall seeing anything about this night being particularly special. There isn't anything special about it, no, I said, looking around the clearing full of beer bottles. Even yards away in the dark, illuminated only by moonlight, I could make out some of the writing on the wrapping. I felt uncomfortably warm even in my light costume, my body temperature several degrees higher than normal. It was always higher than normal, nowadays, but it was especially noticeable on nights like these. It's just that my power is at its peak on full moons. It still doesn't charge that quickly, but it's fast enough to be very uncomfortable. I feel like I'm running a fever and an adrenaline high at the same time. If I don't let this out, I won't sleep the entire night, and my power does nothing for exhaustion. Come morning I'll be cranky, still full, still charging, and I'll have work to do. I'm already afraid of a paper cut lighting things on fire, and that's when I have my head on straight. So. Harry held up his hands. Okay, okay. I don't know this area too well, so I'll have to think about it. I let out a sigh and nodded at him. Thanks, and sorry. I can usually deal with this, but... I glanced up at the moon again and tried not to think about fangs at my throat. Some nights, you know. Yeah. What about your usual spot? Can't we use that? He asked. I go to one of the nature preserves to the south. Harley mentioned using it once, and no one really goes there by night or even by day. But by the time we reached it the night would be half over, and neither of us would get any sleep, I said, moving to start picking up the trash left behind by a bunch of college students. True, I was barely out of college myself, but I'd never been this careless or thoughtless. A minute into my cleaning, I caught Harry humming and looking back in the direction of the lake. This late at night, your breaker form is almost entirely water, right? He asked. It is, I confirmed, kneeling down to pick up another bottle. The ones I'd picked up were pressed awkwardly against my side with my other arm, and I was starting to run out of space to hold them even uncomfortably. Then couldn't you use the lake? I stopped for a moment, hand outstretched, before letting out a long groan. I'm such an idiot. Harry thankfully didn't comment on my lapse of judgment. Seriously, I'd had this power for almost 7 months now, and I hadn't once considered going for a swim? God, I was an idiot. Let me grab my clothes, I said, picking up the bottle. I don't want any of this getting wet. Harry furrowed his brow. Are you going skinny dipping? Yes. Oh. Harry shifted in discomfort, though I didn't miss the way he looked at me either. I'll wait here then, I guess. I rolled my eyes at him. Could you clean up too while you're at it? I asked, walking up to him and handing him the empty bottles. Sure. Captain Planet, that's me. Saving the world one act of littering at a time. I frowned at him. Harry. This is serious. I know. But you also have to know that there will be another group of college kids here in a week making another mess. Maybe, but we can fix this one, I said, shoving the last bottle into his hand a little more forcefully than I needed to. I knew he didn't mean anything by it, but that exact attitude was what was causing us and our planet so many problems. I grabbed my clothes out of the trunk and walked back to the shoreline, finding a few low-hanging branches to leave them on. Then came the long and arduous process of getting out of my skin-tight suit. Unlike a certain slender college student, I did not have a convenient if elaborate magical girl-style transformation. Nor did I have a fine grasp of telekinesis, nor a passenger that could or would handle all of the fiddly bits. What I had was a power that allowed me only a little slack before it started shredding my clothes, and a lot of surface area to cover. A lot. I would have killed for a zipper. I let out a sigh of relief when I stripped out of everything and made my way towards the lake. Dipping my feet into the cold water, I found it a little uncomfortable, but that was it. A couple of weeks ago Taylor had confirmed what I had long suspected, that between my layers of skin and muscle my passenger had inserted another layer that was little more than one continuous portal, the awesome power within restrained from going in either direction by a thin slice of flesh and blood. It didn't make me immune to extremes of heat or cold. I'd lightly burned myself on the stove a couple of months back, but it was difficult for heat to get in or leak out through the portal layer. Long story short, I could get as cold as the bottom layer of hell, and it would hurt, but it probably wouldn't kill me. Something like Lake Michigan in spring was nothing by comparison. Walking out onto the promontory where Harry had summoned his godmother, I tested the depth of the water, making sure I could stick my leg in and not feel the bottom. Then I dived in and let go. Great rents opened all over my body, and I twisted inwards as water engulfed me. The quiet lapping of waves against earth fell away as I hit the water, my regular eyesight replaced by a sense for the water around me. I felt strange as I hit the water, like I was growing less cohesive, and my senses expanded beyond the usual. Typically, my surroundings were a dim grey-black, interspersed with streaks and clumps of blue wherever water was present. But in a lake, where everything was water, I saw the world come alive. I could see the currents underwater, the tides that pulled water towards the shore, the trails left behind by fish as they swam. The secrets of the lake revealed themselves to me, and I felt truly comfortable in my skin for the first time in a long time. I'm barely even draining my charge, I noticed. The waves that typically surged and raged within me were calmer now, they still disturbed the water, but not enough to even scratch the edge of the promontory, its black wall less than a foot away from me. I wonder, if I walked into a firestorm during the day, would I feel the same as I do now? I didn't have any way to test that, let alone the desire to do so. Still, something to think about. I willed myself forward and my body shot down, slithering through the water like an eel without my conscious direction. I pushed myself to go faster and faster, feeling the pressure inside of me steadily boil away. Even though I was bursting faster than I could go on land, judging by the way I flashed past the fish-shaped clumps of water, I was still using only a portion of what I normally would. A notable portion, yes, but still less. I switched direction, surging up instead of down, and I felt my body pull back together as I breached the surface in a great leap, streams of steaming water cutting out in every direction. For a moment I felt free, untethered by gravity, before it inevitably reminded me that it was still there and it pulled me back down into the depths. I giggled as I sank, the water rippling around me. Leaping like a dolphin had been fun, so I did it again. And again. For what felt like an hour, I lost myself in the simple joy of swimming. When I finally came back to myself, I found myself kneeling on the shorefront, laughing and panting in exhilaration. "Are you okay?" I shrieked and scrambled back, looking up at whoever had spoken. For a brief moment, my eyes met Harry's. Then his entire face went red with embarrassment and he jerked away, breaking eye contact before he could pull me into a soul gaze. Sorry," he squeaked, looking everywhere except down at me. You were gone a long time. I noticed you were still around through the site, but there isn't any way for us to communicate, and..." "Harry, it's fine," I said, breathing deeply. "Just, turn around please." "Yeah, sure." I rolled onto my back, bits of gravel digging into my skin, and stared up at the night sky. My skin was tingling, my limbs were numb, and, honestly, I felt like I'd just had sex, good sex, which was definitely new. Letting all the pressure out was always a relief, but up until now it had never been this kind of relief. I wonder how it would have felt if I went hunting. There are monsters somewhere in the water, surely? I forced the thought out of my head before I could dwell on it. A full day and night under the full moon gets me about 12 minutes of charge, or thereabouts, I said, getting my breathing under control. It hasn't been a full day, but I have what's left over from last night, and I'm going to end up with close to that charge by tomorrow night. It's why I burn myself out like this, the 3 nights around the full moon. Just like Harley. Another thought I pushed away. Being in the water made it last longer, a lot longer, I said. Actually, how long was I out? It felt like an hour. I left the car a half hour after you went off, and you took another, 10, 15 minutes? Something like that. So not quite an hour, but the better part of one, I said, gulping in another breath. I think my power mixed in with my surroundings, maybe it drew energy from it, or maybe it just had to spend less maintaining my form. I'm not sure yet. Hey, I heard Harry say. Then, so how did it feel being a mermaid? Come by here tomorrow and I'll show you, I grumbled, pushing myself up onto my knees with a groan. As I did a few stretches, I noticed I was perfectly dry. I must have made landfall before I turned back, but looking around, I couldn't see any destroyed or scattered patches of gravel. Weird, but interesting. My sleep that night was the best I'd ever had. Part of me wondered how long that would last, as I was certain some of the sensation came from my passenger, but I didn't spend any time worrying about it. I knew Harry thought of the passengers as parasites, and even Taylor was hesitant about them, but I didn't see much point obsessing over it. The passenger was as far above me as I was an ant, yes, it acted out of ineffable motives, yes. So did God. That didn't mean I didn't care. I worked hard to keep the equilibrium I had. And maybe if my situation was worse, I would be more stressed about the passenger and what it wanted. But I was alive, not lying in a pool of my own blood on the floor of Harley's townhouse. That counted for something. I woke up shortly after dawn, showered, dressed, and prepared myself a light snack before getting in my car and setting off towards the Gold Coast. It took me an hour to cross the city and get to Harley's townhouse. I left my beat-up old car parked off to the side of the white pebble driveway and walked up to ring the doorbell. I twiddled my fingers for most of a minute, idly rubbing my fingers against each other, before a tall redhead opened the door. "Morning, Kim," Frady said. "I need the usual." I held up my right hand and willed fire from my fingers, skin and nails falling away in favor of flickering claws. Most days, the sense of relief after transforming would last for hours, and close to a full day around the time of the new moon. Today, the pressure had already built back up to a level that put my whole body under tension like I was holding a light stretch. I let the claws burn for a couple of seconds, relieving a fraction of the pressure, before willing the tips of my fingers back into their proper shape. "Looks right," Frady said with an unmistakable tension in her eyes, "even after all these months." She stepped back and pulled the door open. "Can't stop you." A small part of me wondered how true that really was, but the larger part was just sad. I didn't like inspiring fear or caution in others, but it was an inescapable part of my life now. I've heard plenty of jackasses boast about how their bodies were lethal weapons just because they took a class of martial arts. Mostly, they were idiots that confused fear with respect. None of them could understand just how isolating that kind of strength was. "Thanks, Frades," I said with a small smile, stepping inside without an invitation. The threshold pressed in around me as I did so, chaining my magic to my skin. "How was last night?" "Oh, the usual. Lots of snarling, growling, pacing. The wolf stopped battering at the circle at least, so I don't have to listen to that racket," Frades said, closing the door behind me and taking the lead. "Looked as bad as any other night, really." "They're in the kitchen, Harley's making breakfast." "Harley always makes breakfast. And dinner, as I recall," I said, following after her. "Do you cook?" "Haven't needed to in a long while. I could make microwave dinners if that slop was remotely edible. I can also work a campfire, but a modern stove." Frady shrugged. It's not that hard, you know. You just fill a pot with water, set it on the coils, and turn a knob." "Too much fiddling." "Too much." I let it drop with a sigh. I was pretty sure she was joking, but... I greeted Harley and Tara as I came into the kitchen, before sitting down at the dining table and making some small talk with Tara. I always felt a little awkward around the amber-eyed woman. She wasn't as intense as Taylor could be, but there was something about her I couldn't put my finger on what exactly it was, beyond the eyes that always made me feel uneasy. "You look better than you usually do, if I'm not mistaken," Harley commented when he came by with the plates. "Had a good night?" "Thanks," I said, accepting some omelette with a smile. "And yet, I went out to help Harry with something last night, and he made me realize I was going about things in a stupid way. I turn into water at night, so I went for a swim in the lake. It was..." I let out a long, slow breath. "Something else, all right. You spent time and roamed in an environment suited for you," Tara said, ripping away a large chunk of bacon. "Of course you would be more relaxed." I flushed and looked down at the plate. "Yes, I realize that now." Harley sat down across from me, and I forced myself to look at him. He looked exhausted, but far from the haggard and worn-out man he'd been last September and October, when his binding circle had been broken and he'd been forced to roam in his twisted transformation. The new binding circle that Harry had put together flew over my head even more than Harley's original protections, but I knew they were strong. Harley wasn't a danger anymore. He was safe. The scars on my throat still ached. "With any luck, I can feel the same way in the future," Harley said, giving me a soft smile. I still couldn't meet that smile. There was so little recrimination in it that I felt wrong. Unworthy. I'd promised him I could help, and instead I nearly died. My eyes slid over to his wife, who had no issues holding my gaze. She was never tense around me, which I did appreciate, even if the eye contact felt strange. Most practitioners quickly developed a habit of not looking anyone in the eyes. Even if a soul gaze wasn't a concern for most of us, we still saw more than we often should when we looked someone in the eyes, and that wasn't getting into all the dangers that could get in that way. And then there was Taylor, who hadn't picked up the habit yet and didn't seem likely to. Looking Tara in the eyes, I didn't pick up anything. "How have you been?" I asked in between bites. Tara's stomach had inflated like a balloon over the course of her pregnancy, and 7 months in she looked to be hiding a basketball underneath her clothes. Even with the table between us hiding most of her body, it was very noticeable. "I am thankful that I yet have some freedom of movement, even if I must waddle everywhere. I do not look forward to the next month," Tara said with a grimace. "At least I will not have to endure it for long." "How bad is it, really?" I asked, morbidly curious. I didn't have any current desire for children, but my nebulous dream of the future did include kids. I just wasn't certain how I would get and keep a boyfriend, how that would fit in with my alter ego, how I would pay for it all, or if I could even carry a child to term with my power. It was the one thing I hadn't asked Taylor about, because I didn't know what the answer would be, and preferred the mixed uncertainty of fear and hope than knowing for sure one way or the other. You eat and bloat, you wake at the most inconvenient hours, you grow incontinent, your joints ache, your self-control slips, you have the most bizarre cravings. It is a singularly miserable experience, and I am as yet uncertain if it will be offset by the aftermath, Tara said matter-of-factly. Fortunately, it is not an experience I will have to undergo ever again. Once with triplets is enough. I didn't even know if I could handle a single child. Triplets sounded like a nightmare. And at least one of them was going to end up with Harley's curse. Do you have your eye on a mate? Tara asked, ripping off another large chunk of bacon. Even after that, there looked to be enough on her plate to make up an entire hog's leg. No, I said with a sigh. Finding the time to look for someone I could be myself around was difficult enough before I got my powers. They needed to be someone that shared or at least respected my interests, that wasn't into me just for the sex or my body, that I could display magic around without freaking them out, and that was the bare minimum. Now I have to add everything to do with my powers and hero work on top of that, and it just... I shook my head. Objectively speaking, my best option is to hook up with one of the alphas, they're not that much younger than me. But from what I see when we meet, a number of them are hooking up with each other. And, well... I'm only a year and change out of college myself, but it honestly makes a big difference, eyeing up people in their first and second years. You have time, Tara said. Yeah, I said morosely, picking at my food. Glancing over at Harley, I asked, hey, can I pick your brain about something? Of course, Harley said, eating his breakfast at a more measured and restrained pace. It's about Taylor's business venture. I kind of get the broad strokes of it, but I want to know the details. Why not ask her directly, then? I took a sip of water. I will, later, but I started on this train of thought last evening and haven't had a chance to meet her yet, and I know you helped her put it together. My involvement in her endeavor is limited, I only directed her to my family's old law firm and gave her some starting seed funding, Harley said. Support from a billionaire is still way more than a lot of people get, I replied. Harley chuckled ruefully. I'll answer what I can. What would you like to know? What does it do? I know it's got something to do with selling silk, but is there more to it? Not at the moment, and perhaps not ever, Harley said. Taylor researched this part more than I did, but historically, spider silk has been a novelty more than anything else because of how difficult it was to procure usable quantities of it. The weaving spiders didn't play nice with each other and didn't produce all that much, making any kind of setup prohibitively expensive in terms of time and space. And Taylor's power let her sidestep a lot of those issues by packing all the spiders close together, knowing they wouldn't turn on each other, and it could keep them spinning silk for hours. I'd figured out that much. She did bring up the idea of working with other animal byproducts, Harley added, but it didn't seem worth it to either of us. Scaling up a single, uniform production line would work better with her limitations and require less focus than diversifying, and it avoids the ethical issues of using animals. I nodded slowly, thinking through what he'd said. It sounded like Taylor's involvement with the production was minimal, which was reassuring, but not that much. There was a lot more involved with running a business than just making products. Still, I could always get the details from her later, I was more concerned with how busy she was. How involved is she in everything? Finding customers, selling the silk, that kind of thing? I asked, waving a fork around. Not very much, to my understanding. She makes the final call on any deals, but LLM handle negotiations. I don't think there's been too many buyers so far. It is picking up, Freddy's chimed in. The business side of my job isn't that interesting to me, but I have to read the reports all the same, and she's putting out enough silk to warrant storage space and an Einherjar team as security. Sales will pick up, even if it's only among the magical community. I know the Svartalfar would literally kill for this kind of stuff. My sister and I will have to drop by soon to conduct a security assessment. Your sister? I asked, looking over at the taller woman. Harley's not the only one in this city rich, knowledgeable, and interesting enough to warrant a Valkyrie. I furrowed my brow at that. Taylor would have mentioned something like that if she was responsible, so that meant someone else was involved. But who? Should you be mentioning that? Harley asked. Freddy shrugged. There's no way this will stay secret in this company longer than a day after her arrival, 2 at most, not in this city. Still, I'll hold my tongue until Sigrun gets here. Maybe this didn't weigh on Taylor's time and effort as much as I first thought it did, but that only confused me in a different way. Why is she doing this, then? She's not that involved in it, from what you're telling me. I know she doesn't use the money for herself, because she said laundering it is too much of a pain. Does it all just go into charity? The money does, or it will. I believe the details are still being sorted out, but she has her eyes on a number of homeless shelters, soup kitchens, places like that. I knew that much. Taylor had asked me about some of those places, as my fundraising and volunteer work sometimes put me in touch with people that hadn't been as fortunate as I was. I had a house after all, one inherited from my parents. I won't say that it doesn't make sense, or that it doesn't fit her, because it does, I said, speaking slowly and carefully. But, that can't be it, right? She wouldn't need to have a public business for that. Harley nodded. She's aiming to be seen. She told me a little about the past of her world. There was a... He trailed off, pursing his lips briefly. Honestly, the idea still strikes me as bizarre. There was a supervillain group called the Elite. I snorted. I couldn't help it. Yes, anyway, that began as a collective of para-humans looking to go into business. They had some initial success, before large and established interests lobbied Congress to pass a bill that limited para-human involvement in business and media, making it prohibitively expensive. The intent was obviously anti-competitive, and she said it worked for a while, but ultimately it only drove the core membership underground and radicalized them. They were apparently close to securing dominance throughout the states before gold morning. There it was. And she's looking to stop that, I said. So, she opened up a business that uses her power and made it obvious that there's a para-human power involved. What's the next step, though? Lobbying Congress herself? I know you have some connections. We have a couple of senators backing the Northwest Passage project. Harley shook his head. I will not be involved in this. We both agree that having me be seriously involved with her public ventures, even aside one she doesn't hold too highly, would compromise her public image. It would make you all seem corporate and bought, and it would draw too much attention my way. I've already had to deal with even more nosy businessmen than usual asking if I'm going to be rebuilding my family empire. I have no desire to re-enter that snake pit. Besides, I didn't get the impression that Taylor cared how the discussion on regulating para-human powers in business shook out, just that it did so before any large conglomerate could form, so most of those coming after her weren't surprised. She's holding up a spotlight to the issue, not pushing for a particular solution. Personally, I think things will shake out differently over here, Frades said. Whatever happened over on her world, the para-humans were starting from behind and going after giants. Here, a number of the giants are already involved or influenced by the supernatural in some way. They'll seek to control it, not crush it. Your porn industry alone will ensure that. I nodded. The explanations helped with some of my worries, but they didn't address my core issue. I'd hoped to avoid bringing this up directly, but I did have work today, and since talking around it wasn't getting me anywhere fast. I'm also worried about Taylor, I admitted. I feel like she's taking too much on herself, and that she's going to burn out soon. Maybe not in the next few months, but I'm honestly not sure if she'll make it to the end of the year without a breakdown, at the rate she's going. Maybe the business isn't as much of a concern as I thought, but everything else. Harley, Frades, and Tara all looked to each other. In the end, Tara spoke first. What are you looking for by asking us? Advice? Insight? Anything, really? Tara hummed thoughtfully, tearing up the remainder of her bacon in the meanwhile. She reminds me of myself at times, before I entered the world of man. I frowned at her choice of words. I'm not sure I get what you mean. I am not truly human, she said, looking me right in the eyes. The amber eyes were a dead giveaway when it came to that, but it didn't help me grasp the context. I am, how should I put this? Her nose scrunched up. Wolf were, as young William might put it. Wolf were? I wasn't sure that was a word. It was just switching around the syllables of werewolf, which... Oh. Was that it? You're a wolf that can turn human? I asked, turning the idea around in my head. That explains a lot. And raises a lot more questions. Like, how, exactly? I know wolves aren't stupid, but how did you get the magic to do this? The knowledge? Hell, how did you get all your feminine parts to work? Your womb? Who did you talk to about this? How did you even learn human language? All excellent questions, Tara said, popping some more bacon into her mouth. I glowered at her for her response. Then another thought came to me. Wait, is that why you're having triplets? You're literally having a litter. Perhaps, though the children are human, she replied. I had so many questions already, and my power-enhanced cognition was only coming up with more. And according to the digital clock on the microwave, I didn't have the time to ask any of them. Damn her. Damn my curiosity. Getting back to the point, I said leadingly. She is as a wolf guarding her territory, always patrolling, always watching, always mindful of changes. Hunger and the elements are a constant concern, as is competition with other predators, other packs. Stress is constant, because for all that you humans romanticize it, life in nature is full of strife and suffering. Her power makes her pacing more mental than physical, but that only makes it worse. Even in her den, she cannot help but worry. I agree with that, Frades added. Not the wolf metaphor, that's just weird, but the stress and the desire to stay moving is very real. I've been a Valkyrie for a very long time, and no matter where I was or what role I was playing, part of my job description was always keeping an eye out for worthy fighters. By now, my sisters and I are so good at it we can look at someone and immediately judge them, though it works better if they've recently died. People like Taylor, who get that worthy that young. The idea of peace is foreign to them. They might idolize it in some way, yearn for it, but they've been around enough death and battle for it to etch itself onto their soul. It's like an addiction, they can't stop getting involved. It usually ends in one of two ways: they burn out fast and die young, or they grow old and bitter as they find they can't fit into the world. I think you youngsters labeled it as PTSD, or something like that. I swallowed down the sudden lump in my throat. There has to be something we can do to help, I said. Frades shrugged. I was never concerned with that part of things. Anytime I picked up an Einherjar, I wouldn't see them again for decades at the least. By that point, they either worked out their issues or forgot them at the bottom of a flask. You could try getting her a lover, but I doubt that would work. She seems like the type to prioritize work over passion, assuming you can even find someone she'll feel passion over. Maybe if she gets to a point where she feels like she's won she'll calm down, but she's putting herself against too many players to ever beat them all. Tara drank most of a cup of water and nodded. I would concur. Bliss is often paired with ignorance, but Taylor's abilities and drive make it impossible for her to stay ignorant for long. She will not accept predation in her territory, and she has claimed a wide stretch of it. I looked over at Harley, pleading with my eyes. I don't have a solution for you, he said sadly. Taylor is a dedicated and stubborn young woman, and she's evidently lived a very hard life. Getting her to a point where she can feel at peace when it feels like the world is getting worse every day is going to be difficult. All I can say is that you should keep doing what you're doing, learning more about her, supporting her, helping her when she takes too much on herself. It's a simple solution, but it won't be a fast one. It might not ever be truly solved. All you can do is be there for her. Tara had the last word. In the end, I only have a simple truism for you: the lone wolf dies. The pack survives. True Lies 8, Harry. May 2001. Harry. My new daily routine started with getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Every morning. If I happened to sleep in, the next time I went out I would invariably get stared at by some random passing pigeons, their beady little eyes staring deep into my soul. I don't think Taylor was even consciously doing it, I think she just wanted someone to share her suffering. That girl needed to take a break. Like a zombie, I shambled over to my shower, shocked myself awake, threw on a shirt and pants, and stumbled over to the kitchenette. One very light and partial breakfast later, I was shambling back into my bedroom to pick up the next part of the current bane of my existence, a nice yellow handkerchief embroidered with starburst patterns. Susan had recommended them for me when I asked, and the entire pack had run me $100 freaking. No one should have to spend $100 freaking on handkerchiefs, especially when they weren't using them as handkerchiefs. 10 minutes later, I was cursing and groaning on the roof of my apartment building, stretching out my legs while glaring dimly towards the east, waiting for the period of civil twilight to end so that I could go back downstairs. Seriously, I had to juggle a job, a girlfriend, a consultancy arrangement, multiple apprenticeships, moon and sunlighting as a superhero, all the maintenance that came with being an active wizard, and that wasn't even getting into the goddamn potions. I'd made so many goddamn potions in the last 6 months, even when I could juggle multiple potions at once, and I'd gotten damn good at that, the brewing process still knocked an hour off my life, minimum. I was lucky to get 6 hours of sleep a day. I needed to start a union. I felt the shift in the air that told me sunrise was near, and I cleared my mind. Taking out the handkerchief, I focused on happy memories, dates with Susan, gifts given and received, stolen kisses, even the sex. You can see the pattern. As the sun crept its way to the horizon, I closed my eyes, held out the handkerchief, and listened. A few heartbeats later, I heard a harsh, clear, silvery note that hung in the air just as the first rays of sunlight hit my face. Holding those memories in my mind, I folded the handkerchief once, twice, thrice, channeling power into my hands as I did so. The moment passed, the note faded, and I opened my eyes to bask in the glory of the dawn. Right, that's it, I'm going back to bed, I growled. It wasn't like I didn't understand why this was necessary. We'd kicked in the doors of Vampire Central just a handful of weeks ago and pissed off not one, but 2 vampire sorceresses in the Red Court besides. Several pocketfuls of sunshine was a nice deterrent in that regard. I still hated getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully I could convince Suna to take over this part. There was a distinct difference between sunlight and sunrise. Sunlight was a cleansing, purifying force. Most brands of vampire burned in it, demons were weakened by it, and a fairy's reaction to it could vary from "it tingles" to "I got stoned," and not in the good way. The thing is, a lot of that power wasn't tied up in ultraviolet rays or whatever, but the simple fact that it was the Sunday. It had been around before the Earth, it would be around after, and all the power bubbling at its core far outstripped anything and everything on our planet. Even with that caveat, I wouldn't have been too surprised if Suna could pull off genuine sunlight. She was supposed to be a sun goddess, after all. No, the real problem was the sunrise. Sunrise took all the properties of sunlight and turned it up to 11. Sunrise didn't just burn, it scoured. Like clockwork, it washed the world clean, wearing away any unsecured workings and resetting things to their natural state. It took all the power of the sun and compounded it with all the power tied up in ideas like time and the natural order capitals fully necessary. A vampire could maybe get away with standing under sunlight if they had some means of protecting themselves, or enduring it for a short period. A vampire trying to greet the sunrise would be ash before they could say SPF 100. That, I didn't believe she could replicate. But trapping sunrises like I did? Again, she was supposed to be a sun goddess, surely she'd be better at that than one constantly sleep-deprived wizard. Right? A man could dream. One dream-filled nap later, I put on my nice, heavy flannel robe, had a proper breakfast this time, and then went over to the rug against my south wall. I dragged it away from the floor, exposing a hinged door, then swung the door open. I fetched a kerosene lamp, lit it up, dialed the wick up to a bright flame, and went down the folding wooden ladder to my sub-basement lab. My lab never got any less cluttered, no matter how much more organization I imposed on it. The contents only grew denser, like mold. Counters and shelves ran along 3 walls, filled with the detritus of a wizard's life: notebooks, dozens of pens and pencils, paper clips and staples, reams of paper covered in my restless, scrawling handwriting, the dried corpses of small animals, an ancient battle axe I'd forgotten the origins of, and dozens of old books with their faded leather covers and their all-pervasive musty smell. A long table ran down the center of the room, with enough space for me to slip sideways down its length on either side. The table was cluttered with my potion equipment, glassware, Tupperware, brewware, wareware, and so on. I added the newest handkerchief to the already existing pile of folded handkerchiefs and carefully sealed them all up, then took the cover off my lamp and used it to light up about a dozen candles around the room, before stooping down to do the same to the kerosene heater that kept me from freezing my ass off something like 18 feet underground in a cramped stone room. "Bob, wake up," I said, shuffling over to the shelf that held a human skull surrounded by a collection of Bodice Ripper paperbacks. The skull quivered, twin points of orangish flame flickering in the empty eye sockets. The white jaws parted in a pantomime yawn that went on and on and on. "I'm serious, Bob. Stars and stones, Harry, sunrise just happened. Let a spirit sleep. Sunrise was hours ago. Just happened. Come back later." With a resigned sigh, I took off my pentacle necklace and dangled it, and the ruby that was now attached to it, directly in front of the skull's eyes. "Bob, wake up, now. I need a second opinion. These working hours are unjust," the skull grumbled as the glow in its eye sockets brightened. "There should be a union. Get in line." The skull's eyes opened fully, and it tilted from side to side as it stared at my necklace. "I haven't seen something like that in a long while. Where did you get it?" "From my godmother. It's my mother's legacy," I said, setting the necklace down on the shelf and pulling up a stool to sit on. "Supposedly, it's got all my mother's knowledge of the ways on it. I drove by the start of the official way to Edinburgh last night, and from what I can tell it's activated half by intent, half by proximity." I touched the red stone, and a voice with no apparent source began to hum quietly, almost like a dial tone. It was my mother's voice. She died shortly after my birth, but I was as certain of it as I had been of anything in my life. Hearing it comment on the way to the White Council's headquarters, even though it had been clinical and dry, had still made me feel warm, like an old, favorite piece of music that you hadn't heard for years. I dabbed at the edges of my eyes and pulled my hand back. "If you know what's on it, what are you asking me for? I want to know how it works. It's evidently some kind of recording device, but are there limits to it? How many of the ways she found are still likely to be accurate? Can it only plot routes, or can I use it like a map?" I asked. The glowing eyes intensified. "From what I can see, your mother did some good work on this. I don't know how much your mother knew about the ways, but the information density alone is pretty tasty. In fact, I'm willing to bet that this is a lot like my skull." I blinked and looked over at Bob. "You mean there's a spirit in there?" I said, "Like, Harry, not exactly. You said this thing activates by intent, right? Well, you need some kind of intelligent interface to do that, but it doesn't need to be intelligent, if you catch my drift. There's no real self-awareness here. If I had to guess, I'd say your mother had to work on this for decades, and she would have done it by pulling out her memories and knowledge and compressing it in the ruby. Kind of like coal, crush enough of it hard enough, and you get diamond. Do that with knowledge, and you eventually get a spirit like me. What's in that gem is nowhere close to me, of course. I'd call it a monkey compared to a human, but that would be too generous for an overgrown ape like you. Ha ha ha, I said, sounding it out. Okay, it's a mini spirit. Does that mean it can read and predict the ways like you can? Was your mother capable of that? According to my godmother, yes, I said. The skull whistled. That is seriously impressive. Bob took another look at the ruby. I wouldn't rule it out. If she developed enough of a sense for the ways to walk them like a fairy or spirit, splitting that sense off like this would have been trivial compared to the effort involved in making this device, let alone developing that sense. I couldn't say for sure without seeing it in action, though. The skull turned to look at me. So, does this mean you squared things with your godmother? Nope, I said, popping the pea. Hiking through the Never Never is still a terrible idea unless I keep it very brief. Then why did you ask for this? I gave Bob a blank look. Bob, this was my mother's. Yeah, so. I stared at the skull for a full 10 seconds before shaking my head. Whatever. My other questions. Are there limits to it? Just what your mother knew and put into this, which I can't answer. Are the recorded ways still likely to be accurate? A lot of them should. Most of the stable ways take you between natural spaces, areas that tend to be a little distant from the constant bustle and change of civilization. I can't guarantee all of the inter- and intracity ways your mother may have recorded will still be accurate, but if the mini-spirit can predict even half as well as I can, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Can you use it like a map? Probably, you wouldn't be getting any intelligent discussion out of it, and maps themselves are kind of worthless when it comes to the Never Never, but if you wanted a sense for how things connect you should be able to get that. How does it work? It's a recording of her voice, like she was speaking to a dictaphone. Then I'd stick to following directions until you're a lot more familiar with it. The kind of mapping sense we're talking about, you need a good idea of where you are and a decent idea of where you're going, and even then there's no guarantees the path in between is going to be safe. Until you figure out enough to gauge for yourself whether you can manage a trip based on whatever vague impressions the gem gives you, don't try it. I don't want to sit in your basement until the repo guys come. I nodded and took the amulet back, placing it back around my neck. I brushed my fingers over the ruby, letting the soft hum of my mother's voice fill my head. Could you read the ruby? I mused. You mean pull information from it? Yeah, easily. Why? I'm thinking, I said. That's new. I ignored Bob and closed my eyes. I knew there was a way to New York recorded in my mother's ruby. It was one of the first things I checked. It even seemed like a quick 5-minute jaunt, in and out before anyone could notice. I obviously didn't trust that where my godmother was concerned, but I was confident I could make the first trip work, especially if I prepped with an escape potion to make it even faster. Making the trip repeatedly, with a full party? That would be slow. I would want to take different paths every time to throw off my godmother, because using the same way repeatedly when she knew I was walking them was just asking to be ambushed. I also wasn't that interested in going to New York. Sure, it was a missing persons case, but everything about the lions just rubbed me the wrong way. Figuring out what happened to the missing tinker was important, but so was looking after Chicago. The specter of another broken trigger loomed over the city like a demented shadow, and the idea of seeing Chicago suffer another disaster just because I wasn't here to protect it grated. But I wasn't alone anymore, was I? I was part of a team, and Taylor wanted to go to New York. For her own reasons, sure, but the girl was any alphabet agency's wet dream when it came to gathering intelligence. If the missing tinker was still in New York, I was sure she could find him. And if he wasn't, maybe she'd find some clue. At the same time, while I trusted Taylor, I didn't trust her parasite, that queen on her crystal throne. I believed Taylor when she said the problem of the broken network was cataclysmic, and that she didn't see any better options other than putting Humpty Dumpty back together again and hoping for the best. But at the end of the day, her primary source of information came from someone that would really like to be the brains of the new Humpty Dumpty. Talk about bias. I'd seen what lay at the heart of that thing when I'd soul-gazed Taylor. I had gotten far more than I'd bargained for back then. If their connection had progressed far enough that the parasite was mortal enough, human enough to summon demons, then by the same token there was no telling how much of Taylor was still Taylor. I'd seen enough in her to want to trust her. I'd also seen enough to leave me terrified until the day I died. Like I told Bob, I needed a second opinion. The bindings 8 yen the enchanter put into your skull make it so that anyone who owns it possess your loyalty, I said, paraphrasing what he'd told me years and years ago. How specific is that? Is just handling it enough? People tend not to casually fondle skulls, Harry. Which is a real shame, let me tell you, he said. By itself though, picking me up or nudging me isn't enough to transfer ownership, otherwise Mr. would be the proud father of a bunch of kittens. I opened one eye and shot Bob a look. I'm serious. So am I. The skull worked its jaw. It's a bit fluid. So long as I'm in your house and someone isn't stepping over your dead body, I'm yours. You physically take me out on the town, I'm yours. You give me shore leave and let me fly around as a spirit while you keep the skull, I could screw off, but then I'd be free of the skull, which, no. Bob shuddered, entirely understandably, he had one major enemy in the spirit world that I was aware of, and I wouldn't be surprised if he'd learned things that made him enemies of a couple more. And when the one I knew about was Mab, Queen of the Winter Court, inspiration for all fairy tale villainesses everywhere, and debatably grandmother to Deirdre, yet, Bob had good reason to stay in his skull. A few moments later, Bob continued, you let someone borrow me, that's fuzzier. If you make it clear that it's a temporary arrangement and that you expect me back, and the other person agrees, I should still be yours, but it only takes one person to break an agreement, and they can always lie. Why do you ask? Taylor wants to head over to New York, have to look at whatever scar that interdimensional portal left, and have to look into that missing persons case I mentioned. I don't want to head over to New York if I can avoid it, but I do want to help her. The flaming eyes burning in the skull's sockets narrowed into sharp points. Can I veto this plan? I know she doesn't like you, Bob, I said. That was probably putting it mildly. Which is part of why I'm asking about this. If I loaned you to her and told her in no uncertain terms that you wouldn't cause trouble for her, would that hold? Bob was silent for a couple of moments. When he spoke again, it was slowly and carefully, like he was speaking to a child. Harry, she nearly put a bullet through your cat. You're talking about giving her myself. The skull took a deep breath, which I interpreted more as a dramatic pause than anything else. Of course I'm not going to cause trouble, there's a reason I stay in the skull even with all your union busting. You can't have a union of one, I sighed. Details. Look, what made you even think of this insane idea? I told Bob what Taylor had told me about the network. Bob was silent for a while after I was done. Oh, he finally said. Yeah, I said. I know it's an insane idea. Unfortunately, we took a hard right onto the interstate heading south to Crazy Town, and the next exit is like 100 miles away. I don't trust that the solution she's thought of is the only solution, but I do think she's on the right track and that it'll involve physically going to this nervous system dimension and solving the problem, and that it might require all the king's horses and all the king's men. Navigation and research aren't the only reasons I want you going with her, though. I also want you to take a look at her soul. Bob's eyes flickered briefly. You want me to check how much of her is her and how much of her is the thing attached to her? Basically. Why not just ask her? He asked. Because if the proportions are wrong and Taylor's not in charge anymore, I don't want that thing on the other end to realize I know, I said. Because if the parasite's got a hand on the tiller, or worse is in the driver's seat. Mixing metaphors there. Then that means I'm going to have to work against her sometime in the future. And against something that big and strong, I'm only going to have one shot to do it properly unless I want to hurt Taylor as well. And I don't. So, one last time, if I loaned you to her and set certain limits, would that hold? Bob's teeth clacked. Tricky to say. You've got 3 parties involved in this, instead of just 2 you, her, and the thing in her head. If Taylor agrees but her passenger decides she'd like to keep me, well, it depends on who exactly is in charge. It should be fine unless there's nothing left of her will, it's still her body and that's what's going to be handling my skull, but I can't say for sure. All I can say is that if the passenger was in charge, it should be obvious. Things as big as what you saw tend to have a hard time understanding how to pass as little fragile mortals. I nodded. Okay. Here's how we'll play it, then. The gang's got another meeting tonight to discuss what's happened, and for me and Taylor to hash out the details of the New York case. I'll bring you along, you take a first look. You give me some kind of signal depending on how much of Taylor is still Taylor. I opened my eyes and stared down at Bob. And if she's still in charge, you are going to shut up and buckle down when I hand you over. I need your insight, and I'm not going to let you run your mouth and get your skull smashed open. Are we clear? Clear as crystal, boss, Bob said. He sounded a little sullen, which, frankly, was good. His perversion had caused too many problems for me over the years, and he was lucky I considered him a friend. Taylor didn't. After a little more thought, I took my necklace off again and set it next to Bob's skull. You can take a look through my mother's records in the meantime, see what she put down about New York. With Suna in the picture, I figure they've got enough magical muscle to open a portal without me wherever they'd want, and since I don't think New York has anything as convenient as Undertown, they'll need a way to get around in an emergency that doesn't involve sitting in traffic. Once you're done with that, you can take a couple of hours trawling through the rest of it if you want. It was a peace offering, and from the way Bob's eyes laser focused on the ruby, one he was eager and willing to take. He was a creature of knowledge after all, and literally so knowledge about the ways may have been less valuable to him, but this was still secret lore collected over a wizard's lifespan. It was probably the equivalent of high dining to him. Later, I would have to figure out a way to hide the ruby. For all that I'd gone against my godmother's recommendation, I wasn't deaf to her warning. I wasn't going to stop walking around with my mother's pendant for a number of reasons, the least of which being that it would signal a change to anyone watching, but that didn't mean I had to start walking around waving a signal flare for all to see either. Maybe I'd ask Taylor once Bob cleared her, she could come up with some pretty weird ideas. What are you going to do in the meantime? Bob asked as my mother's ruby began to glow. I've got a call to make. Taylor's plan hinged on getting the White Council on our side. But if I came forward by myself, the wardens would have their swords drawn and swinging faster than we could say, for the greater good. If I wanted any chance of avoiding execution, I needed backup. I needed to talk to my master. True Lies 9. May 2001. Taylor. Meetings were trickier to arrange on weekdays. Kim worked for an environmentalist nonprofit and also did quite a bit of volunteer work on the side. While it gave her a ready-made excuse for being available and unavailable at irregular hours, it also had the downside of making her schedule hard to predict. Harry's schedule was clearer, but every once in a while he'd have an odd job that my clairvoyance could only help so much with. And once summer ended, I would have to go back to university, and work around whatever class schedule I ended up with. I could pick and choose my classes to some extent, but I had no ability to influence the people making the scheduling decisions, so I was essentially at the school administration's mercy. All that being said, late evenings were generally reliable for all of us. We rotated meeting spots, but our most common one was an old, abandoned department store a couple of blocks away from the university that the Alphas had recommended. The area had been pretty bad in the past, a favorite haunt for ghouls, trolls, vampires, and any other man-eaters that wanted to hide a meal as a simple murder. Once we'd preyed on most of the predators, the remainder wised up and fled their unseen hunters. Though, since the area didn't get any better in a material sense, that just created a vacuum for regular thugs to fill. The Alphas were working on stomping that out, with my help, but solutions like just kill them or even just maim them weren't appropriate when dealing with regular human criminals. Still, just like the supernatural crowd, a good portion of the regular thugs decided that the risk of running into intelligent wolves was too damn high and left for other portions of the city, so it was working. Slowly. 4 of us gathered at the back of the store around an old lantern that the Alphas kept in working order, sitting on or standing near whatever crates, boxes, and clumps of shelves were on hand. Empty fluorescent light fixtures dangled in rows above us, and layers of dust coated everything we weren't sitting on. The rattling of loose cans announced Kim's arrival, though I had noticed her minutes ago when she pulled up in her car. I pulled away from where I was standing and talking to Harry and put away the notebook I'd been writing in. Sorry I'm late, Kim said, ducking under one set of fixtures that hung particularly low. Traffic was a bitch. It's fine. Harry and I were just hashing out a few details between us. By this point, it was agreed that I would be heading to New York without him, so he had to provide me with the contact details for the Lions. He still hadn't told me how I was supposed to be getting there. Oh. Anything I should know about? Yes, but we can go over it in a bit, I replied, sitting down on a nearby crate. I was about to ask about what he'd learned about why the wards didn't work. Unless you have something to cover first. Kim shook her head, her loose dark hair flying back and forth. Guess I should get started then, Harry said, rubbing his hands together. I went over my ward schema, and it's not quite as bad as I feared. My wards do protect against intrusion through the never-never, but they're more porous than I'd like. Instead of barring entry, they seem to just make it harder to open the portal in the first place. Good enough to protect against your average intruder, but now that I know what precisely to look for, it's obvious it's meant to be a foundation rather than the whole defense. And since the wards never came down or were even directly attacked, the alarms didn't trigger because I didn't set the conditions properly. Fixing that up shouldn't be too hard, though I can't guarantee you won't have any repeat intruders. What I can guarantee is you'll have more warning. Thank you, I said with a nod. How long will that take to set up? A day, 2 at the most, Kim, if you're free, I'd like you to shadow me on this so you can get an idea on how to improve your own wards. We'd need to figure out the schedule, but sure, Kim agreed. Now, about the demon, Harry said, looking at me with a little hesitation. I'm guessing your passenger has experimented on it. Rather extensively, from what I've felt, I said. The gleeful curiosity I'd been feeling had tapered off over the past few days, but I could still feel enough of it to tell it was still poking and prodding at the demon. So, is it resistant to magic? I shook my head. I don't think so. My passenger tested a wide range of strength on it and didn't run into any serious problems. What it was resistant to was small amounts of magic, which makes my passenger and me think it was a deliberate decision by the demon to block my magic. Which leads me to my main question: how did it know to do that? That's a complicated subject. Harry breathed into his hands and rubbed them again. In principle, the never-never contains almost every spiritual plane or place imagined by humans since we first started smacking sticks together. In theory, you could wander your way into heaven, hell, Hades, Valhalla, any of the myriad Chinese hells, any sort of afterlife you cared to name. Then you've got places like Olympus, Asgard, and so on. Even closer, you have the realms of fairy. And even closer than that, you've got the various personal dream realms. Most of these are made by ghosts, but lucid dreamers can pull them together as well. It's why lucid dreaming works. You end up in your own personal realm in the Never Never and shape it to your will. Anyway, point is the Never Never has lots and lots of layers and odd places. Of course, just because you can theoretically reach anywhere doesn't mean that it's practical. The further out you go, the harder it gets to navigate and survive. Most of the beings that regularly interact with our world and can enter it by themselves live in the closer layers, and as a result of that they have a better but generally still not good idea of what goes on in reality. The further out you go, the harder it is to interact, and the harder it is to even see. Why this tangent matters is that the world below, the down below, hell, whatever you want to call it, is pretty damn far from us. So, demons have to jump through a lot of hoops to interact with our world in any way, and their awareness of what goes on is skewed. Specifically, they know who's been naughty and nice in a way that puts Santa Claus to shame, and people and beings of particular interest. He shot a quick glance my way, get more attention. I didn't react to his look, but I understood what he was getting at. To put it into context, a lot of powerful demons have a kind of sin sense, sort of similar to what we think the Octohydra had. They know what you've done, the stronger ones get a better and better idea of how it was done, and when you get up to beings like Demon Lords and the Dark Prince, they start touching on modes of existence like Intellectus. Intellectus is kind of like that para-human you described to me last year, the one that could do whatever she set her mind to, though it's limited to information rather than direction. So they can only ask questions? I asked. Harry nodded. But the answers they get through Intellectus are immediate and complete. They don't seek or acquire knowledge, they just know whatever they want. Fortunately, true Intellectus is very rare and limited to beings we don't really have to care about. Somehow, I doubted that. In other words, the demons know everything I can do, I summarized. I can't say I like that. Harry shook his head. The strongest ones probably do, but you have to remember that hell isn't a land of rainbow, sunshine, and jolly cooperation. It's a cutthroat environment where your power and standing is linked directly to what you know, who you know, and how much of an impact you can exert on our world. There is some organization there, because even in the cruelest anarchist environments there are still some incentives to work together and for hierarchies to form, but there's no real cooperation as you or I might understand it. On the other hand, demons are immortal creatures whose relationship with time can best be described as fuzzy, so they've had a long time to figure out how the world works and how to bend and break the rules to their advantage. What I figure happened is this: the vampires reached out to their warlock contact, the warlock looked through their Goetian Rolodex, and picked out a demon that they knew had bug control to try and contest you. That demon in turn had some idea of what you were capable of, and once it was bound and sent off after you it tailored its form appropriately. But it clearly didn't know everything you were capable of, because if it did, it would never have run off and gotten itself trapped in a different kind of hell. Chances are even the summoner didn't know that a mild amount of magic resistance would serve as an effective counter to you. I furrowed my brow. Why? There are two main reasons any practitioner turns to summoning: to get information, or to get the summon to do something for them. For most people, this is a three-step process. Kim. The older woman perked up. What? Could you summarize it? I could, but, why? Because my voice is getting a little sore and I'm really regretting not bringing a bottle of water, he said. If you want a more arcane reason, something teaching is the best method of learning, abracadabra. Kim snorted, sniggered, and turned to face me. Okay. To start with, you need a circle. Because most things don't enjoy being summoned forcefully, you want to make it a good circle, to make it easier for you to maintain. Making it out of iron, copper, silver, adding candles, extra boundaries within the circle, and so on and so forth. Circles can get pretty complex, she said with a grimace. Once you have the circle and you've powered it up, you need to summon the entity. You need a name for this, though. I guess if you had a part of them to form a thaumaturgic link, that could work too. Her voice turned uncertain near the end, and she looked over at Harry. Harry rubbed his chin. I've never really thought about it, but yeah, that makes sense. It's generally way easier to get a name though. Good deduction. Kim nodded in thanks. This is the part where raw power comes into play. Reaching into the Never Never to pull something out isn't easy, even if the being is willing, so you have to be strong enough to hook and reel them in. Then, once you've summoned them, you need to maintain the circle, because a lot of beings are going to try to break out. This is the part that got me about your summoning of Suna over there, Harry chimed in, jutting his chin in the blonde's direction. Making a basic circle is so easy anyone can do it. Calling something up, though? Not as simple. You can't get around the power requirement, though there are ways to supplement what you've got. Drawing on ambient energy, like the power of a storm, is the main one, The other, less popular method involves sacrifice. Blood sacrifice is the type that's prevalent in the popular conscious, but you could sacrifice anything to juice up a ritual, including parts of yourself. That's what I think happened here. You reached out to Suna, and Suna didn't resist. By itself, not enough. But, since Suna made the decision to cast off much of her power, that both lowered how much you needed to summon her and spiced it up with enough sacrifice to go the rest of the way. It's very much something that won't be repeated though, because I'm pretty sure the list of entities willing to respond to your calls by sacrificing bits of themselves starts and ends with an S. There might be AP in there as well. I looked over at Suna. Does that sound right? I haven't truly studied thaumaturgy and ritualism, she replied. But the idea is sound, and it seems likely to be what happened. The last step is negotiation, Kim picked up. The fourth law forbids the binding of any being against its will. Trapping something in a circle is accepted practice. Mostly, Harry interjected. Morgan's an asshole capable of making an Everest out of a molehill. He almost took my calling of a tiny fairy as grounds for execution last year. That wait, fucking what? Kim asked, turning on Harry in shock. Warden Morgan. Stick up his ass. Name a more iconic duo. Kim shook her head in bewilderment. I mean, I've heard people talk about him, and he was very rude when we met, but... I'm sorry, what the actual fuck? Yeah, I know. We're not fans of each other. Kim didn't seem to know how to take that. I, meanwhile, could sympathize. Trapping something in a circle is accepted practice, whatever that crotchety old warden might think, Harry took over. So long as that's where it stops. That's why the negotiation step is important. You need to come to some kind of bargain with the thing you've summoned, even if that bargain is flavored with a side of I leave you in here until we agree. Of course, demons demand some very particular payment, and if you're the type to call up a demon to kill someone, well, you're already breaking the first and seventh laws. At that point, what's one more? He spread his hands for emphasis. This is where the for most people catch comes in. If you're a warlock and a cheapskate, but I repeat myself, you can skip that lengthy and pesky negotiation step and instead engage in a contest of wills, aiming to bind the entity you've summoned and force it into your service. Obviously, this is a very antagonistic approach, and you generally don't get any useful information out of it, because temporary slaves aren't inclined to cooperate. So, warlock calls up demon, warlock binds demon, warlock sends demon after you, and while the demon doesn't like the warlock, it still likes killing, so it tries to do a good job. Then the demon gets trapped, and we end up in this situation. And if the warlock wants information on what happened, they need to call up another demon and pay properly, I concluded. Exactly. Then what's stopping them from doing so? What's stopping the vampires from forcing them to do so? First, the type of demon you summon for information is almost always going to be a snake of a salesman. They can smell desperation, and the only currencies they value are knowledge, because nothing else of the mortal world is useful to them, and souls. There are demons that make a business out of being information brokers, or magical tutors, or what have you, but their goal is always to get their hooks into you. So, if you're summoning a demon, you really have to think, is the answer I want worth the cost of getting it? He let out a long sigh. Of course, sometimes you do get that desperate. But to answer your first question, there's nothing actually stopping them, really. They just have to think it's worth it. I closed my eyes and let out a long sigh. That's not ideal, to put it lightly. Yet, there's a reason deals with the devil never go out of style, unfortunately. The best we can hope for is that the warlock in question has working self-preservation instincts and isn't willing to put their soul on the line. Which is unfortunately never a safe bet. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. Fine. I guess that's just the risk we take by playing at this scale. What's stopping the vampires from forcing them into action? Getting back to the summoning discussion, the problem with that is that calling up any demon worth salting takes capital P power. I already covered the ways you can shortcut that power, but shortcuts only do so much. Most powerful with AP practitioners have ways to discourage the kind of pressure a vampire can put on them. If you try to blackmail a warlock, you always have to be afraid of the possibility that the desire to spite you wins out over their desire to live and they hit you with their death curse. Same deal with trying to enthrall someone. If a vampire tried to addict a practitioner with their narcotic saliva, well, the side effect of that is it leaves you high out of your mind. You try to summon a demon in that state, and assuming you even succeed, your circle isn't going to hold, and the demon will kill you. The arcane laws that bind demonkind obligate them to try their best to kill their summoner, no matter the circumstance. Long story short, any practitioner the vamps could capture and enthrall wouldn't be able to summon a demon they'd care to use. Which leaves negotiating with them, and the problem with that approach is that the guy or gal in a black hat they reached out to just lost a powerful demon without any idea what happened or why. For all that demons try to get their names out there, they're not exactly easy to find, so whatever offer the vampires made to finance the first assassination attempt, they'll need to put way more on the table before the warlock considers throwing good money after bad. And what's worse for the warlock is, if they develop a reputation for getting their demons killed, he or she is going to be in an even tighter spot. All that to say, yes, the Red Court might be able to wring more support out of whatever contract conjurers they've got on call. But it won't be cheap, and the Red Court might decide that looking in-house for their next hitter is the more cost-effective option. So, maybe I'm safe, unless I make myself a bigger target, I summarized. Yet. And the way things are going, I don't know that we'll be able to avoid that. I let out a sigh and leaned back, balancing myself on the crate I was sitting on. In the end, it all came back to reputation. If I wanted to keep myself and my friends safe, I'd have to make it clear that coming after me was a bad idea. Okay. We'll just have to keep our eyes open. I rolled my shoulders and leaned back forward. How am I supposed to get to New York? I've found a fairly short way that should get you into Manhattan, and then a couple more that should get you around the broader NYC area. I'm sorry, why are we talking about New York? Kim asked, crossing her arms. A suspicious duo walked into my office a couple of days ago and asked me to look into a missing persons case over there, Harry said. And while I could go for a jaunt to New York with the routes I've found, I'm not about to head over to a new city and set myself up in a motel for an indeterminate amount of time while Chicago needs me. Taylor's interested in going though, and with the routes I have it should be feasible for you to come back every night or evening without much issue. Oh. Kim worried at her lip, sucking in the bottom to bite at it as she looked my way. When are you planning to go? I'd like to go as soon as possible, I said. It's not a hard and fast rule, but you get more out of investigations by moving quickly, more of the evidence has survived, people's memories haven't degraded as much, and so on. Plus, there's a couple of things I want to check there. Kim let out a sigh. Then I can't make it. Work's picked up recently, and I can't just drop everything and spend my days out of contact in another city. Maybe in a week, after I've had time to put my affairs in order and come up with an excuse and timing that won't make me feel guilty. I gave her a nod and looked between her and Harry. That's fine. I'm not sure we'll need muscle for the first parts of the investigation, and if we do Suna and Deirdre should be able to handle it. I'd already spoken to the pair about the trip, and both were on board, with Suna having demonstrated her ability to open portals to the Never Never. The bigger issue is going to be missing both of our magical experts. About that. I have a solution for that problem, but I'm not sure you're going to like it, Harry said, reaching into one of the oversized pockets of his duster to pull out. A human skull? Yes, that was a human skull, one with glowing, fiery eyes. This skull is Bob's home. When my expression immediately flattened, Harry hurried to add, yes, I know, you really don't like him. But he's basically not walking, but, he's a magical library. On top of that he's got a nose for magic, and he can guide you through the ways I've found a lot better than if you just tried to follow my instructions. Not to mention, he can kind of peer onto the other side, so you'll be able to tell if you're emerging around other people. My expression did not grow any more relaxed. That's all well and good, but what's stopping him from being a perverted little shit? Lady, you damn near shot me out of a cat the last time we met, the skull said. Somehow, even with everything that I'd experienced so far, the reality of an animated skull talking with a somewhat French accent still managed to weird me out. I'm not about to cause trouble when you can pick up my house and throw it at a wall. That's only a promise to not be obvious about it. I don't have X-ray vision if that's what you're asking. And even if I did, it's overrated and overhyped. I mean, I know I'm in a skull and all, but no one gets excited over bones. Do you know how hard it is to just look through a single layer of anything and stop their end? Bob, Harry warned. Fine, fine. The glow in the skull's eyes flickered in a way that made think it just rolled its eyes, before it sharpened and fixated on me. I promise I'll be as still and quiet as you want. Not like I want to advertise to other people anyway. Coming from a person, I don't know that I would have trusted that in the slightest. People lied, all the time. Spirits, though. Well, I only had Harry's word that spirits took promises deadly seriously. But I suppose I had to trust someone here. Fine, I said coldly. But I have a couple of questions first. It's always the questions, the skull sighed. And never the nice ones, like how are you, or how have you been? Why do you work for Harry? I asked. He's got my skull, and whoever owns my skull has my loyalty. Yes, some of that is mystical loyalty. The French before France was France guy who hooked me up with this 1,000 years back put that binding in place because he was a squirrel, a little bastard. Understandable, considering he ended up burned at the stake later down the line. The skull paused for a moment. Not that I got him killed, just for the record. I want to make that very clear. The skull made a sound like it was clearing its throat. Anyway, the bindings do a lot of things, like make me easier to work with for whoever owns me. I looked up at Harry for a moment and gestured wordlessly. This was easier to work with? Beyond that though, I like living in this skull. I wouldn't have gotten and stayed inside if I didn't. So if you're about to embark on a campaign of abolitionism, starting by abolishing my living arrangements, please don't. Also, Harry does pay me, in romance novels. I looked back at Harry, who shrugged. It's not like money is worth anything to him. I mean, I wouldn't mind hitting up, never mind. Harry said slowly, eyeing the skull in his hands. After a couple of seconds, he looked back at me. Anyway, between his promise and his nature, he shouldn't be a pain for you. To be clear though, this is a loan, I'm not transferring ownership. Does the magic on the skull care about that distinction? I asked. We're going to find out. The skull said, in a tone that sounded, almost excited. There was fear there too, sure, but... I mean, it was talking about potentially getting mastered. No wonder the spirit hadn't seen any issues with spiking our drink. The thing was insane. Okay, I said, drawing out the word. If that's our best option, then, thank you. I suppose. I looked down at the skull with a wary expression. Do I just take it, or... Yeah, Harry said, holding out the skull. Gingerly, I took it with my real hand. I was surprised by the lack of weight to it, and as I turned it over in my hands, the light in its eyes started to glitch, for lack of a better word. Is that supposed to happen? I asked, turning it so Harry could see. I don't think so, he said, leaning forward in concern. Bob? Are you okay? Yeah, just peachy, the skull said, sounding distracted. Sorry, bit busy having a religious experience here. Harry blinked. What? I didn't get it. By the looks of it, no one else did either. Finally, after almost a minute of silence, the glow in its eyes resolved into something solid again, and it stared at Harry. You know, I never got what Susan saw in you. But in retrospect, the tall, dark, and scruffy look does actually work. What? You could stand to shave more, but you've got the right mix of dangerous and awkward, in a way that adds up more to cuddly than it does to creepy. Sweep back your hair, straighten your posture, and you might pass as hot. Kim brought a hand up to her mouth, holding back a choking laugh. Suna looked on with amusement. Deirdre didn't react. Harry, though. Harry looked like he'd just been shot. Maybe swap out the jeans and shirt look too, it. What the fuck, I said. You just promised to keep it down. The skull rolled around in my hand, sparing Harry its appraising stare. I promised to stay as silent as you wanted, then you grabbed me and I picked up what you're putting out. And I have to say, Harry? He's got the caveman's male gaze. Tits, ass, face, legs, not always in that order. You, though. The skull whistled. I mean, I never got muscles before, but damn, I'm really seeing the appeal of that Amazonian, pick me up and fold me in half figure that the winter kid over there is rocking. And sunny girl, who boy. I slammed my prosthetic hand against the top of the skull, jamming its jaw against my real hand. The skull stopped talking, leaving the store to be filled with Kim's hysterical laughter as she broke down, holding her arms against her stomach and doubling over. Suna and Deirdre both didn't seem to know who to look at, and Harry looked like wanted to fold into the ground and disappear. For a long while, no one said anything. I waited for the flush in my cheeks to slowly drain away before clearing my throat. Moving on, I said, as firmly as I could manage, Harry, if you're staying behind, there is something I want you to look into. He didn't respond at first, still visibly dying of embarrassment, so I repeated myself. He heard me the second time. Hey? Oh, yeah, sure, I can look into stuff, totally, no problem. What is it? Slowly, keeping the skull trapped between my hands, I moved over to the bag I'd left on a nearby shelf. I quickly shoved the skull in as deep as it could go, then rooted around for a couple of Polaroids. Once I found them, I took them out and handed them over to Harry, who took them with a quick, jerky gesture. He seemed to calm down as he stared at them, focus partly replacing embarrassment. Oh, this girl. You want me to look into her, try and identify her? Yes. Harry nodded and went to put away the Polaroids. This is about Marconi, isn't it? What is about Marconi? Kim asked. Harry stopped with one hand halfway in his pocket before pulling it back and handing a Polaroid over to Kim. After a moment's thought, he handed the others to Deirdre and Suna. Taylor, you want to take this? Sure, I said. A month ago, just before we hit Bianca, I tailed Johnny Marconi out of the city. I shot a glance at Suna. He's the big mob boss of the city, controls and oversees a lot of the mundane crime that goes on. He drove hours out of the city to visit this long-term care facility up north. There's a girl up there, a Jane Doe standard code for an unknown woman who's been in a coma for 4 years now. From what I could find out, Marconi got himself added to the approved visitors list 2 years ago. Kim frowned as she looked down at the photo. How often does he go to see her? At least twice a month. And she's been in a coma for longer than that. Weird, Kim said, handing the Polaroid back to Harry. What's the interest here? Marconi leaves the city twice a month without any bodyguards, and drives far out of his way to visit a girl that as far as I can tell isn't related to him, and who seems to have been in a coma longer than he's been aware of her. I want to figure out who she is and what his connection to her is. I get that it's weird, Kim said. But why are you interested? I looked over at Deirdre, who was still inspecting the Polaroid. She caught my glance, and gave me a curious look. At first, I hadn't wanted to involve her with this, for fear of her mother getting involved. But then she'd triggered, with a power that maybe could prove useful here, and besides, I couldn't let fear of her mother keep me from putting my trust in Deirdre. It wouldn't end well. I looked back at Kim. There were better ways I could phrase this, maybe, cleaner ways, but... no. Better to lay all my cards on the table. I want to use her as leverage against Marconi, I said. Harry stopped in the process of putting the Polaroid away, looking my way with a frown. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. I shook my head. Not like that. I wouldn't hold a child's life and well-being over another like that, not after Dinah. The situation was too close for comfort. But she clearly means something to Marconi, and I need something over him, some kind of leverage. You would like me to heal her, Deirdre said, looking up from the Polaroid. She seemed invigorated, for a moment, before frowning and looking back down. That might not be possible. Most patients either die or wake up after a year in a persistent vegetative state. After that point, death is unlikely provided continued support, but so is recovery. 4 years in a vegetative state is far from the longest case. That goes to a woman in India who has been in a coma since the early 70s, but after 4 years the chance this girl can recover naturally is effectively zero. Particularly since she is a child, young brains are more pliable, which improves the odds of recovery on average, but how old did the records say she was? I blinked. Supposedly, she's 16. Deirdre hummed thoughtfully. Then she went through puberty while in this state. I suppose she could be in an extended minimally conscious state, but that doesn't improve the prognosis much. It is likely her brain improperly developed these last 4 years, and even if it were possible for me to restore brain function with my power, it would be like creating an entirely new person. She looked down at the Polaroid, brow furrowed in thought. I would have to examine her closely to be certain. I nodded slowly, not able to take my eyes off Deirdre. I knew para-human powers could come with skills and knowledge a para-human hadn't acquired the normal way, but I was pretty sure that wasn't the case here. For one, Deirdre was a changer with an understanding of biology, not a biotinker for another. Clinical and case knowledge like she'd exhibited just didn't come from powers. From everything I'd seen and heard, not just now but in the past too, I was confident that Deirdre's mother had taken some poor woman to remake into Deirdre, probably a doctor, nurse, or medical student. It fit with what I knew of her power, and of the way Deirdre sometimes acted. Perhaps she'd wanted a lab assistant she wouldn't have to spend much time training? It made me wonder how much of the person Deirdre used to be was still in there. That's interesting, Harry said, staring at Deirdre with a disturbed look on his face. He'd probably come to the same conclusions I had. Shaking his head, he turned to face me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against healing Coma Girl if it's possible. But I don't like the idea of holding it over someone as leverage, even if that someone is Marconi. I agree, and that's not what I was talking about. If Deirdre can figure out how to heal her, maybe with your help and some potions, maybe with other people's assistance, then we'll do it. My focus is less on the girl and more on Marconi. Okay, but to parrot Kim, why? You've been stalking him for months now, and I know how good your clairvoyance. You've got to have a mountain of evidence on him by now. I get that we've been busy with other things and that Marconi hasn't been a high priority so far, but what's stopping you from going to the police, dumping all your evidence, and putting him behind bars for life? I smiled sadly at him. Nothing, really. But you think it would be easy, and fast, and it won't be either of those things. I closed my eyes and sighed. Marconi has a lot of control over the city's underworld. He's got his fingers in drug and gun running, murder for hire, extortion and racketeering, theft, the works. The only industry he didn't have under his thumb was the sex trade, and that was because Bianca owned it. With her gone, he's moving to fill the vacuum. He's got his fingers in every illicit trade in the city. I opened my eyes again. He also owns multiple politicians and large tracts of the media. If I went public with what I have, what do you think would happen? I held up my hand and started ticking off fingers. Corrupt cops would leak the evidence to him. Corrupt politicians would cover for him. The media people he controls would start raising questions about how I acquired all of this information. The case would become a national circus, with procedures grinding down to a halt. And even then, how could I prove my claims? Would I break into his offices and release his records? How could I prove I didn't doctor them? Do I go to the police, who would need to secure warrants to legally search for and secure anything I've found, warrants that Marconi would hear about? Remember, the big reason we got a warrant to go after Bianca in the first place is because Marconi greased the wheels for us. Do I record him? Illinois is a two-party consent state. While there are carve-outs for recording suspected illegal activity, there's no real way for me to convince people that I only recorded his illegal activities and didn't otherwise violate his rights as a private citizen. And even ignoring that, how would I record him? I can't tap his phone, and the threshold on his house blocks me from sneaking anything inside. I could bug his office, but he doesn't actually talk about the illicit side of his business there. Do I bug everyone I know he talks to? That just increases the scale of the violations. I gestured idly with one hand. This isn't a world or a legal system that's used to dealing with powers. Everything I presented would be at risk of falling under the doctrine of fruit of the poisonous tree. Could I still take him down? Yes, probably. I have too much on him for it all to be thrown out or slide off him, but it would be a legal clusterfuck. I let my hand drop. Marconi would do his best to fight us, to drag the whole affair through the mud and cast fear and doubt on us. His pet media shills would go from tacitly supporting us to hounding us as vigilantes. Politicians that have been convinced to be neutral or helpful would find their purse strings tugging them in another direction, and the corrupt cops on the force would start squeezing Lieutenant Murphy out. And if events played out in a way that I had to reveal the full extent of my clairvoyance to support my findings. I shook my head. It would kill us. Worse than that, it would kill the very idea of public tolerance of para-humans. The idea that privacy is dead, that at any moment a para-human could learn everything about your life, dig up all of your secrets. I shook my head. Maybe if things were better people could move past that, but so long as fear still has a grip on the public consciousness, they're never going to take it well. What was that about his media? Harry asked. Of course he'd pick that up. I let out a long sigh. You've been a mildly public wizard for years now, Harry. Thankfully, you've never made the news in any serious way as yourself instead of nobody, but have you never wondered why no reporter ever showed up at your office to ask you questions? Susan did. Any reporter since Gold Morning, I amended. Since the idea of magic and superpowers became more than quackery to be ridiculed. Harry frowned, and I went on. I have, and I looked into it, though it took me a long while to find all the strings. It's because the media is owned, Harry. The rumor going around, that you're a hitman for the mob? Marconi doesn't just encourage that because it makes him look good and scary, he encourages it because it keeps most people from digging into you. As much as he doesn't like you, I believe he recognizes that you're a major stabilizing force in the city. Allowing your life to blow up because it turned into a media circus isn't good for him, because what the fuck is he going to do if another Octohydra comes around? Die? That it gives him leverage over you is just a bonus in his eyes. And though I haven't seen any sign of it yet, I wouldn't be surprised if he's disappeared reporters that wouldn't stop digging. If we go to war with him, the incentive to cooperate vanishes. I took a deep breath and looked Harry in the eyes. I didn't want to put it this way, I really didn't. I knew it would hurt him. But he had to know. Your life as you know it would be over, Harry. The eyes of the entire nation, maybe the entire world, would be fixed straight on you. Harry stepped back, reeling as if struck. Part of me wanted to give him time to recover, but I couldn't do that. He still believed in the idea of justice, of fairness. It hurt, because it reminded me of me, but holding on to that idea wouldn't do him any good. Marconi is too strong to go after directly, too connected, too much of an infection in the local ecosystem. The Chicago police, the mayor's office, the district attorney? I can't rely on any of them to do this properly. If the FBI agents in the Lobo killings hadn't fucked up so colossally, I might consider going to the agency, but Marconi walked out of that situation looking like the aggrieved survivor of an assassination attempt by federal law enforcement. The FBI are going to be extremely reluctant to come after him in any remotely sketchy way for the next few years. Maybe I could try the DEA, but this isn't really their jurisdiction. There's got to be something we can do, Harry said. His voice sounded weak. I walked over to my bag and pulled out my handgun. With great care, I took out the magazine, racked the gun to make sure the chamber was empty, and checked that the safety was still on. Once I confirmed it was safe, I took it by the barrel and walked over to Deirdre, taking the Polaroid she was holding in my prosthetic. Finally, I turned to Harry and held both items out to him. He looked at the gun like it was a live snake. They're props, I said. Take them. With clear and obvious reluctance, he reached out to do so. At the end of the day, Marconi is the main obstacle. He keeps an iron grip on his gang, and the lines of corruption all trail back to him. So long as he's in the picture, he'll fight back with as much of his organization as he can. But if he wasn't in the picture? His subordinates would fight each other for the throne. The cops, politicians, and other people he's corrupted wouldn't be sure who to support. The chaos would make it easier for law enforcement to move in, and the lack of entrenched support would make it more likely that they actually succeed. To do that, we have two options. I gestured towards the gun. First, I can kill him. It wouldn't be difficult. For all his attempts at whitewashing his reputation, a number of people still think of him as a mob boss. With Derdriu's help, I could make it look like whatever I wanted: organizational infighting, a distraught mother or father taking justice into their own hands, even something as simple as dying in his sleep. I gestured towards the Polaroid. Second, I can convince him to give up. To surrender and step away. I don't know if the girl is the key to that. I hope she is. If she isn't, I'll have to keep looking for other options. I let my hand drop. That's so cynical, Kim said. I turned to look at the older woman. It's the truth. I grew up in a city where a neo-Nazi gang was a major, entrenched power for decades. Where a single man united a half-dozen gangs of different cultures under him and kept them going almost by himself just because he was too difficult to defeat and imprison. Hell, I worked in law enforcement for years. The idea that justice is fair? That justice is blind? That justice is inevitable? I scoffed. It's all a mirage. At the end of the day, what we call justice is just a matter of convenience. It's convenient for the government to crack down on petty thieves, on minorities, on blue-collar crime. It's convenient to ignore the suffering of a girl just because her attacker is richer and more connected. It's convenient for them to try and kill their political opponents, or just people that make them look bad. What isn't convenient is doing the right thing. I only caught myself when I took a step forward and found Kim cringing back. With an effort of will, I closed my eyes and forced myself to take a deep breath. People like to believe that the arc of the universe bends towards justice, but that just isn't true. In the end, the arc of the universe bends towards nothing. A/N, and now we reach the end of the first arc. Fucking finally. Next time, we go to New York. Also, standard disclaimer, this is Taylor's view, informed by her experiences, does not necessarily reflect the opinion of the author or the truth of the world, yada yada yada. I don't like repeating this often because I feel it should be generally obvious, but, you know. Sometimes it needs to be said. Couple final notes. First, there will be no part next week, and probably not for the week after either. I've had trouble starting the next arc, as I've found a few issues with my story outline and how it impacts the last arc of True Lies that I need to address. This has slowed down my writing speed, among other things, and right now I only have the first part of the next arc written. So, I'm going to take some time to sort things out and build up a buffer again before resuming posting. Second, Bob's personality alteration probably doesn't actually work like this, but I like the gag, so it's canon here. Third, I don't believe Bob's accent is ever mentioned or commented on. I believe the show made him sound British, but I decided to go with French here. True Lies 10. May 2001. Taylor. This is the spot, the skull said. The three of us came to a stop in a cluster of trees, located on the south end of the island in Jackson Park. At 8 in the morning, there weren't a lot of people around, but there were still some wandering the park, and we were only a couple hundred yards away from a major, busy street. I waited until my passenger gave me the all-clear, then signaled to Derdriu. Derdriu in turn dropped her glamour and replaced it with a veil big enough to cloak the three of us from sight. Stuffing the skull in my backpack, I was not going to let it peek as I changed. I stripped out of my street clothes and took out my costume. A muttered Parian, and a minute later, I was ready to go. Derdriu and Suna, on the other hand, had both dressed before we left. Their own personal glamours made it trivial to hide their costumes. I'd asked Harry how feasible it would be for me to get an enchanted item to let me mimic Derdriu's illusions, and once he started throwing around figures like months and thousands of dollars, I'd resigned myself to not walking around alone in public. Derdriu's new costume hadn't changed much over the last few weeks. She wore a long, green, column dress that stretched from her chest all the way down to her feet, stopping a little short of what looked to be foliage-covered running shoes. It still looked to be made of leaves, and it still felt strangely like bone to the touch, but the veins no longer looked more human than leaf. The bottom half of her dress was now slit in four, and the shawl of creeper vines she wore around her shoulders had extended to wrap down her arms all the way to her wrists, where she wore a pair of leafy gloves. At my recommendation, she'd adjusted her mask of spotted bark to expose her mouth and chin, the upper half looking like it was molded to her face. Suna's costume was more visibly practical and militarized. Starting with the full-body gold plate, she'd added a black silk shawl around her shoulders with a golden sun at both ends, something I'd made for her out of spare materials. That was as far as it went in terms of ornamentation. While the armor was beautifully made and segmented, it bore no engravings, no decorations, not even a maker's mark that I could see. Instead of wearing a mask like me or Derdriu, she wore an open-faced helmet with a nose guard, with an opening at the back to let her hair flow out. To disguise herself, She'd wrapped light around herself, giving herself a purity light look with burning golden eyes, hair that almost painfully reflected the light, and cheeks that literally seemed to glow. Her face was still visible under it all, but given her control over light I wasn't terribly worried about her civilian identity ever leaking. Unlike us, she was also visibly armed, with a small, reflective buckler strapped to her left arm and a 4-foot-long sword sheathed at her side. They were both forged and enchanted for durability, though the buckler went a step further and had a similar kind of enchantment on it to Harry's force rings and Kim's heat rings, allowing her to store natural light in it. "Everyone ready?" I asked, pulling the skull back out before closing and slinging my backpack over my shoulder. With Harry absent, I didn't need to worry about wearing away at my more effective prosthetic, and the difference in mobility and comfort was noticeable. Amazon nodded, and seeing that soon as she had yet to choose a name, though she told me she had a few ideas, drew her sword in a reverse grip and stabbed it into thin air. With a loud cry, she dragged it downwards, leaving a searing, blinding scar in reality that she then had to force open with her hands. It wasn't as quick or as elegant as Harry's working, but it was still effective, and moments later we were staring at a psychedelic jungle through a hole in reality. Despite having asked about the route we'd have to take and having some idea of what it would be like, I still had to ask, is this supposed to be some sort of metaphor about the urban jungle? Nah, that would be in the heart of the city. "This is just a pain in the ass," the skull said. We stepped through, the heat of the place hitting us like a wave. While Suna closed the portal, Amazon dropped the veil she'd been maintaining and replaced it with a weak aura of cold. "Thanks," I said. Looking down at the skull, I asked, "What is this place?" "Doesn't have a name. If you want to be boring, you could call it Parkland." Park in a city is way too broad and common a concept for all human-maintained city parks to be connected, but at the same time their sheer commonality means a lot of them connect to the same shared spaces. As the portal finally closed, I felt my passenger's sense of the city fall away, replaced by nothing. In all the orange grass, the yellow-barked and purple-leaved trees, and green mushrooms, there wasn't a speck of intelligent life for it to feel and pick up on. No birds, no squirrels, no ants, no bees, no dogs, no cats, no spiders, nothing. For all the life around us, it was desolately barren. It felt wrong. "Is there a reason it's so lifeless?" "Everything here is poisonous," the skull replied. "Even the air is wrong. Most places in the Never Never, the air is still mundane enough that it's not all ectoplasm, and breathing it in won't see you spontaneously deoxygenate and die once you step back into the physical world. I still wouldn't recommend spending weeks and months inside as a mortal even if you did pack supplies, but you'd be fine. Here, though? You've got like an hour of breathable air before things start getting messy. Fortunately for you lot, we'll be in and out in 5 minutes. Now head to the right." The skull took us past a large, hunched-over tree that had thousands of black, willow-like streamers hanging off its branches. It looked a little like hair, and the three of us skirted past it. A minute later we came to a burbling creek that had an oily sheen to it, and followed it. It would be southeast if I oriented myself to how we'd entered, but did directions like that even have any meaning in this place? Were there even any poles? After a couple hundred yards of heavy foliage that hurt to look at, the trees almost literally melted away as the creek fed into a large lake of what looked like tar. The entire time, I keenly felt my passenger's tension, and on a few occasions, I felt my hair stick in place when I turned my head, like something was holding it from behind. Whatever the Never Never was, it felt closer to the passengers than reality did. Why, then, had Kim felt sluggish and weak here? Was it something unique to her and her power, or did it apply to all the passengers? "All right, from here we go about 100 feet that way," the skull said, turning in my hand. We skirted the edge of the tar lake, staying well away from the shore, and hopped over one of a pair of oily creeks to stand on the tiny patch of rock in between. "This feels a little on the nose," I said. "Sometimes, the Never Never decides subtlety is for losers. Hold me up, would you? I need to check the other side." I held the skull up, and its flaming eyes flickered and narrowed for a handful of seconds. When they came back into focus, a small ball of light had appeared 2 feet away and a foot above my hand. "Cut there," the skull said. "Size doesn't matter, you just want that particular starting point, it'll spit you out in a secluded wooded area." Suna made another cut, and I let out a sigh of relief as we stepped back into reality with its fresh spring air. We came out near a small ravine at the north end of Central Park, and immediately I felt my passenger reach out and connect to all the mundane life around us. I thought I caught a flicker of relief from it, like it too had been disturbed by the lifelessness of the Never Never. As Suna closed the portal and Amazon veiled us, I sat down on a nearby rock, stretched my legs, and went to check the time on my phone before realizing my mistake. New York was an hour ahead of Chicago, so the time on my phone was clearly wrong. I'd gotten spoiled by Bet's tech, I'd expected the time settings to automatically update, and this world wasn't there yet. "How long did we spend in there?" I asked, flipping my phone shut and putting it away. "I've been told time sometimes runs strangely in there." Yeah, the flow of time in the Never Never rarely lines up one-to-one with the flow of time in this world. As for how to check, doesn't Times Square have a clock or something? 15 minutes and 6 seconds, Suna said, looking straight up at the sun. You have a natural sense for time? The skull asked. My entire family is associated with the passage of time and celestial cycles in various forms, Suna said, looking down at the skull. I'm told my grandfather was much more strongly associated with time, but even my mother, aunt, and uncle have their powers over it. It's the source of their healing prowess. The skull whistled. I've heard of the Merseburg incantations, but I didn't know the one with your aunt involved temporal reversion. Are you capable of that? Suna shook her head. My power over time is limited to what you saw just now. Perhaps given time, I could develop greater control over time, but... She shrugged, sheathed her sword, and turned to face me. Are we not going somewhere? I shook my head as I took off my backpack. We're in an entirely new city, and I want to get my surveillance network all set up first. That's going to take the better part of an hour as my passenger goes through a few cycles of mapping out our surroundings, acquiring birds to relay through, and setting them up to stay in the right areas. As I said that, the first 2 birds, a pair of small kinglets, flew down next to me and began to preen themselves. They plucked a few fluffy tufts that they patiently held in their beaks as I pulled out a bunch of Ziploc bags of various sizes. Individual tufts went into their own small, tiny bags, which in turn went into larger bags. For my own benefit, I pulled out a Sharpie and started writing on the outside of the first larger bag, marking it as Central Park, North Side. Then I took out my atlas of New York and waited. More local birds arrived in fits and starts, followed by pigeons from surrounding boroughs. Bags marked Manhattan Valley and Harlem joined the first, followed by Upper West Side, and Yorkville. When my passenger sent me flashes of South Central Park, I brooded for a little bit on the long scar that cut through the foliage. The White Council had somehow managed to contain Sion's blast, but the golden wave of light had still cut a sway through the park, leaving the land lifeless and barren even 2 years on. I could see where attempts to grow over the damage had been made, but it was slow going. I barely remembered what I had been doing at the time, and my passenger's view of events only let me reconstruct what happened, not why. Sion had been on the verge of snapping, and the Fairy Queen had started evacuating everyone but me and those near me. Since I couldn't teleport with the capes I'd taken, I'd had to dodge the hard way. I'd generated a force field with Narwhal and connected all of us with Sephara, to give us an approximation of rapid flight, but that hadn't been enough. I couldn't remember why, but I could guess I had to make distance but didn't want to risk maneuvering around a ruined New York with such an improvised solution. I'd made another portal instead, aiming for somewhere open, where I could fling us all far away from Sion in a single motion without worrying about crashing. Instead, I'd found this world. The long scar across Central Park told the rest of the story. I'd come in one portal, quickly realized I was in the wrong place and there were still buildings in my way and had to kick open another portal. I hadn't had time to focus on my mistake or the consequences of it. The shape of the scar, one long line of dead space stretching from east to west, had always struck me as strange. Sion's attack had been indiscriminate, omnidirectional, it shouldn't have been limited like that. Knowing what I did now, my best guess was that the wizards had linked the 2 portals together and formed a corridor or barrier between them, though enough power had still slipped out to kill a bunch of bystanders. How will we be getting around? Suna asked, drawing me back to myself. I laid my atlas on a nearby rock, set the skull next to it, and stretched my arm. Once I have everything set up, we'll go rent a van. We have the cash for that, mostly, and Amazon can glamour up a fake driver's license. It wouldn't work if any cops tried to check it, but it'll be enough for a rental shop. That will let us get around the city without me having to change every 15 minutes, and we're not in any serious rush just yet. If we do have to respond to an emergency, that depends on where we're at. Bob, how does the city connect together on the other side? A lot of the parks aren't too far from each other, though you wouldn't like some of the passages. Same with the skyscrapers, though you'd like those passages even less, and getting up and down would be a hassle. I've got a couple other spots that might connect, but if you wanted real options you'd have to let me loose for a day to get the lay of the land. I said dryly. I'll think about it. The worst thing was, I seriously would. I'd worked in New York all of once, and I didn't have any fond memories of the place, but I still remembered Juster's explanation. Lancers, bikers, ride-alongs. Lancers took the rooftops, bikers took the subway tracks, and ride-alongs just had to grit their teeth and do it the hard way. None of us could fly or parkour around rooftops, and while my passenger could keep an eye on the subway tracks and keep us from being run over as we navigated them, we didn't have the tech to move around the tracks quickly either. That left us only mundane means of travel, and in a place as jam-packed as Manhattan? I'd barely glimpsed the traffic and I was already getting a headache. Taking shortcuts was seriously appealing to me, even if it meant cutting the pervert loose. Amazon, your clothes can react to and grab things close to you, I said, thinking of other options. Do you control that? Or do they operate instinctually? A mix of both, she said, turning to face me. They're an extension of my body, and I can control them to some extent, but I can't guarantee I can spare the time and focus to use them in a fight. She fell silent for a few moments, her lips twisting into a frown. If someone grabs for me unexpectedly, or tries to trip me, they're meant to react and respond. Why do you ask? Could you make them for others? I asked, brushing my fingers against my own shawl. Amazon frowned again, thoughtfully this time. Most likely. It wouldn't be a piece of clothing, however, I would need to attach it to you, or to whoever I gave it to. Could you make it latch on, like a parasite or symbiote? Give it, I don't know. Teeth. Amazon's frown deepened. Perhaps. I see no immediate reason why not, though I would have to experiment to say for certain. It wouldn't allow you any control, however, they would rely entirely on programmed instincts. Again, why do you ask? I'm thinking about whether you could make prosthetic wings, basically, I said. Speaking from personal experience, flight is an incredibly useful power, and in a city like this, verticality is a necessary part of moving around quickly. The thing is, wings are very obvious, and I imagine wings strong enough to carry a human being would need to be big. I wouldn't want to have them permanently. Seeing Amazon's frown turn sour, I hurried to add, it's okay if you can't make them plug and play and would have to attach them every time. That's got its own risks, the skull chimed in. That passenger of hers is unlikely to screw up the flesh crafting if I understand things properly, but what if you need to get them off and she's not around? Shut up. What would you recommend, then? I asked, my words coming out sharper than intended. The skull rattled as it turned to face Amazon. Have you tried working with ectoplasm yet? Amazon shook her head. We can't access the Never Never by ourselves, not without the wizard's help. You've got Miss Sunshine over there to help now, don't you? The skull asked, ignoring or uncaring of the way Amazon's lips curled in response. Anyway, you're part fairy, in a weird way, and you've got some skill in flesh crafting, borrowed as it may be. Maybe you couldn't shape ectoplasm directly, but you should be able to shape things made of ectoplasm, like trees in the Never Never. To what purpose? Amazon asked, staring down at the skull. Material from the Never Never doesn't stick around once the force giving it form disappears. Mostly, some fairies and other natives are weird and leave proper corpses behind. Anyway, fashion the wings out of ectoplasm, hook them up to whomever and stabilize things that way, and they'd disappear after being separated. You'd still need to do something extreme like cut them off, though, I pointed out. I'm getting there, the skull said, sounding peeved. If you use fairy material specifically, either fairy flesh or some of the foliage from fairy itself, you could get it to dissipate by pressing iron to it. It would probably still hurt, and I have no idea what it would do to your shoulders or wherever else you attached the wings, but you could get rid of it in a pinch. That was actually useful. What about bullets? I asked. From what little I know, they don't really make bullets out of iron to begin with, or even with significant iron content. Unless the bullet gets stuck somehow, the only real risk there has to do with getting shot in the first place. I nodded slowly. I don't think we should start using fairy flesh, for a lot of reasons, but that is something to look into. I gave the skull a look. I wasn't expecting that. Hey, I'm the brains of the operation when it comes to Harry and wizarding work. Besides, this is interesting stuff. Harry steers far away from any of this body-changing business, the most I could get him to do was sell hair growth potions for a couple of months. He won't even hear me out when it comes to the rest. I keep telling him, he's handicapping himself by not selling boob and ass jobs in a bottle. The skull shifted to look at me. You know, you could probably talk Harry into it. I hit the skull on the head. Once, maybe, I would have given the offer some thought. For a long time, I hadn't liked the way I looked. Becoming a para-human hadn't changed that, it had just distracted me with a whole host of other shit. Now. No. Now wasn't the time to think about this. I wasn't against the idea of it, in principle, and between magic and para-human powers I had options. But I wouldn't pressure Harry if he didn't want to transform people with his magic, and it would be a cold day in hell before I put my body at the mercy of the pervert. Maybe I would ask Amazon when she figured out how to make cosmetic tweaks to others. What about something like a flying carpet? I glanced over at Suna. Or a chariot. I doubt nobody would agree to attaching power-made wings, and I'm not sure it would work with Crescent. I wouldn't recommend a chariot, Suna chimed in. I could drive one, potentially, but I don't have some supernatural skill in handling them. And one large enough to handle all of us would be unwieldy, to say the least. Sunshine's got the right of it, the skull said. With my help and Mac Finn's money, Harry could make a flying carpet. But the enchantments on those are finicky and a power hog, and it only gets more and more messy as you scale up. A carpet big enough for one, controlled by him and running off what you'd think of as a magic battery? 3 to 5 months of solid effort. Something big enough to transport the 5 of you? A year, at minimum. And before you ask, individualized carpets are right out. The enchantments necessary to allow muggles like you to control something like a flying carpet directly are years and years of study away for Harry. Muggles? I asked, frowning behind my mask. You've read Harry Potter? Oh yeah. Nonsense magic in every respect, but it's fun to laugh at. Seriously, brooms with vectored flight and decent maneuverability? You'd be lucky to fly like a rocket with the surface area you've got to work with. I'm surprised you've heard of it, though. The series came over from Earth Olaf, I replied, before adding, the version of Earth without Scion, though it still had some para-humans. It raised questions about how and why the similarities existed to begin with, but I'd mostly stopped questioning the implausibility of it all by now. At this point, I was pretty sure some higher powers had split Olaf, Bet, and all the other non-magical variants off from the magical ones back in the 70s or 80s, though even that wasn't enough to explain everything. Interesting. Maybe Rowling's a sensitive? When some people say they dream of other worlds, they're being literal. My brow furrowed. I wanted to say that the passengers would have noticed and questioned that kind of connection, but according to my passenger, something about the way humans dreamed had attracted Scion and his partner in the first place. I doubted that was the whole story behind why they came to Earth. My personal bet was on them noticing magic before the local powers somehow blanked out their memories and hid themselves, but it annoyed me that I couldn't rule out the possibility. Maybe, I said grudgingly. There was a para-human like that back in the early 80s of my world called Professor Haywire. I couldn't get all of the files on him, and he wasn't a major interest to me to begin with, but reportedly he was mentally linked to two-dimensional variants of himself. Something must have been off about him to begin with, because I can't even begin to imagine why a passenger would spread itself out like that, even one that dealt in dimensionalism. I shook my head. Whatever. Flying carpets are off the table then, at least for now. What about something like a reusable escape potion? Even trickier. Potions can be as effective and varied as they are because they're consumable and temporary. You mix together a lot of associations, spice it up with power, sacrifice the components of time and reusability, and voila, you've got a reversible air transformation spell that would take a wizard decades to centuries to figure out how to do on their own. Sure, you can effect some permanent changes, but it's mostly by technicality: grow hair and don't shrink it, add fat and don't remove it, that kind of thing. An on-off switch like you're talking about? Not feasible. If you want to access flight, you're better off thinking like you started and seeing how you can get there using para-human powers. In fact, why not look into making giant animals? You could control them, couldn't you? I could, I agreed. I know it can be done too. For a couple of weeks, I had a giant Hercules beetle that I named Atlas. The skull snorted. But the problem with Atlas was that he was entirely custom-made and mindless, which made controlling him a chore. He also had a lot of flaws. I leaned over to bag up the next set of bird bits. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I have a few issues with it. First, it's difficult for me to finally control a single creature while also doing anything else. I could give simple orders like fly or move to a particular location, but maneuvering promptly and effectively in midair would mean sacrificing control over my swarm. It's an acceptable trade-off when we're talking about transportation, but in a fight, I'd much rather have wings, or a jetpack, or something I could control without my power. Second, any animal that Amazon supersized would have its life ruined. Either she leaves it effectively mindless to avoid some of the ethical issues, which I only somewhat cared about, admittedly, or she has to program it with the right instincts so it can handle being a giant, flying mutant of its former self. I would be a lot more willing to do that to an insect, but that wouldn't help with the practical issues: feeding, storage, so on. There were also the potential image issues with supersizing animals and insects and using them for, effectively, public transport, but even after all my ward's training, that kind of image concern still took a backseat to practicality. I put away my latest bag and looked at Amazon. All that being said, we can experiment with it if you want. Maybe we could make giant mutant beetles work as a transportation option. Amazon nodded, and I saw a ghost of a smile flicker across her expression. How much longer do you need? Suna asked. She'd taken off her buckler and strapped it to a spot on her back, and had moved to sit by the side of the creek that wound its way through the ravine. I pressed my passenger for an estimate, then said, maybe another half hour. Getting all the birds into position is going to take some time, and the east and west rivers are screwing with my range. I have to route across the bridges to access Jersey and Brooklyn. Suna nodded and shifted how she was sitting, turning to face me. I want to talk about what you said yesterday, about justice. I leaned back with a long sigh. Go ahead. Suna didn't comment on my obvious reluctance. Instead, she said, you said that justice is a matter of convenience. I would posit a different, somewhat related view: that justice is individual. She fell silent for a moment, waiting for my response, and when I didn't say anything, she continued, gods have claimed dominion over justice for as long as they have existed. They established laws and rules and enforced them ruthlessly, seeking to mold the world, or their part of it, into what they wished of it. Some of those laws have been enforced and enshrined to such a degree they have become commonplace understanding, like the laws of hospitality, while others have fallen by the wayside and withered away. For example, I understand that summary execution has fallen out of favor as a method of justice in much of the world. I'm not sure a lot of the old rules of hospitality are in vogue anymore either, I said, clarifying instead of denying her point. I mean, people still put a lot of stock into how to act as and treat guests, but stuff beyond that, like being kind to strangers, or formalities like bread and salt or whatever the local cultural equivalent is, I wouldn't call that common anymore. Suna frowned and looked at the skull. Truly. What are you looking at me for? The skull asked. Do you think I understand how society works? You have been around long enough to see it change. Yeah, but to see it change I would have needed to be out and about a lot, the skull replied. Honestly, it's only really with Harry that I've been getting to roam. Still, you must have some idea. The skull sighed. Fine. If you want me to be all philosophical and analytical about it, I would say that as the world has grown from being a mass of smaller, more insular groups to large, somewhat homogeneous blobs, the sense of community, responsibility and fear that drove a lot of old rules has gone out of style. Happy. Suna looked away, a thoughtful expression on her face. A few seconds later, she shook her head and focused back on me. Interesting. Regardless, it doesn't change the point I was about to make. If anything, it reinforces it. Everyone has their own idea of what justice is, of what the rules should be. Sometimes they are enforced by a singular individual, and sometimes by a broader community that comes together and agrees on certain principles, but by its very nature justice will always be flawed and contextual. She took a deep breath and drew herself up. That doesn't mean it isn't worth pursuing. I could tell she was about to launch into a longer speech, one that would go into her personal reasons. I would probably even find parts of it familiar, and similar to what I had believed in the past. That was why I didn't really want to hear it. That individualism is what I disagree with, fundamentally, I said, cutting her off before she could get going. I don't disagree with it, I trailed off for a moment, looking for the right word. Dislike it. That was too weak. I disliked spicy food, coffee, and certain brands of tea. Hate it. That was closer, but it was too limited. Yes, I hated the way things were, and I fought it where I could, but it felt like it wasn't encompassing enough to describe what I felt. Loathe it, despise it. More steps in the wrong direction. Not a promise, not an oath, or a malediction or a curse. The way the world works is wrong, I decided. Justice shouldn't be this flawed, personal thing. There should be something bigger, something firmer, something more than an empty ideal to strive for. And if that can't happen, if such a thing can't exist, people shouldn't call what they try to enforce justice. And that's what it all comes back to, really the strong doing as they will, and the weak suffering as they must. There's no cosmic hand or force that comes down and sets things right. When things are fixed, for a given definition of fixed, it's because someone stronger came along and decided they didn't like the way things played out. Without strength, justice is a myth, a guttering flame people hold onto to stay warm even as it burns them. Suna was silent for a few moments. If she was put out by my interruption, she didn't show it. Who or what would define justice then, in this ideal world of yours? Is there even a perfect definition of justice that could be found, one that would stand the test of time? To be kind to each other. But the problem isn't with the definition, or the structure of laws and punishments. I took a few moments to consider where to continue. It's with everything, really. The way people are incentivized to step on each other, the way power tends to concentrate, maybe even the very idea of power. Then, instead of trying to pursue a better kind of justice, you would rather do away with the need for it altogether. Suna asked. I guess you could put it that way, I said. But as much as I want that, I know it's a pipe dream. I have to deal with the way the world is now, warts and all. Suna looked over at Amazon. And you? Do you have a stance on justice? Justice is about retribution, Amazon answered immediately. It is the complement to law. Law describes what should and should not be done, and justice describes what happens to those that go against the law. Right, wrong, collective, individual, these are all qualities that exist outside of this duality. They have an influence on it, but whether a law is right or wrong has little bearing on its existence. What would you call a just or unjust law, then? I asked. Poor wording. I snorted. Words are defined by people. Language changes over time. Then people should be educated in the proper way to use them, Amazon replied. But if I must engage with this, I would say that whether a law is just or unjust is entirely to do with the kind of justice that is meted out. Punishing petty theft with execution, for example, would be unjust in the modern world, whereas the same punishment would be just when applied to an act of high treason. Justice itself is not an ideal that should be pursued, it is simply an act. Then she turned to look at the skull. Really? What is this? Pick on the spirit day. If I must be involved in this, so must you, Amazon replied. We all hang together, is it? The skull grumbled. Look, all this talk of law and justice, right and wrong, it's all stuff that goes over my head. I will admit, under duress, that Winter Girl makes the most sense with her talk about definitions, but I also just don't care. I concern myself with the laws and makeup of the world, I don't get all of this social construct stuff. And from the way you gals are all hung up about it, I don't care to get it and worry over it like you do. In fact, that's my advice to you, stop caring about it, and live a happier life. Stop caring about it. If only it was that easy. Why aren't you using our names? I asked, eager to get off the topic. I just noticed. You call Suna Sunshine, and Amazon Winter Girl. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess I did. That's probably on you. I raised an eyebrow that he couldn't see. Excuse me. Exactly. More seriously, you've probably got some subconscious expectation of me that's coloring my responses. Like your massive, repressed thirst and. I pressed the skull down against the rock it was on, hard. Once we're done here, I'll call the lions and arrange a meeting, I said, turning to look at the others. We need to talk face to face. A/N, I am aware that what Taylor describes does not match up precisely with what's in Spec 30.6 regarding how she used the labyrinth scrub portals. Specifically, she made them to ambush groups and take people she needed, but she didn't knock open any new portals as she was running away, just used existing ones. Consider this a change to canon. Also, I didn't realize this at the time of writing, but yes, Taylor is doing the horny jail meme with Bob. I may have a part out this weekend, the starting point of this arc has been a real struggle, and I might shift to shorter, snappier parts to compensate. We'll see. Thankfully, my schedule will be freeing up somewhat in the near future, so I will have more time to write. How much time I'll have to dedicate to this story is as yet undetermined. True Lies 11. May 2001. Taylor. This is not what we agreed on, a calm, faintly British voice said. I held my prepaid flip phone away from my ear, took a deep breath, and leaned back against the side of the building. As I said when I left my message, you never agreed on anything with Harry, I said, pressing the phone close, cupping my other ear with my prosthetic, and turning my head to the side to cover the buzzing bugs that crawled out of my hair and settled around my mouth. I was in an alleyway on the Upper West Side, right in the middle of one of the big blocks that populated Manhattan. Suna was in the alley with me, glamored to look like another teen in spring wear, while Deirdre was a few minutes away in a car dealership haggling with an old, balding guy in his 50s who I figured for the owner. Traffic was loud and constant around us, and while the surrounding buildings muted the sound somewhat, it was still hard to make out Nick Lyon's exact tone. It was just as well, he'd have a hard time making out my tone as well, and the background noise should annoy him as much as it did me. Now, I'm already here in New York, and I would like to help you. A potential abduction like you reported is a serious issue. But Harry won't be coming here. If that's a deal breaker, you can hang up now. The line fell silent, but the call didn't end. Very well, Nick said a few moments later. Though I question what you could do alone, without the private investigator with experience looking into missing persons. That could have been a lucky or educated guess, but more likely he had done some research on Harry before coming to Chicago. In his position, I would have done the same. It was also a blatant attempt to get information out of me. We can discuss that when we meet, I said. My associates and I have some skills between us. I switched tracks, both to throw him off and reassure him that I knew what I was doing. Where did this man of yours, Graven, I think you said, do his work? As a tinker, he must have had a workshop, and if he was working to develop power armor for you or your daughter were surely brought there at least once. Tinker? He asked. Most of the refugees had never moved out of the Manhattan-Brooklyn Jersey area. If his organization was remotely serious about looking into parahumans, they should have come across that kind of information already. The average person didn't know that much about powers, but everyone back home had known what a tinker was. At the very least, Whistleblower had talked about them, even if half of what he'd said had been completely wrong. If Nick had been serious about looking into parahumans, he must have known what I meant. That meant he was fishing. A term from the Bet refugees, describing parahumans that build things rather than using their powers directly, I replied. I wasn't sure exactly what he was fishing for, but I wanted to appear informed yet local to this world. If he was working on something as bulky as flight-capable stone armor, he must have needed a lot of space. I need to know where and how he was working. Perhaps someone noticed him coming and going, or the flow of materials. Even if they didn't, if he was taken alive then it's because whoever took him wants Graven to work for them, which means they would be forced to supply him with a workshop of their own. Knowing what to look for as we move about the city will be important. There may be other clues as well, perhaps the attackers came by his workshop, stole some of his tools, and left traces of their presence. I won't know until I see it. There was another brief pause, before Nick rattled off an address and added, in the center of Brooklyn. I pressed my phone against my shoulder and bent down to rummage around my backpack. Suna got there faster than me. What are you looking for? She asked, unzipping the bag. The map, I said. Thanks. Suna nodded and reached in with one gauntlet hand, carefully rummaging through my stuff. She brushed aside Bob's skull, worked her hand past the parts of my costume, past my gun, and stuck almost half her arm in as she scraped the bottom and grabbed my annotated map. Here, she said, handing over the little book. Grabbing it in my prosthetic, I flipped over to the section that focused on Brooklyn and spent some time looking over it, trying to find the exact address. It took me a few minutes to find it. It was closer to the north of Brooklyn than the center of it, and it was a stone's throw away from a couple of major subway stations. I flipped back to an overview of the greater metropolitan area and sized up the route. We'd have to head south from Central Park, make our way over to Lower Manhattan, go across the Williamsburg Bridge, head east. I should get a GPS. Call it 30 minutes to drive there. Add on whatever time it would take Deirdre to finish renting, 30 minutes at the worst. Then lunch, and time spent surveilling the area. We can be there in 2 hours, I said. We could have arrived sooner, but it was better to be safe than late for these kinds of meetings. Does that work for you? It does, Nick said. I look forward to meeting you, Doyen. Then he hung up. I placed the map back in the backpack, grabbed my phone off my shoulder, and tossed it inside as well. I didn't feel the need to be too careful with it. I'd bought this burner phone for this particular job, and it only had the one number saved. Once we were done with the lions, it was going in one of the rivers. A bit wasteful, maybe, but I didn't want to risk anyone tracking me with it. However paper-thin the unwritten rules had been at times, there had at least been a general expectation that you didn't go after someone personally back on bet. There was no such understanding here. Get a bird here, I muttered. Something that can fly well. Maybe a falcon. While I waited on my passenger, I took a look around to make sure no one was watching, then pulled the skull out. Wake up, I said, shaking the skull around lightly. Can you get out of the sun? It muttered, flames sparking to life in its eye sockets. It burns. I glanced around the alley again looking for places to stand before saying, suck it up. Even Harry didn't drag me out into the sun, it grumbled, the fire settling in its eyes. And out in public too. You aren't worried someone will see you standing around with a skull? No, I replied. Good news. I'm cutting you loose. The fires flickered slightly in a motion I interpreted as narrowed eyes. Your tone doesn't make me feel relieved. What's the catch? I'm bringing in a bird for you to possess. We're going to be busy for at least the next few hours, and there's a lot of city to cover, so you're going to be doing your part. First, I want you to check out the scar in Central Park, my passenger will direct you. After that, you're going to fly around and get the lay of the land like you proposed. Yes, Your Highness. Of course, Your Highness. Whatever you say, Your Highness. I gave the skull a look. Just one thing I wasn't kidding about the sun. I can't get out of here, even for a short hop, without burning up, the skull said. I can set you loose once we've got our van. I paused, then looked over at Suna. Unless you could block the sun. Suna looked down at the skull, a thoughtful expression on her face. She set a hand atop it, and I watched as light began to bend and warp. Our hands, and the skull between them, distorted and stretched like I was looking through water, and then began to shrink and fold in on each other. A few moments later, we both seemed to have lost our hands, our stumps a short distance apart. I could still feel my hand, and I moved it back and forth. There was a slight shimmer as I moved, and I could make out the edges of the effect for a split second before that too disappeared. Filtering out all light is difficult, Suna murmured, her eyes closed. But will this suffice, Spirit? I couldn't see anything myself, but as my passenger lent me its senses I could see flames rise out of the skull's sockets, thin tendrils stretching out into the darkened space around it before pulling back. So long as the bird can fit its head in here, it said a moment later. It didn't take long for a red-tailed hawk to swoop down into the alley from above, flaring out its wings as it stopped and perched on my arm. Its head disappeared as it bent forward, its beak tapping insistently against the skull. All right already. I'm going. When the hawk pulled its head back, I could see a faint orange glow in its eyes. I'll call you back when we're done, I said. Sure thing, the hawk said in that same weird, French accent. It stretched out its wings and bent its head this way and that. Feels a little weird, having 3 heads in here at once. Does your passenger mind not pushing me around too much? I'm sure it will keep that in mind. The hawk cocked its head sideways at me, like it was an owl. Right. Well, if that's all. I nodded, and the hawk leaped from my arm, rising up into the air. Soon as magic faded, and I put Bob's now empty skull back in my backpack. It took another 15 minutes for Deirdre to finish up and acquire our van, after which we went to a McDonald's drive-thru. Eating cheap, greasy food was a quintessential American experience, and the look on Suna's face when she eyed it all up was priceless. Scrunched nose, pursed lips, narrowed eyes, the whole 9 yards. This can't be food, she said. My response was to take another bite. She ate it, in the end, though by the look of things she wasn't eager to try fast food ever again. After we ate, Deirdre took us through Midtown and Lower Manhattan, and on the whole drive over I scoped out the area Nick had described with my passenger. It was a fairly urban spot with a lot of traffic nearby, and I couldn't see anywhere that could serve as a safe house or workshop. Even the address was a parking garage. It had to be a stopover. Looking further, my passenger spotted a promising spot maybe 10 minutes drive to the north. There were several scrap yards there, a lumber yard, a bunch of freight companies, plenty of warehouses, even a stone and marble supplier. I didn't believe the workshop was there either, it was also too public, but it wasn't a bad spot for a tinker to frequent. We'll need to keep an eye on that neighborhood, I murmured. Industrial areas like that attracted tinkers like flies, and back on bet, all kinds of groups had kept an eye on local scrap and industrial yards, looking for any sign of a tinker they could try and recruit. I did the same in Chicago, though I hadn't spotted any tinkers yet. New York seemed to have a much higher population of para-humans from what the alphas and I had seen on the news though, maybe I would get lucky. In any case, I was certain the workshop had to be around here, but at a glance my passenger wasn't seeing anything. Was the place warded? Was it underground? I stopped thinking about it and leaned back in my seat. I'd find out soon enough. We got out on the middle level of a large parking garage. There were a good number of cars and trucks around, but since none of them were presently occupied no one batted an eye at 3 costumed individuals climbing out of the back of a black van. The lions are on the lowest level, I said, holstering my gun and throwing on my backpack. It would look unprofessional, but like hell I was leaving it behind. Amazon, mind veiling us until we get there. We headed for the stairwell, and as we made our way down I examined the people we were here to meet. My passenger genetically identified them as father and daughter, but even without that I could see the resemblance. The eyes and the hair gave it away, though even the faces were fairly similar. Both of them were wearing casual business attire, though the man had gone a step further by adding a suit. But what really caught my attention was the complete nothing we could see underneath. His hands, head, and feet were all visible to me, but anything covered by his pants or undershirt was totally, completely dark even to my passenger's senses. That wasn't normal. Moreover, that was impressive. My passenger had such a broad array of senses that most veils, glamours, and other disguises were useless, designed as they were to hide from mundane physical senses. The gap was understandable, but it only made this protection stand out all the more. Harry had theorized that the daughter, Deirdre, had some kind of spirit or demon doing the heavy lifting for her changer power. Looking at Nick, I was willing to go a step further and say that every member of their little group had that kind of support. Does that make them para-humans? I wondered. Not literally, obviously, but if they were connected to inhuman creatures that gave them power and pushed them to act in certain ways, then what was the practical difference? I tapped Amazon's arm as we approached, and she dropped the veil when we were a couple yards away. Deirdre reacted like I expected her to. She tensed, held out her arms, and her hair began to lengthen and shine before she recognized and caught herself. Nick, meanwhile, just turned his head to look at me, his hands resting in the pockets of his suit. Did he have a power that warranted that kind of confidence, or was he just more experienced at hiding his surprise? He did look 30 years older than his daughter. Doyen, he said, nodding his head at me. He glanced at Amazon. Amazon, if I am not mistaken. He looked over at Suna. And Sunny, I answered for her. A basic name, but hey, Harry was stuck with nobody, and Sunny would do until she picked something else. She's new. There was a flash of something in his eyes as he looked her up and down, though it was gone before I could tell what it was. Worry, maybe, or concern at an unknown factor. There wasn't any way he could have known what she was capable of. Then again, it wasn't like Amazon's powers or abilities were public knowledge either, and he'd taken her in stride. The man looked back at me. I confess, I am still curious why Mr. Dresden didn't join you. He has obligations in Chicago that I don't, and until we determine that his magical expertise is actually needed, all he would provide is another pair of eyes, I replied. Now, to business. I noticed on the way here that we're not far from the yards in Williamsburg. Did your man raid the scrap yards there or purchase any supplies from the surrounding shops? Deirdre bristled at my tone and the way I took control of the conversation, but Nick took it in stride. That was twice now. Maybe that was their dynamic? Deirdre was on a hair trigger, and if Nick reacted as well, she went off? Deirdre? Nick asked, not looking over at his daughter. Deirdre settled, though her eyes were still settled on my lenses. Graven visited the various establishments by Newton Creek at various times. What he could acquire legally he bought, and what he couldn't he paid bribes for. He didn't steal anything. I asked. You don't count bribery as theft? Nick asked, one eyebrow raised. It's a scrapyard, I replied, waving dismissively. My question? Not that I am aware of, Deirdre answered. Much of what he wanted would have been impractical to see subtly. I nodded slowly. Tinkers could work with all kinds of material, and while they all wanted high-end materials, I wasn't sure I knew a single tinker that couldn't have worked with literal scrap if it came to it. Either this tinker was already developing standards, or he had specific requirements for his materials. Probably stone, I could guess that much from the description the Alphas had given me of his TV appearance, but was there anything else? I set the thought aside for later, when I could speak with my passenger, and asked, his name is Graven. Not his real name, but as I'm sure you understand, using real names in our line of business is a very real risk, Nick replied. In this case, I believe it to be more title than name, though it is different enough to pass as either. I nodded. I'll still need his real name to pass on to Harry, but if you're concerned about it, you could just write it down. Of course. Why did you ask about the yard? You think Graven was abducted or killed, and by someone with enough knowledge of the supernatural to hide him from basic thaumaturgy. Seeing Nick in person with his shadowed body raised a third possibility to me that Graven had gotten to the deal with a spirit/demon bit of initiation and chickened out. I wasn't about to voice that yet, not until I had a better idea what was going on. Your average ghoul, troll, or other man-eater isn't going to bother doing that, which means he either got unlucky and was taken by something powerful like a Sid, or he was targeted specifically. If he was targeted, he had to have been noticed, and that could have been by someone that kept an eye on the yards looking for tinkers. Maybe directly, maybe they paid off an employee, who knows? With how little you told Harry, I have to consider all angles. Speaking of, how long has he had his power, and how long has he been with your group? He received his power, 5 months ago. He glanced over at his daughter, who nodded curtly. And Deirdre here found and recruited him a little over a month later. Tight timing. I knew a number of para-humans that had spent months not going out and doing much with their power after triggering like me, and tinkers were more likely to fall into that category than anyone else. And Graven was a power armor tinker, or at least a tinker that could make power armor. Had he even had time to finish a suit in a month? You noticed him on a supply run, I guessed. Nick smiled and nodded. You are correct that someone could have been watching the yards. We were. But there is a lot of ground to cover, and I cannot say for sure that others haven't set their own eyes and ears there. Before I could ask my next question, he turned and gestured to a nearby locked door. Shall we? You wanted to see his workshop. I turned to look at the door, cocking my head just so, and my passenger showed me the maintenance tunnel on the other side. It didn't have any passages or side rooms, but it did lead into the sewer system after about 40 feet. It's in a parking garage. I asked, not letting on what I'd seen. I thought you were having us meet here for a stopover. I was, but you're not to be driven anywhere, Nick replied. With the amount of space Graven required for his work, we decided it was best to find a space free from any prying eyes. And they chose the sewers? New York might not have had the history of Chicago, but the tunnel and sewer system had to have been the haven of choice for ghouls and other monsters. Not to mention the sheer difficulty of getting stuff in and out. Lead the way then, I said. Nick turned and led us to the door, pulling a key out of his pocket along the way. The tunnel was as long as I'd estimated, but my passenger's perspective had underestimated the available space. There were plenty of pipes crawling and stretching about the surface of the tunnel, and in places they dipped low enough that Amazon and Sunny had to duck their heads to pass. As we came out the other end into the dimly lit sewer tunnel, the pungent stench of sewer water full of rancid filth hit my nose even through my mask. Amazon and Sunny both reacted worse than me, the latter almost gagging. Before I could even say anything, Amazon shook her head sharply, and the scent around us disappeared. Thank you, I murmured, glancing over at the lions. Nick had bent down to grab a couple of objects lying by the door, a sheathed sword and an unlit electric lantern. The former he buckled around his waist, and the latter he turned on and picked up. Neither of them looked put out by the stench, which seemed hard to believe, but if they were wandering around the sewers regularly then they must have gotten used to it. You use a sword? I asked. That seems impractical. It can be, at times, he agreed. But just like a gun, he patted his chest, where a 9mm handgun hung in a shoulder holster just past the edge of his suit, has its uses, so does a sword. For one, it is much quieter, and there are a number of creatures that might resist or ignore a bullet wound that would find it trickier to deal with the cutting force of a well-made sword. Few armors or protections are equally proof against blunt and sheer force trauma, after all. I nodded. My armor was better against knives than it was against bullets, while it was thick enough to help with both. Spider silk's main advantage was that it was difficult to tear, not that it was impervious to force or anything like that. If a bullet hit me, most of that energy would still pass through. It was why I'd added armor plating. You could use a knife, I said. I do. A knife does not have as much reach. Moreover, there are a number of beings that appreciate the romanticism of facing an enemy with a sword, and act differently to how they would if they were facing a gunman. At which point you Indiana Jones them? I asked. Nick shot me a befuddled look. I was getting too used to Harry. Pull out a gun and shoot them, I elaborated. Ah. Sometimes. Nick turned and began to lead us down the sewer tunnel, heading north by my estimate. I will admit, though, that swords have a nostalgic appeal to me, you could call it. As impractical as they may be nowadays, there is still something to be found in the image of the lone swordsman. I glanced down at the sunburst on my glove and thought of Chevalier. Granted, Chevalier's sword also doubled as a cannon, but I could see Nick's point. Tell me about the factions in New York, I said. The ones that would have the power or knowledge to block or throw off tracking spells. That is difficult to estimate. New York is home to a great many practitioners, few with power approaching that of a wizard, of course, but that still leaves all the minor talents. Any one of them could have been poached by a greater power that doesn't ordinarily deal in magic and convinced to lend their aid. You have to have some suspects. Of course. You should just be aware of the complications, Nick said. As to your question, there are two major groups that fit your criteria. The Summer Court, and the White Court. 3. Deirdre spoke up. The Watch. Nick shot her a curious look, and she elaborated, they are violent, insular, and ignorant. A volatile combination at any time. 3, then, Nick said, turning back to look at me. Walk me through them. The Summer Court has always had a presence in the city, as it does in any large city south of the Arctic, but it has picked up in recent years. It seems likely that they moved in force in response to the portals, and they've established themselves in and around Central Park. They're keeping an eye on the area. I asked. That might be a problem for me. They do. I believe they were more active in dissuading visitors early on, but now, years later, their presence is light. What of Winter? Sunny spoke up, sunlight from a grill above playing against her armor. The fairy courts often move in tandem. That is the interesting part, Nick said, nodding at Sunny. Winter did follow summer, and for a time they contended over the city and the park. But then, something happened, and Winter withdrew. Now the Summer Lady resides here, and the Winter Lady resides elsewhere. When did this something happen? I asked, already suspecting the cause. Winter retreated last December, at what should have been the height of their power. Curious, no. I did not look at Amazon, though I still saw her freeze up through my passenger. I brushed my hand against hers to startle her and keep her moving, but it was clear she was thinking the same thing I was. If the Winter Lady had given up on New York and focused on Chicago, there had to be a reason. There were only so many things that happened in Chicago last December, and I didn't believe the octohydra was what convinced her. It was nice to have further proof that Amazon's mother was still invested in her, even if the implications of that were troubling. Now, I doubt that the Summer Lady or any of her entourage were involved in Graven's disappearance, but there are a number of lesser Summer and Wildfee in the city as a result of her presence, and one of them might have been responsible. As you alluded to when you mentioned Sid earlier, they certainly would have the skills to do it. Moving on to the White Court, all their houses are present in New York to varying degrees, though the largest by far is Scavies. White Court, those were the emotional vampires. Harry had mentioned them briefly, but he'd said nothing about houses. Different branches or sub-factions, I guess? Maybe they structured themselves as a kind of family affair? It wouldn't hurt to ask. Houses. While the vampires of the White Court inspire and feed on emotions as a whole, every one of their number specializes. To that end, every house feeds on its own emotion. The Wraiths on lust, the Malvera on fear, and the Scavies on despair. Despair. I would need to ask Bob about the White Court later, to get a better idea of what they could do, but if a vampire wanted to eat despair, then a city full of refugees that had lost everything wasn't a bad place to settle down. Can they enthrall people like other vampires? I asked. As the Red Court does. I nodded. They do not use saliva, though they addict people in a similar way. The emotions they inspire create a psychological dependency just as the Red Court's venom inspires a chemical dependency, and this weakness of the mind allows the White Court to establish their power over another. Lust, I could understand. But how does one grow dependent on despair or fear? Sunny asked. The presence of those emotions is painful and unwelcome, certainly, Nick said. But in the act of feeding, the vampire leeches that emotion as it leeches the victim's life. For those caught in spirals of fear and despair, temporary relief can come as the sweetest wine. His lips thinned with distaste. So many people turn to drugs to escape the difficulties of their own lives. The White Court preys on that instinct. Did Graven have those kinds of issues? I asked. He gained powers, didn't he? Deirdre asked. And as your broadcast laid out, it is easier for a person to break than excel. I nodded idly. I'd asked my passenger about why people got the powers they did, and while I hadn't understood everything, I knew enough now to say that Tinker powers came from passengers latching onto long-lasting problems and behaviors. Getting his powers wouldn't have fixed any of Graven's issues, just given him a way to lash out. And even if he'd moved on in the past few months, which I doubted, if the White Court were all emotional masters they could just dig all that pain back up. Why are they all called vampires? I asked suddenly. I'm sorry. Nick asked. The vampire courts. Why are they called that? I get why a group like the White Council might have called them that, it's a good and basic general descriptor. But why do they call themselves vampires? Are they all connected? Do they all have the same common origin? The answer to that question, at least, is no. Historical details about the vampire courts is difficult to come by, but it is known that the Red Court is the oldest, they have been around for thousands and thousands of years. The Black Court's origins are slightly more attested and put them as arising in the late 1400s. As to the White Court? Who knows? That being said, the White Court arose in Europe, and the Red Court in Central America, it is unlikely they had much contact. So why do they call themselves vampires? They do not, mostly, Nick replied. Or at least the older ones don't. Still, someone must have named them, perhaps some ancient god, and the name stuck. As more and more vampiric beings and groups arose, the name kept being extended. The various courts may not want to be tarred with the same brush, but it's far too late for that now. He shrugged. Or there is some kind of common connection after all. As I said, details are scarce. That answer didn't satisfy me, but that was the best I was going to get. And the watch? I asked. The NEI. Amazon reacted first, looking up sharply and staring down the sewer tunnel. The others picked up on that, and they all reacted in various ways, hands falling to swords, hair elongating, that sort of thing. I kept walking, falling out of range of Amazon's sense veil as I did so. The return of the stench almost made me want to stop, but I forced myself to keep going. It's fine. They're mine. A few moments later, a swarm of rats started emerging out of the tunnels on our side, streaming towards us in large, organized clumps. A river of black, brown, and grey furred bodies swept around me, many of them flea and fly-ridden, forming a living carpet that stretched out ahead and behind me. The collective breathing of so many rats was just loud enough to be audible over the water, but beyond that, they made no other noise. A few muttered words to my passenger saw the rats part and make a sizable space for everyone else, and I stopped and turned to look at them. Well? I asked. They won't bite. Amazon took it in stride, walking back up to me and blocking off the stench of the sewer once more. Sunny, Nick, and Deirdre looked wary and disturbed in various ways, though one by one they also fell back into line. You were saying? I asked once we were moving again. Yes, Nick said slowly, glancing at the rats. The neighborhood watch. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, he sounded almost amused. In a sense, they are the common fear of the supernatural, their boogeyman a semi-organized group of regular and mostly regular people armed with guns and superstition. Lovely. How many people have they killed? I asked. More than a few, Nick said. They have caught a number of supernatural creatures in their zeal, but so few of them have any idea what to look for that they often shoot first and justify later. Even the few practitioners they've accepted among their numbers seem to be more ignorant than not. They fear anyone that isn't in their group and are responsible for no small part of the persecution of this city's para-humans, genuine or otherwise. They're little more than a gang or a cult, albeit one with enough power and motive to murder someone they caught unawares and then hide their tracks. Have any of them been arrested yet? Oh, plenty from what I hear, but the trouble with such disorganized groups is that you never catch all of them at once, and the fear and paranoia they thrive off of only spreads when you punish them for it. That being said, the local police haven't moved against them in much force, it's likely they have sympathizers or political connections. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if someone is using them as a patsy to stir up tension. All the fairy and vampire courts love their deniable assets. I sighed. As if the supernatural side wasn't enough to deal with. It seemed that somehow, for as crime-ridden and corrupt as Chicago was, I'd gotten lucky with the local scene. Any other groups? Some. There is a gang of thieves that's appeared recently, though how many are para-humans I can't say yet. Deirdre, you met some of them, didn't you? The binder and the skittish one, yes. Of them, I am certain the binder is a true para-human, most beings can't manipulate their environments as fluidly as she did. Could you describe them in more detail? I asked. Respectively, they're a woman and a man. Young, In both cases, neither were fancily attired or seemed to have power suited to disguise, though the skittish one was difficult to look at and track. The woman could tear up her surroundings with a touch, crafting binding lashes out of the affected material that seemed to freeze what it caught. The skittish one broke apart into light and moved in swift and erratic motions. He seemed to dislike staying still. I recognized those two from the Alpha's report. I hadn't even been looking for them, but it seems I'd just found Skitter. But you don't think they're suspects, I said. They're criminals, certainly, but they don't seem to be the type to kill indiscriminately, and I can't think of a reason for them to have attacked Graven. Finally, we came to another locked door. Unlike the sewer tunnel, which was lit with safety strips that ran along the ceiling and the occasional grate, grill, or cover that let sunlight in, this next tunnel was pitch black and wide enough for only a single person at a time. Nick opened it smoothly, barely struggling with the old metal, and my rats surged inside. Nick stopped for a while, waiting for the stream to end, before striding in with lantern in hand. His daughter followed him in, as did Amazon. Sunny lingered by the door though, and it took me a second to realize she looked uncomfortable. Is everything all right? I asked. Sunny took a deep breath. I'm not certain. She looked over her shoulder, glancing up at a sewer cover. Is there a word for not liking dark, enclosed spaces? You have claustrophobia? I asked, surprised. Sunny's lips twisted. Perhaps. She took a deep, steadying breath and looked down the tunnel. Let's go, before this grows any more difficult. And so, we followed Nick down into the darkness. True Lies 12. May 2001. Taylor. I'd been inside a few tinker workshops during my time in the wards and seen a few more from the outside. By far, the most impressive one had been Defiance. Dragon and Defiance. Either way, the place had been huge, bigger than a couple of the lecture halls at university. Half the walls had been taken up by screens, showing readouts, videos, simulations, all kinds of data. There had been a wall-to-wall table filled with so much random and arcane tech I couldn't have made sense of it all even with a year to myself. Mannequins for his armor, racks for spare weapons and tools, modular pieces of kit. That workshop might have represented more money than I had ever had or could have hoped to have, even as Skitter. Tectons had been more restrained. Substantial, yes, but the difference in budget was apparent in how much less there was. Less space, less tech, less spares, fewer, technically less everything. Even then, stepping into Tecton's workshop whenever I needed something felt like stepping into a different world. The few villains' workshops I'd spotted and spied on had filled in the rest of my expectations. One of them had been particularly ramshackle, with a guy working out of an old garage. The place had looked like it was from one of those hoarder shows, with tools and random crap scattered everywhere. One had sprawled over an entire warehouse but was only a little less ramshackle than the first. Some of the others had been on or above the level of Tectons. Still, for all that I'd seen, I barely had a clue what to look for. After what felt like an hour of wandering through tunnels, Nick led us into an old stone cistern that looked like it had come straight out of the Victorian era. Carved stone bricks lined the walls and ceilings, and where the floor wasn't cut into smooth channels, it curved. I could see the newer additions Graven must have installed to make a functional workspace, the sheets of metal and stretches of concrete paving over the floor. There was a metal table covered in power tools on one end of the space, next to a large gas generator that looked just weird enough I figured it to be tinker tech of some sort. Nick filled and started it, and once the rumbling sound of the generator filled the void he pressed a hanging light switch, turning on the various hanging lights and safety strips that had been strung over the ceiling like a demented imitation of a spider web. Mounds of raw material were piled up on one side, metal and stone lying in organized yet haphazard clumps, too large and unwieldy to have been carried along the path we took. As I looked around the rest of the space, making note of the bundles of gold and copper wiring that lay on various side tables and eyeing the large, stone statues that took up one side of the workshop, my passenger was mapping out the area, looking for an easier path back to the surface. Within a minute, it found a small makeshift dock 2 turns and maybe 50 feet away, with a large boat docked at the end of the tunnel. That tunnel in turn led into another larger tunnel, which ultimately fed into Newton Creek. I felt a little annoyed as I realized that. I understood operational security, and I kept the extent of my clairvoyance secret, but come on, couldn't we have entered the tunnel system from a closer point? Or just taken the boat here? Whatever. Let me know if there's anything I need to look at, I muttered under my breath, as I felt my passenger's growing distraction. My passenger's half-hearted response made me think of every time I'd blown someone off with a yeah, or or sure. I held back a snort and went to examine the statues. There were 3 of them, all made out of some black stone, with one substantially more detailed than the rest. The 2 similar ones were a couple inches taller than me and quite broader, and they were weirdly detailed for how featureless they were. They were obviously meant to look human, but the musculature looked generic, the head was faceless and hairless, and the overall body shape made it hard to tell if it was meant to be male or female, and for all that, they still looked almost human. Looking closely at them, there was something disturbing about them, like the angles didn't quite add up. The joints didn't look right either. The eyes stood out as well, being the only spots of color in the otherwise all-black ensemble viridian green, in this instance. Some of the alphas were really precise about colors. It didn't take me long to spot the seams in one of the statues, and with a bit of help from Sunny, Amazon, and my passenger, we laid that statue on the ground and started taking it apart, revealing it for the suit of armor it was. The other statue was solid the whole way through. Maybe Graven had made it as a model? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this is the kind of generic power armor you were hoping Graven could make for you, I said, kneeling down next to the pieces we could disassemble. As a starting point, at least, Nick replied. I picked up one of the gauntlets, or tried to anyway. I ended up underestimating just how heavy even this one small bit was and ended up having to awkwardly haul it up with both hands. A feeling of disgruntlement filled me as I slowly turned it around, and a quick evaluation of the statue slammed into my head so suddenly I almost dropped the gauntlet on my foot. I didn't ask for your input yet, you know, I whispered, my passenger's annoyance feeding into my own. I shook my head clear before I could get into it. The weight is an obvious issue, I said aloud, sorting through what my passenger had sent me. I can see the places where it's meant to seal over to connect to the rest of the armor, along with some of the internal wiring, but I don't see anything that would help move the armor or offset the weight. Did Graven have some level of enhanced strength? None that I could notice, Deirdre replied. So how did he do it? There wasn't a whole lot of comfort padding either, and from what my passenger could see, the armor was meant to seal together, but it couldn't tell how. Was he a changer as well as a tinker? Changer powers were tied to identity issues, so then he would have, what, how he saw the world or how the world saw him. I shook my head. It was pointless to speculate about stuff like that when I had so little information to go off of. I wasn't Lisa, all my theorizing would amount to were bad assumptions and worse conclusions. Just say maybe he's a changer and leave it at that. It does articulate, at least, I said, bending some of the fingers without much issue. I laid the gauntlet back down and gestured for Sunny to roll the chest piece over on its side. Anyway, I can see the power source he added here. I tapped the small of its back, but it looks off. I looked over at the stylized statue we'd left by the wall, and my passenger confirmed what I was thinking. His proper suit didn't have any power source, or even space for one. I would say that was his biggest issue with trying to generalize his armor, finding a way anyone else could even move in it. You can see the power source through the stone? Nick asked, without a hint of ridicule or doubt in his tone. I can, I confirmed. And, since that part of my clairvoyance wasn't a secret anymore, I added, I can also see whatever you're doing with your shadow. Amazon and Sunny turned to look at him, the latter glancing down at his entirely normal shadow with a frown before looking back at me. Nick just smiled, bringing a hand up to his collar before pulling it down slightly to reveal a mass of writhing darkness. It's more convenient than Kevlar, he said, the shirt and collar snapping back into place as he let go. Some sort of armor, then. A force field of some sort, maybe? Or did it phase objects into another dimension, like the Never Never? Was that even possible for spirits to do? I'd need to ask Bob. The feeling of distraction I was getting from my passenger finally passed, and it sent me an image of me staring at the back of the detailed statue. I got its point, and with the help of Sunny and Amazon, and by we I mean they carried it into the center of the workshop, right under the bulk of the hanging lights. Graven had added large stone wings to the back of his suit. They were currently folded down, giving the impression of a long and feathery cape. They looked hilariously impractical, but I had long since learned to ignore mundane concerns like practicality when it came to para-human powers, and tinker powers tended to be even worse in that regard. I'm not seeing the issue, I quietly admitted to my passenger. It all makes equally little sense to me. My passenger's response made me frown. Is this Graven's main suit? I asked, turning to look at Nick and Deirdre. It should be. It looks the part, Deirdre replied. And he could fly with this, yes. Deirdre nodded. So then why the hell are the wings fake? Nick frowned. What do you mean by fake? I mean that they're not meant to articulate. Look. I grabbed one of the statue's hands and rotated it back and forth, before slowly moving the arm up and down. The limbs have full mobility. But the wings? Amazon, would you lift one up and try to turn it? I stepped back to make space for her and watched as she struggled to even lift one of the wings. She had to crouch down, rest the edge of the wing on her shoulder, and slowly stand up to even get it off the ground, and when she tried to turn it, the wing stuck in the joint. May I? Sunny asked. Amazon looked back at me, and I nodded. Sliding in next to Amazon, Sunny took the wing from her without much issue, holding it up with one hand. Her eyes turned completely gold as she shined light on the joint where wing met armor, and with her free hand she prodded at the base of the wing. I see what you mean, she said after a moment. Then, grabbing it by the base, she tried to twist the joint clockwise to flare the wing out, only to snap it off altogether. There is no way for it to turn. She threw the broken off wing to the ground, where the sheer weight of it cracked the concrete floor. It's also too heavy, I said dryly, even by the standards of the rest of his work. They're solid stone all the way through, no other part of his armor is like that. My amusement went away. Which leaves me with a question: why is his personal suit, in his private workshop, in this forgotten corner of the sewers, equipped with defective tech? My passenger fed me more of its conclusions, and for a few moments, I felt like I could understand Lisa. Even if these conclusions weren't mine, even if this situation was turning out to be more and more concerning, laying things out like this was fun. And another few things, I said, grabbing one of the statue's hands and twisting it so its palm was clearly visible to everyone. See these notches and grooves? I brushed my fingers against the carved gaps in the palm. I think these are meant to secure and attach to those weapons off in the corner, to improve his grip, maybe interface with the armor itself. You can see similar grooves on the shoulders and temples, but unlike those swords I see over there, I'm not seeing anything that's meant to connect to these. I let go of the gauntlet and moved over to the work table, gesturing with my real hand. And I'm not seeing any dedicated stone working tools either. Sure, there's a chisel, but like hell he's making suits like those by hand. The rest are power drills, screwdrivers, basic crap you could buy from a hardware store. I picked up the most Tinkertech looking drill I could see, which my passenger had identified as an expensive paperweight. And this? This is just totally useless. I threw it back on the table before turning back to face Nick, Deirdre, and the others. I think Graven came back here and took his most critical pieces of equipment, I said. More than that, he came here prepared, with fake substitutes to throw off you and anyone else that came down here to look. After all, it wasn't like you would know what the hell he was doing or what his tools were supposed to do. There were some other pieces of evidence I didn't feel like mentioning aloud, like the recent fingerprints and genetic traces my passenger had spotted, prints and traces that didn't belong to anyone in this chamber and that didn't match with the ones in Graven's suit. They could have belonged to someone that helped Graven carry materials back and forth to his workshop, but the main problem with that theory was the complete lack of those traces on all the raw materials. Someone had been in Graven's workshop recently, someone that hadn't left much of a trace. It was possible that person had just been helping Graven smuggle his gear out and fake his death, but that didn't feel right to me. Something weird was going on here, something beyond a simple killing or kidnapping. I think you were right about Graven being kidnapped, I said. In fact, I'm worried he may be enthralled. A/N, meanwhile, in the background, Queen is going, man, I wish I could still talk to negotiator/Lisa Shard, this detective stuff is so dull. True Lies 13, Harry. May 2001. Harry. I parked far, far away from my destination. Chicago's various districts and neighborhoods ran the gamut from the kind of picturesque estates you'd find a real estate agent posing in front of all the way to places that looked like Hurricane Andrew had passed through. I'd just started living on my master's farm at that time, so neither of us got the news until much, much later, but I remember seeing photos of Florida after the storm passed through, with blocks upon blocks of shattered mountains of debris in between stretches of intact housing. The block I was aiming for was closer to the latter. There were no glass windows on the block, just solid boards protected by iron bars or, where people couldn't be bothered, just gaping holes. Buildings had security fences outside their entrances, literally topped with razor wire. Metal cages covered the streetlights too, but most of them were broken anyway. It was tough to make a cheap metal cage that could stop rounds from a handgun. Every flat, open space had been covered in spray paint, and not the nice or artistic kind of graffiti either, it was all one kind of gang tag or another, the visual equivalent of peeing on a tree. No music was playing right now, thankfully, but I knew from experience that there were long stretches of the day when someone or other would turn on an oversized subwoofer and drown the streets in its rhythm. I patted my right coat pocket, making sure my revolver was where it should be. I wasn't planning on entering the obvious gang territory, but it had been a few years since I'd been in this neighborhood, so I couldn't be sure the borders were still the same. I spent a good few minutes just staring at the place. For all that superpowered vigilante was a good chunk of my current job description, I hadn't dealt with mundane crime in, what, like 2 to 3 years now? Something like that. Instead, I'd spent that time dealing with ghouls and hags and vampires and werewolves and a dozen other kinds of creatures of the night when I wasn't looking for lost cats or selling hair growth potions to balding old men, anyway. Some of those situations had been resolved by talking, but just as many had been resolved by throwing down and going 9 rounds with the monster of the month. The problems this place represented weren't ones I could just blast into submission. This neighborhood had been abandoned by the city, so the gangs had filled the void. I could punch them out all I wanted, but it wouldn't solve the real problem at best. I could fill the void myself. I shook my head and started walking around the block. This wasn't the time or place to be having maudlin thoughts. My apartment was a better place to moodily brood about what Taylor had said. The sun was still fairly low in the sky, as I'd come early in the morning. Part of it was to make sure the guy I wanted to meet would be in his office. I knew his schedule rather well, but another big part of it was that criminals, like most people, tended to be groggy and lazy after waking up, which lowered the odds of a problem running into me. Then again, how many gangbangers would try to square up to a 6'9" guy in a leather duster nowadays? Apparently people still thought I was a hitman for Marconi, which... I took a sharp breath and shook my head. My roundabout path led me to a large, subdivided building. Back when I'd been a regular of the place, it had held 4 small business: a clinic, a lawyer, a grocery, and a detective agency. Just a couple of years later, and it looked like only the first and last were still open. I headed towards the last door, the one with a metal shutter over it, and dimly eyed the bane of my existence for 3 long years. An ancient, crackly speaker. Taking a few steady breaths, I calmed myself and my heartbeat as much as I could before stepping up and hammering on the metal shutter. And hammering. And hammering. And hammering. Nick could be a heavy sleeper sometimes. A good 5 minutes later, the speaker crackled to life so suddenly I almost jumped. "What?" growled a cranky, whiskey-roughened voice. "Open up, Nick, it's Harry. I want to talk to you." There was a brief pause before the speaker crackled to life again. "It's not even 9 yet. Fuck off and come back later." "Oh, come on Nick, I've come all this way. Open up, will you?" "No. I brought breakfast." There was another pause, followed by several loud clicks and a short, heavy screech of metal. I made sure to step back and away as the shutter rolled up, keenly aware that the old machinery could and would freeze up around me if it was feeling cranky. Thankfully, it opened without issue, revealing my old boss on the other side. Nick Christian hadn't changed much since I'd last seen him. He was short, out of shape, well on the wrong side of 40, and had sharp, dark eyes that seemed to notice everything. He was wearing a white undershirt and boxer shorts, and held an old wooden baseball bat in his right hand. His eyes took me in, before falling to the takeout bag of Burger King I'd picked up. He grunted in disgust. "Just get inside," he said, stepping back. I felt his threshold press against me as I did so, but even if I hadn't been invited, I doubt it would have done anything to me. It felt as flimsy as a piece of saran wrap, which wasn't too surprising considering Nick lived and worked out of this place. Mixing business with living was a good way to compromise a threshold. Without prompting, I handed the takeout bag to Nick before turning around and pulling the shutter closed and turning all the locks. Turning back around, I took in the office properly, nostalgia hitting me in the gut as I did so. It looked exactly as I remembered it: a row of old filing cabinets next to a desk, a big old coffee machine, and a couple of chairs pushed all the way to one side. I had a brief flash of déjà vu as I realized I'd patterned my office off his, but the differences quickly washed that feeling away. One wall supported a folding cot on an aluminum frame, a television set was wedged into a corner, and the desk supported one of those box computers that were all the rage a decade ago. Looking up at the back wall, I saw the only bit of personalization in the entire box room: a set of 4 8x10 photos of school children, all between the ages of 6 and 13. Nick went around to the back of his desk, sat down, and gestured to the other side. "Take a seat." I dragged a chair over and sat down across from him. "You don't do house calls, Dresden. What do you want?" he asked. "Can't I just visit an old friend?" "Not at 8-something in the morning you can't. And you haven't before now." I nodded and glanced around. For all that I'd learned from him, my line of work had taken me in a completely different direction to him, and early on I'd been so busy trying to get established and later, worrying about the whole para-human situation to really spare a thought for Nick. Maybe I should change that, though. "This time, you're right," I agreed, reaching into my left coat pocket to take out the photo of the girl. "I'd like your input on something." Nick reached across, took the photo from me, and squinted down at it. "You're better at tracking down missing persons than I am," he said after a few seconds, setting the photo down on his desk. "What do you need me for?" "It's the reverse of our usual case," I said. "I know exactly where she is." "Well, Taylor did, at least. I don't know who she is. That's my problem. HNGH. So why not go to the police about this? I hear you're tight with them nowadays." "I haven't worked with them in months, actually," I said. Nick gave me a dead-eyed stare. "Dresden, that mask of yours might fool anyone who doesn't know you, but to those who do, it's a dead giveaway." I grimaced and looked away. Taylor had implied as much, but to have Nick come out and say it. "It's complicated," I deflected. Nick stared at me for a little while before snorting. "Whatever. It's your business." "Haven't answered my question though." I let out a long sigh. "Could I have gone to Murphy with this?" "Yeah, easily. We weren't exactly close, and I wasn't sure anymore how much she trusted me, but she did have the resources to look into this quickly and easily. But I would have needed to explain why I wanted her help, and that could go wrong in so many ways. It could send Murphy on a collision course with Marconi, and that wouldn't end well. For anyone. Or was I just too caught up in what Taylor had said? I need this to be on the down low, at least for now, I said. You know how it is, Nick. Nick scratched his ear, sat back in his chair, and reached for the top drawer of his desk to pull out a bottle of rye. I sat there calmly while he slugged back a swallow. Awkward silences didn't affect me enough to want to fill them anymore. You taught me that trick, I said after a couple of seconds. Yeah. Nick capped the bottle, put it back, and gave me a look. You know I don't want to have anything to do with your line of work, Dresden. It doesn't have anything to do with my line of work, I replied. Technically. Technically, Nick snorted. I sighed. Look, Nick, it's just a couple of questions. Call it a favor. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah? And what do I owe you? All the money and fame the Astor case brought you. Nick's eyebrow climbed Mt. Everest. All the. He looked away and shook his head, though he couldn't keep the smile off his face. He shook a little, before letting out a snort, then a chuckle. That damn girl. Faith Astor had been a complicated case. On paper, it had been reported as a kidnapping, which nominally explained why the Astors had reached out to Nick Christian, child recovery specialist, to find her and get her back. He'd smelled a rat right away though, and refused to take the case until I badgered him into it. In retrospect, his reluctance made perfect sense. Why would people as rich as the Astors reach out to people like, well, Nick and I to find their daughter? Why not reach out to the police, or a $500 an hour Inspector Clauso type instead? I hadn't thought about it at the time. I'd been focused entirely on the missing girl. I'd talked him into it, tracked down Faith, and stayed involved even when it became clear that Faith had just run away of her own free will. But that didn't work for the Astors' image, and they'd reported an abduction, so once I'd brought Faith to safety they tried to spin the whole thing as the two of us abducting her for ransom. It had been a trick and a half to get her safely back into her parents' custody without going to jail, and even once we'd managed that, they still sued us. The judge we got assigned to threw it out, thankfully, but all in all finding Faith had cost Nick about $2,000. That girl's still causing you trouble, Nick said with a sigh. Fine. If it doesn't involve leaving my office, go ahead. Do you have any idea who she is? I asked. She looks vaguely familiar to me, but I can't say if that's because I met her, read about her in some news story, or ran into her parents and she takes after one of them really well. Nick picked up the photo and took a closer look at it. I get what you mean, he said after a minute. She looks vaguely familiar too. How old is she, and what's her story? She's in a long-term care facility. Coma. Paperwork says she's 16 and has been that way for 4 years, but I can't say for sure how accurate that is, I said. She's listed as a Jane Doe, and while she's got an approved visitors list, it's clearly useless. Because Marconi's on it with a fake name, I carefully didn't say. Nick grunted in agreement. So, you're looking for a girl that went missing at least 4 years ago and suffered some kind of injury that put her into a coma. What else can you tell me about her? I hesitated for a few moments, debating whether I should tell him or not. It might put him in danger, but then again, Nick knew when to hunker down and shut up, which was a skill I'd never been able to pick up. She's connected to Marconi somehow, I said. Don't know how. That made Nick stop and look over at me. Marconi, he said flatly. You're playing a dangerous game. I let out a short, sharp laugh. Don't I know it? That's my life in a nutshell nowadays. It was darkly funny. Since coming to Chicago, I'd fought more trolls, ghouls, and demons than I could shake a stick at, sabotaged an ancient hag's attempt at an ascension ritual, dealt with a few up-jump sorcerers with a black magic habit, pit myself against the director's cut rendition of a werewolf, survived a giant tentacle monster, threw down with an entire flock of vampires, and probably more I didn't even remember at this point. Any way you cut it, I'd nearly died more times than I cared to count. And despite it all, it was a good old mobster that was giving me the most trouble. Go figure. Nick pursed his lips before shaking his head and setting the photo down. Well, it's your business, and your head. He got up and moved over to the filing cabinets, pulling one open before immediately closing it, repeating that 2 more times, before he finally found what he was looking for. Then he started rifling through rows upon rows of papers and folders, sometimes throwing them onto his desk, before moving on to the next cabinet, and the next. Almost a quarter of an hour later, Nick finally sat back down, took a few moments to tidy up the piles of paperwork, and split it in half before handing me a stack. Marconi's been on the scene for a decade at this point. He started getting big around 6 to 7 years ago, and he kicked over the Vargases almost 4 years ago now, Nick said, flipping open a folder. This is all I've got on the past 10 years. Start looking. I looked over at my stack and sighed. Reading it was depressing. A good half of it were your bog-standard case files: cheating spouses, stolen heirlooms, addiction, the works. Those weren't too bad, and every one of them I could dismiss as irrelevant after a brief inspection. The rest, though? News clippings about shootouts and brawls, murder, arson, abductions, an entire mountain of organized crime. There were some convictions in the mix, criminals being brought to justice for what they did, but those did little except illustrate how little impact they had. The machine of crime in Chicago kept grinding, and every time a gear got knocked out of place, another came along to fill its place. Sometimes the machine worked roughly, sometimes smoothly, but it never seemed to stop working. And littered throughout, like icing on the cake, were all the missing children. A good half of them were just reports, news clippings, brief blurbs about tragedies I forced myself to read over and absorb. The rest were cases Nick had worked on directly. Some of them, he never found the kid in question, the folder filed away to grow cold and forgotten in a filing cabinet. The rest, he found almost never alive. My eyes drifted towards the short row of photos along Nick's back wall. All this, and he'd only succeeded 4 times. 5, if I counted Faith. I took a deep breath and looked back down. I had a lot of things to say about Taylor, her approach to things, what we were doing, the way things were shaping out. But one unambiguous good about our monster hunting crusade was that fairly soon, there wouldn't be any monsters stupid enough to go after children left in Chicago. Well over an hour later, maybe even 2, Nick finally grunted. Here, he said, passing off a folder. Think I've found what you're looking for. I took the folder from him and started reading through it as Nick went for the burger I'd brought. The folder contained one of Nick's standard case write-ups, his handwriting as messy as ever. Flipping ahead, I saw there were a couple of attached news clippings, and a copy of what looked like a death certificate for some reason. Before I got into it, I stood up, stretched out sore legs and arms, and picked up the folder as I started pacing back and forth. The client had been one Mrs. Helen Beckett. The name sent a chill down my spine, bringing back memories of a cold, dead-eyed stare and intense gunfire. The last time I'd seen her, she'd shot me in the hip while I'd been fighting a crazy sorcerer. I'd come within a hair's breadth of dying. Again. That had been a crazy week. I knew her story, roughly, 4 years ago now. Her daughter, her name escaped me at the moment, had died in a shootout between Marconi or his goons and someone or other he was fighting with back then. Helen and her husband had tried to sue, but the case hadn't gone anywhere, and after a couple of weeks in intensive care her daughter had died. And according to Mrs. Beckett, as conveyed by Nick's messy handwriting, a bureaucratic mix-up meant that all the Becketts were left with was a death certificate and no body. She'd hired Nick to find her daughter's body, but Nick had only been able to track the body down to a cremation facility before the trail ended in a pot of ash. There was a note in the margins expressing Nick's frustration in sharp words and sharper letters, but he was never able to find out anything more. Looking through the attached documents got me the girl's name, Amanda Beckett, a refresher on the gang shootout she'd been caught up in, and a photo of a young girl in a school uniform, probably taken for a yearbook picture. I carefully slipped the image out from under the paperclip that secured it, before laying it down next to the photo Taylor had taken to compare. It wasn't an exact match, of course, but it was pretty damn close. Yeah, I said quietly. This is it. Good, Nick said in between bites. That case bothered me for a long time, so you'd better let me know how whatever you're doing pans out. But otherwise, don't involve me. Marconi's much too hot for my line of work. I started to nod, before an idea came to me. Actually, I am not repeating myself, Dresden, Nick growled. I shook my head. No, I'm not asking you to get involved. Just. I took another look around at Nick's old, run-down, live-in office. Call it me paying you back. I've got a job offer for you. Nick narrowed his eyes at me. Yet. Can you track down the Becketts for me? I asked, sitting back down across from him. Last I heard, they'd been arrested for public indecency and drug distribution charges last March, but I haven't kept track of them beyond that. They're somewhere in the Michigan justice system, that's all I know. Nick raised an eyebrow. You want to meet with them? Why? To tell them their daughter's stuck in a coma. I let out a long sigh. It was a little more complicated than that, but... yeah, basically. Nick shook his head. Fine. It's your business. Do you know if they got convicted? I'm pretty sure they were, I said. Might have been some gun charges there too, they shot at me. Nick gave me another one of his looks before shaking his head. Okay. 2 probable felons. Even if they were convicted together, they would have been sent to different prisons. All of this should be a matter of public record, so let's talk rates. $2,000, I said immediately. Nick paused. What? You did hear me, right? Public record and all that. Yup, I said, nodding. $2,000. I can afford it. Nick leaned back in his chair and studied me. You've really grown, haven't you? He shook his head. Fine, not going to turn down generosity. $2,000. Come back in a week, I should have at least one of them for you by then. I wasn't really sure what I wanted out of this. I knew the Beckett's thoughts on Marconi. They'd turned to black magic to try and kill him, to dismantle his empire. The kind of hatred that drove a person to those lengths ran very deep. Not to mention, they'd tried to kill me, and I'd been chiefly responsible for them going to prison. There was no love lost on either side between us. But they deserved to know about their daughter, and about Taylor's plans for Amanda. And if Deirdre really could heal Amanda, well, maybe the Becketts had a chance at coming back from what they'd done. True Lies Summary, Part 1. This is actually the second time I'm writing this, because like an idiot I just left the draft in here for way too long and Zenforo got rid of it after I had to shut my computer down. Second time around I was smarter and wrote it somewhere it could be saved. Anyway, it's been 2 months, and while I haven't put much thought into this story in that time, there are a bunch of scenes I'm interested in writing, and I did promise some kind of note dump at the very least. This is a kind of compromise. If I do end up writing these scenes, you'll need this framework to put them into context. If I don't, then I can build on this framework to dig into the details and provide answers to any questions you may have. Very roughly, True Lies can be split up into 4 chunks. The first chunk, which is all posted, covers the preliminary setup bits where the group is all together in Chicago. The second and third chunks would be happening around the same time, but separated geographically, that is, Taylor and Deirdre and Sunny, plus Bob, in New York interacting with Nick, and Harry and Kim in Chicago interacting with a variety of people. The fourth would happen afterwards, and would involve the 2 parts of the group coming back together for the climax in New York. The climax being a comic book supervillain plot around replacing the Statue of Liberty. That's why the cover image of True Lies, and headhunt before it, is that shadowed image of the Statue of Liberty, and why the story describes Graven as a statue tinker. Further details to come in later posts. For today, the focus is going to be on that second chunk, Taylor and her part of the gang in New York. This is partly because that's where the main focus was before I ended things, and partly because it has an overarching progression as opposed to the third chunk, which is more a series of somewhat connected vignettes that would have served as breaks and calm-ish periods in between the progression of the second chunk. Digging into this further, Taylor's investigation can be thought of as a spiral. She circles around the point, getting closer with each revolution, but constantly veering off for some related yet still other objective or purpose. The last we saw of Taylor, Nick had laid out 4 groups of interest that were active in the city: the Neighborhood Watch, an unnamed small-time para-human gang, the White Court, and the Summer Court. I lay it out in this order for a specific reason. It's an ascending order of narrative importance, and roughly follows the progression of Taylor's spiral. The Neighborhood Watch was never going to be a focus. They exist in my notes as a natural response to the way the world of Queen's Circle has developed, and while I might have had Taylor tangentially run into them and maybe hear a bit about their activities, at the end of the day a disorganized and xenophobic vigilante militia group in another city is too small time to be her concern. At best, I would have focused on that, at how despite repeatedly hearing about the Neighborhood Watch engaging in instinctive and destructive vigilante justice, she couldn't afford to dedicate the time to actually rooting them out or breaking them up. Most likely, I wouldn't have done even that. I only really mention them here to address them and establish them as a window dressing, background radiation kind of setting detail. They're there, they're a sign of how things are deteriorating, and in a hypothetical ideal world where I had 100x the output I do now, maybe there could have been a side story about the New York locals dealing with them, but they just don't really matter, narratively. The para-human gang are in almost the same boat. My notes have them as Blindside, the nominal leader/planner, Geist, actually a practitioner, Lash, and Skitter. Note that none of these are their actual names or titles, just my personal references. They're another window dressing setting detail, only elevated above the Neighborhood Watch by the fact that they might have appeared once on screen in front of Taylor. This hypothetical appearance would have served 3 purposes. First and least importantly, the gag of having Taylor meet Skitter. Very funny, mucho cred, yada yada. Second, it would be there to demonstrate the gulf between the circle and common criminals and the sheer, pants-shitting terror that kind of meeting would involve. Imagine Dragon appearing in the loft in front of ARC 3 Undersiders to ask about the particulars of crime in Brockton Bay, that kind of impression. Third, it would have directed Taylor further along the spiral to the next group. Could this meeting and this group have been cut entirely without really losing much? Yes. There isn't anything in this scene or setup that interests me either, so this is all you get. Next are the Graces, a pair of sisters that triggered around in the same time. That being said, they aren't twins, and while they can be said to have triggered at the same time and the same place, they didn't trigger in the same circumstances. Instead of Tristan and Byron or Fenja and Menja, think Brandish and Lady Photon. The sisters would technically be a cluster trigger with powers that directly interacted with each other. In my notes, they are named Mercy and Grace. Currently undecided on whether I want that to be their actual names or not. The thing that makes them interesting, both to me and the story, is that I wrote them to be Christian and very religious, to the extent of believing their powers come from God. As this is one of the scenes I do want to write, I won't dig into their powers yet just in case, but in short one of them has a power useful for healing and she works with a local church to provide faith healing. What's the point of this pair and meeting them? Well, besides progressing the investigation, I've got a simple premise, Taylor and Nick discussing God and powers. Enough said, I think. From here, either the Graces themselves or the priest they're collaborating with would have mentioned how they were worried about some members of their community, and after a brief investigation this would have led Taylor to the White Court. Specifically the scavies, the ones that induce and feed on despair. Now, while they were present in New York for a while, their recent activities and role within the story are entirely a consequence of Taylor's actions. You see, when Taylor crudely described the trigger process on national television, one of the scavies had a light bulb moment: what if we convinced people we could induce trigger events? To be clear, the scavies don't genuinely believe this, they wouldn't be surprised if it happened, but their plan is first and foremost a con, a trick. Their pitch is simple and direct: if you want powers, but don't want to risk your life or have it actually fall to pieces, come to us, we'll just make you feel utter despair, and eventually you'll trigger. Trust us, it's completely risk-free. Obviously, this kind of pitch is only really going to catch the desperate, the gullible, and the stupid, but that's a good thing. Lots of phishing and scam emails have obvious typos as a kind of filter, a way to weed out anyone that could see through it and avoid wasting time fighting a fish that won't bite. The scavies aren't in this for useful thralls, they're in this for food and personal amusement. It's hilarious to them to convince people to plunge into utter despair out of a sense of and desire for hope. And in that respect, it works. People come for their first try, obviously don't trigger, and at that point they're hooked. Besides the supernatural psychological dependency inherent in how White Court vampires prey on people, a lot of these people are going to come back again and again because of the sunk cost fallacy, to get something out of all their suffering. Alright, I've spent 2 paragraphs talking about this. How do Taylor and the gang factor in? Simple. After a brief internal debate about whether or not it was worth it to talk about trigger events on national television, Taylor would come to the decision that the scavies just have to go. Nick would be genuinely, enthusiastically, 1000% supportive of this course of action. I'm not sure how many chapters I would have devoted to this, as there's only one scene that sticks out in my mind at present. But to put it concisely, it'd be a big streak of Taylor, Nick, and friends going around to various vampire haunts, hideouts, and homes and thoroughly and repeatedly kicking their shit in. It is at this point that I need to detour slightly. Way back when this book was called Headhunt, I had the idea of showing another broken trigger disaster event, and I decided to tie it to the scavies, and through them Taylor, for more angst and drama. I came up with this guy that had been fooled by the scavies, who had been fed on again and again in the hope that he would get powers, only to fail every time. And then, one day, he would have come back and found all the scavies gone without a trace. As he was faced with the realization that the people who promised him powers were nowhere to be found, that he couldn't get the fix he'd grown addicted to, that all his suffering wasn't going to get him anything, that he wasn't going to get powers after all, then he would have triggered, with the Trump power to empower others. Then, to break it, I took this power and made it both self-destructive and self-propagating. The man turned into a kind of crystal shell that broadcast powers, and the people around him developed powers that were barely uncontrollable and which caused them to crystallize as well, becoming vectors for the spread. I called him Contagion. At the time, I thought I was very clever. It was going to be this big event where the circle had to go loud, where people from around the city had to come together, where Taylor would unknowingly come to the notice of the antagonist of the book and progress the plot, that would serve to drive in the threat of broken triggers. Even when I came back to this story years later and rewrote the outline, I largely kept Contagion. Except, and I genuinely only realized this in the last few weeks, I had literally already done this. Twice, even. And in New York already. It would be one thing if I hadn't written Parasite into court debut, but I did. The whole coming together thing already fucking happened. You could even call it the inciting incident for the antagonist's plot. So I've cut him. Why then do I mention him? Well, besides wanting to bitch, it's because I would have used the incident to have Taylor catch sight of 2 different figures she would have followed up on later. The second I'll get into shortly, but the first is Glenn Chambers. Yes, he's still in the notes. No, I'm not sure he would have actually made it into the story had I continued it. Let me explain. Back near the end of court debut, I decided that I wanted someone Taylor knew from Earthbet that she could interact with. An original character was pointless in this regard. This is not to say that I don't value OCS in fanfiction, far from it, but given the entire point was to establish a connection between Taylor and her past, I basically needed to use an actual character that had appeared in Worm. I wanted this character to be of some help to Taylor besides just being someone to talk to, but not someone that would throw things out of balance. Long story short, I worked the list down to Glenn Chambers, with the idea that he would help her with image and PR situations while still being a relatively friendly acquaintance of hers. Why then would I have cut him? 2 words, character bloat. Let us ignore, for the moment, most of the characters that True Lies has introduced so far and that I have gone over above, Nick the investigator, the para-human gang, the Graces, the Scavies, etc. With only a handful of exceptions, all of these people are characters that would not have persisted. Narratively speaking, they had a specific role and a specific time to appear, and once that was finished they were done. No, the focus here is on recurring characters, and more than that, characters that demand interaction and focus. The obvious are the main cast, the circle, then we have the people around them, like the Alphas, the Council, Maeve, Marconi, Murphy, Faith Astor, Bianca, etc. These are people that can't really be handled with the one-and-done approach, because they have personal connections to the main cast in some way, their ties have to be explored and resolved. At a rough guess, True Lies was going to introduce 4 more, not counting Glenn. The circles of interactivity were growing too big and complex, and it could easily be even worse and more tangled. Hell, the first version of this book would have introduced Thomas and Inari and the Wraiths in a completely different side plot. Fortunately, once I cut out the whole scavenger hunt for Maeve plot I was able to lose the Wraiths, but... Look, the point is there was too much shit going on. If I was writing a longer, more epic series, that would be one thing. But I'm not, and I never really wanted to be. Things were supposed to be longish, but not that long. Full disclosure, if I were to do another rewrite of Book 2, which I'm not, I would cut any mention of Taylor going into business. It's just another ball to juggle and keep track of. If I had to keep it, I would have had Taylor bring Glenn on to help manage that, but then, I would still have needed to focus on it to some extent, both to justify its initial introduction, and because Glenn was involved. Narratively, introducing Glenn just to immediately fridge him from a narrative perspective is pointless. Is Glenn Chambers going to play a major part in this story? No. Is he going to play a major part in this book? No. Am I still going to write a scene with him? Sure, maybe. The one that sticks out to me is Taylor introducing Sunny to him to get his input on the future sun goddess public image. The idea amuses me. Would I make it canon? Yeah, I guess, since I no longer need to care as much about making everything connect properly or strongly. Let Glenn appear and have his day in the sun before falling into the summery depths. Anyway, back to the plot. The last big player here is the Summer Court, which wouldn't have a big role in this book, maybe, possibly. The climax of the book is pretty well sketched out, but the transition from investigation to clusterfuck is something I have struggled with for a while and continue to struggle with even as I'm summarizing it. I'll talk about it more when I actually get to discussing the climax arc, but in short the Summer Court might have led into it, but it definitely would have served as setup for future interactions and arcs. Let me break it down. There are 2 characters in the Summer Court that are relevant to this discussion, the Summer Lady Aurora, and her emissary/agent Elaine, who is the second person I referred to in the Contagion discussion. Nick mentioned the Summer Court having a presence around Central Park, so it was inevitable that Taylor and the gang would need to go and meet with Summer. Though, it would actually be more of a string of meetings. My mental notes have Summer reaching out in the aftermath of the vampire hunting spree, Taylor sending an emissary back, and then the actual meeting happening. Talking about those meetings feels a little awkward at the moment, especially since these are the scenes with some of the biggest relevance to Deirdre, and honestly like a third of why I'm still putting effort into this is because damn it I want to wrap her story up, so all I'll say is there's about 2 scenes worth of material here for me and that, if nothing else, at least one of those is getting written and posted. Instead, let's pivot to Elaine. Now, Taylor doesn't know who Elaine is, but she does know what she looks like. After all, you can't forget a soul gaze. So, the way this introduction to Elaine would work is that Taylor sees her from a distance, immediately recognizes her because of the soul gaze memory, and Taylor would subsequently go to Harry and ask about this chick from his past that feels like she should be dead. Now, keep in mind that before Harry actually meets back up with Elaine again, he has a very negative impression of her. His internal narration outright calls her a snake a couple of times. I believe it escalates to treacherous snake at least once, and overall he believes she willingly worked with Justin to mentally fuck him up. He does not like her. He has no reason to think better of Elaine. Taylor has no reason to question Harry's judgment on this. So that would color current and future interactions. In fact, now that I write that out, I can definitely see a way to tie the Summer Court's appearance to the progression of the plot. Details later. As we're also talking about Aurora, we are also talking about Nemesis/the Infection/He Who Walks Beside. While the Dresden Files timeline is obviously blown to shit by this point, Summer Night happens about 2 years after Stormfront, supposed to, anyway. Jim obviously doesn't have a proper handle on his timeline, which can be seen with Molly celebrating 2 birthdays in 10 months between books 8 and 9, and Peace Talks/Battleground referencing the Notre Dame fire about 5 years too early, and hey, it's been a year and a bit since Stormfront. Long story short, Aurora is infected, and while that isn't terribly relevant to True Lies, it is relevant to her overall arc and how everything fairy-related in this story will shake out. Yes, this does mean an infected power player is sitting on the dimensional fault line to the city with about 6 months to go until the Titanomachi. This is not entirely a coincidence. But that's a problem for later. You'll also notice a distinct lack of me talking about Graven. That is because, well, honestly I think I might have screwed the structure when I was plotting everything out. There's a lot of stuff that Taylor does because it's in New York and she considers it important, and because there are no real leads on Graven and she's kind of scrambling to find one. He was a good initial excuse to get the gang over to New York and interacting with Nick, but, I should have handled and scoped it better, maybe introduced another of Nick's associates that was way less integral to the structure of the plot so that they could be found fairly easily and not have that shadow hanging over the plot. Dunno. Anyway, to sum it all up, there's 5 to 7 possible scenes here I might get to, 1 or 2 to cover the graces and the whole powers from God discussion among everyone involved in it, 1 and my aid 2 to cover the vampire hunting bits, 1 for the image consult with Glenn, and ideally 2 scenes involving the summer court. When am I going to get to that? Not sure yet, definitely sometime in May, but when exactly? Who knows at this point? In different news, I am done with the initial draft of my first short story, which I have titled A Pattern in Paint. I'm still workshopping titles for the actual full series. Currently my reference title is Magic Sherlock, which while descriptive and evocative, is not what I want to publish under. It's about 30,000 words, which is definitely longer than I first imagined or intended, though not by that much, but in a sense that's good, it means I have a good amount of material to work with. That being said, I am nowhere near ready to start publishing. For one, I want to do a couple revision passes and get some feedback from friends and family, and then once A Pattern in Paint is cleaned up I'll want to write a few more stories/mysteries, hopefully shorter ones. Maybe some supplemental material/character pieces that I could use as intermissions and for polls/votes. I am currently looking at a sometime in August date for when I put up my Patreon and Ko-fi and start posting. I'm currently aiming to start on SB, Royal Road, and to a lesser degree SV, though if anyone has any other sites to recommend I would be open to those recommendations, no promises though. On the other fanfiction front, the last fanfiction I mentioned in my last update has turned out to not be all that accurate. That particular story just isn't flowing and has basically not flowed in all the weeks since I made that announcement. On the other hand, I have a few other smallish works currently in the oven, one of which is ready-ish, and another which needs a little more work. I'll talk more about the latter when I start posting it, but as for the first one. The Night of Love and Hatred is a crossover/fusion between Bayonetta and Dresden Files, which you can now find in my signature. The protagonist is Cereza Redgrave, Catholic schoolgirl by day, young Umbra witch in training by night, that through a convoluted series of events ends up picking up the sword of love and going out to fight evil as a totally not a magical girl. It has the potential for a series, but I'm not sure I'll invest the time and effort needed for that. At the moment, it is restricted to Lumen Witch, which is essentially her origin story and describes how she comes to wield the powers of light and darkness. Also Bayonetta is murdering the Red Court as a background detail. We have caught up with the latest chapter. Update about updates from author. It's been a while. I should have talked about this much earlier, but, well, there isn't really a but here. I came to this conclusion over a month ago but continuously failed to provide an update for no actual good reason. I just didn't feel like it, day after day. The crux of the issue is twofold. First, I fucked up with scoping True Lies. I held on to too much of the original draft, and while quite a few elements were just cut out, note the absence of Maeve in True Lies as compared to Headhunt, one of the core foundations of the story, fucking around in New York, I just don't really care about. The whole Nick investigation arc had and still has me stuck on what the hell to do with it, because on the one hand it kind of works with what I want to set up in the future, but on the other hand I just don't care about almost any of the connective tissue between point A, being directed to New York, and point B, the climax of New York. There's bits and pieces I'm interested in, but because of the reason I constructed for Taylor to get to New York, I'm saddled with a ton of baggage I don't care for. Now, if it was 5 years ago and I was still in uni or whatever I might force myself to write a bunch of bland shit or power through, and I might be able to do it because I had an obscene update rate back then. But, it's been literal years since I was that productive, and getting back into the swing of things has been difficult. The immediate excitement of the opening burned out too quickly, and I found myself stuck in the bloat. Now, if I hadn't published anything, I could have just gone back, cut it all, and restarted, but I already did that once, and you know, it feels kind of bad to go alright guys, gotta wipe the board again. I wouldn't wipe as much this time around, but, still. It doesn't help that some of the stuff I want to cut is stuff that was handled in court debut, which is its own kettle of fish. But the bigger issue is the second one. I can no longer justify spending time on this story while I A, am dissatisfied with it, B, would probably take literal years to finish, and most importantly C, don't feel personally comfortable trying to make money off it because it is fanfiction. I spent weeks making no progress whatsoever on anything because I was agonizing over this project and what to do with it, and that is time I literally cannot afford right now. As I mentioned back at the start of November, I don't have a job right now, I quit to focus on writing. And so long as this was weighing me down, I wasn't getting anywhere with it. Am I getting anywhere now that I'm not focusing on it? Somewhat. The only half-good reason I have for not responding for this long is because I wanted to have something actionable on another project when I came back to provide an update for this one, and I guess I have something? It's getting there, at least, and I'll get into it shortly. All the same, I should have provided this update on December 9th, shortly after I came to this decision, and not over a month later. Here it is, the story as it is in its current form is dead. The 5-book plan is too long, too unwieldy, and I don't have the time or energy to spend on it. Now, am I going to leave it totally unfinished? I don't want to, but what form completion will take, I am still undecided on. There are scenes I am still interested in writing, the payoff for the Bound Demon, the Shards vs Angel Cage match, dealing with Maeve, Taylor getting involved with the Titanomachy, and a whole bunch of stuff besides. And if I do find myself in a position to write them, I will, but it will probably be limited to those vignettes with lots and lots of author commentary and summaries filling the space in between them. Alternatively, if I find myself still without the time for this 3, 6, 9 months down the line, I would just drop my notes on this story in a couple of mega updates and leave things at that. Sorry. Now, what am I doing right now? 2 things. 1, I am writing possibly my last piece of fanfiction, discounting the possible resolution of this one as I described above, partly so I have a secondary project I can swap to when I feel swamped or fed up with my primary, and partly because of all the fanfiction ideas and gestating stories I have, it's the only other one with an outline and an actually defined start, middle, and end. Hell, I even have a down-to-the-day timeline of it. Once I have the beginning parts all laid out to my satisfaction, I will start posting them, hopefully, this will come in early February. 2, I am working on a series covering what I would describe as Sherlock Holmes with magic, wherein there are a bunch of mysteries and cases that get solved with the aid of magic. Why not compare it with Dresden Files? Couple of reasons. Harry is a solo operator in a lot of things, and I want a Sherlock-Watson duo. Dresden File cases are long and have multiple side plots within stories, which I won't. There's a lot of character work to it, which I don't necessarily mind, and it's not like my own story isn't going to have character work or development to it, something that is sorely yet understandably lacking in the Sherlock Holmes series, but since around small favor the Dresden File books haven't really featured an actual investigation, it's all just been metaplot and personal drama. I digress. The point is, the core pitch is a series where crimes and cases get solved with and complicated by magic, for example, Speak with Dead and Revivify being fairly ubiquitous on a societal level, and everyone knowing and having to account for this, where the focus is on the cases and smaller mysteries and not the nth chime of apocalypse o'clock that Dresden Files has turned into. Where am I with that? About a third to a quarter of the way through with the first case, which is slower than I'd like and is slower than I'd worked, but is at least actual progress and is still thousands of words for every dedicated writing session I get to, which... Okay, I get that's good, objectively, and going pedal to the metal 24/7 is a terrible way to write, but at the same time, I've written like 12,000 words for it in the past couple of weeks, not counting the work I've done on my other project, and that still feels fucking slow. It's probably the lack of income casting its shadow over me. The Adventures of Shifa Summers, title pending, is unfortunately going to need a lot more time to bake. My last fanfiction, I don't have as much of an issue throwing out in the state most fanfictions are thrown out, i.e. wildly incomplete, and working on it over the rest of the year until I wrap it up whenever, hopefully sometime this year. Adventures, though, is meant to be a short story mystery collection, which means I need to design the mysteries. Not only that, I also need to establish the rules of investigation magic so that when not Sherlock does not Sherlock things, there is a credible chain of logic and actions to follow in the aftermath instead of it sounding like total bullshit. I give Conan Doyle a lot of credit for making Sherlock sound perfectly reasonable in the aftermath for a lot of the cases, though I feel he doesn't have Watson provide anywhere near the amount of data he should. That takes time. On top of that though, I want to have a good, strong selection of cases ready before I start publishing anything so that I a. have a backlog, and b. have something complete in case anything happens. My hopeful EDA is that I start publishing stuff for that around late May to June. I currently have 6 stories that are essential to the overarching plot, and I also want a couple of supplemental bits to fit in between them. Anyway, there it is, all my cards on the table.